and Vince. Gentlemen, we are just starting that conversation about the likes of Fnatic, NIP, Cloud9. How are your pick'ems looking after Elimination Day today? That's the question.
Don't really care. You guys are looking great in those bombers, and Alex did start that. I remember it clearly. Yes.
Thank you.
He definitely did. Stylish guy.
Yeah, he's great. My pick'ems are really on the line today, actually. I have Fnatic, NIP, and one of the other ones. I have 3 picks in the games today that need to go through, and someone's going to play each other tomorrow, so I'm kind of screwed.
So am I, actually. Completely wrecked.
Cool, yeah.
I had Vega going 3-0 because I'm a complete idiot, so...
It's been a good day. It's been a really good week for all that kind of stuff. But I'm just excited for this one. NIP, I think they should be taking this first game as long as they don't get PTSD from 2 years ago.
Yeah, or if Vince gets PTSD from, was it about 2 years ago? Quantum Belator Fire, was it?
No, we don't talk about that anymore.
Okay, so Vince's pick'ems haven't gone that well, but neither have his investments into them this time, fortunately for him and for those of you at home. But anyway, hot sauce and shoes aside, yes. Sean, now we can talk about the real spice. I'm looking at Cloud9's games. They have lost to Tyloo and Vici Gaming. They play today versus Furia. I would have said open and shut case, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah, these squads of old, like Chad said, are struggling significantly. Some of the younger players that have come through and the extreme performers so far, Zau, James, Breezy, Ethan, Sergey, all of these young players, 20 and younger, are the ones dominating this event. The one exception being Renegades. They're kind of like in the mid-20s. But yeah, that's the most shocking thing to me so far.
Yeah, we do have a graphic that actually displays team rankings so far. That might be interesting to help get our heads around exactly how things have been shaping up the way they have. Now, the way this system has been working, and it's been getting a lot of credit from players, he says with a smirk.
And criticism.
And criticism. But it has truly been giving us those matchups. I haven't heard too many tips of tongues talking about these matchups not feeling fair. Of course, the only downside to it was Fnatic and their shortcomings did certainly throw a spanner in the works.
And let's start there. So first of all the teams ranked the other 15 teams from 1 to 15. Now, as you can see here, Fnatic were the highest seed. Now, they weren't the clear high seed. The fact of the matter is, it's not like they were 1 or lower in the ranking system. This is an average of all the votes. NRG comes in at number 2. But what I want to do is I want to draw your attention just down here to teams 3 and 4. Cloud9 was the 3rd-seeded team, and Ninjas in Pajamas was the 4th-seeded team. Look how close their points were. So that shows that teams were split on where to place them. Now, we've also had a lot of discussion about, well, Fnatic kept going up against low-seeded teams. Well, that's because with them losing, you can see they were the number 1 seeded team here. When they lost to Vici, who were actually the lower seed of the tournament, their points actually plummeted. So they lost 4 spots there. What you need to also realize is not only did their points plummet, Vici's went up. So Vici jumped up 4 spots. You can see here, they went from being the last seeded team to, I think they were like at that point, the 12th seeded team. So a lot of changes off of this system. Now, you can follow how everything's gone here, right? You can actually look at, let's use Vici's run as the example.
Sure.
Started as the lowest seeded team. Okay, now they're looking at around the 12th mark. Then they've lost that game, but you can notice they didn't lose a lot of points because they lost to the highest seeded team in that pool. And as they've gone forward, we can see that when they played again yesterday, look at this. They won that game against Cloud9. They'd gone up again. So the rankings in this whole scenario is actually being quite fair to the teams. Whereas if you look at the guys from Fnatic, they've lost a lot of games. They are now one of the lowest seeded teams in today's map pool, and they have to go against the likes of G2. So they actually have, the seeding system has actually worked, and it's actually played out in a very fair way in my mind.
G2 versus Fnatic, but what stands out, you're talking about Vici, and actually I want to focus on what happened yesterday from them. Yes, Vitality locked in. We saw the other side of the French coin, certainly looking a little brighter, a little more polished. They are locked in for the Legend stage now, and of course have to secure one more win for a trip to the next major. That'll be at the next stage of competition. But the other team was Vici, and they made Vitality work for it once again.
They did, yeah. That Inferno game that kicked us off went to triple overtime. Ultimately, what ended up happening was I think Zaiwu won a 1-on-3 to end up winning the match. He had such an incredible performance. What's new? I feel like whenever Vitality plays well, he has to play well.
Yeah, well, bit of a big factor. And MBK, right?
Yeah, he's also been right up there with him. But once the second map hit Nuke, you just felt there wasn't really much of a chance for Vici at that point. Their map pool isn't deep enough to play a map like Nuke, and that's ultimately what caused their demise.
They'd done some prep, though. You could see they had executes on their T side, but if you don't get to play it a lot in a competitive environment, especially at this level, the little details are the things that are going to let you down. So they've still been competitive, but the fact of the matter is Vitality coming through, they were one of the teams who we all considered to be on the cusp, you know, a 7th or 8th team qualifying, and they've come through within a much higher position than that. So props to them. Props to Zaiwu. He's one of the many rookies alongside the likes of Alex, Buster, James, Kickit, Krizen, Aerial, X7, Alexi B, and Sergey, who have all made it to the top 6 in the major for the first time.
It's a huge achievement. It must be. It's such a great feeling. And of course, getting to continue to play that game that you love so much and have dedicated so much time to in the next stage is a treat for ZywOo. He's done. Gets to go ahead and get some practice, maybe play some chess, apparently, according to a Vanguard style of things. But speaking of a Vanguard, they also managed to do it, right? I mean, they managed to secure themselves a 3-1 scoreline and secure a spot in the Legend stage, Sean. Their win versus Tyloo. What did you feel like you learned from that?
I was thoroughly impressed by that because they were the first team I've seen that was able to tame Tyloo's aggression.
Yeah.
They looked like the better team yesterday against Tyloo. It wasn't like, Tyloo just didn't show up. I just felt like they weren't given the same opportunities as they were in previous matches. So Avangard came with a well-formulated plan, especially on Inferno, a map they've historically struggled on, and they dominated Tyloo.
Slow starts ago, though, from Tyloo.
I was going to say, you going to agree with that, Chad? Because you were saying that this wasn't the same Tyloo we saw the day prior.
Well, I think that Sean makes a good point that Avangard played very well and did a good job of making it difficult for Tyloo, but Tyloo weren't hitting the same shots. There was some opportunities where they were just whiffing, where they would normally get one, maybe dink the second or make that frag, and they weren't being able to do that. Yep. So either that's a symptom of them being nervous or Avangard doing a fantastic job. You have to give credit to Avangard.
I do recall the CT pistol though on Inferno. Everyone from Tyloo did whiff shots on that CT pistol. I will give you that.
It certainly did. Now, of course, the format for this one, we have already explained exactly how that seeding is working, and Chad did a fantastic job, by the way. I actually learned something during that, Chad, so I appreciate that.
I'm trying to make sure that all the viewers at home can see this is actually the best format that has ever been used in Majors, and if you want to critique it online, go for it. But back when I used to play Majors, when we vetoed Alex, we randomed out of the final 3 maps. There was no seeding.
Your
there
fate
was fair.
was
it wasn't
determined
fun.
by RNG.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, gosh, I remember that one. I just remember seeing so much cobble on that randomizer. My goodness. Anyway, moving back to where we stand here, though. Day 4, round 4, and you can see what we had yesterday as well, those advancement matches. It was Ents who managed to pick themselves up the extra win they needed to go through versus Windstrike, and I think there is definitely some words that need to be exchanged about that game for sure. But just while the graphics up on screen, do breathe it in, look over that right column, and you can understand exactly how the team you've been hoping for has been succeeding. There's a lot of very small numbers quite far down that list, though, Sean. Cloud9, NIP, G2, Fnatic. It's strange that we're going to lose 2 of those today.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see quite a few of the favorites go out of the tournament today, Alex. And that's a little bit disheartening for a lot of the fans in the pick'ems. It
really is, yeah. I still have to correct myself. Of course, Vega in part of that list as well, as they're going to be taking NIP first. Something I noticed a lot in those replays there is that there is a lot of very willing CT aim duels being taken. I saw a fantastic interview with Alexi B where he talked a little bit about it, saying that this org is making CTs much more willing to take those aim duels.
Yeah, and the stats actually back it up. When you compare this tournament with the previous major at Face It, every map besides Cash, CTs are winning the majority of the rounds. 3 of them higher than 60%. That's astonishing when you compare, what it was at the last major.
Sure, and I think it is allowing players to take more aggressive duels, right? I've spoken about this a lot over lots of different media forms, and the fact of the matter is you can take angles that you wouldn't or that you'd normally rely utility on to be holding a position. You have a lot more confidence, and just because of that headshot percentage, the fact that it 3 bullets to the body as opposed to 4 with the M4, it feels a lot more forgiving. But I have a question, Sean, because we spoke a bit about this in the shuttle. Do you actually think this is good? Because I'm a big fan of CT-sided maps.
Sure. I like CT-sided maps, so I'm a fan of the old school nuke. But with that being said, I think the AUG should be a little bit higher in price.
Yeah, no, I agree. Return it to where it was.
Yes.
This is the whole factor of the players didn't know the value of this gun. Let's put it in their face. Let's make them use it.
I'm not a fan of even maps, so, T and CT even maps. I like there to be a disparity and a lot of differences amongst the map pool. So that's what me as an in-game leader would prefer.
Okay, but what's your take on the fact that this has happened repeatedly for Counter-Strike? They have not buffed the AUG aside from that price tag. This is the same with the CZ. That weapon sat idle, unused, unswapped to, then suddenly everyone's upset because they finally worked out this pistol was good. Why is it happening again? Why aren't CS players jumping in the server and practicing every weapon? Why aren't they having Mag 7 duels?
Some people, look, let's just use the fact that people are complaining about the seeding system in this. Yeah. This just shows you that the players in that regard are very stubborn in their ways, right? And they don't look at it from an objective point of view. The fact of the matter was, the reason that you wouldn't have been using the AUG before was because, look, that extra amount of money to come on in takes away from utility, so what's the point of even trying it? The fact that it's been shown now it can be used, it's a very positive thing, and I think it'll be continued when they revert the price.
I know, it's just because if you compare it to other kind of competitive video games, the likes of, Dota, they go and try everything. They're like, this absurd item build, I wonder if this works. We don't often have that until the mass kind of, the sheep start all picking it up at the same time. That's just my opinion. We'll continue to talk about it, but right now we have Frankie, who's managed to grab Vega Squadron ahead of their big game versus NIP.
I have indeed, Alex. I have Fierce. He's the coach of Vega Squadron. Before we talk about your match against NIP, remind me of what happened in your match against Vitality.
Well, we were smashed. Like, we have lost so many clutches at the beginning of the game, and we couldn't find our game after this, so that's it.
Usually you guys are quite good at making that comeback. You seem to get the comms together. So what did you take from that match?
Well, we tried to refocus on our next matches at this stage, so we don't want us to do the same mistake. I don't know.
And in terms of now the other teams have seen you play, they can't really be surprised by you so much anymore. But do you have any tricks up your sleeve for this last match?
Yeah, we have some tricks inside our pockets, so we'll see.
We will see indeed. We've just been... Oh, I think we need to go back to the desk.
God, jaws dropping stuff over there. I've been working on that one for months.
The sharks are scarier where I'm from.
No, apparently, I mean, all I heard, right, before when we came into the studio was Jason was asking for a shark suit. I'm just saying.
You saying that's Jason in the show?
I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying.
I'm not seeing him anywhere around here.
I don't see Jason Moses O'Toole at the casting desk right now, so perhaps his alter ego has been adopted. That's what we need more, though. Mascots in Counter-Strike. What do we think?
We had
I'm
cheerleaders
all
at
for it.
Blast.
Like a proper
And
mascot, like
Ice. I think they're the last in Ice.
Yeah, we got them everywhere.
All right, well, send us your mascot suggestions while we take a very quick break. Because when we come back, NIP versus Vega Squadron. They've had major dreams crushed in the past to this very logo, to this very squad. Now they take them on in an elimination game. A best of 3. Only one survives in their journey to major glory. Join us after the break.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
The synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
It's time for a third team to be to have their tournament life eliminated. Already we've lost 2 teams. It was none other than Team Spirit and Greyhound, the first of all 0-3. Now with 1 win under their belt, NIP and Vega are going to be locking horns in a best of 3, and just 1 will manage to keep their head above water here in Katowice. Vega Squadron, they have previously caused quite the uproar and upset at the major circuit, but this time it hasn't looked so great. Let's hear what they had to say before we break this down.
Vega Squadron used to play the role of spoiler.
And it's all over. Vega Squadron will eliminate NIP.
Helping to take down unsuspecting top European teams, but then fail to progress much further themselves. On the right day, and on the right map, they would shock the world. But on another day, they would find themselves again just a little CIS squad, battling for respect. With the departure of Mir and Kashander, many assumed Vega Squadron were consigned to the history books. True as that may have looked for most of 2018, the new look Vega emerged at Star Series Season 6 to rock the field. These sharks still have a taste for blood and sharp enough teeth to be dangerous.
Dangerous, yes, but so is a paperclip. We'll find out exactly what they can do as they venture into the Surfer versus NIP. I'm joined by our analysts, of course. Introductions are in order on Machine. We have Sean Gares and Sponge on the end there, who's staring at his screens with a frown, a furrowed brow.
You heard of a gummy shark before?
Yeah.
They don't really do any damage.
Like the Swedish fish. Oh my God, there's something there. They're Swedish.
No,
And they're a fish as well.
Yeah, no, a gummy shark is
There's
actually
definitely
just, it's a legitimate type of shark.
Oh,
Like actually,
it's a real, it swims, it lives.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were literally talking like gummy candy.
No. Like it's an Australian. Anyway, it doesn't hurt anybody. So it's a pretty harmless shark.
Have you ever seen
Same
a
as a
shark
whale
in real
shark.
life?
I've been in the water when the shark siren's gone off a couple times. It's pretty bloody scary.
That doesn't sound like fun,
It's
actually.
another day in
It's not
Australia.
fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
No, not my jam, actually. What is, though, is Counter-Strike. And I want to focus then on a head-to-head. When you put these teams head-to-head, how do they match up? Not only the graphics, Sean, but your mind as well. How do these 2 teams interact in current form?
Well, the reason why it's so exciting when these teams match up is because they don't really play too strategic of a style. They're very aim-based. They're very based on rotations, communication. So it's always going to be a pretty exciting game. Obviously, I'm thinking back to the Cashman, that's 16-2 for the E-League major. But then last major, we had them play on Train. That was a 16-12. That's a little bit closer, but it could really go either way.
You say exciting, I say bad. I think all the games today are actually going to be some of the worst Counter-Strike we might see throughout the entire minors and major system. I think the fact of the matter is, these teams coming up today, sure, they do play, more of an aim-heavy style. But for me, watching, okay, cool. It might be exciting. It might be a back-and-forth game. But from a purist Counter-Strike or from an in-game leader perspective, it's not going to be beautiful Counter-Strike by any means. It's just going to be chaos upon chaos. And so far in this tournament, Vega Squadron have looked, in my opinion, like the worst team.
Which is quite the statement, but the results back it up. Struggling to close out versus G2, a 16-1 versus Vitality, and a win versus their domestic opposition, Spirit, a team they're likely going to know more about.
Yeah, they have 4 of the worst 13 performers at this event so far. Tony Black statistically is the worst player at this event. So the fact that they have 1 win and the fact that they lost 16-14 is actually quite surprising when you think about that, because there's already been teams that have been eliminated and they still have the worst stats amongst all of the teams combined.
We got lucky enough to get the veto just thrown up on screen in front of us, and looks like Ninjas in Pajamas are going to go with Overpass as a punish. We saw them and they get that 16-1 victory loss that you were talking about, Alex, against Vitality, so that's a punish pick. Train is a very interesting one. NIP lost to Windstrike on that map, so that's another CIS team in that style. But I think the T side from a team like Vega is just super flat. It's just they have a couple of executes, and then if that doesn't work, let's just let our players go and hopefully find picks.
And with the Augs reigning supreme this event, it probably isn't going to get much better as the event goes on. But I think the veto could not have gone any better for Vega Squadron. I think this is kind of a bit of a blunder by NIP, letting them play Train, Overpass, and Mirage. The 3 maps, really the only 3 maps that I think Vega can play correctly.
But I think if you look at the map pools for both teams over the last 3 months on record on HGV.org, they've hardly played anything, right? In a competitive Vega, that's normal for. NIP haven't really been playing in that many tournaments. And the fact of the matter there is, with that, we can't really dive too deep in what to expect. So for Vega, if we look at their, I guess, tournament life so far, they've only won 1 pistol round. right? So 1 pistol round out of 3 games, that's not fantastic. And they've also had a couple of different approaches. They've gone for full ecos, they've gone for AK buys, they've gone for, full all-in force buys. So they're showing a lot of different faces. It's going to be interesting to see what they throw at NIP today.
Yeah, and let's not forget, of course, if you haven't quite been keeping up with Counter-Strike, we've already touched on it. The video explained it and showed it. It was NIP having their major dreams dashed when they were trying to get through to Atlanta, and that wasn't too long ago. If any face it major, they got a little bit of their revenge, and now again they meet. It does just seem like Vega have always been given the chance to be gatekeepers to the teams with those higher expectations. Whether or not they can deliver, it seems like our analysts are doubting. For NIP to close this out then, for what you're saying to come into fruition, Chad, what needs to happen from the Swedes?
Rez and Dennis are the 2 highest players on this map for NIP, so they need to obviously show up in spades. Get right on the CT side is that link player floating between both bomb sites, and his position is it's good because he is the highest flash assist player, so he's doing a good job in that supportive role. So those 3 players need to get clicking. But from watching Vega and what they were trying to do against Vitality earlier, it was lots of B lean, so that means there's lots of pressure on Lekra and Forest over towards that B bomb site. So if they can stop that, send them back towards A into Dennis and Rez, who feel pretty strong over towards there, should be an easy win.
Yeah, I agree. Rez and Lekra particularly have struggled throughout this entire event. Get Right and Forrest should not be the highest rated players for NIP. And I think Dennis has fallen off a bit as far as, a dominant pistol player, and he needs to come up big.
I want to see more from Dennis. I mean, yeah, he truly used to be a guarantee in the pistol rounds, but there is one guarantee, is that when Moses and Vince are shouting, you're absolutely bound to have a good time. We'll head over to the casters as we start our first best of 3 of our 4th day here at the IEM Katowice Major.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. NIP Vega Squadron, a grudge match that we've come to love over the past few years. Safe to say, I think the desk handled it nicely. This NIP we're expecting more out of, and they have no more chances to kind of hide away that level that they can play at. Loser goes home in this series.
It really is that simple. And one of the biggest surprises to me is seeing that Rez, statistically, has been their weakest player so far. This is a guy you're expecting to be at the top of the board, not the bottom. So if he has an off game here, Nip could struggle.
Oh, look at the setup, though. That flank, that push out towards long is perfect. It gives them so much information. Molotov forces Hutchie out in the open. It's Get Right with the opening headshot of this overpass. Bomb is going to get planted, and it's going to be a tough retake.
He's going to get that blood pumping as well from Nip, getting the bomb down with an advantage. Can Vega come out swinging? JR is going to better Dennis, who typically is a very good pistol player, so somewhat surprising he's lost out there, but Tony Black also finds himself Get Right now. It's up to Rez to hold the line with the P250. He's already got 2. The player that we were looking at just before was having a bit of a weak tournament is standing big for Nip, and that could be the round just straight up won now as Vega Squadron can't afford to battle any longer. Crush is out of there.
Yes, nice pistol round from NIP, very simple, and even with the extra information that was gathered by JR, who had pushed all the way up long, they were able to stack 4 players at that bomb site. NIP still able to get the win, and you're exactly right. A good start for Rez. You'll hope he'll be able to build on that, and he even finds Crush. 3 kills in the pistol. That's got to feel good for a young man who's struggled so far this week.
Just to calm the nerves somewhat, Vega Squadron will have a decision to make. They have, as I said on the desk, they've been forced buying quite a bit this tournament in these sort of situations, so I'm kind of curious if they're going to go in again here.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to keep our eyes on. At the moment, it looks like they're not investing too much. 1 nade, 1 P250 picked up by Tony Black. They only got 2 kills in that round, so not a whole lot of extra cash across the board for them. And NIP should be able to get a second round here. What's interesting about that pistol round stack is Vega's able to have 4 people over at the B bomb site, but they don't actually play in the site. 1 player at Toxic Barrels, they had that boost far back, which is neutralized by a smoke. So yeah, you have the extra bodies there, but they can't get involved. There was no actual cohesion in that defense setup at the B bomb site. So small mistake there from Vega that Nip's able to take advantage of. This round, a 5-man stack over at B. No noise, no information. No indication of where NIP is going to go quite yet.
Hoping to spring the trap, compensate for that last round where B was taken very quickly. There's still plenty of utility for Nip to use. They've got a couple smokes, Molotov can draw out those positions, and now finally one of Vega are going to make a little endeavor on the B side, over from the B side, I should say, onto A. That's Crush. I think, did he just get a dink on Dennis there?
Yeah, he did a long-range dink. And you'd hope that wouldn't scare NIP into falling back towards the B bomb site. It looks like they might. They're still above the stairs, but You'd imagine they're going to go where they throw the utility, and first smoke is out towards those spawn stairs. Still, they haven't seen anyone except for Crush, who took that quick peek, but they haven't had a good shot at him. And now the A bomb site is going to be lost. So pretty easy second round for the Ninjas.
Taking their sweet time, but not walking into any crossfires. And of course, we know that Vega haven't forced spot, but for all NiP know, there's full CZs, 5-7s in the mix, couple Deagles. Can't take that risk. Now it's just a case of getting as much money as possible out the round for NiP. Get those SMGs in play, but Get Right has been found, and the MP7 won't be a terrible take out the round for Vega. It's actually not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they're going to be hurting a little bit on utility on a couple players, someone can actually use that that SMG and get up close, have the extra nades that they might not otherwise, or a kit perhaps. Rez, that's a big kill to get. That was an AK-47. If he goes down there, I think that's likely lost. 2-0 for the Ninjas. Vince, if you got in a fight, would you rather fight a shark or a ninja?
I feel like it depends on the situation. If it's in water, definitely a ninja. On land, definitely a shark.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
But overall, I feel like I'd be more terrified of a shark, yeah, definitely. But they will have a buy now, Jason, so coming through into this round, Vega going to be looking to get their first round of this best of 3 on the board. Keeping the MP7 in play, Hutchie deciding not to upgrade it. Does afford him full helping of nades, of course. Just throwing out his Molotov.
NIP pretty decisive in choosing the B bomb site as their destination, and you'd imagine without spreading out and getting map control, they'd want to find a pretty early timing on this, and indeed they do. Through Monster we go. Here we go, the MP7 that was saved. It does absolutely nothing. The other SMG is here as well. Those AUGs need to get in play. There is not enough firepower to hold this. Chopper trying to use the smoke, and it's perhaps the only advantage he has. He does get one. How much longer can he hold on? His 2 teammates are waiting to flank, but they're being held back at the moment by Get Right. There's one more for Chopper. They're chasing him down, and they do clear out water. Get Right on the flanks got one, and Tony Black has a chance.
They couldn't have asked for any more from the MP7 in that round, but unfortunately, Tony Black has been smoked out. Doesn't have a kit either. And Rez going for the long con. He's up in heaven. So both of NiP in solid positions. Tony Black has to get a move on if he's going to have any chance at clutching this round.
No kit picked up, Vince.
Exactly, and judging from where NiP are, even if he throws a smoke down, he's a dead man. The chance is surely slim to none at this stage.
I think he knows it as well. Drops a smoke and just falls back. Nothing he can really do. Dennis is going to get out of there. A third win for NIP, starting this map off strong, starting this map the exact way that they'd like to. 5 kills on Rez, 4 on Get Right. I think that's an interesting story as well, is Get Right having a bit of a resurgence. He's not that dominant force that we knew him from the early stages of CSGO, but he certainly had moments in 2018 where he was very quiet, started to pick it up as the year went on. One of their better performers in this tournament, but it's overshadowed by the underperformance from Rez and Lekro.
Absolutely. It really has been Get Right and Forest. I mean, Forest has been Mr. Consistent for NiP for quite some time. But as you say, Get Right's actually slightly ahead of him in terms of statistics going through into this game. So just the saved AUG for Tony Black. Everybody else, some Kevlar. Upgraded pistols, of course. JR is going to keep his fingers off his money for now so we can get an open the next round. And has started pretty well considering the Sol rifle has came in and got a kill, but it's gone instantly on the floor courtesy of Forest.
And it's such an individual push with no one with him, they can't even salvage that. So that rifle is lost to the Vegas squadron guys. You could have had a Deagle follow it up and maybe try and help out and pick it up off his body, but not to be this round. Deagles can still do work though. We've seen it a number of times. Crush with a boost, hoping to get one clean shot before falling away. And the Ninjas are very slow, calm, and calculated in their approach in these rounds so far.
Yeah, very much how they played the second round as well against pistols. This time there's some Kevlar behind it. Lekro has made a bit of damage, down to 29 from the boost.
It's actually not a bad result of that Deagle. Lekro's going to have to be a little bit more passive, and he'll have to play far back in support of his teammates, so one player softened up for the Ninjas.
Should be easy pickings for Rez, but the Desert Eagle's gonna come out and crush again. He is so good with this gun. Has picked himself up 3 kills, and Lekro is gonna get a headshot down. Phenomenal performance from Crush, turning this round on its head.
What an absolute disaster and a terrible take of the bomb site. I'm not sure the communication between Rez and GetRight seemed to be a little bit slow. GetRight didn't realize he was behind the default boxes, those plant boxes. But after that, it's all, I mean, you see GetRight, he kind of seems lost of where he's supposed to be looking. But from here, no trading, no coordination on those peaks on each side, and the Deagle handles it perfectly, and that is a bit astounding. That's a great turnaround for Vega.
I guess there's 2 ways looking at it. One is Crush, absolutely perfect play, but Nip, where was the cohesion?
Yeah, that was a little bit nasty. No flashes in his face, no nades raining in either.
And just like that, what a turnaround in terms of finances. Nip have pretty much nothing to play with. Nice boost to Vega, got an AWP out, a few AUGs in play. This is their chance to bounce right back. Going for a double stack on long. Nip haven't exactly played aggressively so far, so this could be a little while before we see action. Tony Black watching the bathroom side of long, while JR is posted up on the flower bed, peering across to the rock. No signs of the ninjas just yet.
No, they're being very cautious in this round. Which, fair play. GetRight looking for this push. He's going to hear the footsteps. He has the information. Chopper. GetRight looks away. There's the find, but he can't land the shot. That one hurts. Chopper's going to keep pushing as well. Lekro's got to be careful. I don't think he expects that kind of an aggression, but this is not good. There's a nice kill from Rez. Picks off 1, but they've got to pick up the pace now. They have to get into this bomb, so they're going right at the AWP, who's got an angle, and Forrest doesn't realize it. Good shot from Dennis to follow up. A chance still for the ninjas. They have to clear out this site. They have to clear out the truck, and Rez cannot be the aggressor. This is going to be tough. If Dennis can work his way around, Crush doesn't realize the possibility, and there's Dennis with 1 more. But Hutchie equally has just snuck into a perfect position. Rez, the shadows giving it away. There's the kill. Dennis needs to react, and he can't do it in time.
Excellent hold in the end by Vega Squadron. It is at the cost of 3 weapons, though. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to pick up the AWP for JR. I think Hutchie got Matt's going to drop it across to the primary AWPer. But as we discussed before, it's not really as if Nip can make the most of that weakness because they themselves are flat out broke, so they can't really get any guns into this round either.
Right, that's the tough part, especially with no plant. They did have the bomb site, but the rotations are able to come in. Good round from Hutchie, good mobility and positioning. And you can see there, no real investment due to the lack of funds. You have GetRight on a CZ with light armor, you have a Deagle out on Rez, but outside of that, not too much to talk about. Dennis with a P250. Just hoping for 1 or 2 kills in this game. A bomb plant would be sublime.
That would definitely be the dream. A couple of kills alongside it, the icing on the cake, but Vega, they are going to go peeking up long in the form of JR. Crosshair poised, ready to strike, does miss out, but some information has been gathered at the very least. No reason for any rotations at this stage for Vega. Can stick exactly where they are. They don't have connector control though, so Nip can easily funnel their way down to B if they so choose.
I'm going to use the connector. They are going to do that. Look at the rotation from Vega. They have 3 players at the A bomb site at this point. Only 2 defending B. And as we saw in the previous round, you never know how a round can change when the Deagle is able to ring out. Just 1 kill can change the entire nature. I don't even know if Hutchie spotted feet there. It seems like he might have an indication. The smoke and nade. And yeah, he called it out. There's already rotations happening towards this B bomb site. You can see Tony Black on the minimap pushing up for a flank.
Solid Molotov. Definitely would have heard Lekro burning on short side. Now Tony Black's going to take his opportunity to take connector. So even if Nip can pile out onto B, there's going to be the AWP spray down from the backside. It's a triple for Tony. And Vega have got their triple. They're back to 3 apiece.
Not even taking too many losses in these rounds that they've won either. I mean, that round, no one falling, and that's going to help out massively in the money situation. So AKs are back in the hands of NIP. GetRight's going to be light on utility, but everyone else is pretty much safe. Pretty good kit of nades for the ninjas. That's a very nice flank. You can see, I mean, Vega, the B defender is very smart, just using their utility, stall tactics, Molotov down at sandbag, smoke nade, and monster. NIP had to wait for that to clear.
didn't do as much damage as expecting there. Dennis only took a couple from that grenade stack.
Yeah, I think he was past the point where they threw those nades. They might have expected something slower. But good on Dennis, and hearing those 2 nades goes off, he knows the chances of someone being long is low. So takes the opportunity to gain a little bit of extra ground for his team early on. And a very passive default setup, as we've come to expect from the Ninjas in this match so far, all spread out across the map. Need to be careful about where that AWP is. They need to be careful how they use their utility as well. They only have 4 flashes, 3 flashes now, and 2 smokes. Which means taking this section of bathrooms is going to be tough. They're going to have to take some heads-up fight, and that's exactly where the AWP is.
Plus the bomb's been dropped towards the T spawn, so even if they do make a decide to dash and try and procure one of these sites, it's going to be quite some time. Decent trade though for Forrest, looking for a second. Tony Black's not going to allow that to happen. Molotov to his left-hand side is going to make it hard for an avenging kill just yet. Even though he's gone down, they have whittled away some more of that time. 30 seconds of just 1 smoke and flash to play with.
Oh, all of Vega's here. They jumped on the rotation, and it's a good call. Dennis looking for someone to come through this smoke. He's stalled out just a little bit longer. NIP is dedicated to this A bomb site. It's a 4-on-3 here, and the Ninjas need this round.
Crush has been spotted by Dennis. So important to get the kill. Now here comes Chopper. With a Desert Eagle, he was a beast, but can't quite rinse and repeat with the AUG. So NIP will finally get themselves a rifle round and take the lead once more.
Yeah, they snatch it back. 4-3 in the favor of the Ninjas now. Full investment coming in for Vega. They've got 1 more buy before they're broken again. And NIP, if they can do it here, this would be a very solid T-half already. It's got to feel good as well. I mean, a lot of the conversation around NIP heading into this match was, we know they haven't shown us the level that they can play at. Everyone needs to step up in this game. On many different fronts, they have a solid performance out of Rez in these first 7 rounds. He's got 7 kills. Get right with 5, and even Dennis has hit some nice shots. Get right did not want that fight whatsoever.
I suppose that's one of the strengths of having best of 3s for elimination and progression matches, though it does allow teams to get their teeth into the game a little bit more. As you mentioned, though, get right down to 33, but a chip damage to Rez and Dennis. Again, NIP not really pushing the aggression, pushing the tempo just yet, but at some point they're going to need to, otherwise Vega are just going to hold on to their nades and know that no fast action is going to be coming their way. York's in position, and once again, it's a 3-2 stack. Vega Squadron, 3/4 of a minute to go.
The nice thing is they have control of the short water. Hutchie and Tony Black, a nice little crossfire here. That's an easy kill for the AUG, and the follow-up as well. Get Right's going to try and make his way. Remember, low HP, though. He does not have the health to take a fight, but he wins it anyways. Now Hutchie against the wall. He's completely blinded, but so is NIP. Buying time for his team is Hutchie. Still trying to take the fights, and that was a bit too wide. That was a bit overexposed. But the rest of Vega has arrived, and Chopper with this MP9 can do some work.
May not be required, though, because JR comes in and finds himself Lecro. The bomb has been faked. And out comes Dennis to his demise. Vega straight back in with a round of their own. Gonna really hurt that economy once again.
They avoid the reset. They actually inflict a reset upon NIP, who's sitting just below 3,000 on a couple players. Dennis has plenty of money, but not enough cash to be able to buy up. And we're going to get a timeout here out of the Vegas side. They want to make sure that they can sustain this kind of a victory. Only 2 players surviving. They still don't have a lot of cash, even with the upgrade to the AK-47. There's not a lot of money behind this purchase. And that's the interesting thing is actually, I mean, NIP has the money to get 1 or 2 rifles, and they could actually even buy some pistols around it. Dennis has already bought a Deagle and armor, though, and he was the one who had the money for the AK. So I think they might, with that already occurring, choose to play conservative.
Yeah, I suppose from NIP's perspective, it's still fairly early in the half. They've already got 4 rounds. It's not a bad foundation at all. They can get another couple of rounds. They'll be in pretty good shape going through to their CT side.
It's all about how tantalizing. They know the money's low on Vega, right? It's all about how tantalizing that prospect is of getting a reset here at 4-4. I mean, it would be a tough round to win with what they would have been brought into it, but Sometimes we see teams make those decisions. You can slingshot a few more rounds off of it. Oh, through the smoke, this AUG is going to chew him up. There's 3 kills, going to go for a 4th. JR, he's got the pistol out now. Get right. Just a Glock, can't do anything. Dennis does trade it off, but the damage is done. Now you can only hope for 1 or 2 more kills.
Would still be pretty valuable, though, if Dennis can maybe take 3 players with him in total, so 2 more. Because as you say, I mean, the economy isn't fantastic for Vega. Ooh, flicking across the Hutchie's face. Maybe a bit of a mistake to overextend like that without anybody else to help him out. Does seem like a bit of a free kill.
Probably is, but I mean, you know, when you're in a 4-on-1, you always feel extremely confident, especially when you know he has the deagle. But yeah, the risk is what he got that time. Taken down. Dennis could even get 1 more. Now if he gets 1 more off this, and this 1 versus 3, that's a very good round for NIP, all things considered. He's even got the AUG that he's picked up. This could be magnificent.
And remember, he was the player that got the armor as well. He was on around $4,000, $4,500. So deagle armor at the start of this round, so aim punch won't be an issue. They had a player in connector, so they know that he hasn't rotated down there, at least not from the middle part of the map. Maybe back towards T-spawn, and Tony Black's peak is perfect. Still, nice try by Dennis.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with the 2 kills, especially considering it was, you know, he got those in a 1-on-5, so not too shabby at all. AK's starting to come out for the Ninjas. They're back in the money. That's the kind of round, if you're JR, you're just loving life. That's the one where you're just like, yep, I could take those all day long.
Stats padded, ADR soaring.
Hell yeah.
Love to see it. But here we go. Nip do finally have the AKs in play. UMP on Lekro. And this time, JR's going to mix up the pace. He's playing more aggro, and the early nade damage is brutal. It's get right again. Just 13 health remaining in the first 15 or so seconds.
I didn't catch it, but I'm assuming there was some kind of a boost to give him that damage. And yeah, maybe a Molotov, maybe a nade that rings in as well. That's tough. He's actually lost out on a couple of the early duels over towards this B bomb site. And actually right there, maybe just a half second away from losing his life. Pretty solid mid-round peek from Hutchie. Out towards long. Oh, Dennis, you are insane. Not expecting the aggression, not expecting them to be halfway up. Knife was out. A good find for Vega early in this round, and NIP can't even respond. No one in position to get anything out of that. You have Get Right essentially dead. Very little utility, only 1 smoke on the Ninja's side, so this round is going to get so difficult.
And the worrying part of this too is that in terms of rifle rounds, NIP have only won 1.
Yeah.
They got the pistol, they got the subsequent 2 rounds after that because Vega were playing more passive.
A 3rd round, we can count that as a rifle round.
Sure. But in terms of the rifle rounds, they have been really struggling. Lekro going to be taking point. 30 seconds left, just a few flashes and a smoke to play with, but he has pierced the head of Chopper, which is going to give them a lifeline, albeit a fleeting one. As now Lekro's also been tagged down heavy. Rez, the player they desperately need to deliver a big performance here, has found himself a kill, but there's simply nowhere near enough time to posture anymore. They've got to force the bomb down. In doing so, Rez is going to take some damage from the Molotov. Just 50% remains, but he's going to be switching across to the head of Crush. And is so close to clutching this round out. 1 bullet will seal it up, and Rez makes soup out of Vega Squadron. That is a nutty clutch.
What a hero. We called him out in the pregame. We've called him out and said he needed to perform, and that is a huge round. Trapped inside the bomb site. Players at different heights as well, coming out of the smoke. Those 2 kills, the one up at the balcony and the one on the ramp, that's a thing of beauty. What a great round, including the entry kill onto this bomb site as well to bail NIP out of a 4-on-5. Excuse me, that was Lekro, but still, huge performance, huge clutch for Rez.
What a time to do it as well. So much on the line, the balance of economy, back and forth.
I mean, screw that, go bigger, Vince. The entire major on the line in this series, and he performs like that in the opening map.
Absolutely. Good way to start things off. Confidence building. Currently 97 ADR for the youngster with 11 frags. Tony Black, though, also almost identical stats.
Yeah, they are going blow for blow, aren't they? That's not bad at all. Haven't seen Tony Black have a clutch like that yet, though.
Yes, not quite the same impact.
Rez has the edge. And we got a shotgun. Shotgun CZ, 2 SMGs. Vega's out of money after this. Blowing that door open with a nade can be a little bit scary if you're the terrorist on the other side of it. Obviously, you call that out and you don't know if it's going to be followed up by any kind of aggression, especially if you only have a UMP. You're not going to be interested in taking any kind of a peek. Get Right's going to get some action as well. You'd imagine they're going to flash through the smoke. There it is. And Get Right needs to fall away, but they are going to continue to push and swarm, and now they have a lot of information. NIP so far back across the map, they can't actually react towards A to gain some ground somewhere. That is a good play from Vega.
Can really see the cogs turning in the decision-making there for the CTs. Hasn't yielded a kill, but it has got some vital map presence. And when your weaponry is this weak and poor, that's exactly what you're looking to do. Rez, in the meanwhile, the hero of the last round, could be getting flanked momentarily. Hutchie's making moves. He's going to find a completely vulnerable Forest. No one watching Connector. It is going to cost them a life and potentially the round.
Yeah, they just lost. I mean, Lekro had to fall away from that. And look at Vega. They are just infiltrating this map like cockroaches. They're everywhere. Hutchie. Going to be able to get one more. That is an immediate headshot onto Dennis. Rez has to get aggressive on him, and he does win that fight, about half HP, but they still have Tony Black flanking from behind. Rez is never going to expect this. That's the bomb as well. Get Right comes back, finds the kill. His teammates have all gone, and the aggression from Vega across the map, this is just NIP not being aggressive at any one point during that round, and Vega's going to take advantage of that. At some point, NIP has to apply pressure.
Exactly. This is something that we mentioned a couple of rounds ago. NIP have constantly been so slow in their approach that eventually Vega were like, look, we don't have great guns. We got some SMGs in play. Why not push the aggression? Why not take the fight to the T's?
Which worries me a little bit, because when you're playing this passive and you're looking for that aggression, I mean, if your plan is to play this passive, then you cannot take damage from a push up those stairs from the door. Like, the entire point of playing that passive is to prevent early round damage and prevent damage from flanks and CT aggression. And just miscommunication, losing track of that one vital part of the map. Allowed a kill up the stairs, allowed the flank up the ladder to wrap around towards the B bomb site.
This round is going to be quicker, but of course it is just full on Glocks. It's not like they have too many other options. Just a case of playing the waiting game now for Vega Squadron.
Well, I mean, it's also a case of NIP knowing they're about to head to the slaughter. They have no utility, they only have Glocks. And there shouldn't be a chance in hell that they win this. Now they spot one. That nade can do massive damage, but this crossfire should be enough.
Yeah, indeed it shall be enough. Crush. A bit late, but at the end, it is going to cost them 2 lives. Make it 3. This is now getting into the realms of possibility for Forest, albeit with 18 health, but we've seen him pull off crazier plays than this in the past. With so much on the line, is Forest about to become... Oh, man, I started to believe there. Jason, I actually started to believe.
I did as well. That is wild that NIP came that close. And again, the money they've taken away is so valuable, because NIP can get a reset here down the stretch at round 13 if they win this. And that might be enough to give them an 8-7 lead at halftime. We'll have to see how it pans out. Rez and Dennis have not won an entry duel. Those two players, we saw the phenomenal clutch out of Rez. Struggling to find the openings, but not so much with the closing.
It is pretty damn rough on the T side of Overpass. We'll have to see here if JR and Crush can once again claim Connector for Vega Squadron. So far, that flank is well and truly planted firmly in the ground.
This is so dangerous, though. NIP, again, the staircase control goes over to Vega. That can be so deadly. It's going to be a fast flank. Although now that they get that one kill, good kill from Lekro, it's worth his death. They're able to clear it out, and that's a peek from Force. He can't land the shot. A 3-on-3. Now 2, and the bomb is not planted.
Yeah, peeking 2 players without getting the bomb secured first. Could come back to haunt the Ninjas here. The player advantage now goes firmly in favor of Vega, and to make matters worse, Tony Black is on the prowl. He can smell blood in the water. Dennis gonna spray, can't get it done. And the flank not even required. Vega hold on.
NIP really struggling when they've had those chances to get an advantage, to get the momentum on this T side. 5-8 in the favor of Vega Squadron. Tony Black with 14 kills, Crush with 12, JR not too far behind that at 11. Pretty solid performance. And yeah, you mentioned it earlier, the gun rounds have been all Vega. All starting that round 4. Remember, that's when Crush with the Deagle kills 4 inside of the A bomb site, all on his own, to win that round, to steal one away from NIP. Not only did they steal the round, they stole all the momentum.
Timeout called. Just try and muster some master plan of how NIP can bounce back. Again, 5 rounds wouldn't be the worst case scenario, but they'd love to get 6 or 7 here. Probably feel hard done by if they don't after winning the pistol. More than half their rounds on this half have been off the back of the pistol round. And I believe in the desk they actually talked about Vega only winning 1 pistol round so far in all of their matches, so that poor stat continues.
Well, it hasn't hurt them too much here. All things considered, I mean, they rebounded quite nicely. And NIP, ever since those first 3 rounds, they've won a round and lost immediately afterwards. So we've seen a lot of rounds of NIP with Deagles, with Glocks, with P250s, and not a whole lot to fight with. This is a half buy. This time, everyone's got an upgraded pistol. There's 4 players with armor, so a bit more danger, but no utility. Get Right gets caught long range in a duel with an AUG, and actually pretty admirable that he even did that amount of damage to it. That needs to be traded, and it is. And with his teammate's death, JR is going to fall back, stem the bleeding. And that's an AUG passed over to NIP.
And again, it's the man that so nearly pulled off a miraculous clutch that has it in the form of Forrest. His stats haven't been fantastic for this game, but he's got a lot of big kills when they've been required. Rez, of course, his ridiculous clutch earlier on. Making a move on the short side of A. Trying to whiz past Bathroom, see if they can catch one of Vega, looking for information. But to be fair to Vega, they've been very disciplined. They're playing more of a passive defense this round. Nade goes over, does quite a bit of damage. Have spotted the player back at bank, which will be JR. Speaking of the man, he has been slotted by Lekro, but the damage is brutal for NIP, and they simply can't handle it.
And those AUGs stand far back as well. Hard to find those with the Deagle kills, and a great decision by Vega to stay that far back. Probably assuming with the half buy that they would have very little utility, if any, and they were correct. 9-5 now, heading into the last round of the half, and that half purchase was just so that this round NIP could have the AK-47s. They got 5 of them. We haven't seen the AWP on this T side, which is, I guess, fine. They haven't really had a whole lot of money to play with, have they?
Yeah, they've been in this perpetual state of half buys and rummaging together some AKs with a lack of utility. You'd hope that that would change on the CT side for NIP, but they will get some AWPs in play. JR's had a few, had a bit of impact with them. And again, NIP, quite a slow start, and it's just playing into the hands of Vega Squadron. 2 early picks. And yes, Get Right, he's going to get himself 1 in return, but Forrest has been decimated elsewhere on the map, down to 19. And this is looking like Vega will end the first half at 10 rounds.
It's going to be desperate unless Rez can step up to the plate one more time. And again, Vega's going to execute this long strategy. Some mid-round aggression. Oh, I don't know how JR missed that, but Force is going to have no idea. Is he going to check to the right? Not even at all. Nice movement on this defense. A very mobile, adaptive defense from Vega Squadron. And they find themselves a good lead.
Excellent positioning across the map as well. It's going to be Hachi to close down the half. It will indeed be 10-5 in favor of the Russian team.
Yeah, they have a good lead, and NIP without some mid-map, mid-half heroics from Rez, this could have been even worse. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll finish up map 1. 10-5 lead for Vega Squadron at half. Switching sides, NIP is going to be on the defense. We did not see very much aggression out of them on their offense. This defensive side for them has to be great. They might be able to take advantage of a Vega Squadron that's had weakened pistols. Well, let's see. They'll have to carry it out throughout this entire half. This is an elimination game. The loser goes home. The winner plays again tomorrow for a spot in the major.
One of the reasons Overpass is such a great map, in my opinion, is you can play aggressive on the CT side. So let's hope the NIP do it, because they were so passive on that T side, it was quite unbelievable.
Maybe they took notes from Vega. Maybe they're like, oh, I like those pushes. Vega had complete control from their CT side of that staircase pretty much whenever they wanted it. Here we go, Get Right playing with the smoke out, just waiting for the Molotov to come in on a B execute, but it's not going to happen. There's a big stack from the Ninjas towards that B bomb site. 3 players there right now. Dennis was cheating over to play in balcony. Rez wants to make an information play, but he's got to be careful. At this point in the round, Vega could be anywhere. They could be close up, and if he's looking the wrong way, they're about to turn that corner along. He's going to be in some trouble. Out in the open, Oli responds, but there's no chance he gets away. They're going to push forward, and if you're an IP, you got to let him play on his own. That's a great first headshot. He would love one more, but he can't get it. Slowly tapping away, trying to find one more frag for his team. Now you start to see the rotations coming in.
Yeah, fouling attempt. They don't have connector control, though, so there could be a case of an over-rotation coming into play. Hutchie is playing the interference. He is trying to bait as many of the Ninjas over to this side as possible, while the rest of the team closes on the B side. And they will be getting the B site. The bomb will be getting planted in a 3-on-2 retake with Get Right pretty low. Just 48 health remains for him, and he's been spotted in heaven with a smoke in his eyes. He's going to have to pull back.
What a sick call from Vega. How decisive was that? They saw the opportunity, they seized it. Lekro's USP is in JR's hands, and it's doing work. Get Right, 1-on-3, not gonna happen, not even one. Triple kill for JR. 11-5 now, and Vega have grabbed a commanding hold of this map.
Such a sick call. 40-odd seconds left, no connector control for NIP. So they knew they could rotate down to B.
That's the aggression we never saw out of the Ninjas, not from a player. Hutchie wins this round, just getting into the A bomb site, caution to the wind, make something happen for your team. He saw an opportunity, saw a gap in the defense, and he made the most of it. Dennis couldn't stop him inside the site. At that point, they believed it was going to be an attack on the A bomb site, and Dennis felt like he would have overextended if he swung out too wide. Investment in the second round for the Ninjas. They need something. That is a good tag with the scout. Hutchie down low. With that MAC-10, and those pistols can easily clean him up.
Absolutely, that's a great passage of play for NIP, and he also escapes some full health. It was a bit unfortunate not to get the kill, wasn't far off the head. That being said now, NIP are playing more aggro. Dennis, just outside connector. Rez still peering from short side of A. It's a solid smoke, though. He's not entirely sure as to what's coming up from Vega Squadron. They could be pushing aggro, so he's going to have to bide his time, and he's wrapped around to long A instead. But of course, as we have the benefit of seeing, Vega are nowhere near. They are making a move on the B side of the map.
It's all right, though, because NIP have a decent amount of information. They know there's no presence towards long. They have Dennis in the staircase, or right by it. He's not hearing anything. There is one player watching for that. The only thing they need to do now is what they're doing. They're rotating Rez over to get a stack at this B site. Here comes the hit.
Lekro's going to need some help very, very shortly. Otherwise, this site is going to be completely overrun with terrorists. And Chopper comes in for the first significant damage to Forest. He has to wait. That grenade's going to claim his life from Chopper. And now Rez, who started the round with damage on Hutchie, is going to have to finish it off with this scout. Does get a bit of help from Get Right. And now this is getting a little bit awkward for Vega Squadron. Oh, that was so close. A weakened Chopper will just about best Get Right on 7 health. And now Rez on 45 is going to have to try and retake. He pulled off a sick clutch in the first half. This may actually be better, but it's not going to happen. 12-5 lead.
So close. Good recovery for Vega into that bomb site. Chopper with 4 kills. They've had some players step up in big ways when it's needed most. NIP, even with 3 players there, couldn't find a way to get 2 players on the point of contact. And Chopper's able to sit far back and land that final kill. His 4th, as I said. Full utility, couple MAC-10s. JR sticking on the Deagle to preserve economy. NIP They're down 5-12. They actually invest a decent amount, a couple P250s. They have nades all across the board on 4 players. And yeah, that might hurt for the first gun run, but you can understand exactly why they want to do it. They need some element of danger in this round.
The terrifying prospect here too, Moses, is this is the choice of NIP. Overpass was their decision.
It's not looking like a wise one, is it? I mean, the desk also did mention that this map pool Sean was talking, it works out perfectly for Vega Squadron. Expressed some concern for the Ninjas in that sense, and they're proving him right at the moment. The bummer of this for NIP is, with JR with no weapon, with just a Deagle, with the 2 MAC-10s, Vega have plenty of tools to use to scout out any part of the map they want before they commit to it. That nade stack is designed, if they come through Monster, to just blow up 2-3 players. You congregate in that choke point in that area as if you attack, but if it's only 1 MAC-10 coming through, those nades are not going to do anything.
Absolutely, and as soon as the player sees the barrage of grenades firing their way, the call will come that A should be clear, and Vega will pounce upon it. As they're finding out right now, Chopper, with 25 seconds left, starting to make inroads towards the site. Molotov's going to go down just to be absolutely safe and secure.
If you're NIP, I know it sounds crazy, you might as well just save. You bring those nades into the next round. They're going to try and take out the planner, but these nades aren't going to go anywhere. That's over towards the truck. Actually, great damage on a Tony Block. They've got 1. That could be the entrance, but it's still such an uphill battle. They have a flank from Lekro. That's going to get eliminated. And the rest of them should get chewed up as well. This MAC-10 at close range, I don't think they can do anything against it. It would take an incredible shot, jumping around the corner. Chopper doesn't even let him have it. Massive damage onto 2, but they're still doing some work. Actually, this went much better for NIP than I expected. Forrest is going to find that. No chance of winning. He doesn't have a kit, and he's got no HP. The best he can do is take this AK and run. Crush has him beat.
Yeah, I was hoping that Crush was maybe bank long somewhere like that. Unfortunately for Forrest, he wasn't.
That is a good effort from NIP, all things considered, though.
Definitely.
But good efforts don't really do a whole lot at this stage of the game. You're down 8 rounds, 5-13. You need those wins.
Yeah, the good effort doesn't somehow half the deficit of 8 rounds.
Yeah.
It's still very much there.
You don't get points for trying.
They do, however, get some more grenades for some of those kills that they picked up. So it's going to be 4 Orcs, 1 M4, a couple kits sprinkled in with plenty of nades. And it's good to see that NIP are going to be a bit more aggressive in this round and take the fight to Vega Squadron. It could backfire, though, because the nades are starting to fire in. Dennis, not going to get wrecked off the Molotov, doesn't spread to his feet just yet. But look at how aggressive Vega have been through Connector compared to NIP. They're already throwing Molotovs into the site. They're already dispersing.
They're already forcing out counter utility from the Ninjas, so eventually when they do decide where to go, they'll have a much easier time. 1 smoke left on NIP with 1:10 left in the round. Hutchie's going to take a bit of damage, some response to his spamming. That'll at least force Vega back for now. They have the bomb towards the B bomb site. They don't have any control over towards A. Dennis, oh, he pulls the trigger a little early, does handle it from there. And now Vega realize they just have to go forward. They have to attack this B bomb site, but actually, Forrest is falling back. This could be scary.
It's only Lekro at this stage, but he's going to be able to stand his ground and then some with 2 kills. However, the counteracting frags are coming into play. Rez, in the meanwhile, makes short work of Chopper, but it's down to JR, and he's been found by Dennis. So NIP hold on. Lekro deserves a lot of the plaudits for that round, though. His 2 kills were massive.
Deserves all of it. Forrest so far back, able to get picked off. If it wasn't for those 2 kills from Lekro at the start, I think that bomb site would have been overrun, even before those flanks were able to have impact. Either way, doesn't matter. NIP's got the round 6-13. Their first of this second half. And with the damage done in the previous round, they can't buy. All those nades and USPs and P250s did some damage to the money. So Vega is going to have to wait to fight. And now the Ninjas start taking control stairs. Get right about halfway down. He's got some backup. It's a bold fight to take for Crush. He's having a good game, though, 18-9. Tied with JR at 18 as well. Tony Black, 1 behind at 17.
The The worry for Nip, though, is they took some losses in that previous round too, so their funds aren't great. If they lose a couple of players, it could catch up with them. So far, so good, though, for the Swedes. 2 kills in quick succession.
With this kind of a start, they should be able to make this a clean round. Maybe not all 5 surviving, but they need to keep as many guns in their hands at the end of this as possible. This is a bold push up long. Especially, Dennis is there kind of supporting.
Oh, Rez, I was going to say, did he not see him? Just about in time. JR has been found. I believe he may have seen the bomb drop there as well. Drop from JR into the hands of Chopper, and he is going to go the same way. And it is a flawless clean sweep by Ninjas in Pajamas, their 7th round.
5 kills for Dennis in these last 2. They would love to have him heat up. Mentioned Rez struggling throughout this tournament a couple times throughout this map. He's at 18-14, leading the way for the Ninjas. They absolutely needed that. Everyone else just playing solid. AK's on the board for Hutchie, Crush, JR, and Chopper. Tony Black is kind of stuck at 3,300, so he's going to get a P250. I don't quite know how to say Tony Black. It always feels like a powerful name. Tony Black.
I feel like it sounds like a gangster name or something. Like from The Sopranos, you know?
Yeah.
That P250 does mean he can afford more in terms of grenades, and Chopper already.
Ooh!
Just blistering pace out of short side. JR in the meanwhile is going to find Dennis.
Dennis is probably so mad that JR is playing that passively and just holding that narrow of an angle. Ooh, Rez, gotta be careful. There's some aggression at long as well. That's Get Right, but he's falling back pretty fast. He wants nothing to do with this battle. Ooh, JR again. Oh, he's gonna get a 3rd. Just death matching, and he's found 3 of the Ninjas, and that is exactly what you don't want.
That's how it felt watching it. It was like deathmatch. Ninjas running out one by one into his arms. Get Right may be able to find the flank onto him. He's just around the left side. Gonna find him now. Doesn't want to take any risks or gambles with a knife.
They have to see if they can fight for this round. Lekro, they can't really save here. They need Lekro to see if he can get anything out of this in this hit. Maybe 1 or 2 kills. They can give Get Right a favorable position in a 1-on-2. But they're both here. They can actually really hurt this take. That's a good opening. Get Right needs to be the next point of contact. They need to trade the aggression. Lekro's down so low. And look at him. Does he want to try and stop the plant? They faked it. They didn't hear him. He can do this. He's going to find the planter, but they both die immediately afterwards. 14 rounds for Vega.
You could see it may be happening, but unfortunately there was 4 players for Vega Squadron, just strength in numbers, too many to contend with. And the Ninjas now 7 rounds behind. And Vega 2 rounds shy of going through to their choice of map of Train. A map to the good and an elimination match.
Ooh, that's a tiny pixel.
Spicy plays by JR.
How good was that round from JR? Unreal. That one hurt. Took a lot away. This is fast paced. There goes Lekro. He's the only defender of the B bomb site. This couldn't be more of a disaster.
Especially as the rest of NIP have been smoked off, so this is going to be free real estate. Get Right going to make a move in though, but the bomb is being planted. The other side of the smoke, he's not going to be able to stop this. The other side of the pillar, Forrest has found Chopper. Looking to vanquish, banish Vega Squadron off this site if they can. Going to be far easier said than done. Very passive positions being assumed by the likes of JR. Back outside the other side of Monster. Get Right, second best in that trade, will get the Molotov kill. All the same, Rez goes in for 2, and now it's down to that man, JR.
It's not planted for him, though. They can actually get this Oh, he burns! They don't have any kits! That might have been the one. They're defusing it now. I think they should have it. It's going to be so close. Oh, no.
Oh, no, they don't have it.
No, the Ninjas! Oh, that is heartbreaking.
The Molotov, the last tick, Rez.
That's unreal. Well, Vega get away with one. It was actually, all things considered, a pretty solid retake, but just not enough money for a kit down the stretch, and Rez, just that last tick of the flames.
Can we,
That'll take the wind right out of your sails.
It sure will. Can we light the candle in chat, please? Absolutely devastating, because as you say, the bomb was not planted. Rez was getting on the site. The last tick of the Molotov took him down. And now 8 map points for Vega. And again, Chopper does not respect Nip at all. He's straight out there. Electro, though, is going to hold the line alongside Forrest. And maybe there's some life left in the Swedes yet. They are a player up. Make that 2. Get Right decides to take the fight to Crush. And Tony Black on a measly 26 health is all that remains. His teammates have been pounded ahead of him. And fair play to Nip, they are going to hold on.
Those smokes actually ended up, I mean, you said it perfectly, not having any respect for NIP, just going for the straight rush. And once they get slowed down, the smokes that are set up actually help the Ninjas instead. Vega's having to run through their own smokes to try and find the kills. But you can afford to have a round or 2 like that if you're Vega, because you're so far ahead. Why not try and see if you can catch him off guard? I don't mind the call whatsoever.
Because again, now it forces Nip's hand to putting more Molotovs down, more smokes. They're going to have to waste valuable utility going forward if they can extend this towards overtime. It is overtime or bust at this stage.
What scares me the most about it is it does seem like NIP is playing pretty tentative. If you go back to the first half of how slow-paced their T-side was, never really doing any kind of aggression, it seems like their focus is more on not making mistakes than trying to actually win this game. That is a botched fight for Get Right. That would have been a huge kill to have to open things up. And he's got to be worried about them surrounding him. He does have teammates in bathrooms to watch for this, but actually Vega's pushing up long rest spots. That can't find that kill. Good information for Vega of where the defenders are, and you can see they're falling back as a collective. The aggression doesn't work out for NIP. Back to the bomb sites we go.
Both teams regrouping to an extent, looking for round 2 to kick in. 50 seconds left. With connector control, Vega can poke and probe either of the sites. Maybe try and catch Nip in an over-rotation. That's a great start, though, for Nip in this skirmish. At least they have taken some of the pressure off, and there's another one, but JR does find Rez. That's going to be a weapon trading hands. He's going to join the rest of his team with the AK-47. But only 20 seconds here, Moses. I mean, surely Vega can't pull this off.
I'd like to think so. And indeed, Forrest and Electro control that B bomb site. A 9th round for NIP. Starting to get close to those double digits, and it should be another round without too much heavy weaponry on the Vega side. One player, JR, at 4,300. Everyone else is at 3,000 or just below it. So I think they're just going to sit back. Maybe another half buy with Deagles and P250s and some utility. Still rounds to play with if you're Vega, but you got to be careful. We've seen some great comebacks in this event so far. Feels like a lot of teams have had more pressure applied when they have the opportunity of advancing rather than being eliminated. That nade slows him down in the fire. Oh my God. All right, Forrest is having a barbecue.
I can't imagine Shark tastes nice on the barbecue, though. But he'll take the 4 kills.
Never had Shark, Vince.
I have to say I haven't either.
Is that even a thing you eat?
I feel like you probably can, yeah.
Okay.
Never had it personally.
I say Forrest just go hunt for this kill. Let him have the ace. Well, Get Right's an ass.
I'm sure Forrest is so focused on the game, he doesn't
yeah, he
care.
doesn't care.
Bit of a smile there. Good to see. But this is where the pressure starts to mount again, because Vega, they've had 2 pretty weak rounds in a row. Now it's the big guns.
Yeah, they got the AWP on JR. They've got the SG-553 with Tony Black's hands. We know that bad boy can dish out some punishment. Here we go. Aggression from NIP as well. There can be a huge skirmish here early on in this round. Dennis is going to be called upon with that AWP because Rez aggressive at Fountain. Dennis with the AWP is the one watching his back. You essentially are letting Rez take all the fight to his death, and just make sure he only has to look in one direction. That flashbang, or excuse me, that smoke. A little off angle. Right behind this, there's the first. Peeks out to the other side, sees Chopper. Dennis peeks it with the AWP. Look at how they've rotated where they're watching. Perfect teamwork for Rez and Dennis. It's got NIP a 3-man lead in this round.
Off the back of aggression, this is what we've been waiting for. Vega with Tony and Crush. Gonna see if they can inflict some kind of damage, but the answer seems a resounding no. Tony Black would do well to get any kills from this encounter, and it's not gonna happen. So another flawless round. I don't think a single point of health was lost that.
No, that was so cool from
Super
Rez and
clean.
Dennis. That was so cool. That's probably not even a whole lot of communication. That's probably a pre-planned thing that Dennis, he's like, oh, you've taken a fight, I'm gonna go peek there, help you out, and then Rez just turns when he realizes Dennis has set up the artillery for him. Another timeout for Vega Squadron. They have one remaining. One more to use in these last 4 rounds. NIP have got to win 4 more in a row to make it 8 straight to force overtime.
I'm beginning to believe now, I've got to say. These last few rounds have looked pretty solid.
You got that nip magic feeling, Vince? Starting to build its way up your spine?
I don't know if I'd go that far.
From your plums?
Well, they're only 4 rounds behind. This should be a freebie. Then they're really breathing down the necks of Vega. They still have 3 timeouts as well to use if they so choose it. They're going to go for a similar play with Rez this time peeking. Nothing forthcoming, so he backs away. I think at this stage, NIP have a good read of the economy. They know it's going to be against pistols. The last thing you want to do is get overrun as an AWP.
It helps that NIP have a lot of money built up as well. I think that might be why we start seeing a little bit more of that aggression from the Ninjas, is that they have some cash to sustain some losses and be able to rebuy in the future rounds. That certainly helps. And Vegas seem to have been tempered. This is perhaps the slowest we've seen them in this second half. Look how far back they waited until just under 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Peek over from JR. Can't see anything. There's a smoke there anyway. Haven't quite got into connector yet. Or the front portion of connector. I think Chopper is now starting to make a move. We saw some pretty tasty boosts in there just a couple of days ago. Landing some kills. I believe it was G2. With 35 seconds left, Vega have taken their sweet time to get to this point. Haven't really got any information for themselves. They do have some nades though, which are going to start to rain in towards the A side.
Dennis hasn't peeked out towards the passageway at all. There is a smoke blocking it, so I'm guessing he's assuming that there's players there already. Get right, is he going to get in front of this smoke? This A bomb site's about to be under a lot of attack. Dennis just holding an angle. That's a great flick down.
Yeah, excellent flick, does miss the second one, and now Vegas should be retaliating. They should be making a charge, but Get Right has no problem with that. His M4 will do the talking for him, and Nip pick up another one. That's what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row now?
Yeah, it's 5, so the full losing bonus in the favor of Vegas Squadron. We shouldn't see too many more saves out of them for the rest of this half, especially if they're ever able to get into a bomb site and get a plant, but that's been tough. The previous 2 rounds, NIP hasn't dropped a player. Can they actually come back all the way?
Solid work by Get Right. Yeah, I mean, the way these last 5 rounds have been going, it's looked pretty simple for Ninjas. Double ups were in play, but Dennis is going to be taking it now. Early on, Nip did have some presence in connector, but they're going to piece out of that. Felt a bit too hot to handle. Don't want to give any lives away now. Not they've battled so valiantly to pull it back.
This position from Forest could be interesting. I think they need a second player here to help them out. Obviously, they can't know that, but there's 2 players in the underpass, in the staircase. Yeah, Lekro's going to join up to watch Forest back. 2 players in bathroom, Rez and Dennis. At AWP and Dennis hands, covering each other. We saw him do it so well at Fountain just a couple rounds ago. Courtesy flush.
Flash in, but didn't follow it.
I don't think Chopper saw Dennis with that jump over. He saw him with that one, though. Rez is going to get aggressive behind that. That's bold. He's got the Molotov to cover the position. Oh, what kind of a play is Rez going to make here? I don't think Chopper has any idea. Beautiful. Nice find on the pick. Oh, he's going to go down the stairs. He's going to try and do more. That might have been too much. Crush patiently waiting.
Could have been a round-winning play. Instead, now gives a bit of a chance, but the bomb has been dropped in an awkward, horrendous position for Vega. And that is a round-losing moment.
The Ninjas have woken up. This has been a great run, perhaps the best we've seen them play this whole map. It's now going to be 6 rounds in a row. JR has no chance. Save the AK. He's not going to get any of that full losing bonus, but it's all right. He can buy utility behind that, plenty of it if his teammates want to buy, and I imagine they would. This has got to be frustrating if you're Vega Squadron. 15-7 at one point, now 15-13.
Could be going the full distance. Who would have thought? One point it looked like an impossible task. But yet here we are. Nip once again, resilient, tenacious.
That's all the timeouts for Vega as well, by the way. If this goes to overtime, they have nothing to use. NIP, on the other hand, have 3. And obviously, if you're NIP, you're not even thinking about using a timeout right now because you've won 6 in a row. Just keep doing what you're doing. They haven't figured out a way to stop it. You've mixed in some aggression. You've mixed in hyper-aggression and, you know, just the aggression to take a shot and fall back. I've seen Rez go for this spam and op shot towards... Ooh, I thought that was going to do it.
They look very close. I mean, the other scary prospect for Vega is that the last 6 rounds, they haven't got a bomber down. There's no defuses, no bomb plants.
Yep.
They've been just completely shut out. It could not have been any more clinical from the CTs.
Well, here we go. A lot of utility. Oh, get right. That flashbang probably scared him. That probably felt like that was going to be the hit. Force is actually did force out a decent amount of counter nades out of NIP. There's still 4 smokes, 3 Molotovs, and plenty of flashbangs. This is going to be a pretty deadly B hit. Force, Get Right, and Lekro have a big job to do, and they've only got a Molotov and a flash to do it with. It is just against pistols, but we all know 1 kill comes out early for Vega, and that could allow them to just run over this bomb site so quickly.
They also do have the AK-47 in the very trusty hands of JR. Has already done a boatload of damage over the duration of this match. Waiting to initiate the execute. Oh, Vega. Time starting to dwindle. Here we go. They're pushing the button. Foot to the floor. JR is going to be going in first. Can he get the entry those so desperately require? It will be one of the pistol players. Get Right. Aggression through the tunnels is not going to work. And Monster will be his tomb. In the meanwhile, Vega Squadron with a player to the good and now moving to the site and will be getting that bomb planted. Oh no, they won't. It's denied. Tony Black gets blown up.
That's done so much damage. JR and Chopper are just a hit away from going down. NIP must have this retake. It's been a beautiful half from them so far. Chopper waiting inside the smoke. It clears. Trying to find an opponent. It's not going to happen. Just crush. And they're waiting so patiently, so far back as NIP. Nothing coming for Vega. 14-15, NIP playing for overtime.
How many people out there would have thought this would go the full 30 rounds?
Certainly not when they saw it 15-7. This has been a phenomenal comeback from NIP. Another chance for Vega, though. They still have that full losing bonus. They found a way to get into that bomb site and get the bomb planted, so they have everything they could possibly want. They have the AWP and JR. He's missing 2 nades, but that's it. Otherwise, everyone is fully kitted out. Same with NIP, and how fitting is that? One last round where everyone has what they need.
First bomb plant in 7 rounds. So much on the line. Elimination will be occurring for one of these teams. And Vega were on the brink of getting first blood on the map pool, but instead, maybe the Ninjas can take us to overtime. As you said, Moses, the weaponry for both teams is looking very good. Some damage done. Chopper and Crush. Puts them in the 1-tap range of the AUG now. That Get Right has.
It's a very narrow angle for Rez, designed to get information. They can get pretty close in bathrooms, though. Dennis is peering down it with an AWP. NIP playing very passive this round, no information. They're trying to save some utility for the hit that's surely going to come. They just don't know which bomb site it is. Now starting to creep out of the A site. Smoke towards long is telling. You can see the third player at B, Get Right, playing the rotator. Good opening kill from Dennis, that's huge.
Again, Vega using all of their allocated time to get even close to the site. 25 seconds. Not much information gathered. Very little utility left too. Just the Molotov in the hands of Hutji. There is going to be a tsunami of sharks making their way over towards the A side. Is it going to get shut down? So far, so good. Dennis is holding it off, but now Chopper and Tony Black, last two remaining players, and the Ninjas have taken us to overtime.
They've come all the way back. What a brilliant run for NIP. 8-0 down the stretch to force overtime. You have got to be stunned if you're Vega Squadron. You had this match sewn up. It didn't even seem like NIP were really in it. Rez with 27, Get Right and Forrest with 22, Dennis with 21. Those are the guys down the stretch. I mean, Get Right, and obviously that triple kill in the last one, but Dennis was great with the op and also finding the information. Here's Get Right coming through the smoke, and simply not enough bodies for Vega Squadron to watch that kind of a play. Here we are, first round of overtime. 3 rounds per side, $10,000 start money if you're new to the overtime rules at the CSGO Majors.
And once again, the T sides have so much value. Both teams only mustering 5.
Force has done that spam a couple times, and it finally gets him some results. Finds the opening kill on a Chopper. What a no better time to have it happen. 5-on-4, Dennis with the op. Oh, he was playing with the scope. I'm not quite sure what that was, and Hutji surprises him. That's a stunning shot.
Excellent shot. Vega Squadron starting to make a move down, connect to the bomb. He's dropped towards T-spawn, though. It's going to take a few seconds to get back there and pick it up. It looks like Crush is the man to do it. There's JR, though. He's pounced on Forrest. That's 2 losses they've sustained on the A side. It's going to be very weakened.
Yeah, and NIP is going to have a decision to make. You can see Get Right's rotating back towards A, and even Lekro's backed off of that B site. They want to be able to rotate quickly if that hit was going to come in behind the pick. But with that kill onto Dennis and so much time on the clock, it was a lot for JR to just have the freedom to peer into that bomb site. NIP, if they want to find out where this is going to come from, it almost feels like they have to make some kind of an aggressive play. At the moment, they're stacking the B site, but it's the wrong call. And JR is about to get all this information with the op. He's going to see absolutely nothing. And I imagine with the money working the way it does in overtime, that NIP, if this bomb goes down, that they might just save. If the CT side loses the first 2 rounds of overtime, they will be completely broke in the third. They have to be careful about this.
It seems that they are going to go for it, though, Jason. They're throwing a Molotov out, hoping that Hutji walks into the crosshairs of Rez, and that's exactly what's happened. And with the loss of Hutji's life, we now move to a 3-on-3. Rez has taken other quality and thrown it away, giving Nip the advantage in this retake, and now it's down to Crush. Can't quite flick across for the second, and Nip, with a beautiful retake, will give them the lead. That was the first time in ages.
That was so sick, and this coordination that NIP's brought out in these last 9 rounds has been insane, something we didn't see in the entirety of the first half. The Molotov from Bank to force that truck player into the open. Just beautiful, all things considered. Great job. And I think NIP, I mean, this is the first lead they've had since winning the pistol in the first, 3 rounds in that first half.
Yep, they've been trailing pretty much this entire map so far. What a time to take the lead, though, in the overtime. And as you say, I mean, their economy was up in the air. If they lose all those guns there, they are in a bit of an awkward spot.
I'm wondering what the decision would have been if they didn't get that first kill, right? If Rez doesn't find Hutji with that Molotov kind of swinging out, I'm wondering if they would have called for the save from there. Certainly if he had gone down instead of getting the frag, they would have just backed away, but I mean, I guess in overtime and when you're facing elimination at the major, you got to be a little bit more bold with your play calling.
I feel like as a result of winning all those rounds in a row, like the confidence building,
Yeah.
I feel if that happened after the first half, Nip definitely would have saved. They'd have been in a position where they kind of got in their own heads and thought, now we can't do this. But now, you've won so many in a row, you're feeling almost invulnerable, you go for it.
Feeling like superheroes.
Then why not, right? Like, they've won so many rounds, 15-7 to overtime. You win the first round in overtime. You feel like things have really turned a corner.
Don't get overconfident, though.
That's the thing. We talked about this. I feel like it was on the B stream. It's about a balance, isn't it? Confidence versus talking yourself out of plays. But of
Greece
course,
time coming to an end. I'm not sure what this extended pause was.
I think Chopper may have DC'd.
Okay, so technical pause.
Yep. It seems like it has came and gone, and we're ready to jump back into the action again, or maybe not.
Nope, they're going to get another restart, it looks like.
Yeah. But on the other side of that coin, you know, we're talking about NiP and how great they're going to feel. Vega have just conceded 8 map points. They've got to be feeling absolutely devastated at this stage.
Yeah, I would imagine so, I guess. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. It seems like Vega is asking for a restart. No damage done, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but yeah, players' keyboards off. Our hands off the keyboards. Well, quite a game we've had to start out this day. We have plenty more coming. There's 2 more best of 3s after this.
Yeah, G2 Fnatic.
G2 Fnatic in the next game, that's exactly right. Cloud9 Furia to end the day. Those are all elimination matches. So 3 of the teams, 3 of the 6 will be going home today.
A lot of ex-major winners are going to be going home today.
Yeah, they're going head-to-head, aren't they? With Fnatic and G2. That'll be a wild game. I mean, this day between NIP, Fnatic, G2, and Cloud9, you know, a lot of people had those teams going through.
Sure.
And I think it's kind of just a story of teams who have not shown what they're actually capable of.
It's definitely a fair statement. I think for me, the biggest disappointment has been Fnatic, really, because I think a lot of people would have had them going 3-0. Going to steamroll through the group, and, well, they lost to Vici in their very first game.
I'm not going to lie, Vince. I think my biggest disappointment is G2, and I didn't even have high hopes for them to begin with. Feels bad saying that. See if they can rebound today.
I think we're getting progress. Some players picking up weapons.
Yeah, this is going to be live. Now we're back. We're back, baby. Thanks for sticking with us all week and through the technical pause today just now. Dennis going to be aggressive. Hutchie staying a bit far back. No aggression in the stairs for NIP. They're backing away, but more spam coming through and close a hole in the door. Remember, Forrest in that previous round, that first round of overtime, got a spam kill just at the angle he just did. JR is trying to maneuver with the double scope.
Just looking for that pixel to protrude around the corner. But NiP, judging for their positions, have no interest at all. They do have a triple stack on B. One of which was Get Right, and he has been found very quickly by Tony Black.
That's going to make Dennis want to get aggressive with this AWP, try and find the equalizer. The nade scares him away, though. Not Rez. Rez has information. He's a bit stuck in that position, though. Ooh, Lekra wants the aggression. Tony Black sees it. Unfortunate timing for that kind of a push. Dennis again to follow up. Gotta be careful. Oh, he's clearing the hard corner. Oh, that's missed timing. Do they have anything to get him out of there? I don't think they do. There's no smokes. There's just flashbangs. He's gonna have to fight his way out. Flames behind him, spreading now when he pushes forward. Rez goes down at long. It's all on Dennis. 22 health and far too advanced position. They know exactly where he is. He's gonna go down. The question is, can he get anything before he dies? I think the answer is gonna be no. JR is gonna finish him off. 2 defenders here at A. Still a chance for NiP.
13 seconds, though. If they just get a couple of kills to start things off, this could get interesting, but Forrest feels the pressure. He has to push out there in a tight claustrophobic angle, and in doing so, Vega will get him down 16-16.
That was a 9-1 run for NIP, or 9 round straight. And Vega finally just stopped it, going all the way back to regulation. That's their first round in so long.
Turning the heat back on the Ninjas once again. It was a bit of an awkward round, as you say. Like, Dennis was just kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere, didn't really have any support. No one was there to help him out.
When that pick goes down on Get Right, you can tell they feel like they have to make an information. They at least have to know what's coming so they can rotate in a man-down situation. Unfortunately, they couldn't find that, and when Dennis gets stuck there, they just don't have the utility. Rez was pushed out towards long, and that's the real problem, is those two players at A. Dennis getting aggressive in bathrooms, Rez out towards long, no ability to work together. That defense just got spread thin. Another chance here, and look at Tony Black. Success in the previous round, not this time. I think he actually gets a dink through the wall. Forced down to 17, but he's going to win out on that fight. So now a man advantage just barely for NIP, but it all counts.
No players from Vega Squadron, though, occupying mid or the A side. This is where Rez could start to make moves from bathroom. As soon as the call comes through that it's B, expect Rez to make a move very, very quickly. He needs to, at the very least, help his teammates out. Here comes Chopper in the meanwhile. Already onto the site. There isn't a great deal of nades. They don't have HEs to deal with this bomb right now. There is a flashbang, and Forrest tries to push behind it. But Chopper is going to be there to deliver the fatal blow. Hutchie decides to push, and that's going to reward him with 2 kills. But there comes Dennis. Org in hand, 2-on-2 now. Anybody's round. We will favor Vega Squadron in this post-plant, especially as Rez is tagged up heavily. It's just gone a whole lot worse. Rez, 19 health. Not able to get it done, and Vega Squadron will lead going through into the second half of overtime.
Well, they figured something out during the break into OT because their T side was demolished by NIP in regulation. They find themselves with 2 rounds in the overtime. That is a huge benefit. And NIP, their offense was nothing to talk about either. That was it'll be interesting to see if their style changes based off having such a huge run in that second half and maybe building up some confidence, maybe warming up into this match. Rez has hit 30 frags in this game. Struggling coming in today, he's stepped it up.
89 ADR for Rez, 91 for Forrest, has 7 assists to his 25 kills. Meanwhile, JR, 27 frags, 85 ADR. So pretty evenly dispersed between the two teams, but Vega do have the edge, and especially considering they're now on the CT side. Will be Crush. Thought he was going to go aggressive down connector, thinks better of it, he will scurry away. Tony Black actually by his lonesome on long, no one's helping him out. They have gone for this before, where JR was on the flower bed with the AWP.
Yeah, he was the lone wolf on this T side. Remember, he's the one who got that pick on Get Right from Sandbags, and he also took that duel against Forrest through Monster in the very next round of overtime. So he doesn't mind being all on his lonesome. It's a stack out towards long. Does Forrest clear this way to the left? He's making plenty of noise. There's the jump, and that's an easy reaction for Tony Black. He even sees the shoulder. Good trade from Rez, but he's going to go down immediately afterwards. They weren't expecting the second player, and oh, Dennis, half second away from being able to take a shot. 3-on-4 for NIP.
Shaky start to the round, though, for the Swedes.
They have not been able to find a whole lot of success to start out their T sides, have they?
It just doesn't feel like they've got any real entries on their T side. Constantly getting barraged by Vega Squadron with picks from the AWPs, the AUGs.
Well, we saw it at one point in the first half. Dennis and Rez had lost 100% of their opening duel attempts.
Hutchie and JR will be called upon. 15 seconds. Time ticking away. The ebb and flow of this round favoring the Sharks. And JR is going to chip in with a kill. Hutchie just needs to wait, really. There's plenty more Vega Squadron players coming in now. Get Right can't get it done. The last man standing, no more. And Vega Squadron will have 2 more map points.
NIP briefly had a lead after the first round of overtime, but it's been ripped away. 3 in a row now for Vega. And they've got 2 chances to close this match out again. This will be their 9th opportunity to close out the map. Remember, they were up 15-7 before NIP went on that massive run. So Vega have no excuses for dropping this map.
Especially as Now they're on the CT side. They were always chasing that win, trying to get across the finish line on the T half. Now they're on their CT side where they had so much more efficiency. And we asked a question, we kind of posed this just before we got into overtime. Would NIP be more aggressive on the T half now? Doesn't seem like it.
They're going a little bit faster, but it doesn't seem like it has a whole lot of aggression to it. Staircase getting cleared out at the very least by Lekro. That's a position of the map that Vega always had control of in the first half. Not this time. It's a very deep passive setup from the defense. No one even attempting to fight towards bathrooms. That AWP in JR's hands is going to be at the A bomb site. He steps forward and Forrest finds both kills. That's massive. JR stepped into his fallen teammate's place, but look at this play from Crush. We've seen him single-handedly hold on to this bomb site before. This could be massive. They will not expect this.
Has to go aggressive, otherwise he would have been all alone, but now the cavalry is arriving. There's still 50 seconds left, though. They can't afford to over-rotate, so Hudgy is going to stay on B. Oh, Crush felt it. The red mist descended, but it's going to cost him his life, and Forrest gets his third kill of the round. Chopper's going to get one and pull back. Waiting for Hudgy to make a move. 2-on-4 retake. There is a kit, but no grenades.
That's going to be the tough part. A pretty staggered setup for the post plant from NIP. GetRight's going to be the next one to peek, but he's dropped immediately. There is still a Molotov on Lekro for the bomb. There it comes. No chance to even tap the bomb. They've got to get aggressive, and Dennis trying to find his timing, and he's got it. 2 quick headshots. 17-18, NIP staying alive still. 3 opening kills from Forrest with that AWP. And remember, they never had money when they were on offense in the first half. We didn't get to see NIP play with an AWP on their terrorist side.
Cool stat up there. Forrest has won 7 out of his 10 opening
That'll
fights.
make up for Resin Dennis, kind of struggling in that department, but they're going to need more of it. Certainly with the AWP, you can see him go back to it. He was feeling so confident that last round. He was trying to entry with the AWP.
It's going to be hard to rinse and repeat and emulate that play again, though. Vega are going to be a lot more tuned in on it.
Look how aggressive Vega is on the map this time, trying to suffocate NIP the way they did previously.
Leaves JR by himself on B with the AWP. Now the smoke is cleared, he can have a quick peek across and see if he can find a player. 2 players in connector, looking like they're right next to each other as it stands. Crush is there, and Rez and Lekro just below him. Will be making a move in. Crush's position is spot on, his crosshair placement even better, and the spray matches it. Vega Squadron now on a 5-on-2 to claim this map. And Forrest has been smoked out, they've got control of the bomb. It doesn't get much worse than this for NIP.
No, it really doesn't. No utility used in the attempt to clear out that staircase, and that just makes it so easy for Crush. This backstab from Dennis needs to have impact, but he's obviously going to wait for the smoke to clear, but I don't even think it's going to matter if this flank is coming in slowly but surely. Forrest is burning. He's going to come down the ladder. That's going to be an easy kill, and it's a wipeout. Vega Squadron, they take map 1. It took so long. They had 10 map points, and the 10th one is where they get it. NIP certainly backs against the wall. They had an amazing comeback, but just not enough. When we come back from the break, it'll be the desk to break that down, and then we'll get into map 2. Stay tuned.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
NIP in trouble. Their map pick taken away from them by Vega. They push it to overtime, but it's not enough to convert. And Vega Squadron, the team we call the gatekeepers, they do manage to stop any team that is not able to keep themselves at a consistent level of form. They punish them here at the major. It happens time after time. It was a weak start from Vega, of course, in the competition, but now on an elimination soil, a best of 3, they've managed to find the first, and it was NIP's map pick. Up next, Train, a map NIP couldn't manage to fathom versus Windstrike. Will it happen again against a different CIS opposition? All those answers and more. Joining me is Sean Gares and Chad Birchall. Gents, we just have to kind of scrap the highlights and we have to break things down. First things first, right off the gate, Sean. Yeah. You had NIP as a hot favorite for this. What went wrong?
Well, I honestly think they started like fantastically. They went up 3-0. They lose an eco where Crush gets 4 deagle kills. That's kind of where things really started to fall apart from. They made so many mistakes on that opening half, and one of them would actually be...
Yeah, go for it. Let's whack into that one
So
first.
We're going to actually look at the Vega aggression actually right now.
This is something good that Vega did early. We're just going to go forward from this one here. This is just a bit of a setup where they're with low buy. You can see that on the bottom left of your screen. They go for a push. They take control. They actually force Get Right back. You can see him over towards here. He has to drop back and they make a push here. Lekro has cleared out all of Connector. And then what you're going to see happen is this perfect timing. Smoke fades. Hachi's going to be able to push through. He's going to get a free kill. And then they're just going to get NIP completely locked in because they know they have to clear Connector and they have to drop all the way back. So you can see what happens after this kill. I'm going to change over right now to Tony Black. He has even more map control right now, pushing all the way up. You can see that these two players need to clear Connector. They're going to head over towards that B bomb site. I can fast forward this one a little bit more. And as you can see right now, look at this. All the players from Ninjas in Pajamas are towards the B-bomb site, completely surrounded, right? They have nowhere to go. They're locked in. There's only 17 seconds left on the clock, and that round is done and dusted. But these are the mistakes you were talking about, Sean.
Yeah, and so this is actually a monster pop coming out of NIP, where they're trying to get through the monster tunnel right there. And what ends up happening is they're going to open this round with 2 frags right away, both on the B player. So Dennis kills Hudchi at the pillar, and then Lekro actually ends up flanking Sandbag. And now, right now in the round, you can see Vega Squadron is way out of position. NIP has the bomb site right now, but look what they opt to do. They opt to push Sandbag aggressively, which doesn't make sense at all because you have the bomb site, but the bomb comes into Sandbag. So Rez takes the bomb into Sandbag, and even though he had so many frags, so many key moments in this match, that was something that was key because that would have broken Vega Squadron's economy.
And we have one last blunder to show everybody here. You might remember this one. This was a pretty prolific one. This was the Molotov. So right now you can see the setup. All the players from Vega on the bomb site, they're set up in post-plant positions. NIP do a really good job about getting back in this round because they did a 4-man A-lean. They come back in, they get the kills that they need to. It leaves JR in a position where he's not going to be able to get a lot done. So you can see the retake coming in. They're slowly clearing all the angles. They're going to make the kills that they have to. I'm going to fast forward this a little bit for you. So this Molotov that has just landed on the bomb site right here is going to play spoiler. The bomb is planted in a unorthodox position, and Rez, he knows he needs to get on it because the time's ticking away. They don't have a kit. He runs through the Molotov, gets the last tick, he dies. The next player gets on the bomb to defuse. There's no time because of the 10-second defuse, and another round squandered from NIP. These mistakes are the difference makers. They had the top 3 highest rated players in that game, Forrest, Rez, and Dennis. Rez and Dennis were 2 win conditions for me. I felt they did what they needed to do.
Well, aside from those 2 rounds from Rez, they're going to be haunting him coming into Train. I mean, those are the mistakes that are very hard to just say, I'll focus on the next map, because you're going to be replaying that in bed tonight.
Yeah, we're kind of going into NIP right now, but in overtime, Vega completely outplayed them. That was a totally different ball game compared to what happened in regulation. I thought NIP should have won in regulation, but once it got to OT, I favored NIP. I said it's over. NIP's winning this game. And Vega just dominated them. They should have won 4-0.
It felt like the experience would have been enough then, right? But when you think back in this game, we looked at Vega not being very good at pistols. They were able to grab 1 in this matchup. That's huge. The fact that NIP started 3-0 up and then they lose a round on the A-bomb site to Crush with 4 deagle kills, all these little mistakes have all mounted up in the reason that the game was so close, the reason that the side of Vega were able to get to 15 rounds so early, and then that forced the experience from NIP to really have to play in, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Vega chose to take the next map to Train. We do have map stats for you, so you can see how these two teams do match up. Of course, historically, and you look over the last 3 months, there's not that much on record from NIP. They haven't really been playing too much Counter-Strike, at least not in an official capacity, and so there is a degree of an unknown entity. They've played it twice, and we can see that they haven't been necessarily thriving. One of those was at this very tournament, Winstrike besting them 16-6 on this map, and I have very positive memories of some of the players from Vega on Train.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vega, though, they're starting on T side, and so far at this major, the AUGs have absolutely dominated on Train. I think the CTs have won over 70% of the rounds on Train so far. Just a ludicrous amount of rounds have come out of the CT sides, and NIP was on the other end of that because they started on T side. So this time, NIP gets to start CT side. Vega is going to be on the back foot.
One of the problems for me with NIP is they don't really have a primary AWP, right? Dennis seems to do it quite a lot. Forrest can do it. Rez picks it up on maps like Inferno, even Lecro grabbing it. So the fact of the matter is, on a map like this, when you have JR as an AWPing in-game leader, he could potentially take over this map on the T side, and there might not be an answer for him.
We'll find out. I mean, yeah, JR, but Chopper, of course, had that absurd, I think it was a 1v4, at least 4 kills, as he lurked from TCon over in London. They have had their moments in the sunshine for sure, but that's an interesting point, though, Sean. I'm intrigued to know how much that's going to lay into this. With the power of the AUG, especially on the long-range maps such as Train, the CT side, you're expecting more dominance than perhaps previously.
I think so, yeah, especially given Vega's players, they all were using the AUG. Chopper actually was opting for the M4, which I thought was a little bit weird on Overpass, but JR has been honestly carrying Vega so far throughout this event. He needs to have a big game as the AWP.
Yeah, it's hard to see what NIP can do because it felt like the comeback was really strong. They were locking Vega out of a lot of rounds. They had some unlucky rounds or they had some misplays. If they can get that out of their game, they can take Train and take the whole series. But hopefully they're not too shell-shocked by losing their pick. When you see a team like Vitality beat Vega Squadron 16-1, you're coming in here expecting it to be an easy day at the office.
Yeah, it's time for us to find out how this one plays out. Are we really going to wave goodbye to the ninjas at the hand of Vega Squadron? And it's not the first time. They have some of the least successful players so far at this major statistically, but Vega Squadron now stand one map away from taking NIP out of Katowice. We'll find out how it's going to play out with your casters. It's going to be Moses and Vince to guide you through.
Train, the second map in this series, and exactly right, NIP, one map away from elimination at IEM Katowice at the 14th CSGO Major, and Vega has been a thorn in their side ever since they eliminated them back at E-League Atlanta. In that major, 16-2 on Cash, and ever since then, it's been a fun little story to discuss the PTSD that NIP surely is going through.
They have fought back in the likes of the Face It Major, but other than that, it's been pretty rough sailing. And on Train, a map they've already suffered a pretty horrendous loss on, this doesn't bode too well. NIP do start on the CT side, though, Moses. That is going to be a benefit. That is going to be a positive. But they're going to have to do the most of this side because their T side looked awful.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd hope that now, with no more chances, no more mistakes to give up, that NIP would play with a little bit less fear. This pistol round is massive to get NIP started well on this CT side. Get those AUGs out as quick as possible and start running up the score to give yourselves an easier second half. Here comes the Molotov towards Connector to slow down rotations to prevent them from coming in. Dennis has an angle. Pistol God is immediately shot in the face. He's got to back off, and that is not good. Get Right's out in the open with nothing to do. He was the only one who could take fights. Dennis has to win this, and it's not going to happen. Aggression down the lanes from Vega, and that might have just won the pistol round immediately.
It's looking like it's a huge advantage, allowing Tony Black to actually get the drop on Forrest, but he comes out second best. Forrest lands another one. He's had some crazy pistol plays in the past on this very map. Can he go one better? He's brought this back onto an even confrontation, but Hutchie's gonna find Rez in the backside, does a bunch of damage to him, and Forrest can't open his account any longer. It has been closed off. Hutchie finds himself Rez and will finish off that kill, and Vega Squadron will convert the bomb plant.
That push all the way to the back wall chewed off so much time from the clock. Even if NIP was able to push down those lanes and find Hutchie, who is the last remaining aggressor from Vega, I don't even know if they would have had time for the defuse. They had no kits in hand. And that one's heartbreaking. Dennis and Get Right not able to get anything done on the initial entrance. Nice push down sidewalk with the cover of the Molotov. Second round investment, though, you can understand why. Plenty of utility for NIP to use. Scout as well in Lecro and For's hands. But NIP is fully invested into this. If Vega can convert this round, that would probably get them up to Up to 3 pretty easily. That next round NIP would have to save in order to get the rifles out, and this is going to be tough. Walking in towards box halls, there is a player at the bottom of the ladder who can have a quick flank, but that relies on Dennis and GetRight being able to slow down this hit. They weren't able to do it on the pistol.
Train one of those maps where the scout can definitely be solid, much like Dust 2.
They're both outside, though.
Exactly. And it seems like Vega are pushing B. So it's going to neutralize the effectiveness of the scouts up close. Of course, they're nowhere near as powerful. Vega taking their sweet time before they unleash a set play onto B, and it seems to be forthcoming. I say that, but Tony Black actually pulls back. I thought he was about to push down the ramp there.
This is odd that Vega's slowing this down so much. NIP don't have information, but they could be pushing on the other side of the map. Oh, look at GetRight. He's going to go right in with the flashbang. He gets one, trying to convert the second, runs out of bullets. JR is going to lead the way. Dennis is still here at an angle. That's a great nade. NIP can do this. This is certainly possible. An awkward fight for Dennis, but the nade bails him out. JR's wrapped from behind, but NIP with an advantage, and a big one at that. Lekro delivers.
Death by indecision by Vega Squadron. Staying in box horse for what felt like forever, and now 13 seconds with Chopper trying to clutch a 1v3. It's not going to happen, and it will be able to pick up the fallen Galil. 1-1, a huge round for Ninjas.
Yeah, that is a massive turnaround. They absolutely needed that. Vega gave him one of those on overpass. Crush with the Deagle was able to convert pretty much a save round from Vega. But this was just nice. Those scouts rotate over in time, and this time GetRight with the aggressive play up ramp with the help of a flashbang. Him and Dennis are able to slow things down. You could see Vega once again trying to wrap around the train through sidewalk, and that gave Dennis enough time to feel comfortable and take that battle. Much stronger buy from NIP. Good nade as well onto JR. Those Deagles were deadly on overpass at times. NIP's got to be careful.
Certainly can't take this round for granted. Things could quickly turn back around in favor of Vega Squadron. Just remember, Crush's 4K with the Desert Eagle on A site. But Lekro's going to make short work of him. So a lot of the pistol power taken off the hands of Vega Squadron with Crush's death. No grenades either to play with, as they've gone mainly for firepower. They have to come out swinging one of these Desert Eagles if they want to carve any kind of a inroad and craft a masterpiece of a round for Vega Squadron. Now the smoke's beginning to clear, so the peaks are going to come to fruition, but Dennis has this lockdown with the Scout. At this stage, with no armor, it packs a hefty punch. As Tony Black has just found out twice. Dennis finishes off where he starts, but he can't deny the bomb plant, and Choppers came in with a couple of headshots.
This B defense is struggling early on. Chopper has a chance. There's Crush on overpass now. He's got 2 kills to get this bomb planted. Rez is low, and he has the kit. That could come to play at the end. Another great shot from Chopper. Can't get a fourth, but Hutchie has nothing to do, and Rez has got to sprint to the bomb. He is going to get the defuse, but great damage done by Vega.
Excellent round, considering they only put some Desert Eagles into play, so they're going to have a decent purchase coming up against a weakened Ninjas and Pajamas.
NIP is going to have a nightmare of a defensive half if they cannot hold that B bomb site better than what we've seen so far. The pistol round and that round right there. You have to imagine with some of those successes in these first 3 rounds that Vega is going to lean on this site and see if it collapses in the future. Dennis, you mentioned indecision killing Vega in the previous round. Well, Dennis couldn't decide if he wanted to throw that Molotov, and it just took too long. No ops out yet for Vega. No ops out yet for NIP because of the damage they've taken. They just didn't have the cash to pick it up. GetRight's even forced back onto a Deagle. That's going to make this inner defense even more weak, and he's the anchor. He's the only one there at the moment.
That's a terrifying prospect, having just a Deagle. I mean, GetRight's, of course, very capable, but now Dennis has realized and does shimmy back onto Connector with his AUG. It's really tailor-made for that position as well. Excellent spray control, longer range. Oh, the timing for GetRight. So nearly cost him his life, but he's able to smoke down on the site, and here come the grenades. Crush has been Tagged down to 1 HP, but they still get the kill, and it should follow up with a bomb plant.
It's so weird. I don't even know if they can go for this. Look how damaged Dennis and 4-star. This is going to be so brutal. If they don't find a kill soon, they might need to just back out. There is a lot of things they have to clear, a lot of smokes they have to wait to fade. A deep pop flash as well. Hutchie can get one. And he does eventually readjust his aim, but Tony Black on this flank, he is going to make sure all the weapons are taken away from NIP if they start pushing forward. Forrest is checking, but he doesn't have that timing. Again, timing has ruined NIP in this round. An easy kill for Tony Black. He can even follow it up, and that's all it. This round is sewn up in the favor of Vega. Even though Tony Black goes down, Vega will eliminate everyone.
A UMP for the AUG at the end, and Nip on the ropes. Vega Squadron have taken a massive bite out of the Ninjas, who will be pretty much broken down. They've got a couple players and $3,000, but apart from that, everyone's broke.
That's just so awkward. Get right. Crosshair on that position for so long, and as soon as he pulls a nade out, they do a contact play. Vega just doesn't let NIP know they're coming, and I mentioned they were going to lean on that B bomb site. They have had easy access to the entries every single time they've gone there, which is why it's so curious that NIP's plan was to allow Get Right to anchor it with just a deagle.
Vega going to bide their time, knowing that Ninjas are on, by and large, just pistols. Don't want to rush into any stack shenanigans, but this is going to allow Dennis to start to make a move up the ramp. Tony Black is there to deal with him. No real information has been gathered, and now they're going to realize what's about to come at them, and that's a barrage of grenades on the A site. Going to start to funnel their way out of A main. Our Vega Squadron, there's a triple stack over the right side of the bomb, but Forrest has been spotted. He has to get the hell out of there, and I'm pretty sure Hutchie will check his left-hand side here. And indeed he shall. Information gathered, double spray, headshots. Round secured.
Nice movement from Hutchie as well. As soon as he saw two players, just backs away as fast as possible and makes them fight him in the narrow corridor. Really reduces the effectiveness of the numbers. Forrest's going to go down here as well, but he might be able to get one, but it's not to be. Third round for Vega. They're now up 3-2. NIP are going to buy. Lekro goes for Glass Cannon up. Augs on Rez and Dennis. Forrest is sitting at 3,700, so he's forced back to the FAMAS, and so is Get Right. If you're going to play that anchor position inside, you're going to need utility, and so Get Right has to drop down for the smoke and flashes.
Still early days on this map, but Hutchie 147 ADR.
No kit on the NIP side, Vince. I've seen that come into play a couple times. That heartbreaking round on Overpass.
No kit or Molotovs. Staple grenade on train. 3 plays over on Ivy. Bomb carrier is there. Lekro saw them hop across.
Oh dear.
Without armor, that peak is always going to be a nightmare, especially when you consider it's an obvious nade spot too.
He didn't expect anyone to be on those trash cans. He wasn't expecting anyone to be peeking on that left side. Punished for the assumption. And now Forrest is going to get blocked off by the smokes. There is no chance of these defenders outside being able to coordinate with each other, which is part of the reason why Rez is pushed in towards Team Mid. He knows Forrest can't properly do it from that position. When this smoke clears, how does Vega approach this? Another smoke goes down. I don't think Forrest wants to give away his position quite yet. Nade might do a little bit of damage, actually a lot of damage, you'll say. Rez needs to win this fight. If they want a chance at winning this round and Rez is out in the open, he has no idea they're out Ivy whatsoever.
And 2 players were still on B throughout that skirmish. They're now starting to make a rotation, but they're not in enough positions to feasibly stop this bomb from being planted. In pushes Crush, bomb in hand. JR is keeping 2 of the CTs at bay. Finally, Forrest will better him, but the bomb has been planted in amongst that. And this is where the lack of kits that you mentioned, Moses, is a real issue, and they realize they're going to pull back.
Yeah, lack of nades as well. They don't even have a smoke or any kind of flashbangs to clear any positions outside. That's just too risky, and for a team that has virtually no money, these weapons are so valuable. You can force buy around these. Rez and Lekro, I imagine you'll drop the op over, but you can buy deagles and pistols and still have a very solid chance the next round. That would also allow you to have a little bit more utility. You'll be able to have the kits as well. But Vega going to string 3 rounds together to give themselves a 2-round lead.
On their T half, no less, where things should, in theory, be smoother for Nip. So far, it's been pretty choppy. With the 3 save weapons, though, do expect Lekro and Rez to dig into their pockets and buy something, but it seems Lekro's just going for the P250 at the moment.
That's fine. You have enough weapons to still be effective, to be able to turn this round. What you really want is Dennis with the AUG, Forrest with the AWP to be able to take contact. The more powerful guns, they're going to go right towards inside. It's Get Right here. He has no utility again. He just dropped his smoke, which is his only nade, and he's got no one to watch upper for him except Dennis, who's just rotated back. He's got himself 2 with the help of Get Right. Almost taps away at that 3rd, and now Hutchie, he can't be the aggressor. Too low of HP.
So much damage inflicted by Dennis, forcing Vega to double back and go onto the A side, where JR is going to get some success. The player of Rez, who was watching A originally, is pulled back, but now he's going to find himself a long-range frag onto the weakened Hutchie, leaving JR in a 1-on-3, and it's looking like Nip may very well bounce back with authority. There's still plenty of time, but the bomb's not under control from JR's perspective. Now, Rez has no Kevlar, so he could have some issues further down the line when it comes to aim punch, but the other 2 of Nip and Forrest and Get Right do have that, and also the Open the FMR. So this is looking incredibly sketchy, but Rez has found his demise courtesy of JR. Still time to play with. Nip have got to stay in position. JR now has eyes on the bomb. I believe that Forrest is watching it with his AWP from the backside. But he's missed his shot, so now JR can pick up that bomb. Get Right's just going to bide his time and wait until JR's moved on to the site. But if he goes down in this trade, it would have got really sketchy for Nip. Fortunately, he stands his ground, and Nip will pick up a 3rd.
A nice try from JR, controlling that situation very well, but an equally good turnaround from NIP. They've had 2 of those in this half, and it's really all they have to hang their hat on. The force buy in the 2nd round, they're able to win with scouts and pistols. And that one there, where they only bring 3 rifles into the next. That's a solid win, a solid play from Dennis. And yeah, at this point, you could see Vega went back to what worked earlier. There's just a contact play out upper. They know it's caught Nip off guard. This time, Dennis far back with the AUG is the one taking contact, not Get Right. Close up. Now some of the utility can be brought to bear for the defense. Nades and Molotovs and fire and all the choke points slowing things down, but not enough. Chopper still just swings wide, takes a fight. That's beautiful. Forrest isn't going to be able to punish him before he gets away. Lekro struggled in this position earlier with the AWP. He's got to have success now. In a man-down situation, you have to deliver.
Make sure you don't make the same mistake twice and assume only one player is present. Molotov's going to force him out of position, takes a bit of chunk from that, but the 3-player strong Ivy stack is starting to maneuver into position.
No, but NIP has to be very careful. They've had a couple miscues on communication of who's watching what and where Vega can be. We know Vega's not afraid to just swing out and take a fight. No one at the moment has eyes on Ivy, which is very scary. Lekro's just turned around. He's going to be smoked off. The entire back hallway of this outer bomb site is available to Vega. His boost can do work as well. Clearing out corners. Crush is going to start aggressing. It's just Lekro with the op on the bomb.
Simultaneously, Tony Black is lurking around Pop Dog. Forrest, though, is going to alleviate some of the pressure that was being applied to outside with the kill onto Hutchie. Looking to eradicate the terrorist presence. Crush should get the drop on Dennis, spots his calf protruding around the corner. But now we're going to see a rotation from Forrest. He's making a move all the way back through Ivy's side. Could maybe get the drop onto JR and thin this one out. Crush has got the first, but JR finally gets taken down. 3-on-2 still in favor of Vega, however. And Forrest is going to have to do something truly miraculous if he's going to be able to pull this one off. Crush has been picked up. They do have some nades in Get Right's hands at this point. Can try and cordon off one of these areas to go for the retake, but Get Right's been found as he drops down towards the site, leaving Forrest, the other veteran, with it all to do. The weight of this round on his shoulders. Gonna go for some spray. Does land. The first still has a kit, by the way, as well. So Tony Black on just 7 health has got to be so careful here. If he comes out too early, it could be the round, but he's just about held on.
NIP need to do a better job of keeping eyes on this outer yard. I mean, Vega's able to get out and just walk down every single alley of these trains around wherever they want. NIP's not able to find the information fast enough. Dennis just left hanging high and dry over at E-Box. A nice attempt on the clutch from Forrest and Get Right. Not to be, and they had enough cash to force up in this one, but it's still a desperate scenario. Get Right's on the AWP now. He's gonna bring that outside. Forrest with the FAMAS is inner. They are really losing track of this, though. They don't have a lot of utility. 1 smoke left with 1.5 minutes in this round.
And we have been here before where Vega got a bit stuck on the B side and had to quickly rotate into the hands of Nip. This time around, they're a bit more cautious. Chopper by his lonesome pushing on Ivy, the rest of the team making a move into box halls. Could be contact momentarily, though. As Nip have themselves Dennis, who's in Pop Dog, but it seems that the bomb carrier of Crush is going to start to move away. They're posturing on the catwalk side, and this could go horribly wrong because Rez has his crosshair trained to this angle with a Desert Eagle, and he's found 2 already. It's been completely shut down. The slow, steady approach has been utterly barricaded off by Nip.
Chopper's giving him an avenue to the other bomb site, but Crush is going to meet some resistance in ladder room. Dennis knows this, just has to dodge the flashbang. Oh, he gives away his position. He holds his nerve. It's a decoy that's dropped, so he was never blind, and that's the bomb. That should be the round, but one more is going to follow up in the same position. Is Dennis aware of the possibility? Certainly will be now that the nade comes out. This is going to be tough for Vega. How do NIP keep winning these desperate situations? Dennis holding his ground. And Rez with the op, going to continue the tear he had with the Deagle. 4 kills for him. But NIP is still down 1. And they need, at some point, to stabilize this defensive side.
I mean, take nothing away from Rez in particular with an excellent round, but it just does seem like a bit of a head scratch to me that Vega with the nades, the weaponry advantage, knowing that Nip are on a pretty rough buy, don't flash, don't smoke anything before peeking out of catwalk.
Well, I mean, it's worked for them, right? They've had a couple contact plays that they've wanted to do there, and it obviously landed them around earlier on in this half. So, I mean, they keep going back to it. And it seems like NIP have kind of solved it. They had the round with Dennis with the AUG far back that was able to cover it. That round with the Deagle, I mean, you're not going to get those Deagle shots every single time, but a nade stack and T-mid is going to help out. Hutchie is eliminated before he can see anything. And there's Deagles invested into this, despite the fact that Vega do not have a lot of money. That might hurt them in the next round. Might be an easy way for NIP to gain a lead in this map. A lead they haven't had since round 3.
Pretty comfortably dealt with by Lekro. Slow peak. On IV's going to yield the kill. And Vega not for the first time on the back foot. JR just domes Forrest instantly. Hell of a shot. Probably won't mean a great deal in terms of this round, though, especially as he's been found now.
I mean, even I'm pissed off watching that.
At least they do pick up the double ops. Going forward, Crush and Chopper, they've both had incredible moments with the Desert Eagles. They're going to maneuver together on box halls. Be looking to push down ramp momentarily. Get Right is waiting for them alongside Dennis. This should be a massacre. And indeed it is. 5-5.
This should be where NIP is able to build momentum. They should be able to string 3 together. I don't think it might be another investment of Deagles. Maybe 1 or 2 players on Vega, but the most amount of money they have is Hutchie with 3,300. So can't get any AKs quite yet, can't get the ops, can't even really afford a whole lot of utility. So just pistols. Get this round over with, get back to your winning ways. This back and forth that we've had through various stages of this half, Vega's loving it, by the way. They already have 5 rounds on their T side of Train. And remember, Train is their pick We saw a very tentative T-side on overpass for NIP, and if that comes out here, more utility in towards T-mid. Oh, that's a great nade. Look at all the damage that's done. That's going to soften everyone up, make it real easy, and this is a nice little cleanup. 3 kills for Rez. Tony Black, nothing to do. Rez just needs to fall back. Make sure you don't lose that weapon. Make sure you don't have to rebuy anything.
Yeah, don't go start hunting. You're absolutely fine at this point. Tony Black, hoping that someone does peek, but there's no chance that Nip are going to fall for this.
It's a little bit of almost like a mind game as well for Tony Black. It's probably, to a certain degree, you'd imagine that, players of this caliber would be immune to it, but you're in a 1-on-5 and they know you guys just had pistols and no armor and you're still just like wasting time just sitting and waiting for that push. If someone is to push in his crosshair and get dropped, that's frustrating. Just sitting here wondering why he's not just coming to die and getting on with it might be a little bit frustrating.
He's at least expended 1 extra Molotov from Nip.
Yeah. It all counts.
If we get a cheeky headshot, all the better for it, but it won't be happening. Forrest silences him, and Nip do take the lead for the first time since round 3.
Yeah, since they were up 2-1. It's been 3 in a row for the Ninjas, the longest streak they've had in this half of Counter-Strike on Train. But here we go. JR's got the op out as well this round to counter that double op setup from NIP. Those ops in the hands of Lekro and Dennis.
Still, though, Vega are in a pretty good shape themselves. 5 rounds on the T side of Train. Definitely not too shabby. I thought Dennis was going to go for an aggressive push with the AWP, but he decides better of it. It's going to be Get Right that moves back on Connector. Smoke onto the Molotov, going to block off ramp. Only Tony Black is there for the time being. And we're going to have a boost up from JR. Can he get the kill? Wasn't far off.
That's a creative play there from Vega. Remember, they've had a couple times. Lekro's seen them taking Ivy probably 2 or 3 times so far in this half. They've had the run boost all the way across. And then the peek from the trash cans. They've had it with the utility and the slow creep up. This time they just boost to stop short and go for a pick. And that almost caught him. Backs away. Last time they took Ivy, they threw that exact same smoke. That's going to block his vision. There's no one in the back halls to get any kind of information about how many are coming out Ivy. So NIP, this is applying a lot of pressure, and it looks like they want to wrap towards CT spawn, towards Old Bomb, and they have decisions. Do they want to go and crunch the B bomb site? Do they want to pinch the outer bomb site? Force is going to stop one, Dennis the other, and he's still looking for more. Hutchie's given up his position. They tried to split the B bomb site. It's a long route to take.
And Hutchie, the final player of the 3-man hit squad, has been laid to rest. Final 2 terrorists making a move through Pop Dog, where Rez is laid in wait, but they're actually going to pull back.
Look at the time, only 12 seconds. They're just going to choose to save. A little bit of indecision, but I don't think it would have mattered. That strategy never really came to fruition. A nice job by the Ninjas from that outer bomb yard, picking them off as they try to get towards CT spawn. A nice hold under a pressure situation. 4 straight now for the Ninjas.
Might be a good time for Vega to think about calling a timeout at this stage. Have run into a bit of a blockade. As you say, 4 rounds in a row. You've got 4 of them, may as well use one.
Yeah. I might also be thinking in the other direction. You know, we've already got 5 on this T side. Why would we use a timeout now? But yeah, I mean, either way works. Force buy around these 2 weapons as well from Vega. So a CZ on Crush, Galil and a Scout in play, but JR's going to get aggressive with the AWP, and he's going to eat a bullet to the face. Nice shot from Lekro. Now towards Ivy we go. He's going to go for a repeat. That's bold. Misses the follow-up shot, calling for reinforcements. There's the utility usage. A Molotov forces them both into the same position, and Lekro can't get away. Rez able to trade the kill on Hutchie, but Crush is lurking up ever so slowly. Rez is going to turn in time. 8-5 now for the Ninjas.
In cruise control. That previous map loss feels like a distant memory at this point. And we are going to have a timeout. The first one of the map from Vega Squadron. They're in a bit of a sketchy position in terms of their money as well, mid to high 3,000, so it would suggest probably half buying.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised they went for that force up, and if they were gonna force up, you're exactly right, it would have been a great time for a timeout just to discuss how you're gonna do some kind of a low econ strategy. They've been leaning on basically two strategies, right? They've been leaning on 3 players towards Ivy, which they've had some success with, and they've been leaning on 3 players in a contact play out upper ramp and at the inner bomb site, which they've also had some success with. But both of those, the last couple times they've ran them, have been shut down. So perhaps what the timeout is for is just to think, maybe dig a little bit deeper into that playbook.
Well, let's see what they come out with. A Mach 10 for Hutchie. Not great considering that there is armor across the board for Nip and full head armor. But if they're going to go for an explosive strategy, maybe the Mach 10 can be incredibly effective. We're going to have to wait and see. Looks like they're posturing for an outside hit at this stage. The set play is about to commence. Smoke's being tossed out. Hutchie with the Mach 10 deciding not to push just yet, so maybe more of a fake to try and draw out some of these grenades from Nip. Has been successful. The Molotovs have all been used except for Get Rights. And now they're going to push. Behind the smoke, Hutchie, he's going to need to get some kills quick and fast if he's going to get anything done in this round with Vega. But it's actually Chopper with his P250 that's gone in and found Forrest, who is the top ADR player for Nip. Meanwhile, Hutchie close range against Get Right has been found with the AUG, and the round is starting to collapse.
Yeah, Rez got sandwiched in ladder room. He had a tough call to make. Does he commit outside and help his teammates, or does he watch his back? Now, Vega have a chance to move towards that inner bomb site, but the bomb is too far away to get the plant. Oh, Get Right. I don't know if he saw that. He's certainly going to see him drop. Now, in the site of low HP, it's just one. Bomb still outside, JR. I've seen him be deadly in these scenarios, but he's got a long way to go to the bomb site. They have the full losing bonus, so even sitting at 1,400, he'll be able to buy in the next round. Dennis is brought low. They've got to be careful coming out connector, and the flashbang is going to make it easy. 9-5 now for the Ninjas, and they've caught fire. That's 7 of the last 8 rounds have gone to NIP.
Full buy is on the horizon for Vega, though. Final round of the half. Looking to get a 6th on the board, which really wouldn't be bad at all. Just goes to show how well they started the half, that they're still 9-5 and somewhat in this, even though they've been the receiving end of a battering these last 8 rounds.
Remember, elimination game here at IEM Katowice. NIP, they must have this map or they go home early. They must force a 3rd map, which would be Mirage. Oh, great second shot. Timing with the flashbang. Everyone from NIP has stepped up in their respective positions in the later stages of this half.
Blackrow holding it down solo on Ivy. So no Ivy presence for Vega Squadron. They're going to have to focus their attention elsewhere. Would seem like B would be the choice at this stage with 2 players over on this side of the map, but actually Chopper's dropped the bomb. So he's going to be moving into A main, I assume.
I think he wants to clear out any kind of aggression. I don't think he's going to actually peek too much into the yard, but he wants to make sure there's no one close up getting information.
Smoke in his eyes. He's going to have to make some noise. Throw out this Molotov.
This isn't going to be much of a fake if they don't commit any bodies to it. And they did try and get Hutchie down ladder. Rez fighting in the fire, and he still survives. And yeah, Tony Black's got nothing to do. Bomb on the other side of the map. Even if he was to run to get it, I don't even know if he would have time to plant. So you might as well run out to your death. It is going to be a half 10-5 for NIP for the Swedes.
Very comfortable in the end, I've got to say. I mean,
yeah.
8 out of 9 rounds to finish it off. Can't argue with that. And Nip, they've definitely dusted away the cobwebs of overpass at this stage, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, looked much better from the start of Train as well. Either way, we're going to get this map finished up when we come back. NIP must win it. Stay tuned. NIP put themselves in position to continue this series and take Train with a 10-5 lead going into their offensive half. It was real sketchy on Overpass, though, and you have to hope they have something planned here for Train. Vega Squadron's map pick. NIP must force a third map or else they are eliminated from IEM Katowice.
It really is that simple. 1 and 2 match.
6 rounds, Vince. 6 rounds for the rest of your life.
NIP have had a lot of heartbreak recently with the majors, of course. Will it be broken again? Vega Squadron on the CT side may have to deliver some big shots if they want to hold on to this B side of the map at the moment, because JR is in all kinds of trouble. It's a bit of a laboured, scrappy fight, but Get Right is going to get the upper hand onto him. And with that kill, the bomb site will follow for the Ninjas.
They do have a smoke and a kid on the Vega side if they want to go for the smoke defuse, but they must get there first. Rez trying to keep them at bay as long as possible, trying to eat time off the clock. Hutchie's close up. Great kill from Rez. He's going to get a follow-up as well. Now pushing forward, seizing his moment, and Rez has 3. NIP is going to take this pistol round, and Rez finishes it off. A brilliant round from the youngster. He's got 19 kills.
Really catapults NIP towards the finish line here on Train as well, getting both the pistols. So vitally important. 19 kills, 2 assists, 7 deaths for Rez with 107 ADR. Excellent play by the youngster. And now Vega Squadron on the back foot, don't really have any money to invest in this round whatsoever.
It's purely theoretical in saying that NIP absolutely needed that pistol round, because we just base it off of what we saw in Overpass, a team that didn't seem like they wanted to take too many fights, a team that seemed like they were a little bit tentative and scared in their approach. And certainly on a T side of Train that can just be so suffocating, that can be really grindy. That pistol round is everything at the moment for NIP. Now, we know that Vega has not made an investment into this second round. NIP does not. They have to be worried about the Deagles, the nade stacks, the Molotovs, whatever it might be. You can see a little bit more cautious. Forrest with the MAC-10 can be a little bit aggressive. It's not too much of a risk to send that in first.
Here comes the aggression. Tony Black gets dinked and finished off by Electro's UMP. The MAC-10 is going to go rip through Hutchie. This round over in the blink of an eye. And it's important to remember as well, Jason, the last time that NIP played Train, of course, was against Windstrike, and they got battered 16-6.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they had to have expected to be playing that here against Vega as well, considering that loss.
So good to see that they've stepped things up significantly. Full Augs with a lonely FAMAS for Vega Squadron. As a result of the firepower, though, it means no kits. And not too many nades either.
But plenty of Augs.
Yeah.
Plenty of Augs, and we've seen them chew the opponents up on this map. A little bit of information for Lekro with that jump. Is he aware there's 2 players ready to crunch Ivy? Player in ladder room as well, so a 4-man stack outside for Vega. Tony Black playing close up at lower ramp, hasn't seen anyone. That's a great jump through from Forrest. Chopper didn't expect it. That's a beautiful entry. And NIP, it's now all falling apart for Vega.
And you can see the impact that entry had. Hutchie didn't know which way to look. He got caught on the side from Rez, who's gone and doubled up onto Crush. And considering that this was a couple rounds in the making for Vega Squadron, if they're to lose this, they're in serious trouble. But JR and Tony Black are answering back with authority. Tony Black's going to land another one onto Forrest, leaving it 1-on-1. An Org versus Org. Dennis against Tony. 50 seconds, and Dennis does have control of the bomb.
What a great read from Dennis as well, just to kind of camp out in ladder, knowing that Tony Black likely rushing over to the B bomb site when he doesn't see anything. Dennis obviously doesn't know that Smoke is going to give up a little bit of the game. Dennis needs to get this bomb planted, but he's wary. He does not know where his opponent is. What an incredible comeback in this individual round for Vega. A 2-on-4, I believe. Might have even been a 2-on-5. The fake plant, looking for the information. He's got so much angles to check, and he's making a lot of noise as well. Oh, that's so awkward. A peek for Tony. Here's the footsteps the whole way. And NIP dropped one. That was a stunning start to the round, but it's not all lost just yet. There's no money on this Vega Squadron side. Hutchie, Crush, and Chopper all going to have to buy, sitting at 32.50.
Truly had the grace of an elephant at the end of that round, Tony Black, making so much noise all around the site.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach to the 1v1.
But in doing so, Vega Squadron will get a 12-6 scoreline. Nip, of course, straight back into a buy, no problems. But if they lose this, they're going to be struggling a little bit. Going to be some aggression, but Chopper's going to eat the grenade. Flush to the kneecaps.
And NIP know there's aggression now. Behind the back flashbang. Stylish. And Chopper's got to fall away now. Doesn't have the health to take that. You have to say, it's almost depressing that NIP lose that previous round, because that's how you want to see them play. With that assertiveness of Forrest, you have a MAC-10 come through the smoke, catch someone off guard. Everyone taking fights after that to eliminate the defense systematically, and it's just... the fact that they dropped the ball right at the end is just a bit crushing.
I hope that they focus more on the entry frags than what ends up happening at the end, because Tony Black, with that Org, just went absolutely ham.
Yeah,
it's
him
not
and
going
JR.
to be able to repeat too many times. Yeah, JR was the other player in the 2v4, I think it was.
Yeah,
2v3?
it was something like that. Back towards the inner bomb site we go. One Molotov left on Tony Black, which is at the inner bomb site. They are reading this so perfectly. 3 players to defend here. Oh, this is going to be tough for NIP. Certainly might get the 2 kills, but they won't expect the 3rd, and that Molotov, they're going to peek right into it. There's the SMG. Oh, great kills, though. Going to try and get this bomb planted. Tony Black's going to push up. The bomb will go down. He'll get the kill immediately, but it's a 3-on-3 in the post plant.
They don't have the Molotov, though, from up to toss onto the site, so this is going to be a rough one. And to make matters worse, though, Lekro is making a move around the back. JR's been picked off. Lekro instantly gets downed, but he's done his job. Time is running thin for Vega. They're going to have to push in. There's a double stack on the ramp, and Tony Black has found it firsthand. Rez able to get the final kill, and Ninjas in Pajamas, 13-6.
An immediate recovery for the NIP squad. They've taken the money away as well for Vega, and now this is where, if you're Vega, maybe you do take a timeout. You've got 3 left. 2 players around 1,500, 2 players at 2,000. Decide if you want to fight or save one more time. It's like the roles have reversed from the first map, in the sense that NIP is going to have a huge lead. Remember, Vega on Overpass was up 15-7, and NIP came all the way back to force overtime. Vega's going to have to do something very similar. And in a situation where this time, we mentioned the struggles early on Overpass in the rounds and the lack of entry wins for NIP. Forrest and Lekro have won 9 of their 10 entry frag attempts.
Which is continuing the pace for Forrest, because he was really the only player that was getting entries on Overpass. So good to see that he's continued that form. Hutchie, not able to capitalize on getting the drop on Rez. Just did have a USP, of course. Always going to be a bit of a nightmare.
It's like watching Duck Hunt.
Absolutely. And Tony Black surely not long for this world with just the USP. He does have a Zeus if someone gets up close.
I think that might be what he's trying to like lure Get Right into.
Just a drop in the bucket though anyway. Even if Nip were to lose a player, they still have a commanding lead. Vega on the ropes well and truly. Staggering. And of course, in amongst all of this flirtation between Tony Black and Dennis, the bomb is ticking away and about to detonate. In fact, I think it was Get Right that he was in a fight with, and he's going to make a move.
Get Right is way too patient to try and chase that down.
Yeah. If you want to pick one player not to really have that with, probably Get Right is the guy not to.
Yeah, Get Right is not exactly known to be, you know, an eco-frag chaser. Plays it by the book. It is going to be a timeout for Vega. I mean, the buy for them is still going to look sketchy if they go for it, but you have to imagine they're going to fight to try and keep NIP away from 15. JR's got 4,300, everyone else 35, 37, 3,900. Won't be the prettiest purchase in the world.
So it looks like we are probably headed for Mirage at this stage.
Oh, you've done it now.
Mate, if they lose the 14-6 leads...
What are you thinking?
They don't deserve to be at the major if they lose this league. I'm just saying it right now.
That's probably fair. 14-6 lead for NIP. That'd be quite the nip slip if they would lost this one.
Especially considering it's an MP7, a Mag7, FAMAS, no kits, lack of grenades. This really is the bottom of the barrel.
Ooh. That's not what you want to see. Now, a shotgun at ladder room. Who cares what your HP is? You get one shot off. Oh, wow. Nicely done from Get Right. He did get dinked at range from JR. Oh, there's the shotgun. He wants to party.
Crashed the wrong party though, Jason. He's been ejected very quickly.
Yeah, he wasn't on the list.
Crush tagged down to 59, playing on E-Box. Has Chopper behind him towards Ivy, but the strength in numbers from Nip surely is going to be far too much to contend with for Vega Squadron at this stage.
I think the only thing left for Vega to do is to group up at a bomb site and hope they come there. You're not going to win. I mean, surely Crush with the SMG is not going to be able to stop all 5 NIP members. He's the only one outside. Maybe he can delay them long enough for the Augs to get into play, but 4 Molotovs, plenty of flashes. There's no excuse for that corner to not be cleared out. You can see with such an advantage in manpower, NIP's taking this pretty slowly, letting one person come out first, see if he's able to spot anything.
The bomb's a bit of a distance away, though. They need to be careful and not too slow on this, because Crush, if he can get the bomb dropped out, things could get interesting, but he doesn't peek.
Don't do
Sides
this.
against it.
They have no idea he's here. That's an easy kill. It's a free one, but oh, thankfully the trade comes in for Force.
All 3 players of Nip, though, are pretty low. If JR were to connect some dots, things could start to get a bit worrisome, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen as he's on a 1-on-4. Crossfire should be established. Bombs planted. He has no nades, no kit, no hope, really, and he realizes it. He's going to back away. So Nip will be 15-6 in the lead. Going to get a consolation kill at the very least from it.
The worst is that hard reset that occurred after Vega won round 18. Just reset that losing bonus. Now it's only a 3-round bonus, so yes, they have this AUG. Everyone else is $2,500 or left for Vega, so again, just won't even have a solid buy that they can fight with. NIP's done an outstanding job in this half.
They're certainly got to give credit after the heartbreak of Overpass. Haven't really skipped a beat on this one. Vega looking like they're going to dip out 16-6. Org Scout, MP9, Desert Eagle thrown in the mix. I'd like to see Vega maybe try and take the fight to Nip here and get aggressive with this lack of weaponry.
You might as well. Problem is, like, one of the stronger weapons you have to play with is the Scout, right? And that needs to be at range. But certainly the SMG can get aggressive, and certainly a lot of damage being done to NIP. Get Right at 27, Dennis at 42. Look at the aggression inside. Maybe they're listening to you, Vince. Tony Black going for a hero play.
Chopper, the right side of E-Box to block off a lot of these nades, now has to back away slightly. Still plenty of smoke, intoxicating Nip. There's also a bit of a hero play around the backside, which is Tony Black, as you highlighted before. He's now got very close, dangerously close to A main. He could be able to line up a few players here if he plays his cards right. It could be a nightmare for Nip, but it goes a little bit sideways. If he has the Augur M4, then I'm pretty sure he gets at least 2 kills. Just such is the FAMAS life.
Yeah, he's probably so frustrated that's the weapon he had. Only one player left, it's JR, and NIP respond. A 16-6 victory, a resounding win for the Ninjas. Powered by Rez, 25-9. Powered by Forest, 24-7. They respond in kind and take away Vega's map pick. It's the desk after this, and then we've got Mirage to decide it all to see who goes home. Stay with us.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Train proves too tall of a task for Vega Squadron. We're going to 3 in our opening game here for day 4 of the IEM Katowice Major. I'm your host, Machine, still joined by Sean Gayers and Sponge to understand exactly why we're going to 3 and where was this NIP on map 1. Vega Squadron disintegrate and a pretty one-sided affair, Sean.
Yeah, it started so well for Vega Squadron. 5-3 on T side. It looked like they had an NIP against the ropes, and then NIP just strung together 7 straight rounds, and there was really no looking back.
I think the positive sign for the Ninjas is all their individuals carried through the performance from the first game. You know, these guys were all dominating. Like in the first game, we had Rez, we had Dennis, and we had Forrest, the top 3 players of that game. Once again, Rez towards the top, Forrest underneath him. So the individual performances are still strong, and that is a positive sign. 10-5 on Train is always a worrying half, right? You lose that pistol, and you find yourself in a bit of trouble. I think the big issue for Vega here is you won the pistol on the T half, and then you weren't able to convert. We already were speaking about how difficult they were having troubles just getting pistols, and when you get one, you got to make sure you're winning those anti-egos.
Yeah, they actually lost 2 force buys this game. That one, and as well as the one where Rez got 4 frags, the 2 1-digs. So, I mean, yeah, a couple really tough rounds for Vega. The half could have went way more in their favor, but they had nothing going on their CT side.
Alex, just quickly, when you also think about the scoreline of 16-6, Vega Squadron, 2 of the rounds they won were 1vx situations. So those are not concise rounds by any means.
It was interesting as well. You guys were observing that there was at times, especially on the defensive side, the second half for Vega Squadron, they were taking these rather gambly positioning choices. As in
the cutout one with Crush.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a flaw in their gameplay? Is that a game style? What is this? Because they are assuming that the T side are not coming from a particular part of the map. There's no info there.
That was insane. Obviously, they had to take a risk, right? They had to gamble because they were down in a number disadvantage. But if you're going to put yourself in a position, normally you want to put yourself in a position where you only have to worry about one angle.
Sure.
He was sitting there only looking towards Sandwich. Someone could have walked out Ivy at any point in time and killed him, and he only had an MP7. So that's not a position where you can swing and take that duel. He's still able to get a kill from it, and NIP weren't even aware.
He could have potentially got a multi-frag, so everything worked out according to plan in Crush's mind, but it was a very gambly idea.
Calculated calculated risk, perhaps. We'll
Otherwise,
go-
a bad map of CS, really.
Yeah.
If you want to be honest.
It wasn't dreamy. Hopefully our final map in this series is going to be a little more exciting, exhilarating, because at the moment, one-sided affair.
Alex, you know I'm a man of justice.
You want to do it now?
You know I believe in truth.
Okay.
And I want to clear his name.
Do it, because there is a little bit of chatter surrounding Chopper on the first map of this series, and we actually dived into the demo. I say we. Chad actually had a little scrub through. So what can you show us then?
2 places you need to look at. Just look at Chopper down here. His name, keep your attention on that the entire time, and his name right here. That's all you need to look at. Now, the fact of the matter was, this is going to play out the round. He's already dead. NIP are going to win this one. Okay. Chopper is going to drop before the round ends. Now, as we all know, the bot is going to take his place. He hasn't rejoined the server. That is the bot, and the bot is, which is frustrating as anything. Like we know in matchmaking games, Alex, they love a good buy. So if you look down toward the bottom left of your screen, you can see the gun that's being purchased by the bot, not by Chopper. So when Chopper rejoins the server, that gun's been there. There's all the controversy around it. It wasn't Chopper that bought the gun. It was the bot that did it.
And his money investment's gone anyway, right? So if anything, he's been screwed by that.
Precisely.
Okay. It's certainly not on a competitive
and he has a
advantage.
fantastic weapon that the bot hooked up with.
Yeah, it's a really good... That's the thing. Why are the bots buying the bad guns?
Right. That if Valve, they've been changing lots of things recently. One thing you could really quick patch fix.
Prioritize the good weapons.
Why are they not just buying an M4? Why the Nega?
Sorry, you mean an AUG.
You mean an AUG.
Excuse me. Why are they not just buying the... Well, it was in the T side, actually. Yeah.
AK-47.
Buy the SG, man.
There you go. Or an AUG.
Distinct lack of that, though. I'd be okay with an SG buy from the bots. But what I am more okay with is moving on from train. You guys cool with that?
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, it wasn't the most fun. And as you know, we're here to analyze, apparently not too much to analyze. So we'll focus on our final map. I want to clarify, it is Mirage we're going to be seeing here, and a map that NIP have looked the most comfortable on so far. You can see the stats up on your screens. This was where I believe NIP started their journey here in Katowice versus Furia and struggled just narrowly to beat the Renegades. I remember that game. That was a exhilarating one, Sean.
Yeah, they looked actually really good in the Renegades game as well, even though Renegades stole that game from them. They had a couple... I thought they looked strong on their T side. They had good executes towards both sides, fast hits actually towards both sides, good mid control. Their CT side was a little bit lackluster in that one. The Furia game, they blew Furia out that game. I mean, Vega, on the other side, we have Vega, who's always been pretty decent on Mirage, if I'm being honest. They play the rotations quite well. Yeah. So this is actually a really good matchup. This is the one map I was excited about in the series.
One of the things I was quickly just trying to find is when I've seen NIP look really good on a map like Mirage, Lecro's been towards the top.
Yes.
He's been one of the fantastic players. In their loss to Renegades, he was towards the bottom of the stats line, but in their win against Furia, he was the second highest rated player in the server for his team. So he's a massive win condition. He's a bit like a thermometer for the team because he's finding the opening kills, then the rest of the guys could be able to have a lot easier time. He is the in-game leader. He was a fragger before, but he's still able to do it from time to time. And Mirage seems to be a map where more often than not he can find his footing.
Yeah, and he's still baffling to me. I know we haven't got all the time in the world, but Vega Squadron, I'm looking at their recent results. They, haven't played much. We talked about that already. It was something like 43 games. Their opponent, they had 13 played in the last 3 months. That's maps. But their recent results, like you were telling me, Sean, they can't qualify to the league above, right? They were talking about they've been pursuing MDI for a while now.
Yeah, there's kind of a misconception when you look at Vega Squadron, right? People think that they just don't play outside of the majors. They try. Yeah. They actually try. They're in ESEA Advanced. They can't make it to MDL Online. They keep falling short every season. Their qualifiers, they can't really make it through. I mean, they lose to teams like Vitality and stuff like that in qualifiers. So they just can't do what they do at the majors.
This year.
I don't know why.
This year, just a month prior to this major happening, they lost 16-3 to a French team, 3D Max. 16-3 on this map.
Yeah. They're just not the same team online.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they put up a fight here versus NIP. These guys are this unfathomable puzzle for me to
Here's
solve.
the thing, right? The individuals in the server for this team are good.
Yes.
Right? Their approach to the game, not necessarily good, right? They do things like they'll just have a Hutchie go for jewels in apartments at B while Chopper's doing the same thing at A. There's no trade potential. They're just doing individual things. If the kills come in, you can snowball that. If they don't make the kills, they get shut out. The fact of the matter is, when Vega come to a tournament like this in best of one environment and they're able to win both pistols, have a couple of key clutches, that's when they can win games and still and really impress us. But in best of threes, Alex, it's not looking so good.
Well, now there's only one map. This is essentially a best of one. We have had a perfect summary here from our ex-professional players giving us insight as to how Vega do it. They haven't been able to climb too far outside of Katowice, but now they're one away from sending NIP back home. We'll find out how this one plays out. It's none other than Moses and Vince to guide you through.
It all comes down to this. NIP, after a first map loss on Overpass, recover on Train. Rez was a big story coming into this, having a quiet event. In this series, in these 2 maps, he's 56 kills and 33 deaths with 95 ADR. That 56 kills is more than he's had in the 3 maps leading up to this best of 3. An impressive performance from him. Forrest is right there as well. And here we go. NIP starting on the T side of Mirage. And a massive stack towards this B bomb site. They're about to run headfirst into it.
They sure are, but at least we're going to see some aggression from Nip on the T side. It could prove to be costly, though, or perhaps not. Get Right and Dennis. 2 players you expect to see up there with the pistols doing work. JR, in the meanwhile, had a drop on Get Right, but really whiffed out on his chance. Spinning across to Dennis, does drill him with 1 bullet, then gets Get Right, but it's all on JR. He's going to have to go 2 better, and that's 2 more than he can handle. Nip do pick up first blood here on the deciding map of Mirage.
That is a very efficient take of the B bomb site. I was worried. Vega had 3 players there, a 4th that was going to be quick on the rotation, quick on his support, and NIP once again just bullied their way into that B bomb site. Another good start for them in this map. Nice job crossing the T's, dotting the I's by Get Right, checking all the corners. 1-0.
Investment from Vega Squadron. Double scouts in play with Desert Eagles and a CZ. The one tap potential is real, but they will be sent reeling if they concede this round.
Yeah, well, not just the 1 tap potential, but just a tag with the scout and a deagle cleanup is, or the other way around, can be a very simple thing. Crush gonna get aggressive. He's got to be careful with his position. If they turn the corner, he's got the tag. He jumps out of the window. He does get away quickly, but now they're scrambling. They don't. Oh my God! Straight from beneath him, Hutchie gets the headshot on Get Right. Didn't even know he was exposed, but he's getting a new position. He's got a Mac 10 as well. He's found his 2nd kill. Dennis shuts him down, but it's bought so much time.
And so much damage to Nip as well. Nobody is healthy on this side. This is where the scouts, the CZ, the Deagle can really come into prominence and shut down Dennis in particular. He's the first one to fall. Bomb still stuck on the valley. Can't get out of here for the time being. He knows the CZ's around, and Chopper is going to take his head clean off. Forrest in a 1-on-3 to try and save the ninjas early on Mirage. A round that should be theirs. It's just going to fall short. 3 players stacked around him. Does have the bomb, but everything else is in the Vega Squadron side of the court. Gonna smoke off so he can at least relocate to the top of van if he chooses with a flashbang. But he's just flashed himself. He's trying to escape, but it's not gonna happen. Vega, they've actually pulled it off.
They really have, and it's all that first kill from Hutchie. If Get Right's able to establish his foothold and get down there with that Mac 10, it will chew them alive. What an important kill. That is a stunning shot from beneath. Here we go. That dodged his legs, his hips, his chest, and went straight to the head.
It was a really cool stack as well. They had the scout in there with him alongside. They both jumped out. He threw a Molotov in midair as he's jumping out the window.
Yeah.
So the player that's just behind him has to rush out the window after him. So it's a preemptive shot at the top while flashbanged. Here comes Crush having no mercy. And the ninjas, who did invest some money into the round,
they invested everything,
find themselves just 3 players left.
Yeah, nice flashbang and great aggression with that AUG. A lot of confidence. Crush at about half HP. Feels like the gloves are off on this map, Vince. We've had a couple slow starts to Overpass and Train, methodical and tentative in this elimination series. But here on Mirage, everyone is backs against the wall. Get Right with this scout, going to try and make something happen, but Vega's not giving them any opportunities. They're all playing pretty passive except for that 1 player connector who's now tagged up. Just under a minute remaining in the round.
I think he may have been tagged partially through the wall. Down to 52 from a scout shot. That's probably as good as it's going to get for the ninjas in round 3. Because now Vega have fully gone into their shell. Huge advantage in terms of firepower, manpower, everything you could really ask for at this stage. 30 seconds, so time itself is an enemy on the side of the Swedes. And to make matters worse, Hudgy has found Rez and just dealt with him. No problems at all. It's going to be the same story, more than likely for Dennis and Get Right here as they push out. Bomb sprawls out, and as do the rest of Nip. Vega Squadron will take the lead.
Really nice job by Vega after that initial aggression, just backing off and making sure that NIP bleeds players every step of the way, trying to turn that corner on Catwalk. This should be a much easier round for Vega. Can't imagine NIP investing a whole lot, not even to Deagles, not even into P250s. They need every dollar they can get.
Not even a flash for a waterfall out of Apps or Palace. Just full-on Glocks.
That's a huge turnaround. I mean, if you just look at Vega's weaponry, 2 AK-47s that they were able to pick up in that second round, they haven't had to spend a whole lot of money. Not losing anyone in the previous round either. Pretty good start, all things considered, especially losing the pistol.
Absolutely a fantastic turnaround in the map that really counts. Elimination beckons for NIP or Vega. Feared the worst for Vega after that start. It may be slow, but the death will be quick for NIP. There's no doubting that once they get out. No Kevlar, they're going to get shredded from both Hutchie and Crush that are laid in wait just outside the apps.
Oh, no way.
Rez is making a move, though. May actually
Don't even
get
kill
JR.
him. No. Don't even kill him.
Yoink.
He's going to do it. Why not just flank this B bomb site, because access is closed here. Regardless, the knife kill is lovely for the cash, and he follows it up with a scout. Okay, I take it all back. Rez knows what he's doing. Into the B-bomb, so we go. Great shot from Get Right with the Glock, and now they're in. This is going to be tough, but still strong, powerful weaponry. There's one over towards Get Right corner, and he's got him, and the AUG is going to do work as well. Tony Black, 1-on-2 situation.
Oh, and he's whiffed his nade. It goes from bad to worse, and there's Lecro piercing the head with the AUG. Unbelievable, 5 Glocks.
Holy. Yeah. NIP can't even believe that one. What a huge round for Rez with the knife. They get all the weapons back. This is massive. The reason I was saying don't kill him, he could have flanked all the way around to the B bomb site, walked the whole way there, and been able to backstab and distract while the pinch came in, but that worked better.
I think it's going to be some question marks for Vega Squadron as well, why no one was watching Connector or Jungle.
I don't think they thought anyone would have the balls to just walk up like that, but remember, JR was jumping in the window room, so Rez had all the information. JR didn't care who knew he was there or what he was doing. But yeah, certainly no one for like 30 seconds of that round even looking in that direction is a bit curious. The AWP is going to be able to get a pick, though. Rez has been put down. Double AWP and a shotgun on Chopper. Not a lot of utility, but between the two AWPs and the two AUGs, I mean, they can take just heads-up fights at range.
Then they have the likes of the shotgun. If it gets up close and personal, smoke into window. Gonna starve Chopper of any sight, trying to see if there's a small gap in the smoke, but there isn't. So he will relocate. Tony Black steps up into window instead. In the meanwhile, Ninja's starting to make their own moves in Connector. Meanwhile, the Bob heading onto ramp, but here comes Chopper with his XM, able to get 1, not 2. Player advantage still maintained for Vega Squadron, however. We're looking to extinguish this push. The flashbang is pixel perfect, and Get Right will reap the rewards. JR is victim on this occasion. Get Right and Dennis going to be able to try and force this bomb down. That's a ballsy plant. May get taken out just before he can plant the bomb. That was a matter of milliseconds. The Vega Squadron just about hang on.
Not a whole lot of good decisions that you could have made in that scenario. Yeah, you can plant safe for CT spawn, but you don't have anything to block it off. You're relying on Forest to cover you. Goes for a riskier plant, but easier to defend afterwards. These teams going blow for blow now. Neither team is letting the other one get any kind of build any kind of momentum. Important to note as well, I mentioned the amount of money that Vega had. Again, it goes back to that second round that they're able to win and bring essentially 3 free weapons forward. Allows them to get the double op setup even after they lose. Second round haunting NIP still. They buy up in this one. P250 on Forrest, sees that on Dennis. AK on Lecro and Get Right. And this is going to be a 4-man hit towards this A bomb site. They're already lined up for it. Only one defender here. He's playing behind ticket booth, so if they do this properly, they should be able to get a plant. And they might even have enough utility for the post plant. Dennis is going to try and assassinate someone on the flank and connector.
Chopper's making a move around the back, though, so if Tony Black can stall this for long enough, Chopper will get into play. I'm not sure if that's going to happen because the bomb is already sprinting right to the site to get the plant in. And Chopper only has an MP9, so once he gets up to ramp, if no one's close, he's going to struggle to kill people.
He's going Palace. That's Rez, who needs to read the play. This is going to be difficult. Dennis is going to find no one in mid, which is tough. He's got a P250, not a great weapon. Rez is reading and watching his flank. There's the peek from Chopper. Great win from Rez. And now it's all going in the way. Get right with 2 kills with that AK. There's a smoke for the bomb, and that's last-ditch effort, and it's not even going to get there. Get right with 4 kills, putting his mark on this map.
Yeah, the problem there is Chopper really needed someone from his team to maybe claim a kill, started to push onto the site, keep them caught in 2 mines for that flank to be fully effective. But credit to Rez reading the situation perfectly. And Nip will strike again. This financial roller coaster, Moses, continues to go up and down.
It's a seesaw. No one can establish anything. No one can get comfortable. And even now, Vega put on the back foot. This time they're not investing. This time they're not getting the scouts and the deagles. So should be an easier time for NIP, and I think they know it. They're just going to march straight to A ramp, and you would imagine this would be a contact play to go out with that smoke and be up that ramp before Vega even realized. Oh, what?
What? That was mid-air as well. At least one of them was mid-air. What the hell is going on, Rez?
I love everything about this. You're a beast! 4-3. And that's an ace for Rez.
114 ADR, ace to boot, 8-1 and 5. That's just disgusting.
What are you supposed to do about that? And I mean, you add in that with the knife, pick up the scout and convert 4 kills in that round as well. This guy has had 2 incredible rounds early on in this game.
And that puts Vega into a half bite. Never really got a stranglehold over their economy. Even when they had orcs, didn't have much else. That's a trade that Rez should be winning.
Especially considering everything he's done already in this game. Well, Get Right gets it right back. They need to get this AK out of Crush's hands, and Dennis is going to do it. This is one of those rounds, Vega. Nothing to lose since you're going to buy in the next one and you've invested in pistols. Everyone getting aggressive and just trying to make a play that NIP's not expecting. Electro needs to be careful. He has the bomb. If he goes into that palace alone, as he drops it, so still.
I mean, still, if he goes into here alone and gets killed, it will be a weapon dropped that Tony Black can get his hands on. Now an AK-47, and Tony Black has Kevlar. This is where things start to get a bit sketchy. Fortunately, though, they've taken down Hutchie, so no one is close to B side. And Nip can just sprint right across there and get this bomb securely planted.
Yeah, they don't know it's clear yet, though, but still, yeah, they're just going to get in. They have the power of the weaponry. Force is going to stay up in these halls with the AWP and help cover. They could still be in this bomb site, so NIP has to be very careful to clear all these corners. Question is, yeah, Tony Black just saving that AK-47, so they're not going to go for this. I think they want to find another AK. That was in underpass towards halls, so Chopper would have to fight for it if that's the play he wanted to make.
Completely understandable to save the AK. They don't have any nades or kits. And at such a early, young stage of Mirage with so much on the line, you definitely don't want to throw away any little advantages that you can take home for yourself.
No, not at all. NIP going to have a 5-3 lead moving forward into the 9th round. Rez has got them back in this game in a big way. 3 straight now for NIP, 4 of the last 5. And we had that economic battle, that economic seesaw back and forth. No longer. NIP has built up a ton of cash. Rez has 10,000. He'll be buying with that thanks to the ace. I think he got 4 kills with the UMP in that round. Dennis has 7,600. Forrest at 8,000. Get Right at 7,300. So plenty of cash lying behind this NIP purchase.
And good news for Swedes out there. Get Right is having a solid map. 9 and 4, the 112 ADR. 3-player, pardon me, stack with the bomb next to them for the Ninjas. Tony Black is pretty close. We've already seen him play aggressively a couple times through Palace and also Ramp. He's going to be hearing all of these grenades being pulled. He knows he's about to get pushed and get right. The first player in is the first to fall. But Tony Black cannot get a second. The trade's gone very well for Nip.
This was nice from Crush. NIP wanted the boost in the window. Oh my god, they forced them both forward. The Flames, they don't expect that peak though. It works so good. They weren't even ready. All 3 players in mid for Vega. It's Forrest and Lekro to try and pull this round back. Do they have it in them? Do they have another miraculous round to pull out a 2-on-3? Half HP for Forrest and Lekro.
They've done enough to stave off the initial charge, so Vega Squadron are going to concede the bomb plant. But at this stage, they're going to have to envelop the site. And Forrest acting as the blockade once more. The health isn't great for Ninjas, but neither is it for Vega Squadron, and JR is going to come in with his AWP. Lekro needs to pull out a masterful play. There's the first Crush. Now on the other side of the smoke, he's going to be making a move, and Lekro decides to try and push through it. He's playing with the minds of Vega Squadron at this stage, and the bomb has just been tickled. It's going to draw Lekro out into the open, and there is Crush from the side, but I don't think he has enough time. He doesn't have a kit, and he has to back away. Ninjas and Pajamas will take the round and a 6-3 lead.
What a masterclass from Lekro. Doesn't see that second player, sneaks into the smoke. Vega actually had 3 smokes coming into that retake in a 3-on-2. They could have blocked off ramp. They could have tossed one early, but the early pick from the AWP by Forrest kind of neutralizes that, and Lekro with an outstanding play around the edge of the smoke. This was great. Just finds one, the gap between the 2 of them, and then when he doesn't see the follow-up, he's not going to let Crush be the aggressor in that situation and just neutralize it by hiding himself like an actual ninja into the smoke.
Leg shot onto Tony Black. He's going to think twice about re-peeking, but JR has returned the favor and gone a bit further. Get Right's life in round 10 comes to a close. He's going to be on the bench for the next minute and a half.
I think they might be a little bit surprised that Vegas still has ops. Maybe one, just because survival in the last round could have gone back, and we didn't see if he went back and picked up an AWP. Good shot from JR. 3 members of NIP going to work their way in mid. There is a player in the ladder room. Tony Black, all the confidence in the world on top of this ticket booth.
Tony Black has seen 2 players cross. That's information that Crush now has. And no one's sticking around the ladder room. This is the moment for Crush to shine. He can come in here and clean up what remains of the terrorists, and he'll do just that. Double kill, Rez and Forrest, alongside Lekro, have all been bested, and Vega win their first round in 4.
They keep both the ops in their hands as well. 3 players survive. They can drop some weapons over. They're still not going to be comfortable, but that's a starting point. 9 kills for Rez and Get Right. Lead the way for NIP, and 9 kills for Hutchie and Crush lead the way for Vega Squadron, now with 4 rounds to the 6 of NIP.
Nip have chunked through a lot of their savings. A few players still pretty healthy.
Oh, this is so sick. Mid control, so fast. Forrest all alone. He's going to get a catwalk. They're not going to expect this whatsoever. He doesn't even need to necessarily go up cat. He's got a perfect position, and the question is, when JR rotates over towards window room, over towards jungle, is he going to be expecting Forrest to be holding this angle? Forrest can peek this direction at any point. We'll see if JR actually clears it, and he does.
We saw an unbelievably slow overpass and train T-half. Nothing slow about this from Nip.
This is not the time for cautious play. You need to take some risks.
Apart from Forrest, though.
No, but this is very old school for Mirage. You get a player set up, and you didn't even have to do mid-control. Remember, he just basically rushed catwalk, but you get him set up in the window room, in the ladder room. You fall back, and you can either hit A or B, and you have him in perfect position to gather information, assassinate a rotation. And towards A we go. The problem is going to be, where's the location of Chopper? I think he's either underneath or above Palace. Underneath, yep. So we'll have to clear this out. That could be the one player who keeps distance between NIP and the AWP of Tony Black.
Distinct lack of utility, though, for Vega Squadron. Just one Molotov and 2 flashbangs. So if they concede this bomb plant, this is going to be rough. Tony Black, a lot of pressure on him to deliver. Just get something out of this. Give Chopper some help. He can't get it done, moves into position. That's the bomb dropped in sandwich. It's going to be hard to claim that, but Dennis, insta headshot onto Tony Black. That could be the kill that gets Nip this round. Solid Molotov, though, and time is so low that Dennis has to move out. He's still going to have enough time as long as he doesn't get killed through the box. And it's great cover from the rest of Ninjas in Pajamas. It's all on JR. He's managed to take down Dennis, but it's now going to come down to Forrest. The bomb planted for connector or mid. And JR knows it. He's going to be moving in.
Forrest called his bluff.
Gonna just stick the sight straight up. Forrest needs to peek this or it's gonna get defused and JR gets it done. Balls of steel.
Called his bluff once. The second time, it's not a fake. 5th round for Vega, but that's still pretty nice for NIP, all things considered. Even in a loss, they take all 5 weapons away. Again, they have Vega on the verge of a reset. And I think if Vega gets reset here, this would turn into a disaster of a half. NIP could be winning their T-side 10-5. And then it's just... the odds are not with you if you're Vega after that. So he does end up getting the kill. He's able to salvage the AWP as well. Here we go. Molotov's in towards window. Oh, that's a quick shot from JR. He was expecting it. NIP has picked up the pace. Vega's going to start feeling that and reading it, and they're dominating. This is exactly what they needed to stay in this game.
3 kills in as many seconds, but Ninjas in Pajamas are battling back. There's Chopper with a secondary AWP. Chips into the head of Dennis. Lekra has plenty of time here. He doesn't need to rush. He can play this patiently. The only downside is there's 2 players on CT boxes. And while his back is turned and he's making noise, he is going to get pushed. And JL gets him as he tries to fight back. 6-6.
Absolutely needed that one. NIP, I think they finally run out of funds. So Vega can plant their feet, build up some cash. They have the double op setup. That's been great for them. Three in a row now for Vega since they've had that double op. Dennis probably never thinking, in this world that Chopper would come through that smoke in that scenario. But it's all tied up. Half buy from NIP as the losing bonus builds up.
Here's a stat. Vega Squadron have the worst trade kill percentage, just 14.2% of the entire event.
That doesn't surprise me at all, the way we've seen them play. The individual pushes, the plays through smokes, the aggression that they have, those are not easy situations to trade in. Should be fine here, though. Clutchy and Crush with a headshot, just holding down the trigger and coming through all the smokes. NIP can't see a thing.
Out of bullets, out of life. Vega Squadron regain the lead for the first time since round 5. And of course, we had the blitz of 4 rounds in a row to the Swedes, who do have enough money to buy again. Will be without an AWP, but plenty of AK-47s. And a bunch of smokes as well, so the set play isn't an issue.
One 3-3-7 for Crush. 13 kills, 3 assists, 7 deaths. Lekro's going to take top mid. A very noticeable lack of nades for NIP in this round, which is a nightmare when you're going against double op setup. Tony Black and JR should be able to be very effective. It's kind of crazy, Vince. Rez has 9 kills. He had that ace. Ooh, Forrest saw the barrel but can't convert the kill. He had that ace with the UMP, and he had that 4-round kill where he knifed the player in window room. Those are his only kills of the game.
That is a very good point. Seems like when it rains, it pours for him.
I mean, if you're going to have 9 kills, the impact those 2 rounds provided are the ones to get it on, but certainly Quiet and all the other ones is tough. Crush and ladder room. It's a 4-on-2. Dennis hasn't looked behind him. Hasn't cleared this. Could spell his death in just a moment. Here it comes.
And the bomb. Horrible spot. Molotov gonna force Rez in. Even if he picked up that kill, probably would have burnt alive anyway. And Vega have opened up a 2-round lead. That's the first time in this game they've actually been 2 rounds in the lead against NiP. It's been neck and neck up until that stage.
Yeah, it's been a 5-round win streak for Vega. NIP would love to get to 7. They do have the money for it. For a buy here, AKs. Galil on Get Right. Again, it's going to be missing some nades. By that, I mean it's missing a lot of nades. They have 2 smokes. That's it. The only thing you can really do, smoke off stairs, smoke off jungle and connector, and let's roll. And that's going to be an easy lineup. There's the op ringing out. There's nothing to block off Tony Black as well. Not even a flashbang to give you a half-second jump.
I'm a bit sad we didn't hear the good old rat-a-tat-tat of the auto-sniper that Tony Black has. Feels bad, man.
I didn't even notice that. I'm kind of happy we didn't get to hear it. Chopper's going to end things, so in a half that had a lot of magic out of the Ninjas, they end with 3-round deficits. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we find out who moves on to the Legend stage of the Major and who goes home. One last half of Counter-Strike to decide the fate between these two teams. Decide their fate here at IEM Katowice. Which team moves on, which one goes home. Vega Squadron with a narrow lead, 9-6, but they have been atrocious in pistol rounds at this event.
Only 2 the entire event. They won 1 in the previous map. And since then, it's been rough sailing, but here we go. Ninjas will have a kit and a smoke as ever in the hands of Get Right, but already Vega are making a move through Connector. NiP are playing for a retake. If they can get a kill beforehand, all the better for it. Hutchie playing with his life a little bit there, overextending, but the bomb now been planted. Very clumped up on the CT side, though. The Ninjas in pajamas. Dennis comes out and he's the first to fall, proving the pistol god is mortal after all. Rez right back though, in with one. But Vega Squadron are maintaining the player advantage, and they also have the verticality of Chopper up in Palace. That is going to be a nightmare, a nuisance for the Ninjas to contend with. And Forrest Trey, as he may, just cannot get it done alongside Get Right, and Vega Squadron are going to pick up the second pistol, and that's a massive lifeline taken away from the Swedes.
That really is. That was an interesting way to take that bomb site. Two players coming up connector in that fashion. Works the same way. That smoke down coming right through it. 10-6 for Vega now. And an investment from NIP. We have seen neither of these teams is giving each other an inch to work with. Whenever possible, they are trying to fight for these rounds. Scout on Get Right, 3 Deagles, and a UMP on Rez.
Get Right is going to peek ramp with the Scout, see if he can claim someone's head. But he has been smoked out. It's a full-on set play for Vega. They're not messing about. They're getting straight in there with all the SMGs.
Ooh.
Get Right did tag Crush, I believe, there through the smoke. He's down to 36. Chopper on 2. Tony Black's also had a bit of chip damage, but the bomb has been planted.
I mean, this is very doable, but unfortunately, NIP obviously cannot know. That's a great shot from Get Right. Tony Black's close up. Another nade kill. Now they're wiping him out. All that damage dealt early in these rounds. Crush is the last piece of danger, and he's only able to get 1. He needed 2. And now JR inside the bomb site. He runs out of bullets, and NIP is going to do it again. It's going to be a 7th round as they return the favor.
Bit of magic pulling the round out of the hat from Nip. And what a time to turn it around as well. Vega were on the path. They were on the fast track to the finish line.
I can't believe they've done it again. Just
unbelievable.
Over and over. Both of these teams actually have been really, really good at stealing rounds away when they're on these second round buys or these half buys in the middle of the halves. Great trading from NIP to get back into this site. This was a spot of danger. If he was able to get this kill, Forrest was still far away from death at 68 HP. But with that plant, Vega is going to have a strong buy. And if NIP get lured into an aggressive peak, I mean, you have to know at this point that they're going to fight for this round. The question is, are you going to expect them to have Glils and AKs? JR is going to go down. That was the AK-47. You mentioned their trade stat. Worst trade percentage of any team at this event at 14.2%. JR, they're just swinging wide at top mid and taking a fight on his own.
Exactly. Hard to avenge if no one else is around you. Smoke deployed into the apps just to stall off the push that Vega were looking for. Bomb still dropped out towards the T side of the apps. Very split up are Vega though. They've got a player in Palace, one top mid. Player in Palace is now coming under some heavy duress, which is Crush. He's been smoked out. Hutchie residing in Underpass. May see action momentarily from Dennis and Rez. And he's taking damage too. Chopper though, double spray as neither of them were looking at mid. They were so baited in by the presence of Underpass, and now the Ninjas, it's their turn to sweat, it's their turn to worry.
That is a crazy level of aggression in a man advantage. NIP trying to pull a fast one. 30 seconds left. These footsteps will be heard by Lekro on catwalk the whole way. Get Right needs to start rotating. There's a dink. Oh, there's a great headshot to follow it up, and Forrest will finish the other. NIP closing the gap.
Some alarm bells, you better believe, were ringing though when both players got killed in Connector.
Yes. Absolutely. It's interesting that Vega, I mean, with 30 seconds left, they had time to kind of walk a lot of that way. They really gave an early warning system over to Lekro and NIP to be ready for that. That was a big fight for Get Right to win. If he goes down there, the A bomb site is open, and likely Vega just circle back to A instead of going towards B. 10-8, a narrow lead for Vega, but this round they can't fight for, which has got to be heartbreaking. They've wanted to fight for everything. We've seen it back and forth. Just the one deagle on Chopper, which I guess sometimes is enough. And actually, only one player at the B bomb site for the moment. But Forrest is going to rectify that situation immediately.
Yeah, playing on short catwalk side, so we can quickly rotate back to B. It would be great news for Vega, though, if they could spill out and just get a bomb plant. They're not really expecting anything from round 19 here. Get a couple of meat shields deployed for Chopper and see if he can rip some heads off with the Desert Eagle. That's pretty much it. in terms of tactics. And down he will fall. At least it's retrievable. So Hudgy, the player just behind him, picks it up instead, tries his luck, and will get the drop onto Rez.
Yeah, catches Rez in a committed fight and is able to just duck underneath the bullets. Low HP though, so that Deagle is only really useful if he gets the one taps. Can't take any kind of extended battle. Bombs still drop far back to the entrance to these B halls. All that's really left is to peek and pray.
Tony Black at this stage hoping they've just stacked B. See if he can make the most of a mistake, but also gets the M4. So this could get a bit interesting, but only 12 seconds in which to utilize his newly found weapon.
He's been spotted. He knows it. Try and get that plant. No, he's going to go for a kill. Doesn't matter. Dennis comes from behind. 9-10 now.
But as a result of their patience, here come the AK-47s. Let's see if Vega can add another round to their isolated pistol round. Since then, it's been all ninjas, one-way traffic. The one bomb plant, but that's been it, really.
This has been such a tough series for NIP. Even Train, there were some obstacles at the start of their first half. Forrest gonna get aggressive. Oh, he's counter-flashed. He's got to back away. No one's peeking him, which is good. JR's not expecting that aggression, and Forrest gets the jump on him. Was able to get 15 bullets out before JR could respond, and then the Crush goes for a contact play. So does Hutchie. This map is falling apart, and it looks like Vega do not have an idea on this T side so far.
It really is, and you look at the two deaths, again, get picked off, there's no potential for avenging frags. No one else is there.
Tell you what, though, if they ever learn how to work as a team, they can be pretty dangerous. They've got some incredible individuals.
100% agreed on that. But right now, that teamwork is severely lacking. So Ninjas in Pajamas, player advantage. Crush is exceptionally low. Only one smoke to play with. They've got some mid-control, but it's really only half the battle to either of the sites, especially when you don't have a smoke to deal with connector. He's going to leave it open for the likes of Get Right to spam across, but he's going to come out ahead, well, behind, I should say, in this trade, losing 81 of his health.
Again, Tony Black alone, just working up catwalk. Fleckerover swings wide on this position. It's going to be tough to stop. The smoke is going to give it the game. It's over towards market window. Leclerc's getting wrapped upon. He doesn't realize it. There's the giveaway, but no one is watching for that cross. The smoke was perfect. Dennis has to hide for the moment, wait for his team to come, but he can't live long enough. Vega, a big advantage to get their 11th round. And Rez is going to have to do all the work because Get Right is low.
Rez's number has been called up, though. Chopper had the drop on him. Heard him from a mile away, and Get Right has to save. So Vega, they lose the two opening picks. Zero teamwork, but purely off the back of Tony Black's entries, they end up winning the round.
Again, much like Train, another situation where NIP, that setup was fine in terms of keeping players alive, but they didn't have any actual information. No one from Vega was spotted until was that, I think, Tony Black leading the way into the B bomb site, coming up catwalk. He wasn't even spotted until he gets to the bomb site and he's able to pick off Lecro. He was all the way next to market window. That's too much ground to be able to give over to your opponents. Vega just narrowly keeping this lead in their favor. Plenty of money still for NIP to buy, but they're going to be out of it after this. Neither team has called a timeout yet.
This is Nip using all of their savings. As you say, they'll have nothing left in the bank after this one. Dennis going to pick up the AWP. He's had a bit of a rough game, 8-16 with 64 ADR.
What a sore spot it would be for NIP if Vega is once again to eliminate them from the major qualifier, the new challenger stage.
Would be an unbelievable storyline. Especially when you consider that Vega Squadron, well, many people wrote them off after they got battered off Vitality 16-1.
Yeah.
They looked shocking in that game.
I think the big thing about it is when you have players such as Get Right and Forrest that have won pretty much everything you can in not only CSGO, but Counter-Strike in general. That loss in Atlanta to Vega Squadron was really kind of the capstone of their downfall from being one of the top teams to now people questioning their ability to continue and be effective as players.
Well, really, since then, their experiences with the Major have been just heartbreak after heartbreak.
Except for the one that they won. Rez has no idea they're behind him. No one's watching this whatsoever. This is a very weird push from Rez.
And with his death, Vega Squadron now starting to position for an execute. Solid shot by Dennis. Tony Black gets an important trade. This now gives jungle presence across to Vega Squadron, but Forest is going to thin the herd somewhat. We're tied up at 3 apiece in terms of manpower. Now the bomb is going to get picked up and moved towards the A site. There's no way of Nip to stop this, but Forest just dips out and claims himself a kill. This retake now is way more possible, and it's been made that much better by Forest claiming on Tony Black. Crush, last player left. Identical position to where Lekro clutched when the roles were reversed. But he doesn't have a smoke to play around with, and this time it's a 1v3. He's given his position away, and surely it's only a matter of time before he is found, and Dennis will be the man to put the final nail in the coffin.
What a great round from Forrest. Some very precise shots coming through. That second kill he gets in dark underneath the balcony, I don't think they expected him to push through the murder hole. Not only was there a player in jungle at one point, but the Molotov was there as well. They probably figured he rotated around. He's able to catch one with his pants down. 15 kills for Forrest, 13 deaths. He leads the way for NIP, but they're very close in score to each other. This one right here, Chopper had no idea. The plant helps, but it's a bit rough on the money for Vega to lose that round, hence why they call a timeout. I think they want to discuss exactly how they want to approach this. Crush, you can see, has 6,100. But everyone else really has nothing to play with. So a half buy comes in. Or actually, JR, that's a bit more than that.
That's a straight-up investment from both JR and Hutchie, and it's not as if they've got full round loss bonus either.
They're buying up into it, everything they can. I think Crush dropped a Galil over to Tony Black. AK on Crush. No, Tony Black just bought that heads up. All right, here we go. Big, big investment for Vega Squadron. This would be the tying round for NIP. Hutchie causing the smallest of distractions towards the B bomb site. Waterfall with AKs.
A waterfall of sharks. It's definitely not something I'd want to have to deal with. But the Ninjas in prime position to go fishing. Rez has got himself the first, could be getting a second. But his tag team partner on the site's dead. To get 3 kills from there by Rez is massive for the Ninjas in Pajamas. But it's still a 2-on-2 in anybody's round.
I don't know if you'd say Vega has an advantage here, but they certainly kind of have control of the map. NIP, they have to make a decision if they want to split, how exactly they want to play this. There's not a whole lot of ways they can get information of where Vega's coming. At the moment, they're just gambling that Vega's not going to circle back towards the A bomb site. The vent's not even broken open. Doesn't want to make that noise at this stage. And NIP is going to split, so Vega have a 2-on-1 at the B bomb site. Forrest is playing so passively in A that at least he'll have time to wait for Lekro to rotate. Up catwalk we go. Hutchie only with the deagle, so you imagine JR leading the way, and Lekro has gotten into a great position, and he's not going to peek it. His gun is out. They're going to check this, though. There's the shot. They look away at the last moment, and Lekro calms it down.
One of the contributing factors there at the end is time was so low. They couldn't really afford to check every single angle they wanted to. I think they had 13 seconds left. And Lekro could have been on one of, 5 or 6 positions on
Yeah,
B.
so many. Especially if they get past that corner, right? And they go to the B bomb site. There's just so many angles. You were right. This is a godlike performance from Rez.
If he only gets 2 kills in that situation, the A site is lost. That's how influential Rez's 3 kills were. And again, he seems to be like this spree killer. He doesn't do anything for 3 or 4 rounds. He comes in and just impact, influence, get like aggressive with the MP9. Oh, that nade though.
Dear God. Gotta like that one. Softens up a couple players, and he's still aggressive. Get right. Can taste the legend stage.
Goes back in for seconds. Weakened them.
Starting to see that characteristic like railgun aim from Forrest starting to develop in this map. We saw it on that retake earlier. He makes it look so easy.
If they go for a boost, it will be into their death, almost certainly, but they're going to decide against that decision. Last player's below window. Crush going to show his hand. The bullets whiz past Forrest's head, and Nip take the lead again, 12-11.
6-2 in this second half. They have been pretty dominant. Forrest leading the way with 18, whereas in Lekro at 16. Crush leads the whole server with 19 kills. And here come the AKs again. Another buy for Vega. They need to figure something out. They need to do it quick. Up in the hands of Dennis. That flashbang just catches him. Looked like he might have had a freebie.
I was a little bit surprised we didn't see a timeout. They still have 3 of them at their disposal, and they don't have a huge amount of rounds left. Such an integral, important part after losing 3 rounds in a row. Maybe just completely focused on the task at hand. That being said, though, going to be a pop flash into a peak, but no one's home. Chopper has spotted Lekro, who keeps darting across for information.
NIP's used a lot of their nades, though, very quickly in this round. That might be... Oh, get right. Committed to that fight, didn't really want to. It might be because the nature of how Vega is playing this, how individual it is with just some dry contact peaks. NIP's a little bit nervous. This could decide the round, this play right here. Here's the boost as well.
Yeah, you heard the thud of footsteps as it whiffed the first time the barrel of the gun. Betrays Chopper. And with the kill, the Ninjas take the lead in terms of men on the server. Hudgy and JR are going to have to try and tag team together to get an entry through on the staircase side. They're going to get one. And Forrest counteracts instantly. 25 seconds now. They don't have control over CT. And Lekro is going to be a real pain in the ass because they don't have a smoke to deal with him. They're going to have to go for this plant and try and cover from the peak, and it's not going to happen. Yes, Lekro gets traded, but that's a huge kill he's just picked up for his team. And now Hutchie's going to go for this plant. He can get spammed through those boxes, but Dennis is going to take the initiative and push. Not required because Forrest is there to clean up.
Really nicely handled from NIP. That peek towards connector. Really liked the idea from Vega Squadron, but that firing squad was set up. They had 2 players in connector. Forrest was back on catwalk, and there's just too many options to aim at. That is a tough battle. Not a lot of utility down the stretch as well to be able to handle it. Dennis, that is... I mentioned the round could be decided there. He heard the boost, and then he gets the follow-up kill. The first kill goes to Rez, who is watching for the boost after he calls it out. So really nice information gathered by Dennis in that round. 13-11. Now Vega's starting to really feel it. This is a full investment, essentially. No rifles, but pistols, nades. Hutchie is down low. He's the only one there. The rest of his teammates stop by a Molotov. And if Hutchie can't create something, he can't even find his way out of the window.
Just flashes and smokes enough to choke on, but still comes out swinging and claims the kill onto Forrest. Lekro, the last line of defense with Dennis. They're going to have to be a bastion. A wall put around this B side. Dennis spray not quite on point, but finally going to get that kill. But Vega are keeping the player advantage. Bomb's now been dropped from Rez, who'd made a move through the B-app side. And he's going to have to work with Get Right to try and clutch this one up. But here comes the rotation from JR. He's flanking around the backside of Get Right, who's taking damage. He's down to a measly 21 health. And Tony Black finishes off Rez. Vega Squadron, they are going to take it with just pistols and knock the Ninjas down a step or two. That's going to kill their economy.
I have no idea how Vega Squadron won that. You replay that round 100 times, and they probably only win it that once. That is insanity. I cannot believe NIP drops the ball in that sense. All the rifles in the world and just couldn't land any of the shots, and it seemed like they almost were just so excited that it was a round against just pistols. They were all a little too chasey with those kills.
Now, you think of how that round started with Hudgy being destroyed off Molotovs and nades.
And then not being able to get out of the window.
That's unbelievable.
Obviously, the JR flank is the big one. Even he fluffed a kill when he initially came there, and they're able to recover it nicely. That bench position is just so strong. That throws a spanner in the works. This map is now up in the air again. There's no money behind NIP. If they lose this, it's tied at 13-13, and they have to save. It's so much rides on this round, Vince.
Again, elimination is beckoning, and Dennis is going to get the first kill.
I mean, that's a play that can't be done in such a crucial round. Just a flashbang and a rush up the ramp.
By himself again. No one's even close.
Yeah, the nice thing is Crush has a huge, huge jump on this catwalk play, and Forrest isn't looking for it. Oh, yes, he is. I take it all back once again, and there's Electro with the other off. NIP makes short work of this round, a dangerous situation.
This round is as good as over. Have a look at Get Right's position. He's flanking around the backside. They're going to have Rez up close. They're not going to be able to escape from this. They've got plenty of time, Vega Squadron. But again, Get Right is patient. He has been here so many times before.
We mentioned it on Train. Get Right just plays by the book, right? There's no reason for him to flank. He has 4 players at B. His only job is to make sure they can't fall back. If they kill him, if he pushes and they kill him on the flank, they have an avenue to get to the A bomb site, and everyone is scrambling to get back in time. Still overwhelming favorites would be NIP in the round, but it could turn into a really deadly situation. So Get Right's doing this smart. And I don't know, it feels like Vega's trying to save.
That may very well be the case when you consider Chopper's got $50, Hutchie 200, Crush 250.
Yeah, JR could drop an AK, Tony Black could drop a Galil. But NIP, they do have an AWP on JR.
Maybe going to slow the round down a little bit, but again, it starts off with Chopper chasing out ramp by himself, dying, giving the advantage to Ninjas in Pajamas. They only have 2 smokes here, Vega Squadron. Again, potentially smoke onto jungle side, the staircase. Try and all out rush onto the A side. Maybe JR can get this pick. Oh, you need to be so careful right now. Get Right, if you jump one more time, you're probably going to get destroyed, but there's Rez on the stairs. They actually push without using any of their grenades here, Vega Squadron.
It's actually kind of cool. They're using that AWP to just cover him the whole way. Not a lot of utility, so do what you can with what you have, and that AWP is providing cover for the pistols to get up close, but Get Right, he's outplayed him. Rez had that first kill, and then Get Right jumps into a perfect position. Molotov going to come out. He's going to find himself another. He's repositioned. They have no idea. Oh, great shots from Get Right. The legends for NIP are stepping up down the stretch, and that's exactly what you'd expect.
Get Right moves on to 79 ADR, 18 kills. Forrest 22 kills with 82 ADR.
Vega's only won 3 rounds in this half, and they've never strung them together. They won the pistol round, they run round 20, and they just won the previous round, or that one with the pistols. So they've only won 1 round when they've had guns.
That'll do it.
What more can you say about that one? 15-12, it's got to be a 3-round run, a comeback for Vega to force overtime. They have no chance of eliminating NIP in regulation.
Heavy mid presence again from the Ninjas of Pajamas. Rez this time going to push in while Dennis peeking down into the underpass. As a result of sacrificing a bunch of the firepower, though, there is plenty of smokes. 5 in total for Vega Squadron. Didn't work out for them last time, but of course they did push out before the smoke started to deploy.
I mean, if you think about it, the rounds they've won, like 2 of them with the pistols, it's when they were grouped up and attacking a bomb site together. And we've seen them a number of times try and take individual fights, running up a ramp, a contact play, running out to B in a contact play, out of Palace in a contact play, and it hasn't really worked. So just line up, throw the smokes. It's all you've got left.
Well, here we go. Could be the final play of Vega Squadron's tournament. Incoming smokes, blotting out the sun. Get Right, though, does have a perched position. Can just see over this towards the Palace, but he's being tagged up heavily, has to back away. They will concede the bomb plant, but they're fine with that. They have such a superior amount of weapons at their disposal, and Forrest is thinned out Crush.
Almost like Get Right wanted to lure them into this peak. Oh, and Dennis actually drops the op over and they couldn't get it out in time. That could be a massive blunder. Get Right, the only one left here, and he's down as well. Distracted by trying to swap guns and play the right play, but Forrest might correct it. A course correction, and Rez is here as well. He's got him trapped. The nade goes in, they have no idea. Chopper alive, and now he can delay. That's the round. Vega have done it. Somehow they've clawed themselves in, and they've kept the dream alive. They've kept their major hopes alive. NIP caught getting fancy.
Yeah, what a time to switch that is. Just as the pistols are pushing through CT boxes. And he nailed it. That was the moment. That was the moment where Vega took the round and made it theirs. And now having a quick look across to the Ninjas' economy, they will be able to afford a buy, but after this, they're going to have nothing left.
That's why it's so crazy that just happened. NIP buys here, they're going to be out of money. And then all of a sudden, if Vega win this, they've been atrocious in gun rounds. 3 of the 4 rounds they've now won in this half have been with pistols. Vega just need to win 1 gun round, and all of a sudden you're at 14-15 and you're fighting for overtime in a game where NIP can't afford anything to battle with. No op in the hands of NIP in this round. Which is probably a good thing. I mean, that trying to swap the op over is what got him destroyed.
Yeah, honestly, on the CT side, when you think of where the kills have came from, it's been through the AUGs and the M4s. The op really hasn't had that much impact. Dennis smoked out, but there'll be some flirtation over on the B side. Bit of damage chipped away to Dennis, but it's negligible at best. The tension in this game is palpable. Both teams on the brink of elimination. So much pressure, so much to play for.
That pressure is likely why you see some of these uncharacteristic mistakes coming out. Smoke to give Crush a little bit of space to work with, and a little bit of a one-way smoke. Get Right's got to be careful. Nade's going to come out. Going to chip Get Right down in great fashion. There's a delayed peek from Rez. Nice frag onto Hutchie, and they can kind of slink away from that aggression. Still spread across the map as Vega. Individual fights everywhere they would be. Forrest has been spotted, but he crouches beneath the crosshair and gets away. Dennis is up next. That shoulder's been spotted. Nade in his hand. Dennis somehow wins that fight. JR could never get the angle.
There's no smokes left for Vega, though. There's only 2 Molotovs, and here comes Rez. It's looking like it may be the beginning of the end, Tony. Black has to clutch a 1v3 to keep the Vega dream alive. And he's caught between the CT's gonna get the first pick, spins across, gets the second, but there's Rez, and Nip will live to fight another day. Vega Squadron have been eliminated.
That had to be an exhausting, grueling series for NIP to take. Unfortunately, Vega's gonna be eliminated. NIP get their revenge a second time. They did it in London. Now they knocked Vega Squadron out. Payback from Atlanta a couple of years back. Forrest in this series was stellar. 26-16 in this final map. I believe he's going to end up with well over 70 kills in the series. He was great. Rez had his moments, but overall, NIP proved they were the better team, especially on Mirage. We've got the Des to talk us through it.
Vega Squadron and major dreams nipped in the bud. It is not going to be time for the CIS to flourish, certainly not in the form of the Sharks. And now, myself, Machine, and Sean Gers and Sponge are going to reflect upon the best of 3. It really was a messy game, chaotic at times, and tough to analyze at that second map Train. But now we have Mirage to dig our teeth into, Sean, and this one, 16-13 all the way.
Yeah, there were so many occasions in this map where I thought Nip could have just run away with things. There was early in that first half where I think NIP had a huge economic advantage. JR sticks the bomb in the one-on-one against Force, and then they rattle off 6 straight rounds. At that point in the game, I didn't think Vega was going to be able to even, surface. I thought it would just be a total blowout. And then that second half, we saw 2 pistol force buys late in that game, which could have easily turned this game on its head.
That's the problem, right? They did those fantastic rounds. They were set pieces. That's what it was. It was an execute with pistols only, and they were able to make it work. But then when they had the gun rounds, they either went for Hail Mary plays where they're trying to take advantage of gaps and just push in and hope that nobody's watching their position, or not use their utility and just limp out and take duels. NIP were more than happy to take those fights. So when it was heads-up Counter-Strike, the Ninjas were happy. When it was executes, they've really struggled.
But how do rounds like this Mirage pistol nonsense happen again and again? We'll have highlights, it will likely be in there, but NIP, they fell victim to the same kind of thing versus Tai Lu. This kind of limited couple of pistols charging at B's site, and Vega are hitting shots.
It felt like indecision for me in a lot of those situations. When those executes came in, they didn't know which duel they wanted to take. You have to quickly decide in that, where am I going to fight? And you can't be between two different positions, because as soon as you are, the pistols will swarm you and you won't have made any kills. It's better to get one and done as opposed to going for a play that's not going to work or get caught between two players, get taken down, give up a rifle on the site, and from that point it becomes very difficult to get back into it.
Yeah, it's just an individual error on both of those rounds. I mean, like Chad said, the swarming of pistols happens so quick, so if you're not on your feet and make the correct decision the first time around, it's too late.
He had an exceptional last map as well, Forest. He was at the top of the scoreboard alongside Rez, and both of those individuals actually, I mean, like, I was a little concerned when you see Rez make those a couple of uncharacteristic errors on overpass. I think credit to be given that they're stars and necessary performances coming out from them.
I think you'll be able to tell when we get the interview, and you could see from their reaction then after the game, they weren't overjoyed by that win by any means. The fact of the matter was they were pushed the full distance by Vega Squadron, a stark underdog in this regard, and I think they're going to be disappointed with the way they played.
Well, that's your theory. We'll actually hear it right now from Forrest. He's standing by with Frankie, and our analysts think this might just be more of a sweat off the brow moment. Let's see how they're feeling.
The analysts would be wrong, because Forrest here is absolutely cool as a cucumber. As a reporter, I'm slightly disappointed by the fact that you're just so chilled out, Forrest.
Yeah, well, I don't want to celebrate too early. I mean, we still have a game tomorrow. Of course, it feels good to beat them here. We did lose to them early. As people remember, we have lost to them. They sent us out of the major before, so felt good to beat them here, and we have a new target tomorrow, so we got to refocus.
I do need to ask you, though, Forrest, it felt like maybe you guys were a bit scared of making mistakes in that early game, and it maybe could have lost you everything. So what are you going to change for tomorrow's crucial match?
Yeah, that is indeed something we do talk about. You're correct. I think it's more that people need to start feeling more comfortable in the tournament itself. We haven't played for almost 2 months in a LAN environment, so we're definitely going to take a look at the match and see what we did and what we could improve on. But I think overall we did good, and I think they played incredible as well. So it's good to see it.
Well, Rez in particular, of course, he must be your MVP. Go and chill out and maybe do a bit of that yelling I saw Get Right doing on LAN, Patrick.
Yeah, I will leave that to Get Right, but Rez did play incredible.
Thank you so much. Let's head back to the desk.
So Forrest has a smile on his face and setting sights on tomorrow. Interesting note that Frankie's managed to dig out of the Swede there, that they do feel like they're still trying to warm up into the tournament.
Yeah, well, they get tomorrow. That's their last day of warm-up, right? You got to really show up with there tomorrow. But the fact is, we don't normally see interviews from Forrest, and you have to give props to this guy. He is the last legend of the 1.6 era to still perform at the top of the game time and time again. So props to him for 3 massive maps, because he just continues to surprise.
He certainly does, and I would love to continue to talk about this one, but we have got Vega Squadron eliminated. They're added to the list. Team Spirit, Greg Hound, and now Terra to Vega Squadron. We are going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, I'm going to be taking a back seat, and Trace Cerenthis will be steering this ship towards Counter-Strike lock-ins. We're waving goodbye to more teams. It's an elimination game. Fnatic are going to be taking on G2. It's all coming up after the break.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
The Vodafone pre-match is now, and it's time to take a look into what will be the second best of three, and it's a treat for some and what will be a dismal showing for others. I have resumed the responsibilities here as host on the desk, and Alex Brandon Richardson is now currently sitting by, ready to, take some time to himself, which is completely okay because he's going to have to sit back and get ready for what is G2 versus Fnatic. Both of these teams fighting for life here in Katowice, and for what it's worth, I think it's time for us to take a deeper look into this German-based organization housing some French players. Let's find out about G2 Esports.
Last year was a black mark on the French CSGO scene. Its most decorated names and greatest players had failed to deliver the major and bevy of big trophies their reputations promised. When the super team broke in half, it replenished its ranks with more legends from the past. Beyond a few glimmers of light, the year was an unrelenting march into the darkness of irrelevance. Now, a new look G2 seeks to forge a new direction for French Counter-Strike. If veteran Shox and Kenny S can get it right on the third try, then perhaps France will at last see her two greatest sons lift a major trophy once again.
Yes, it is time. G2 Esports trying to stay alive here in Katowice. This major is something that they wanted to bank on for a long time, but so far the fruition of both of these teams has not shown through. Now, who we will show at this moment is our newest member to the analyst desk. It will be Jacob Pimpbinnicky, and then to his left will be Sean Gers, @ in there with the Gers thing on the other end of it. Guys, welcome back. Sorry, man. It
feels great to be back, Trace.
It feels good to be here.
Does it now? Well, it does feel good for us. It can't feel good for G2 or Fnatic. Putting themselves backs against the wall, this is not where I think anyone could have expected Fnatic to be, to say the least.
No, Fnatic, I had it going through 3-0. None of their players have really shown up other than Crims and Brolin in the way that they have in the past. We saw them at IEM Chicago. They almost made the finals. They had Astralis against the ropes. So I thought they would come into this event really prepared, look solid. No, quite the opposite. They had the #1 seed, and they faltered at every step so far.
It's just not only the fact that they're not playing some of the best Counter-Strike right now, it's the fact that they've lost to teams like Vici and Winstrike. I do know that both of those teams have been playing better than we predicted them to, but the fact that you're going down, you're losing 16-9 to Vici, not even a competitive game, not even a close game, and you're losing 16-11 to Winstrike, it's simply not good enough if you're a powerhouse like Fnatic.
Yeah, and I mean, when they took on Winstrike, we're looking at a 2-round T-sided half there. That is not going to help your case at all trying to get any wins on the board. And you're right. So we've seen them lose to Vici. We've seen them lose to Winstrike. We've seen them put Greyhound out. And I think the real shining light here as we look at Mirage as our first map is Crims has been the player that has been able to put the numbers on his back. He's only had one negative performance here on maps so far. And even then, it's not like the team was there to really rally it up.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he gets the kickoff on Mirage, which everyone knows he plays around that connector spot, and he does it so well. He's one of the best players in the world at that spot. Obviously, he's one of the best players in the world anyway, but this is like his specialty, this map, and I can't see him having a bad game here.
No, me neither. And the problem for Fnatic is they can't only rely on Crims. He's a good player. He's one of the best in the world, especially in that position as you were talking about, but you need a Brolin to step up. You need a Twist, who's been going completely missing in this tournament as well, to show up. I think many players, including myself, think that he's one of the best in the world when he's going, especially when he's playing FPL, especially when he's playing loose. This is one of the most talented guys we have in the game in particular, but he just haven't been able to make it work in Fnatic yet, and that's a big problem for them.
And you can see Big Boss Dog Karn there on the screen trying to get in the huddle and maybe say some words to really bounce back what is Fnatic. And then on the other side with G2 Esports, you know, formerly known as Gamers2. Yes, they are a Spanish esports organization. Yes, they are based in Berlin. And yes, they are housing some French players. There's a whole lot going on there, multinational sort of thing. But in regards to their performance, yes, we've seen them take 16-14 to Vega. But Avangard and Ints definitely bested them.
Yeah, and their problem has been that their new players, their younger players aren't stepping up. Jax, Lucky, Body, all have had terrible tournaments so far, and they're relying so much on Kenny and Shox to pull through. I honestly think they could have gone out 0-3. They should have lost that game to Vega Squadron if it wasn't for some heroics coming out of Kenny.
And this is a G2 that nobody really knew where to put. It wasn't necessarily the most prettiest of showings, but now the showing that I need from you guys is, well, you know what it is. It's Mirage who's going to be winning this one.
I think Fnatic is going to win this one. You have a guy like Crims, who's one of the best in the world on this particular map. He's going to just give it to G2. I don't think they have anything to come at Fnatic on a map like Mirage, especially when, as you said, considering they have 3 players who currently are not performing up to the best.
Yeah, I'm sure G2 expected Fnatic to pick Mirage here, but historically, I don't think the French scene is that good on the map, and I have to give the edge to Fnatic here.
Yeah, and Fnatic have let down some people over time through this major thus far, and that should probably stop right about now. My pick, though, well, my pick is these next two. We do have a little bit of Vince and a little bit of Moses for you to walk us into Mirage and G2 versus that of Fnatic. Take it away, fellas.
That was a lot of bit of the boys on the desk. Thank you so much. And I think it's safe to say that both of these teams have been underperforming, disappointing, not up to the level we thought they'd be at coming into this event. They've got one more chance to fix that, to rectify that situation, fighting for survival here at IEM Katowice.
And if they don't fix it, they're gone. Much like Vega Squadron, they are on the first plane, the first train, whatever it is, they're out of here.
Or the first bar.
If that first, definitely.
One or the other. Here we go, live into the pistol round. Fnatic, 2 players with utility, Crims and Exist on Mirage, and it's right over to the A-bomb side we go, and unfortunately G2 has stacked B, but they're coming up catwalk, and that's a great start. Jax, a nice little one-tap, makes it look easy. There's going to be a lot of bodies coming in through connector. Fnatic are going to have a tough decision. How exactly do they defend this post plant?
Now it's up to Fnatic to suffocate G2, not allow them to get back on, constrict them as best as they can. And Crims, close range on his map, you'd have to say, is teeing off with the Glock, spamming wildly into connector, but his days have been cut short. Now it's on Exist and JW. Their positions very much together, and the smoke's gone down onto the bomb. Exist is going to have to pull off an insane clutch. Won't be happening. And a successful retake gives G2 the first round.
That was a really cool call from G2. 4 players over towards B initially, and that hit came out fast enough for Jax to be able to call it out. That 1 kill he gets is pretty important, but 3 players from G2 just pushing straight to catwalk and getting it on the retake action early on. Crims just couldn't do enough. That was a tough situation to be in, could only find the 1 kill. So 1-0 for G2. Bit of a timeout situation.
I'd assume this is a technical. Be pretty nuts if you called a tactical this early on.
We've seen crazier things.
We certainly have. I mean, I've been watching G2 this major, so yeah. I've had my mind blown multiple times, not always for the better reasons.
Well, that series that we just had was it's a bit of a butt clencher.
I imagine the heart rate of quite a few Swedes went up significantly after that one, but with the bomb plant, it does give Fnatic some options.
That's actually pretty interesting, because, I mean, Fnatic now, another Swedish team, obviously trying to replicate what their Swedish brothers just did. G2 Esports trying to also follow in the footsteps of their French brethren in Vitality qualifying for the major. G2 would have to win 2 BO3s to be able to do that.
Fnatic, without any grenades, have been on the receiving end of a few. Some shrapnel in the teeth. 3-player stack, now a 4-player stack in mid with Twist in underpass, so very centralized in their aggression.
I think Brolin spotted that boost, though. He's got his eyes trained on it. Lucky doesn't commit to the jump on top of the boxes. There's a good trade, and now boosted in towards window, an element of danger because that's Shox waiting there over at jungle, and he spots it. Actually, Twist is going to come right back at him through the murder hole, and it's called that for a reason, but the B-bomb site has been opened up. Crimson JW find an entry. JW doesn't watch for the cross. He's a little bit late. Does he realize one's already through market? He finds it in the end. Can't complete the kill, a risky nade, and he's trying to do so much, and there's going to be one more. Finally comes out on top.
Unbelievable that Fnatic are in a position to potentially win this round, and they really should at this stage. Yes, Jax has full health. There's some Kevlar with an Orc, but there's 3 separate angles to watch out for. He's trying to pre-fire every single one of them. But all Fnatic now have to do is lay and wait. Jax doesn't have a kit or nades. He's out of there. Fnatic have done it. They've actually pulled this round off. And G2... I mean, that's really what we've been talking about. That's a round there that they just lost so many duels, so many unnecessary deaths.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say also great shots from the Deagles as well, chipping some players down, but certainly, I mean, we've seen a lot of these second rounds converted today. In this kind of situation, the pressure, any mistake that gets punished is going to have big consequences. G2 there, 2 players on catwalk, and once they go down, I have to imagine that the first kill on catwalk was from the boost. I think Brolin got killed, but the trade came out immediately afterwards. I think that was Crims who got it.
2 Orgs have also switched hands, so now Fnatic have 2 of them. And if you're G2, you probably don't want to try and face mid, because you're expecting the AKs and at least one of the Orgs to maybe have a quick peek out there, playing to their strengths.
Similar to the pistol round, though. 3 players at the B-bomb site at the moment, 2 of them going towards Cat. Actually, all 3 of them kind of heading that direction. So Lucky's going to stack up in the ladder room. Body and Shox are going to try and bait and lure Fnatic into an aggressive catwalk play. That's what this is designed for. You have Jax with the only AUG on G2 pushing into Palace. So he's gathered a lot of information. Could still be a ramp, but the information he gathers leaves them confident to keep 4 at the B-bomb site.
Jungle can be crossed off the list of potential CT hiding spots, courtesy of Twist and a boost. Brolan now going to wait for that smoke to clear before he tries to make a move. Does have a smoke, so could bounce that off the wall towards jungle. Molotov into ladder room as well. The first kill is going to go the way of G2. And they actually have Jax in Palace with an Orc, so this could get a bit sketchy for Fnatic. They're taking damage and getting some dinks, actually, from short, so this is getting out of control at this stage. Here comes Jax now from Palace. The bomb's been dropped. Molotov kill in amongst the chaos from Kenny S. And Fnatic only have Brolan and JW to try and dig them out this deep ditch that they're currently in. CT's going to push. Beautiful play from JW. Able to cover his teammate, and he's just gone one better. This round could be going the way of Fnatic, and it will. A 2v4.
Just another Swedish legend stepping up when needed most. That is an insane round from JW. Snapping over very quickly to Palace to continue the cover. Bails Fnatic out of a very deep hole that they were in. I thought that positioning of Jax, when they got those 2 kills coming up connector, I thought G2 had it locked up. I thought Jax would be able to just kind of wipe them clean, but JW is just a monster inside that site. Great performance. That's a full investment from G2 that they lose. 3 players sitting right around 2,000, and they can't invest in this round. A couple P250s, a Deagle on Jax, who has 3K.
Just to show you how dominant JW's been in these first 3 rounds, 196 ADR, 4 kills, 3 assists. He has been in the mix with these Fnatic wins, and I hope that will continue. G2 certainly won't be hoping that's the case. They'll be hoping one of their star players can step up, but that's been the issue, really. 4-player stack on a B with just Shox over on A by his lonesome. Similar setup as well with a boost. Brolan making a move through short side.
I wonder if this is some kind of like research and play calling that they've looked into by Fnatic. Even going back to the pistol round, they've had about 3 rounds where they've stacked this B-bomb site. Fnatic's coming right at it. The advantage of weaponry. Haven't spotted this player to the right. Lucky's going to take his shot. He does find it, traded immediately. Meanwhile, the flank coming in. JW hears this the whole way. He's just waiting for him to get closer. And Fnatic has just hit the brakes. They just say, all right, you want to stack this bomb site, we're not going to come in. We'll use the range of these AKs, and even that's not working perfectly.
Desert Eagle. Not quite working as Jax intended, but they're not going to check the boost spot, and Kenny S. He is going to rip through the head of JW. I think he realized and pulled off the bomb. He's like, guys, please help.
Yeah,
help me.
He just knew he was dead at that point. He could see the panic. Kenny just hiding the whole time. 3-1 for Fnatic. Now we get the buy. Kenny's got his ult. He's got no nades behind it. Aug's being picked up across the board. Nice round from Exist, keeping his distance.
And that is the moment that JW knew he was a goner.
Yeah.
Exist one of the kind of players that doesn't necessarily get flustered too often, typically performs in these kind of games, but so far it's just an assist that's to his name with Twist taking out the kill.
They haven't cleared that though. Shox is still in there. I don't think they even realize it. I mean, that's a super fast pace to be able to catch Kenny off guard in that fashion. A little bit of miscoordination on the Molotov and the boost. Nades out in hands on Catwalk though, and that's going to lead to the death of Lucky. Now 2 players in connector, and Exist can't get it done. Massive damage on a Shox.
Would have seen both in connector though, and the call will come out, allowing Twist to just sit there, wait, knowing the rotation would be imminent, looking to neutralize what remains of G2. They've now seen Body on the B side. They've got more than enough time to rotate. He stood on a Molotov. Has to get out of dodge, decides to actually extinguish so he could push back in again, but that's to his demise as Twist stands tall with the AK.
That was a very Fnatic round. Get an opening kill, get a player in a tricky position, and as you kind of start aggressing, you just have at least one player just waiting for rotations. Players across the map getting aggressive and taking control. Nice round from Twist. Even comes back to connector to clean a couple up. And it's now 4-1. G2 won the pistol round, and they have been blanked ever since. P250's purchased up a couple nades as well. G2 going to try and do some damage here. This time it's a stack at the A-bomb site. A lot of stacks so far.
Well, this is something that G2 were doing when we casted them early on the B stream. They were going 4-1 constantly, even with weapons, though. That's the mad thing. Of course, in a pistol, fair enough. You're rolling the dice, you're taking a gamble.
Yep.
But when you have guns and you're doing that, something's clearly wrong.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out here. Will be interesting. Kenny's forced back initially. He had that up in the previous round. It was taken away from him oh so quickly. Fnatic now starting to get aggressive and probe, and that is a very nice nade.
It's going to get JW into all the pistol ranges now for a headshot.
Not a lot of utility for Fnatic to use to like clear out corners and smoke off a choke point. They have 1 Molotov and 5 flashbangs, so actually they can't do any of that. 45 seconds on the clock as well. This is very slow played. They have no idea where G2 is.
They've already pushed B once and G2 are stacking that. So they could be quite apprehensive on their approach, playing more cautiously. Obviously, we have the benefit of seeing it's just Shox. 30 seconds, though. Could Shox wind back time? Could he pull off one of those crazy plays we know he's capable of? No, is the answer. Delivered from Exist.
That would have been one of the craziest if he did it there, with the Deagle at that range. Berlin's going to get curious. G2 not going to fight for this round. Might try and get themselves in position to try and take some guns away, but doesn't look like it. Looks like they're just kind of pausing in Palace. Lucky the only one who really has that opportunity. No reason for them to evacuate through CT spawn, though. They can just go back through B halls or catwalk to mid, where they have teammates to support and clear the way for them. Ooh!
Well, I said he was in the range of the pistol, and JW has now been put down. A bit unfortunate. It looked like his spray was pretty close to landing the kill onto Lucky.
Yeah, he'll probably be a bit frustrated. Lucky would like to go try and get that gun. I think he knows he has virtually no chance and definitely no time. He took a bit too long to make that. Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just snagged it in the nick of time. Decent bonus taking through into round 7. And G2 need every advantage they can get at this stage, 5-1 behind. Only round was off the back of a pistol retake. Since then, 5 rounds on the bounce for Fnatic. Some nades being traded, but not really any ground being made up. That being said, JW already peering out of Palace.
Oh, he misses the flick. He was probably focused on the far angle towards jungle. Did not expect someone to just walk in towards Palace. Why would you? 3 players on A ramp, though, and 1 at the base of connector. They can still pinch onto this site. An entry kill would be so valuable. Jax out in the open. Crims is waiting for it. Oh, that's a great shot. Jax is dinked, I think, through the edge of the box. He's going to go for another, and he's going to get it. Just 2 bullets needed. Shox can't step up, but still a long way to go for Fnatic.
Well, fair enough to Jax, one of the players who's been under a lot of scrutiny recently. 2 big kills, but being forced out into the open from that Molotov will cost him his life. Fortunately, Kenny, with his trusty AWP, is going to put it to use. And if Low Twist is trying to rotate, he's going to run straight into Body. Oh, no. Body actually gets bested, barely tagging Twist. There is enough time for him to go B. This is where G2 may split up.
This changes the nature of this round. This changes the game entirely. Although this is a nice position from Lucky. Twist is running the whole way. Lucky's going to hear this. I think it's already too late. He'll have a fast flank, which Twist won't expect. And Kenny with the AWP on Catwalk isn't even going to get a chance at finding the kill. Second round for G2, but they have pretty heavy losses, all things considered, doing it.
I'm trying to figure out why with 20 seconds, Lucky flashes over and then walks in apps. Is he trying to fake as though he's rotating through underpass?
It's a good question.
Because otherwise it makes no sense, right?
I'm not entirely sure.
Because with that time, there's no way you can rotate to the other side. So
yeah,
you're pretty much saying, yo guys, I'm here, and then you're just not doing anything with it.
Right. I know what you mean. I don't have a good answer for you, Vince.
Feels bad, man.
I don't have them all.
I don't think anyone does for that one.
We can ask him later. Kenny's on Catwalk, waiting for a flash that would indicate Fnatic's taking top mid. He's waiting for it so we can peek afterwards. Shox and Connector. He's had a tough start to this game. Crims with the opening kill on Jax is going to pull Shox's attention away, but not for long. He turns back. He's going to spot the head of Twist. He gets the dink, gets the completed kill. And now Kenny's in perfect position. That's a great 1-2 punch for G2 in mid.
Looking to resurrect their CT half. Some damage has been thrown across to Kenny S and Lucky. But they still have that player advantage intact. And Fnatic are a bit split up. They got Crimson Palace, the other 2 players in mid. Just the 1 smoke with 2 Molotovs, one of which can be tossed into Shadow, which is where Shox currently is. Gonna go for this boost again, it would seem. If they do, Lucky could spot them through Murder Hole. He's playing more of this passive sort of style. I mean, at the end of the day, they actually have no vision at all over short. So for all he knows is a player in ladder at this point. Looks like we're about to get that engagement that we've been waiting for. Shox moving up onto the balcony. He's going to be able to get the free kill onto Crims, and in doing so, this push has been stalled. Exist going to try his best to push straight through anyway. He fears no man, but 8 seconds on the board, and there is Shox for 1 and 2 more. 3 rounds to G2, 2 in a row now.
Yeah, 4 kills in the round for Shox. A nice performance. Crims, it's a hard corner to clear for him when he comes out of the smoke like that in Palace. With the clock running down and Crims dinked, that's not a fight you can really go chase down. So G2 is recovering slowly but surely. They've won the last 2. That time they survive with a good amount of players still up, so they can build up some cash flow. Looks like Fnatic this round wants to head towards the B-bomb site. 3 players here. You imagine it would be a split, but Shox has all the information. Shox hears everything. Shox is walking up. Exist is going to check, and he's not going to be able to win that fight. A very fast headshot for Shox, and Fnatic want to chase him down. 2 players going up Catwalk, though, and actually Body is completely caught off guard. They need to find this kill, and they've got it. Brolin with the CZ. Crims now. wants to take a long-range duel. But these positions, G2 got aggressive, and they have so much control of this map. Fnatic's gonna have no idea Jax is here.
They read the round so well. They had 3 players over on the B side with Shocks also in underpass. So Jax now can just sit in position and wait. Oh, Twist with a lightning fast headshot. Jax is going to be devastated he didn't clutch that one. And in doing so, G2 now go from a commanding position after Shocks picked up the first kill and was able to retreat to potentially suffering and struggling. Brolan's going to go in with another, and Crims will finish it off. That kill onto Twist was so important.
Oh, that was a beautiful reaction from Twist. I don't know how he landed that headshot, and you can see the strength of that position. We talked about it in the previous series with Nip and Vega. That ladder room position, you put Crims in there. He was like the original. He's like the OG of that room. You put him in there, he just gets to sit and wait. Kenny doesn't even get a chance to go for a second kill, eliminated immediately, and Fnatic call a timeout. Want to build upon this win, want to take everything away from G2, who don't have a lot of money to begin with in this round. Kenny and Shocks right around 4,500. Outside of them, you won't be too pleased with what you can purchase.
Body's woes continue, 36 ADR. It's a rough one. I mean, Brolan's on 34, but hasn't really been required that much. When you've got 112, 88, 84 and some of his teammates. I think you said this yesterday, there's only a certain amount of damage to go around on a team.
Damage and kills, it's a finite amount each and every round. Shocks. Firing his pistol, he has an AUG, so he's trying to make it seem like it's going to be a save round out of G2. Is Fnatic going to take the bait?
Shocks moving in, gets caught from the side, and Brolan's Mac-10 delivers the fatal shot with the AUG trading hands. Body now has to move out of position. Again, it was a heavy B stack. A lot of presence over on the B side of the map.
It's the three guns as well. Jax is the defender at A, and he's got the Deagle. SMG and the 2 rifles are at the B bomb site. Even Jax might just gamble here. Might just flip the coin and say, we'll see what happens. And because they have so many bodies at this B bomb site, they can actually make sure they're not getting flanked through window room. This is a very dangerous situation for Fnatic. I'm really curious how they're going to handle this. Jax wants to go for the peek. He's going to get it. Brolan was low already, thanks to Shocks. And Fnatic is walking right into a trap.
Oh no, they're going straight into the stack, but Twist able to jump straight out and get the kill into Lucky, who had no idea that was coming up. Zero cover of each other. Body's gonna get the kill into Exist. Bomb planted in amongst the smoke, but it's down to Body, and Twist continues to impress. A 3K, and Fnatic cruise to a 7-3 lead.
Yeah, he's on one. And it's not much of a trap if you're not watching for that play. Whoever's playing in that gut right corner, shadow, whatever you want to call it, he's going to be frustrated. You got 2 teammates there and no one's looking for that player coming out the window. That's unfortunate for them. Nice round from Twist, as you said, reacting perfectly into the smoke just after he plants the bomb. 7-3 in the favor of Fnatic, and they've taken all the guns, all the money away from G2. It's going to be a save round. It actually is one this time. And Twist with that up spots some aggression coming and just backs off.
Brolan's going to take some damage, but it's Lucky that's first to fall in round 11. Just being careful, checking all the angles. Only the 1 kill in retaliation, and as expected, Fnatic easy 8th round.
You said Brolan was having a tough start to this game, and he was the only one to fall there. And all that chaos, all the Fnatic players running on. I think he came up 3rd, and he was still the person to get targeted.
Just one of those days, mate.
Yeah, those are the worst games when you're just like, I really just can't do anything.
That's every game for me. At that stage, I'm just like, look, I'm a big boy. I'll just be the meat shield. Just let me go in first. I'll absorb all the bullets.
I will be a team player.
Exactly.
Smokes out, and it's going to be a dedication to the A bomb site. We go. Oh, dear.
Easy 8th round.
You said Brolan was having...
And I can hear myself.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Well, Brolan's got a headshot, and they're actually entering into this A bomb set. There's 1 defender left. That was Kenny, and he gets knifed. Somehow, we said Brolan had a tough start to this game. He just got 3 kills, and he knifed Kenny. In your face.
Just let me go in first. I'll absorb all the bullets.
There you are. You sound great.
Thanks,
You sound really good.
You sound pretty good yourself.
Thanks.
Lucky and Body, last two players. It's going to be rough with like hearing a loop of ourselves in the background.
Nah, we can do it. We can handle it. 8-3. It's about to be 9-3 for Fnatic.
And he knifed Kenny. In your face.
In your face.
I really hope the audience can hear this too. Otherwise, we're just going to.
We just sound crazy,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
absolutely. Bomb is planted, and just waiting for the end of this round. Lucky and Body going to keep those M4s moving forward, and they don't have enough to drop an M4 or an AUG, which is a little bit unfortunate.
In the meanwhile, Fnatic gonna just keep cruising. No reason to change anything up. 4 rounds in a row. Mid control's been pretty easy to come by from their perspective. Tactical timeout for G2.
It's crazy to think it's one of those games. G2 wins the pistol round and only have 3 rounds total. That is crushing. On the CT side of Mirage.
And the other 2 rounds were back-to-back. So you've just got these vast plains of T rounds, these oceans of T rounds with a couple of CT islands spread in the middle.
It's all right. Maybe they're like, maybe the islands have coconuts and rum on them.
Sounds pretty good.
It's crazy to think it's one of.
Unfortunately, it won't save you from being knocked out the major, though.
No, it won't. Maybe help you ease the pain?
Perhaps. But 3 rounds on your CT side of Mirage is simply not good enough. You feel like they're probably going to have to get up to around the 6 mark. At least 5.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. You would certainly like to think so. 2 players defending these B halls back of the truck. Body's there as well, and he's the close-up. He's got one of the M4s. He's going to get aggressive, so if he goes down here, they can't recover this. There's the flashbang. Twist turns from it. Twist has been on point, and that's exactly what you don't want if you think G2 is going to move on, and you don't want that either. Lucky missing a lot. And here we go. Shox has got one with the pistol. He's got second one. That's at long range as well. Impressive from Shox, but quickly the opportunity to seize is shut down, and Jax is going to get dropped coming out of the smoke. 10-3.
And Twist, of course, historically was the player in Sweden that was one of the most frustrating. He always seemed to prefer to dip down to the lower tier teams. Never quite took his opportunity to go to the big teams. And yet here he is, fragging out 12-8.
Yeah, he has a really interesting story in his career, doesn't he? Because I know, like, there was always rumors of NIP and Fnatic at various points during some of their struggles that they've reached out to him to join the team, and he was always like, nah, I'm good.
Playing with friends, that sort of stuff.
I'm just chilling. Now he's here. Great shot from JW. He beats Kenny S to the angle. Kenny hasn't been able to get anything going with that AWP.
Absolutely not. I mean, to be fair to Fnatic, they've done a great job of marshalling mid and just making sure the smokes are consistently landing in window, connector. There's not really been much that Kenny could do. Twist again. Who else with an entry already on the B side? This is just falling to pieces for G2. This is a horror of a CT side so far. Twist is going to go down, but so is Shox. 4-on-2 now in favor of Fnatic as they look to barrel down on A site, which is where Jax is all alone.
I mean, Fnatic is having such a fast pace and they're finding so much success early on. First of all, there's no reason for them to slow down. Second of all, because they find these kills so quick, they're just, G2 is the ones who have to respond, find information, make an aggressive play to try and even things out, and Fnatic is just feasting upon that.
This is the Fnatic that I was looking out for when we first started casting against Vici.
Listen, I made a tweet when Fnatic went 0-2, and I said, don't worry, Fnatic's going to bounce back. They're going to make it to the major. I stand by that until I see who they play in the next round.
It's a bold statement. But then again, of course, we're on best of 3s now. It's not best of 1s anymore.
Yeah.
So the shock and awe of certain best of 1s not going to be an issue.
Well, you're exactly right as well. This is a different Fnatic than what we saw against Vici. Which is, it's crazy to think there's I don't know if maybe just collectively, a lot of these teams that are quote-unquote favorites to like make it out of this stage just underestimated everyone, or if they actually just came in flat. It's one thing if you underestimate and you don't have the right mindset. It's another thing if you're coming in and you're just not warmed up properly or just not playing well in general. It happens sometimes.
Perhaps a bit of column A and B.
Yeah.
Maybe a mixture of the two, but one thing's for sure, when it's got to the best of threes, Fnatic certainly have awoken. Better late than never, and G2, well, they got Famas's and MP9 to try and get a 4th round on their CT side. This is Fnatic's choice of map, but that doesn't excuse how poor this CT side has been.
Well, we saw the stat as well. This is Fnatic's 2nd best map overall. You have to imagine G2 banned their 1st best map, but they have a pretty solid win. I think they're 7-1 in their last 8 or something, if I recall that stat correctly. This round's a bit more subdued from Fnatic. We're not seeing that pressure be applied to G2 very fast. Last round of this first half of this series. Both teams trying to stave off elimination.
That is the end prize for today. You get to live a little bit longer in the major.
24 hours.
And then there's another best of 3. Body. Close range. Crims spots a pixel of a shoulder, drop down, and that's going to bait him into a false sense of security. Wasn't expecting the double stack.
Yeah, I was going to say that was actually probably the worst thing that could have happened for Crims. Shox is pushing through Palace and getting a ton of information. He's going to go clear out a ramp. But actually, if Twist speeds this up, they can actually make this work before the flank from Shox comes to fruition. And with only one player who came up ramp, could take a limited amount of damage from it. How long does he hold his trigger? Oh, dear. There we go. Swaps out to the AK, and the battle is on.
And it should have already finished. From his position, it's so hard to see how Roland can do anything. In one fell swoop, the round was done. Roland is valiantly attempting to salvage it, but it's not going to happen. 11-4 to Fnatic.
Yeah, very dominant first half. Fnatic got everything they wanted. They just ran over G2. We'll see if G2 can do the same after the break. A massive lead for Fnatic, up 11-4 at halftime, and there was no resistance out of that G2 defense. Now switching sides. We'll have to see if they can get anything going. Which of their players is going to step up to try and make this comeback happen? That's a very deep hole to dig out of if you're G2. This pistol round means everything.
First order of business is indeed the pistol. You lose this, it's going to be a rocky road from here on out. So far, I haven't really seen anything from G2 to make me believe that they can pull this back, but I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong if they do. JW sees a bit of action in mid, going to back away, giving up mid control completely. 3 players stacked from Fnatic on B, but Broland does have a kit. They're playing for the retake completely here.
It's not going to be an easy one. G2's done a great job of getting positioning. Lucky waiting for that push on Catwalk from Exist, who is alone. This is much different from the retake. G2 tried to do a same initial setup, but instead of coming off Catwalk as a group and going towards Connector, they've all gone through CT spawn, leaving Exist alone to get picked off.
Jax up close, can hear the pitter-patter of footsteps on the other side of the box, but he has been close-lined by JW. Kenny S had a bit of a quiet one. Now would be a good time to step things up. Going to be stabbing through the smoke and slices Broland into little pieces. And then Glock bursts. Twist to the side of the head. G2 have picked up the second pistol.
They picked up the first one as well. It's both pistols going in the way of G2 and only 5 rounds to show for it. So still a long way to go, and you have to imagine that's exactly what Shox is saying. Just everyone, step 1 is complete. Everyone calm down. Got a long way to go before we can get excited. Good round from Kenny S. The knife in the smoke, the Glock at long range, and the finishing touch on Twist. Fnatic, you have to think, with such a big lead, no reason to risk so much of your economy. Deagle's a scout bought up and actually tagged on Lucky, but no armor, no utility. They're content to use this lead to make sure they can get all the powerful weapons in their hands.
One scout shot has landed thus far. JW tries his hand through the smoke. And now G2 going to exploit the lack of weaponry and utility and push straight on to B, where Twist is currently sat. And he will be laid down by Jax. JW misses his second chance. That should be the round done. Although Exist is going to at least take down Lucky and pick up a UMP for himself.
That'd actually be pretty nice if you get one more kill with that, get the bonus money from the SMG. I don't think it's going to happen. Exists beneath, doing his best res impression. The jumping is where it stops, though. No kills for him. 11-6, G2. Pretty close, all things considered.
Here is G2 just mopping up the round from Fnatic, and now a buy will be coming in. JW is going to go for another scout.
We saw earlier in the tournament when we casted one of the G2 games, Shox was really the best performing player on an overpass match. He's got 15 kills and 14 here. The only positive kill-death ratio on his team. And if he's going to be that assertive the way he was with the MAC-10, yes, it's going against unarmored pistols, but we at least like to see the playmaking decision out of a player like Shox.
Absolutely. It has become a bit of a cliche, but it really is true with G2. You were looking at Shox and Kenny to be the 2 talismen. The 2 guys to stand and deliver.
Waited years for those 2 players to be on a team together.
Absolutely. So, if Kenny can start to get in amongst the kills with the AWP further down the line, then this might get quite interesting. It's already twisting and turning, perhaps away from Fnatic, but Crims is going to find Lucky with his FAMAS.
Well, Broland's going to have a chance to have an impact in this round. JW's got to be very careful, though. Top of the ticket booth, he drops away. 1 player connector, 3 coming up the A ramp. Broland's got to drop a smoke at his feet, a tag, trying to finish with the USP. It's not going to happen, but Broland twirls out of his own cover.
Crims can trade across to the AK as well, so 1-tap potential now in play. 30 seconds coming up, and Broland doesn't need to move from his position. The Molotov's a little bit too far, shallow for G2 Esports liking. And now Shox close range with his MAC-10 could be called into action. There's 2 players to his right-hand side. In fact, 3. They can look to boost one into window while Broland will claim the kill onto Jax. Shots with one, and a second while jumping onto Exist, and that could be the round. Swept away from Fnatic after starting so well. It came crumbling down.
Yeah, it most definitely is. Crims doesn't have a kit, and Kenny S takes his head off. 11-7 G2, looking dangerous now. The tables have turned. Perfect positioning from Shox. Got to give a shout out to Jax as well. We didn't see the frag from his POV. This is it right here. Covering the planter. If he's not able to do that, if he's not able to cover him, either the planter or he goes down, that round is completely different. That player in CT spawn was the linchpin to Fnatic's defense. It all crumbled after that. G2 just lining up for a straight hit towards the A bomb site. They looked a little bit lost and out of the game on CT side, but they have started to look pretty clean here on T side.
They certainly have. They've kept Fnatic's economy down. They've kept punishing them.
I'm pleasantly surprised. This lead is going to disappear real soon.
Yeah, I was hoping to see more from G2 in the second half, and thus far they have delivered. A lot of it off the back of the pistol, though. Crims with the Desert Eagle. Popping heads. He will die by very much the same fate. Nade to JW. Unless Brolan can put this P250 to use, it's looking like another round will go the way of the Frenchman. The only saving grace is that they're all pretty healthy at this stage. And Exist round the corner with Brolan. They don't have a kit, and time is going to start to become a bit of an issue now for Fnatic. But they've already done way more damage than I anticipated. Both players are low, but Jax is going to clutch it out. The round was probably done anyway, but at least he holds on to his AK-47.
I think they would have had time. He was low on HP, Jax, as well. That was so incredibly close. Taking a lot of the guns away from G2, who have plenty of money to sustain after that, but that one got dicey. 11-8 lead for Fnatic, but they have not won a round in this second half. It's been 4 straight to start things out. Jesus, those Deagles can just open everything up. Here we go. Jack's going to lead the way towards top mid. JW is held back by a Molotov to start. A follow-up Molotov as well. G2 conserving their smokes. Jax is hurt. Crims, is he going to peek? Yes, he sees the Molotov. He goes for Catwalk. He gets 2 more. Great kills from Crims. He might have just secured Fnatic their first round. It's a 2-on-4.
And he could have just put G2 into a horrible spot financially. Off the back of that last round, they're not exactly looking too pretty in terms of funds. Maybe Shox, unlucky, have an ace up the sleeve, or perhaps not. Has been stripped away. Twist and JW come in with the final 2 kills. Only Exist dies, so all around a fantastic round for Fnatic, and they will move to 12-8 in the lead.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see the call in this round from G2. They are going to go for a timeout. Probably 1, to talk over what strategy they want to run. 2, to decide if they even want to buy in this. You mentioned G2 is pretty much of the virtue of that previous round, taking a lot of the money away from the French side, but the reason I say they're going to talk about what strategy they want to run, they just spotted the double op setup. They just saw Twist got a kill with the op, and so did JW, so they know there's 2 ops in play for the defense. You can craft a strategy around that. You have to know at some point on Mirage you'll likely face up against a double op. If they can get into a bomb site, if they can minimize damage that they take from those ops on their path in to get the bomb planted, post-plant can be difficult for Fnatic.
Yeah, a good way of countering double ops is to go for a set play and just get up in the face as quickly as you possibly can. Neutralize the op, take it out of its comfort zone.
And you have some of the weaponry for it. Body's on the MAC-10, so he can be very mobile, he can be very fast and aggressive, and he can also, as we have seen, jump around corners with it. And you can see here, getting up mid quickly. Crims, top connector, he's going to be in front of that smoke with a flashbang, just ruins his life. JW and Brolan to sustain, and Shox knows he's got the angle. That smoke actually destroys JW.
Yeah, it's not a great smoke, is it? It's allowed a lot of maneuverability for Shox. He can now look to try and make a play, but JW is a step ahead. Leaving Lucky versus the world.
I really don't mind the decision to buy in that round for G2. I mean, it goes the wrong way, obviously, but I mean, you can understand why they do it. They had the 2 rifles, they had, you know, pistols and MAC-10s, and they knew there was a double op. So they kind of had all the information they wanted to make a decision.
What they didn't have, unfortunately, for them is a successful round. They go 13-8 behind, and because of the force buy, well, now they have nothing.
Fnatic's got 3 players at 15 and 2 players at 16. It's a full house. They are all playing well together.
That is spine-chilling if you're a G2 fan right now, but everybody is showing up. Dust 2 is next, which is a map that G2 certainly have prowess on. That's a map that you're expecting Kenny S to show up. If he doesn't show up on Dust 2, then...
Well, I mean, it would potentially, if they go on to drop this map, that Dust 2 would be their last map of the major, right? You'd think, if he doesn't show up?
Exactly. Even more pressure on his very capable shoulders, but...
Let's be honest, we expect Kenny to show up in every map.
That's very true.
We know just how good he is. 13-8 in the favor of Fnatic. They need him now, or they need him next round when they'll have the guns. Strikes me as being a French timeout, which essentially just means a round of only pistols where you don't have a high likelihood of winning. Just sit back and spawn and talk things over. Sacrifice the round to a discussion, and you get to have a timeout without actually using a timeout. Your coach can't talk, but the players and Shocks can talk everything over.
Additionally, if in amongst all this stalling and not pushing in, you can waste some grenades from Fnatic, all the better for it. And now they've decided that they're going to make a move in. The Frenchmen ready to commence their push onto B side, but Twist and Exist will have them covered. Nade killed with JW on a pistol. And Fnatic, as expected, as anticipated, will take a 14-8 lead. But that entire round was all built about what we're about to see now. What did G2 have? This is the time to show any tactics that you've been hiding.
Yeah, you better go to your favorite, right? Your bread and butter tactic. The tough part is, again, I mean, we just had a discussion about Kenny S and how you were expecting Kenny S to show up. He doesn't even have money for an AWP. Even if he wanted to go glass cannon, he just doesn't have the cash flow for it. Lucky could drop him one, but then he won't be able to get armor on the AK that's dropped over to him. So you'll be without an AWP more than likely. Should be able to grab some utility.
Fnatic just a couple steps away from claiming their map in this 1-2 elimination matchup. So much on the line. We saw Nip narrowly escape defeat earlier today against Vega Squadron, who were sent packing. And G2 have decided that mid-control is the way forward. Smokes on short, window, flashbangs alongside them. But they've lost the first player, Jax. Extinguished by JW's AWP.
Oh, this is right on the edge. Krim spotted one, but can't connect the shot. Gives up his position, and wisely so. He's overexposed. G2 must have this round, and they are a player down. They're going to reconvene towards that A bomb site. 3 players for Fnatic at B. There is one on Catwalk. That's Krim's. Krim's has been defending this connector from a multitude of different positions. And you assume when this hit does eventually come in, he will swing out to take that fight. I'm not sure how effective Body will be able to be in this situation.
But it's going to be a hit with no smokes here, Jason. They only have flashbangs left. They've used all their smokes in mid.
Oh, dear.
And to make matters worse, Brolan is in Palace.
Yeah, he's the ace up the sleeve, isn't he?
G2 on a razor's edge on Mirage, and they have so little to push forward with. There's still 2 flashbangs, and now Body's going to make a move through Connector. He's going to be a huge part of this jigsaw piece if they can somehow pull this one off, but Lucky. And his spray goes awry. And this push has by and large been nullified. Shox is trying to resurrect it, trying to bring this back from the dead. And so will Body. JW sent sprawling out of the round, but Exist stops Shox from planting. The bomb's gone out. 7 seconds left, and Body can't do it. He's going to try and save the AK. Fnatic will have 7 map points.
Yeah, that did just crumble. When they get back towards that A ramp and you just see no smokes and JW with the AWP and CT spawn, you know it's kind of all over from there. He's at least going to get one. G2 just not enough utility to make their way into the site. 19 kills now on JW, 18 each on Exist and Twist. Or excuse me, was it Twist and CT spawn?
Well, here we go. It's sink or swim. Jason on Mirage for G2 now.
Yeah, this double up setup from Fnatic on the defense has been incredible. G2, caution to the wind, fast pace towards the B bomb site, and I think actually they kept running a little bit long. I think Fnatic's going to know what's coming.
They sure will. This feels very telegraphed. I mean, they've already got 2 players in prime position. With Crims making a move up mid, he can quickly wrap around on short side. Plus JW. Twist is watching it, though, from the catwalk with his AWP. 3 players stack up. Actually misses that shot, which could cost Exist his life. He's already gone in on 1. Roland has his left-hand side covered. Exist is just a one-man army. 3 kills to his name. And Shox is the final player to fall. 16-8, comfortable in the end for Fnatic.
Yeah, just a small hiccup at the start of the second half. 4 rounds went to G2, but Fnatic closed that door real quick. Dominant performance from the Swedes in map 1. When we return from the break, we'll have the desk, and then we'll have map 2.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think you can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
The team that has Fnatic has shown up today to play. It looks as though they're tired of being just pushed to the side, pushed around all over the other servers. So in fact, they're going to be coming here and coming online and taking that first map. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major 2019, where things really have started to pop off in quite a way all around the venue. Joining me on the desk will be Jacob Vinicky and Sean Gares. Guys, Not the prettiest of Counter-Strike, I believe, would be the easiest way we could probably start the conversation here, Sean.
Yeah, it wasn't the best CS coming out of G2. I thought Fnatic, this was the Fnatic I wanted to see all along, right? All of the players on Fnatic stepped up. Crims didn't need to have a big game because he had a supporting cast around him. I think for 20 rounds into the game, everyone was within one frag of each other, which is such a good sign to see. On the G2 side, this is more of the same, right? Shox showed up here, but not a whole lot else.
There's no foundation in this G2 lineup. That's what annoys me the most. It feels like they have the individual skill set to go up against a team like Fnatic. They have a Shox who has a lot of impact in the game, making a lot of vital plays. Basically, one of the only reasons they got to the amount of rounds they get. You have a KNES not really showing up, and the other players are just not there. It feels like the foundation of G2 is simply not good enough right now.
Yeah, and that could be very well the case. Jacob, kind of walk us through some of the things that you were able to identify watching this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we did have a game where, as Sean said, it wasn't that pretty. I think the individual brilliance of Fnatic was really took the game away for them. We have a clip here to showcase in the beginning of the game. G2 actually gets off to a good start, winning the pistol round, and then we go into the force buy here from Fnatic, and again, individual brilliance. Crims hitting that shot, that's amazing. Now, if we speed it forward a little bit, you can see Crims go up again and hit another sick 1D. That's some of that individual star power Fnatic has right now that can win them the rounds. Now, if we move into the following round, which is at 1-1. You can see at the minimap right here that Twist has already gone down. It's a 5 versus 4 situation. The Fnatic players are really being clunked in towards connection area. Not really a well-played situation we have for them. Okay. Again, a very messy round of Counter-Strike. Jax is currently positioned up here in Apps. He's going to be able to take down the bomb, and you have 4 players on the other side of the map who's able to crossfire and win the round for G2. Now, what happens is that 2 more players from Fnatic goes down, and if we just take a quick stop here, if you look at this round, Sean, at this point, how can G2 lose this, right? There should be no way they can lose this
round. With Jax and the Apps, there's literally no way they should be
literally no way. And if we play it out, you can see what happens. I think we switch to the JW point of view in a second. For some reason, Jax decides to push alone in CT spawn at the fake bomb plant right here from Brolane. Jax push out alone, a guy from jungle comes out alone, and all of a sudden what was a 4 versus 2 situation easily became a 4 versus 1 against JW. That is simply not good enough if you want to qualify for a major.
And a good read there from JW nonetheless to even suspect that the player would be in the Palace area, because, I mean, him having set himself up for success is ultimately what we're seeing from Fnatic going forward. Guys, we're going to start talking about Dust 2. Mirage, let's just go ahead and clean the slate there and really see how this could unfold in a way that G2 could come out on top, Sean.
So Fnatic has not had a lot of experience lately on Dust 2, and when I've seen them, they don't look all that good on their T side, but Crims is an absolute beast at holding middle. He'll come out of the B side and hold it by the van, kind of just in the middle of the open, honestly, and just kill everyone from the middle of the open. But I think G2 has a lot of layers on Dust 2. This is the one map last major where I gave them a lot of praise. I thought their taking of long was good, and their layer once they took the bomb site was even better. So I'm looking forward to seeing them on T side of Dust 2, because we didn't see much on T-side Mirage.
I definitely agree. I think on Dust 2, Shox is also one of the guys that actually is good at setting himself up. He is currently the in-game leader of this team. He is trying to find ways that G2 can win, and he's setting himself up in position where he can lurk around on Dust 2 and be a constant annoyance. And then when you have KNES on his side with the AVP, again, a map that is very open, you're able to roam around on the CT side, go towards long A, go towards B, go towards middle. KNES had a lot of freedom on this map, and if he can get it going for him, then I think G2 actually has a realistic chance of taking this map.
Well, freedom or not, I mean, the facts are that KNES is relatively quiet right now. We don't see him having the highest rating per HLTV.org. We don't see Body necessarily up there either, but KNES is one of those with that AWP that you're talking about is going to have to try to change the tide of a game.
For what it's worth, Trace, he is 22-0 right now in pregame.
That's not bad.
So he has
and if you win pregame, you might just lose the real game.
But on a serious note, Kenny did have a couple good shots that last game. I think before that in the event, he's been playing pretty well. He was the only one really stepping up in their earlier games. And I think Dust 2 more suits his style. Like I said before that matchup, G2 isn't really known for their Mirage play. Kenny doesn't ever really look comfortable on the map when I watch him. So I think Dust 2 is a much better, field for him to play on.
I definitely agree, and I just can't help myself thinking it's a very worrying sign that we talk about KNES has to step up if G2 want to have a chance of winning the map. Yeah. There's literally no foundation. There's no red line in the way G2 plays. There's no fundamentals to fall back on for G2.
Sort of
lost in their ways, right? If KNES is not stepping up, if Shox doesn't have a lot of impact, this game is over.
Yeah, and you don't want the game to end here. And mind you, I should tell you, in case you're unaware, that this is in fact an elimination best of 3. And no one could have forecasted there to be Fnatic G2 in this situation, or at least Fnatic, to say the least. I mean, they were the top-rated team within the internal team rankings going into this when it came down to seedings. Now facing elimination, yes, they do have this one-map cushion, but here for G2, this is basically it. This is your time to come back to life.
Yeah, this is G2's last chance. As you said, if they were to fall on this map, they would be out of the event, which is shocking to probably most people. If you were to go back 6 months, yes, shocksing. If you were to go back 6 months and tell me this is where G2 would be at this state, I would be incredibly surprised, because this lineup has so much skill on it. And for them to fall short so many times in so many events in a row, it's so hard for me to envision a world like this.
It's like a flat soda almost, right? You know, Jacob, I know you got to be hedging your bets towards Fnatic. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say. I mean, we did see a tweet from Ocelot coming out yesterday saying that what he saw in practice from G2 was super, super well. That has to be Dust 2, right? It has to be the map that he has been observing and watching. Otherwise, this is going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic, and it's going to be done for G2.
Yeah, and you don't want to see it go down that fashion. Also, some tweets we did come out of Ocelot would be that he's going to the gym getting jacked, which is exactly what our commentators are. We do have Vince and Moses. They might look like brothers, but in fact, they are not related by blood, but they will be getting us here into Dust 2. Take it away, fellas.
I just watched Trace get straight alphaed by Pimp. Trace trying to throw it a little too early. Pimp had an opinion to give, and Pimp comes out on top.
I wish you could see the facial expressions right now. It's gold.
Well, we might see Fnatic Alpha G2 right out of this tournament as well.
It's very possible, but I mean, this has to be the map, right? If G2 are going to have anything exceptional at this entire tournament, this has got to be the moment. You're looking at Kenny S. You're looking at the AWP to do something truly special. Everything is positioned for him to have a map to remember. And speaking of the man, he is currently in mid. They have already lost the first player, Fnatic, on their endeavors up mid. I mean, surely... Oh, jeez. Hold that thought for a second. Kenny S has just been obliterated down to 6 health.
Yeah, he got more than he bargained for on that one, and look at how the defense is shifting now. Those two players, Jax and Body, out towards long A. Rotate to cover the mid pressure as Kenny can no longer keep a good eye on it. The P2000 struggling at this range, and even Shox gets hit in the head, but there it is. There's the one tap from Shox, and now they can secure this bomb site. And it should be very tough for Fnatic moving forward.
Done an excellent job of stalling, and there was nowhere for Exist to run. Chopped down in midair from Kenny S. And now Twist has to walk over the corpses of his teammates to try and salvage the bomb and get something done in this one.
You can see Twist taking a shot and then pre-firing another angle, waiting for the follow-up peek to come out from the other members of G2. It doesn't happen. Nice pistol round from G2. Although, there is something to be said. They did win both of them on Mirage and didn't manage to get too many rounds outside of that. So
No.
got to be careful here. They cannot get responded in this second round.
So all 3 pistols, and surely, Jason, G2 have got to show us something, right? Like, this has got to be their moment.
Yes, it certainly does. I mean, they have no more time to show us what they have, right? If you don't show up here, you're done. This is G2's map pick as well, so you'd expect them to have some things prepared, expect them to feel as comfortable as humanly possible on this map.
Go back a few years, and JW against Kenny S would have been a tantalizing prospect in terms of AWPing.
I think it still is. Maybe for nostalgia purposes, but I still am super excited to see that on Dust 2 when the ops do come out. Shox as well on this map can be so mobile, so aggressive. Here he is with the SMG, should be able to chew these guys up. There's the first, the second, it can't convert onto JW. He does eventually get overrun. There is a small window that G2 might have been able to make it into that bomb site, but Kenny has closed that very fast.
Closed it with his presence, then some utility, and Jax is going to oblige with a triple MP9 spray down, money in the bank.
Yeah, that's huge for a team that, as we just talked, is going to want to get some ops out eventually. And actually, you can pass one of those SMGs over to Shox and drop Kenny S and op in this round if you want. You know the AKs are going to come out. JW's got his op.
And so will Shocks. I'm guessing he's going to drop that across to Kenya. I'm hoping he does. No, he's got it for himself.
Yeah, we've seen him picking up the AWP once or twice in this event and keeping it for himself. It's a bold decision when you have someone like Kenny S on the team. Jack's close to the corner. There's a pop flash, and actually he doesn't want anything to do with it. He said, you know what, they're already out. They've already got the angle. I don't want to risk my life. Meanwhile, Shock's proven the doubters wrong, taking that pick on JW. He's holding an off angle through the double doors.
Well, I suppose as the IGL, what Shock says goes. But as you say, it's quite a bold thing to do, take that away from Kenny. Maybe it was based off spawn. Had a good spawn for mid, and Kenny could utilize the MP5 up close. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see how many times Shocks does pick it up.
I mean, we saw in the past, this is an easy map to have that double up setup as well. We saw it on Mirage earlier from Fnatic, so it might turn into that eventually. A defense is actually a little bit labored, but part of that is because there's a massive flank coming in through CT spawn. No smoke on the cross for Fnatic. They wanted to take the straight fight, and that's going to give Shocks another kill with the AWP. All the meanwhile, Body is getting closer and closer on this long flank. He's going to have Twist to hold off against him.
Bomb has been planted though, so Twist doesn't need to move a muscle at this stage. Jax silenced by Broland's SG. They got a bit of long range on the site as well. Lucky's going to make a move. The spearhead of this operation on the 3-on-3 retake, and he's been successful, but Exist on Goose is going to be waiting for his chance to strike. Smoke's going to skew his vision a little bit, coming around the corner, finds himself one, but there is the counteractive kill by Lucky, and G2 will have a 3-0 lead.
That's a really good trade on the entrance into that bomb site to get this defused by Lucky, coming up as soon as Exist peeked out towards the catwalk corner, and even Body out towards long on that flank was super patient, and it helps a lot when his teammates, they found Brolin on the ramp, and Body knows if there's anyone guarding long, he can't keep his attention on the doors forever. He's got to eventually try and help and hold off that retake. 3-0 for G2, looking much better, a much better start than what they had on Mirage.
So Pistols, the state of play. Fnatic, 2 Deagles, 2 CZs, and a P250. With a bit of utility as well, a couple smokes. Going to keep their options a bit more varied. Nothing substantial, but better than nothing. As Exist is going to start to make a move up mid. Maybe going to play some interference. Now Lucky's going to have to be on with this AWP. If he misses a shot, there's going to be a lot of terrorists forcing their way towards him. Goes back up for seconds. They're not pushing him thirds. It's pretty easy, straightforward for Lucky. Fish in the barrel springs to mind, but the Molotov is going to land by his feet. It's not going to claim his life. And G2 will move forward to a comfortable 4-0 lead.
Okay, we've seen Shocks with some op kills. We've seen Lucky with some op kills. It's Kenny's turn now. Everyone's waiting for Kenny S to get involved with that AWP. Fnatic getting blanked at the moment. 4 AKs in the SG 553. We'll see what they've got. Trying to find a weakness in this G2 defense. They haven't found it yet. Lucky's going to get the angle quickly, but Flashbang's going to force him back. Not forever. I don't know if he realizes Twist is there. The trajectory of that nade will tell him. This is a very aggressive posture for a mid-to-B split. The entire G2 defense is pulled back from long A. All 3 players in that A bomb site. Which is going to give Crims the opportunity to just wander out.
Lucky a matter of millimeters away.
The bomb is top mid, so they can't fully commit to a site just yet. That's an easy one for Lucky. Flames force JW back as well.
Rejuvenated G2 looking great. Jax the spray gets the second player in the smoke of Broland. And with that passage of play, Fnatic have been chopped down to size. Crims 1-on-4. We know the guy is a master of the game, but there's nothing he can do about Kenny S's AWP. 5-0 start. This is looking like an entirely different team.
Yeah, looking much, much better. Much more comfortable on this map. Also, perhaps you can look at it the other direction as well and say Fnatic, remember, Mirage was their second best map in the entirety of the pool. Dust 2, maybe not up to scratch. Timeout for the Swedes as Yumpy talks them through it.
It's kind of hard to put your finger on exactly what's been going wrong here. It just seems like all the duels have been going the way of G2. Lucky's 8-0.
There's that. I think part of it too is going to be, you know, that G2 has the double ops out, which is always a pain on Dust 2.
I mean, speaking of pain, one of the standout players for Fnatic, he's been phenomenal, even in their downturns. Crims has got 0 ADR. We're only 5 rounds through, but he's done literally no damage.
Yeah, there's that as well. Playing 4 versus 5 for the first 5 rounds of the half. You're not going to keep Crims down forever, though. This is an attempted split towards the A bomb site. That pop flash did not work to get Crims to the smoke, so he remains on 0 ADR. 2 players up catwalk, but they're going to have to go against Shox, who's got the AUG, and they have smoke in their face. They do have a flash and 1 more smoke left, and obviously at this point, a bomb plant would just be almost the best you can hope for.
Especially the way these rounds have been going, even that is a pipe dream. Utility is going to proceed to push. Flashbang and smoke. Here's Kenny. Been smoked out entirely, but now Shox has the nuts position. On the cross, they're going to have to go into his crosshair. And Exist is going to at least make this a little bit more labored for G2. Jackson and AK-47, though, will stop the bomb from being planted, and G2 romp on.
I'll tell you what, thank God Jax was there. Kenny S missed shots you won't normally see him miss. Fnatic not able to do anything with it, didn't have the weaponry to really punish it. Now they're going to bust out a double op. So 4 ops in play across the entirety of the map on both teams. And Fnatic need to get going. They need to have something that makes you feel like they're making progress into a bomb site. They're getting absolutely destroyed at the moment. G2 have got all the opening kills in this game. They're 6 for 6 on first kills.
Double up setup for Fnatic finally in place, but neither of them land anything through the doors. Collectively, Fnatic have 7 kills. To put that in perspective, Jax has 9, Lucky has 8, but Lucky has been found by Twist. Maybe this is the moment where they do start to awaken. Do start to give us something to get excited about, because right now this is a complete shutout.
This is around. It would be great if Jax just walks into Crims' crosshairs and he does just that. Crims is on the board. Now, Kenny is kind of stuck here on catwalk. You don't want to fall back into the sites. You can get pitched from 2 positions, so you have to say at least stay from long. Ooh, and he gets dinked through the corner of the wall. Not a whole lot of damage. Brolin might get lured into a false sense of security. Great flick from Kenny around the corner. Now he can fall back and look towards long.
It's good to see him land a flick like that after the tentative attempts that we saw on the A site previously. But still, all that considered, Fnatic have the player advantage, 2 of which, from G2's perspective, are on the A site. It's been cut in half. As Kenny S finds the JW out on long. Shox trying to prime the pop flash, but he's been tagged through the smoke, significantly down to 12. And although Body does chip in with a kill, Shox is going to have to deliver something special, and it won't be happening.
Crims is not enjoying this game so far. We mentioned he had that tough start. He's got his first kill into this round, and there he just gets spammed through the smoke entirely. Body going to save an op to bring into the next round. They've really enjoyed this double op setup. No reason not to continue it.
Body looking to secure the op. Meanwhile, Fnatic go hunting. So their funds aren't exactly plentiful. They need to be careful they don't get AWPed on the cross. But this will be Fnatic claiming their first round of Dust 2. If you have just joined us, of course, they won the first map of Mirage. Pretty convincingly.
Yes, very convincingly. I think it was, what, 16-8?
Yeah.
And that's with G2 winning both pistol rounds. So this is... G2 would love a very strong rebound on Dust 2 here on this map. Another double op setup coming out, but because they already saved one in the last round, they don't have to spend as much money. They still have so much money in the bank. Kenny S is still right around 8,000. Quite nice for G2. Ooh, great tag on a Shox as well. Twist goes for it.
A rare appearance by the M4A1S. And Shox nearly has it denied.
An ancient relic.
It definitely feels that way right now. Out come Fnatic. This time they're not going to get perforated on the approach on long. Slight gap in the smoke for Lucky, but he decides that his position is a bit too tenuous and he will vacate the area.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get stuck there. Remember, JW won this battle against Kenny S in the previous round. Looking for it again, and he almost had it. Takes the shot, misses it. That was just Lucky jumping back and forth. Both AWPs actually at this A bomb site. That could be a little bit sketchy if the smokes and utility usage of Fnatic is on point. Those ops can get neutralized. You can see they have to take rather passive defensive stances. They have control of Catwalk. They can get control of mid. It's just one up far back at T-spawn in the hands of Twist to watch that. A single-pronged attack for Fnatic.
It sure is. Is it going to be powerful enough to penetrate the A site? So far, so good. 35 seconds, enough time to try and maneuver on the site, but the bomb's been dropped and the smoke's now clearing. This is a horrendous passage of play for Fnatic. They still need to get a hold of this. And to make matters worse, JW's missed a vitally important shot. Fnatic being thinned out that much more. And although Twist was trying to watch the rotations, the rest of his team has crumbled. And G2 bounced back, 7-1 lead.
Yeah, a really awkward timing on that attempted cross from Fnatic. That smoke clears and the bomb hadn't made it over, and they didn't have any more utility to put down. They needed JW to be able to open everything up with that AWP, and unfortunately just misses a shot. I'm really curious what Fnatic is going to do when they don't have a double AWP setup, because at the moment, they're running this heavy play towards long, and they're just having Twist with the other AWP. He's not even involved in the action. He's just watching mid. He's just there to get a pick as someone rotates, as someone tries to push through mid and get to Catwalk to support. It's a little interesting. Long play, but it's just two members of Fnatic that come out. And they only have pistols. Not a whole lot you can hope for. They almost caught Shox off guard, and they're almost going to catch Kenny, and they do eventually get that. There's so much pressure being applied. Shox is in a lot of trouble. Even Jax goes down. He's the sole defender of this bomb site.
And now they're starting to pick weapons up too. They've got an M4 and an AWP. Starting with just a couple of deagles, but Shox, laser precision accuracy, claiming heads left and right. G2 were looking on the way out, but now suddenly this is doable. Bomb still hasn't crossed to the site either. And there's no smokes in play for Fnatic. They're going to have to go past their raw. They have got one player already scurrying across. That's going to be Exist with the AWP. Not exactly the first name you think of when AWPing, but he has connected onto body. And now Shox that has done so much in this round, single-handedly with this M4A1S. And is going to have to go two better if G2 continue their winning ways. Spots the first player, position now compromised. Fnatic going to be looking to cordon off this area with Exist, peeking with the AWP. Shot straight through, does connect, not enough to get the kill, but finally will finish off Exist. Is this going to be the round? No, Brolan does come to Fnatic's rescue. Very well played by Shox, though.
Yeah, that really was a heroic effort, but Fnatic able to steal one away, coming into that round with just pistols, and that's a pretty big reversal of the economic fortune. G2 gonna have to reinvest and almost down to nothing. Fnatic, meanwhile, gonna be able to bring a couple weapons, or one weapon, into the next round. Really good performance there. That's a grind-out battle out long the whole way. Tough in that 2-on-2 for G2 as well, because Fnatic could have fallen back at any moment. Body kind of had to go for information. Exist just had the right read of where the next peak was gonna come from. These are very nice shots from Shox. That one, he had actually thought that he had killed Exist a little bit earlier. So 2-7, but Fnatic need to build on that. And they can't get reset the way they did previously. They won round 7, lost round 8.
The last 3 rounds, they have won 2 of them, so that has significantly chopped short the economy of G2, who have now pretty much invested all their money. So this isn't effectively a 2-for-1 round, you'd think. If G2 win it, Fnatic will be struggling. They've got a bit of money on JW, Brolan, but maybe having a bit of an issue. If G2 lose this round, though, they are in trouble.
Yeah, this round for Fnatic, that's probably why you see the timeout. This can change the entire half. This is what's going to allow Fnatic to close the gap in a big way. Nice pop flash, Kenny. He gets away just in the nick of time. Doesn't even take any damage, but he almost got caught there. 2 players out towards long, G2 adjusting their setup based off the fact that Fnatic has so heavily attacked that portion of the map. It's Shocks and Jax to defend.
JW providing the overwatch back at T-spawn with the AWP. Now going to decide to join the rest of the troops. Moves up mid. With G2 having no presence in mid, this will allow Fnatic some options if they are to smoke off CT. I think now they're going to start to funnel their way out. It's going to be a B split by the looks of things with the bomb still in tunnels.
I think G2 is reading this as well. 1 player in CT spawn as well, although another smoke's going to go down a Molotov as well. Body playing at these rafters. He's got a big job to do. Flashbang comes out. No one there to trade that kill. He can play it passively, but he peeks wide. Lucky still in the sight. And Crims doesn't want to mess with that AWP. He doesn't have enough teammates coming in mid. Shox gets lured into a false sense of security. And still Lucky is under fire, but still he delivers. Until JW puts him down. But Brolin can go nowhere. He just has to play for himself here, and they're blind. They're not ready for it. That is a beautiful swing. 3 kills for Brolin in mid.
Oh my, that second kill was beautiful, flicking across to the head while spraying. It seems there's something in that Swedish DNA that makes them awesome when spray comes into effect. You got Get Right, there you got Brolan.
You got quite a legacy of Swedish players. That is a very nice job from him. I'm not quite sure they didn't spot him over the fire. It seemed like maybe there was an early flashbang, but I feel like they should have been a little bit unblind by then. But either way, that's the disaster striking for G2. A good half up until now. They're going to struggle to regain control. They're out of money. They'll be able to buy in the next round. But a really good opportunity for Fnatic to get a little bit closer to evening things out.
Now this stack is completely understandable. They just stack A, flash in, have the entire G2 roster just push straight out, see if they can catch Fnatic. Get an AK away, or even an AWP would be even better. They're just waiting for some kind of a sound cue, just some kind of a sign at all.
Yeah, that's a pretty risky position for Shox to be playing with the flashbang as well. I mean, obviously, you're not really expecting any terrorist team to kind of come out long, completely silent, just walking it, but he's essentially a free kill at that point if they do. Fnatic just completely avoid the stack altogether. Although, if they don't speed this up, G2 can wrap behind them very quickly.
They've got a couple of P250s as well, so they're going to be a couple of players that are still a threat and a nuisance, but JW's about to run into them.
There's the AWP.
Oh dear.
No, I don't think Jax with the AWP obviously going to stay far back. The pistols can go in if they want, but you save that AWP for the next round. B is a difficult site to retake, even if you have the weapons and utility. With just pistols and no nades, near impossible. Fnatic is going to have to eventually start working for an escape route. They've got to be a little bit paranoid about where that AWP is going to be if it's going to take any more weapons away. Here we go. Shock's going to pop flash through those double doors. They're going to attempt to at least do some economic damage.
The B massacre has begun, and it's mainly Frenchmen that fall by the wayside. This bomb could do some damage as well if they're not careful, but they're okay. 2 casualties, not a bad round considering that they get an AWP out of it for G2 when they only came through with, what, 2 P250s and a flashbang?
That's a pretty smart round, the decision-making that G2 had there. That stack out towards long and then busting that up, going towards mid together, finding JW, saving the AWP, and a nice pop flash into the B bomb site to see what else you can get on top. That AWP is huge because they would have had the money to buy one, but it would have been glass cannon. In this situation now, Kenny can have armor, a kit, full nades, and he's the only one with a kit. Another tag for Fnatic through the door.
JW has been consistent with them. Not too far off either, just a few millimeters high.
That's Shox. He's got balls of steel.
Just seeing the bullets whiz over his head and not moving an inch. Playing with fire, Twisted in the meanwhile. Finds Jax, shuts him down.
Yeah, that's from lower B, peeking up towards catwalk. Jax just trying to Maybe get a cheeky headshot, a cheeky kill before falling back, but Twist was just too fast. Now, a take towards long. One pop flash over the wall. G2 starting to line up to crunch mid. Shock's close. The op far back. And you have Lucky close to double doors.
It's going to be a rough one for Twist. Two separate angles of aggression, but that flashbang is absolutely perfect. Could move in for the second kill. Kenny S has been destroyed health-wise. 13 left. He's also getting pincered from long, so he's got to get the hell out of there and see if maybe he can thread the eye of the needle through the smoke. But Twist continues to impress. Another entry. Fnatic looking good for a 5th round.
Another multi-kill round for Twist as well. He's got 3, and yeah, there's nothing that G2 can do except save these weapons. That is a very nice job from Fnatic taking Catwalk. First the pick on towards Jax, and then the pop flash. Kenny's lucky to even have his life. Stuck around for as long as he possibly could, taking fights, but no results to show for it. It's going to be 7-5, still in the favor of G2 on the scoreboard, but in terms of momentum, it's looking a bit rough. It's going to be 5 of the last 6 going to Fnatic. They've started to figure this defense out now that they've taken the money away.
Definitely does feel like the tide's beginning to shift. Definitely helps when JW's landing a shot through doors every single round, even if it doesn't get the kill. Players trying to scamper away on 20 or so health. Never going to be ideal. The amount of kills that Fnatic have isn't necessarily that impressive compared to G2, but they've just been so efficient.
That is what's weird about it. There's been a few saves from G2 as well in some of these rounds. Oh, God bless. Shock's had his eyes burned out of his skull. This is a pretty cool matchup when you think of it in terms of the stories and the legacies of some of these players. Shox and Kenny S, 2 of the best to have touched the game. Mentioned early, people were waiting years to see these 2 on the same team. With all the different French shuffles that are happened over the years, those 2 somehow never wound up in the same squad. JW and Crims, and even Exist, part of the legendary Swedish lineups that dominated the early stages of CSGO. Exist, part of the legendary NIP lineup that went 88-0. Won everything there was for, what, had to have been a year and a half.
That's the thing with these 2 powerhouse organizations. Whatever happens here, we're losing previous major winners.
Yeah. Yeah, in some way, no matter what happens, it is going to be heartbreaking. Ooh, that's a great stack. I think Berlin even half expected it, but an awkward angle to take that fight. He might have even fallen off the boxes as soon as he spotted the leg. Either way, an opening pick for G2. They still have the op on Kenny S. And he's going to get aggressive now, and he's going to find it. JW not ready. A 5-on-3, and even with a lack of rifles, a lack of weaponry, you have to say, advantage G2.
Certainly is. The smoke's not fantastic either for Twist, and Body with the AUG is going to smack him in the head. As will shots onto Crims, and not only did G2 win the round, they win it without taking a single point of damage.
Yeah. They had Kenny with the op get 2 kills. They had Body with the AUG get 2 kills. So well done putting the 2 saved weapons at the points of contact at various stages throughout that. And on top of it, they even get to salvage 2 more extra weapons off the dead bodies. So they don't have to spend a whole lot to have a very powerful buy in this round. That should set them up pretty nicely for the rest of the half. 2 rounds left. They shouldn't have to worry about money at all.
JW's teammates getting in his way a little bit there, trying to aim through mid. Quickly get close to mid on the double doors, but haven't decided to push just yet. Exist over the smoke, trying to peer across, see if he can pierce through mid side. But instead, it's Lucky that's going to get drilled from JW. And that actually leaves Body in a horrible spot. He's on B alone, completely isolated from the rest of his team.
Yeah, a bit aggressive, and look at the rotation it forces them to make, and even G2's got to be cautious. That's Shock's closest in CT spawn. Got to be a little bit worried. Body, big job to do with this AUG. How long can he hold? He's got the first. Swings out a little bit wider, and Exist is able there to get the trade. 3 players in mid for G2. Do they want to fight for this? I don't think so. They can. They have a decent amount of money. They can actually try and risk it and see if they can get anything that would provide an opening.
Jack's supposed to be so disappointed because he was making a great flanking amongst all of that, but his teammate just couldn't hold on the B side, and all off the back of Lucky getting picked. Shocks tries to get through windows, gonna get found. But JW has been dealt with on the B side. But as you say, I mean, G2 can't feasibly go for this. They're gonna save the 2 AWPs. Double AWP setup in the next round is gonna be very solid for them. Doesn't mean they'll concede the round, and Fnatic will move to 6.
That's not bad from Fnatic. Especially consider the start. They were down 0-6 at one point. It's been a 6-2 run to get here. But G2 able to pick up the AWP off JW's dead body. That's the second time he's gotten caught in the post plants at the end of the round. Not necessarily his fault, just happened to work out that way. Ooh, that's a great reaction.
So as a result of the 2 saved AWPs, G2 will have a super healthy buy, but so will Fnatic. Oh, that wasn't far off.
Oh, here we go. Clash at long. We haven't seen many of these so far. Exist. Look at him just running behind. And Jax wasn't nearly as blind as Exist would have liked. Lucky did spot one getting up catwalk. He went back for the fight. Oh, peeking down low. Lucky gets caught, and he's lucky to get away. I don't know how that happened, because Twist has been excellent throughout this series, throughout these 2 maps.
Especially when it came to entry fragging, the guy seems to be so efficient.
Kenny might get caught. No, he's going to fall back. Just chucking a nade. There's a massive gap in that smoke. You could have driven a truck through it, and Crims was trying to put it to good use.
It's going to be a fake of a smoke, though, because the bomb is positioning just outside of the B tunnels. Lucky's going to be called upon once again. Body also there. Meanwhile, JW seeing if he can just eradicate some mid presence, make it easier for the wraparound to take effect. And Jax again, similar to the last round, just goes for the flank. Body close range, gets destroyed. And in doing so, B site is open for business. Fnatic will be able to get a bomb plant, but it will be a 2v3 retake with Crims. So close to getting the kill, but Jack somehow with his AUG is going to stand tall. 5 health is all that separates him and death, and now it's down to Broland to try and clutch this out for his Swedish brothers. Up comes Kenny S. 1 bullet will seal the deal for him. He tries his best simple impression, but it won't be working. But there is the man in question, Shocks. Finishes the half, top fragger for G2.
Shout out to Kenny S, playing bait, chucking your gun in, saying I don't even care to use it. I just want to show Shocks where you are. It gets G2 their 9th round of the half. A small lead going into the second half, and G2 facing elimination must win this. We're going to figure out who goes home after the break.
In the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on, never look down.
G2 is 1/2 away from elimination at IEM Katowice, but they have a 9-6 lead, and you have to admire the fight that they've come out with on Dust 2. They look much more comfortable, much more prepared on this map, and they've given themselves a chance to take us to a third. As I say that, they go for a B-rush. Here we go, boys.
Can JW hold the line? No, but Brolan can for the time being. He has been whittled away to 14 health and will be put in his place. Twist just needs to wait at this stage. Exist and Crims are right behind him. Crims is going to try and make a beeline for the tunnels. Make this a lot more manageable. If they all pile through the same angle, it could be a bloodbath. But Crims is going to come under heavy fire from Body momentarily, and Body comes out ahead. That probably is the round going with it. G2 looking good to pick up both pistols once again. Exist. Valiant attempt, but there's just too many players to deal with. G2 moved 10-6 in the lead.
There's a certain amount of beauty in the fact that with your major life on the line, you call the most basic of pub strats. I really enjoy that. They make it work as well. 17 kills on Shock so far. 15 on Lucky, 13 on Jax, 13 on Body. So the young guys showing up, which is good to see for G2. 10-6 lead, you're exactly right. At least this time now that they win, they've won all 4 pistols in these 2 maps so far. At least this time on this map, they've got a lead to show for it. And those twists went back for more.
G2 procure the life of Twist. Put them in their back pocket. Exist has landed himself a scout shot onto Body. But elsewhere on the map, Brolan is struggling to survive against Lucky. Exist has finished off the kill onto Kenny S. I don't think they can get their hands on the gun, but it is at least going to put G2 on the back foot for a little bit.
He almost tagged a shot to the shoulder of Jax. The Deagle's here, though. I think Crims gave up his shoulder a little bit early, but Jax still can't win the fight. Crims is going to be able to get away. There's Brolan from lower B. Shocks didn't expect that. He was blindsided. A chance, a real chance now in a 3-on-1. Lucky's got to be a hero.
What a horrendous position to be in for Lucky at this stage. A round that should have been a gimme. He's not entirely sure as to whether there's a Fnatic player up close to deny this bomb plant, but now they know where he is.
Sent Brolan in first. Low HP, let him flush out the position of Lucky.
Yes, no grenades either. There we go. Exactly what they've done, but it was a bit too early. Exist isn't in a position to strike yet from long. Now he's finally there. Needs to put that scout to good use. Lucky spins around on a swivel and turrets himself. And G2 into a round win. Beautiful clutch in the end for Lucky.
Yeah, he did such a good job of making sure he was always taking one-on-one fights. That was phenomenal work. That really digs G2 out of a tough spot. Remember, they won that first pistol round on Mirage, and then they lost immediately afterwards. This would have been a similar situation. This could have put Fnatic right back in the driver's seat, but Lucky holds on. 11-6, G2 inching closer and closer to a third map.
And even though Fnatic did damage, it was off the back of a force buy, so they can't even capitalize now. They have a Desert Eagle, but Brolan's completely flashed up. JW had opportunities, but just the USP. He was praying there that that USP somehow turned into a P250, 5.7 or Deagle. But alas, it wasn't the case. And now Exist and Crim's going to do as much damage as they can on the way out. 2 players actually towards T-spawn from G2, which could catch Exist off guard if he decides to push.
He would love to get an AK-47. I think he's going to miss his timing. It's Shocks anyways, just to CZ. So it'll be a 12th round for G2, doubling up the score of Fnatic. It's 12-6. 4 more rounds for G2 to make it to a third map, which would be Overpass, to decide which of these teams is eliminated. Much like our previous series, loser goes home, winner plays tomorrow for a spot in the Legend stage.
Yeah, moves to 2-2, the winner of this. They're definitely not out of the woods just yet. But of course, they're not going to give a damn about tomorrow. They're focused on the eyes.
Oh yeah, no one's thinking about tomorrow just yet.
So a 12-6 lead. Fnatic will be coming out with guns, however, and a double AWP. This does lower their utility. And in Twist's case, a lack of armor. Quick play by G2. They're not messing around. They're going to be running straight into JW. And even though he did land a shot, it's not going to be enough. The spray's not on point for Exist either. Just yielding the 1 kill. 2 players are very low, but they've got the player advantage. Well, only for a few more seconds. Because Fnatic are dropping like flies. They only have Twist and Crims left.
Fnatic is so close to turning that. Look at the HP. If any of those kills go through, this could be an entirely different round. Regardless, that strategy by G2 worked perfectly. Getting up Cat that fast, the entire point of it. A lot of teams send 2 to 3 players at long to establish control and then fall back. And if you get up Catwalk fast enough, the way that G2 did, you can catch them really unawares, trying to rotate either back towards the railing, back towards middle and CT spawn. And now on the hunt. But not too dedicated it is G2.
Not wanting to feed any more kills across to Fnatic, but in doing so, it does give them a bit of power to play with in this round.
Listen, we just saw G2 pull off a round like this, exactly like this.
Exactly,
1 AWP and 1 AUG in the previous half. That was on Brolin. Or excuse me, I think it was Body. Body and Kenny S, each with 2 kills in the round with the only 2 guns they were able to save. This is a bonus round. The MAC-10's doing work. They just get up there so quick. No chance for JW with the AWP as he rotated onto Catwalk to really get a good shot off. Able to get a leg shot and nothing else. G2 looks like they're going right at the AWP of Twist, so inside the bomb site, he'll have an opportunity to thin the herd. Kenny is spamming for the stack that they just had.
It is a win condition of this round if they do push into Twist. At this stage, maybe best to just turn back.
It'd be interesting to see if that smoke actually fools G2. They Molotov the car. Twist put it out, maybe trying to make G2 think that someone was playing in the car. They might have seen the trajectory, they might just not be faked out whatsoever by it.
2 players in mid from Fnatic, Exist and Crims. So it is still only Twist that's over on the A side of the map. But G2 are taking their sweet time to start to move in. They are still checking the car. Now realizing that it's clear. Gonna smoke the cross. Lots of smokes put in place. Crims tapping through. Can't perforate any players as of yet. And Twist has moved completely off A site. So maybe setting up for some kind of a retake here. Shox has been found by Brolance. That's an extra weapon added to the arsenal of Fnatic. And Twist has gone one better. G2 now in a 2v4 from hell around that they'll feel should have been theirs. It still could be, to be fair, because there's only 1 kit and no grenades. Fnatic still have a lot of work ahead of them. Kenny S, the bomb. Wait, is the bomb not planted for him?
I think it is. I think they should be all right. Lucky. 2 quick kills, a hero once again. No, it's not actually.
The bomb's not planted for Kenny.
Yeah, he's got to swing wide and it's fine. There's, oh, just at the moment, nicely done from Kenny. But yeah, a little bit of a worrying, makes your heart skip a beat. That's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, Fnatic, they got enough kills to make it feasible for them to go for, but that took everything away. They were committed to that retake at that point, which gave a perfect opportunity for G2, as we just saw, to take all the guns that they had saved and salvaged. So again, this is a full investment for Fnatic, and even though it's a very strong buy, nothing behind it. A victory here isn't enough. It has to be a resounding victory where they keep multiple players alive, and JW is going to start this one out handicapped.
Yeah, he got tagged in the round prior as well. And he was also, ironically enough, the player that was constantly tagging people on the other side of the coin. So he now feels how frustrating it is to lose 2/3 plus of your health right off the bat. But G2 in command. There's been nothing poor about this performance. It's had a couple of banana peels, a couple of slips and slides, but by and large, they've looked in control. Just 2 more rounds required to send us to overpass.
This map, G2's actually been very enjoyable to watch. This is a very good level for G2. Obviously super comfortable on Dust 2. 1 in the A bomb site, 1 in pit. Exists to defend long, and G2 is setting up to have a split towards this bomb site. With only 2 defenders, it could get rough. Exist is now isolated.
Decides to come out swinging though. Twist in the meanwhile is holding down the fort on A. But Exist has dropped on long. There's no one to work off here though for G2. They've dropped the bomb over on the short side of A, and they have to back out.
I will say, it's kind of... I'm curious about that strategy. You set up that smoke wall, and you attack the bomb site at the same time from Cat and Long, but even if the Long people are successful, which they were, taking out Exist, the wall of smokes they set up to isolate the defender, prevent them from getting involved in the action at the A bomb site. So Twist was able to just pretty much stay at that railing the whole time. Kenny's going to lose that op right at the last moments.
In terms of their money, they will be able to replenish the fallen op, but it's still going to sting a little bit. So Fnatic do continue the map going forward, have a double op play of their own. Orgs alongside it. And here's the Twist play. And it's a good thing that he did actually pick up multiple frags, because Exist died pretty early on and long. With the smokes out.
Yeah, they turned the corner and the op just trained on his position of where exactly he was going to peek next. Nice shot from Kenny S. 14-7. Timeout G2. They have 2 remaining.
Well, here we go, back into the fray. As you can see, Exist, JW, Crims having rough games. ADR 14 for Crims, 18 for JW, which is really surprising. Like, typically, AWPers have pretty high ADR. Obviously, if you hit someone, you're going to put them down. So not necessarily the AWPing paradise that JW is hoping for. Perhaps reflected in the overall scoreline. G2 now poised in the tunnels, making a move down. Twist in the meanwhile is going to try and play a bit more aggressively this round. He does have Crims additionally behind him. Typically it's been Twist or Twist and Exist watching A, but Twist is the first player to fall, and that's going to open up Catwalk nicely. Exist now has to watch multiple angles, and Crims needs to come back into the fray on A. But there's not much they can do. There's no players at the backside of A. This is going to be a free plant at the very least.
The one person who might be able to change some fortune is Exist over in pit, but I don't think anyone's actually going to swing and take that fight. That's the kind of play you like to see from Shox. Takes that battle on Catwalk and presses the issue. And he pretty much just won the round. 1 frag and the 1 play to take the bomb site, and it's over. Fnatic, they can't risk a retake because they can't lose these weapons because they have no money. And Jax is on the hunt just to see if he can take anything away at all, but he walks right into the op. Exist doesn't want to give away his position.
Oh dear. And considering that they have very, very little economy, they definitely needed to save that AUG. That is a significant weapon lost.
JW can drop one. Won't be able to buy up any utility if he drops an AUG or an M4. But he has an AWP, so it's not the biggest thing it's not the biggest deal in the world, especially when you don't have a whole lot of options available to you to begin with. Fnatic's going to take their second to last timeout, using whatever they can just to be able to get themselves to overtime if possible, and have to come back 8 rounds straight. NIP did it on overpass.
It's true, but it does feel like Fnatic are a little bit out of their depth here on Dust 2 against G2. Haven't really got the ball rolling. I mean, the fact of the matter is they've won 1 round on their CT side. 1 out of 7. And even then it was a defuse. Oh, pardon me, it was actually they ran out of time. I think they went for a save.
Yes. Well, freeze time comes to a close. Round 23. It's 15-7 for G2. They've got 8 chances to bring us to a third map, which would be Overpass. They've looked good on Dust 2. I think everyone wants to see them complete this map. JW is going to find a pick on a Kenny S. A risky peek, but why not take the risk? The follow-up onto Lucky as well. JW just eliminates 2 players so quickly.
Looking for a flash into peak for Twist, going to try and make amends. Of course, he died here last round, getting G2 their 15th round overall. Here comes the flash from Crims any second now into a peak. Here it comes. Twist going to turn his back, come through, but Body's not deterred at all. I don't think he was affected. I think he may have actually been slightly too far ahead of the flash to take effect. So with that kill, G2 now have to bolster up the short side, which is exactly what Crims is doing. Fortunately for Fnatic, they got 2 early picks, courtesy of JW's open mid.
This is a very risky play for Crims. Feels kind of crazy, but I would be interested to see it work. I think he's just going to come out of the smoke behind him, and yeah, now that he's got his teammate there to distract, it's an easy one, but he actually doesn't see anyone until just now. Jax had no idea. 15-8 as G2 gets stopped cold, at least in this first attempt at closing the map out. Plenty of money for a strong buy on the French side.
We go again. 7 more map points.
It's actually Lucky who's leading the charge for G2. He's got 23 kills, 10 deaths. Shox isn't too far behind at 21 kills. No one on Fnatic is over 15. You mentioned it earlier. The kills weren't super impressive in terms of numbers for Fnatic. They still aren't. Exist is going to go down, and Lucky is feeling it, so he wants to go for a heat check, wants to find a duel, and he can't win that one initially. There's Twist, scoped in with the AUG, but it's a 3-on-3. Bomb is down, which is actually quite a big issue when JW is here.
Yeah, and there's a Molotov actually stopping G2 from picking it up, and our flashbang's going to drive them back that much more. Smoke deployed. Twist going to try and deny it. But I know eventually he's going to have to reload. Shock's going to go and pick the bomb. And now they have options. They have choice. With 3 players left on Fnatic, they're going to have to spread themselves out thinly. So G2 are going to try and find out exactly where these CTs are. They know one's on 8. JW's going to take this opportunity, though, to go for a flank.
This is what always made Fnatic so difficult in their heyday to defeat, is plays like this from JW, because he's already a fearless player to begin with, but when you put him down 15-7, 15-8, it's almost like he gets has even less fear possible.
Oh, no. He looked in mid and didn't see anyone. I wonder if that's completely baited the rest of his teammates.
It might have. Twist, it's all on him. He's completely blinded. He's forced back. How far back is he going to go? And, well, Jax puts him in the ground. A 3-on-2 advantage for G2. A chance to move on to Overpass.
Nice flick by JW. What a time for him to awaken. Brolan, AUG in hands, going to get shut down by Shox, and that's map number 2 going the exact same way, just the reverse. 16-8 this time to G2 on their choice of map.
Yeah, nothing is easy on Elimination Day, and G2 fight back. They actually, it's the same exact score that Fnatic won with on Mirage, 16-8 in the favor of G2 here on Dust 2. We're going to go to the desk after the break, and when we return, we decide everything. Who goes home? We'll find out on Overpass.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Bouncing back in map 2 was, in fact, G2 and putting a whirlwind of pain down on Fnatic. 16-8 was the scoreline, and as the story unfolds itself, there are a couple players that we can begin to highlight. Welcome back to the analyst desk here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major 2019 in a lovely place. It's actually quite warm outside. Getting even warmer here as we look at an elimination game, and perhaps we can go ahead and start by comparing some of the statistics here between two players, at least over on the G2 side of things, because for what it's worth, boys, these guys showed up in a big way.
Yeah, indeed. Shox had a really standout performance in my mind. He had a lot of opening kills. Lucky with the secondary op on Dust 2 really proved his worth here. I thought Shox would actually be the one opping a lot, and we saw him up early in the game instead of Kenny S, but Lucky had so much impact towards that B site throughout the first half.
Yeah, I'm super happy to see him finally flourish as the secondary opper. I think we saw it a lot in 3D Max where he came from. He's a very skilled player, a great individual, but we haven't seen it at this stage. Let's not forget that this is his first major as well. There's a lot of pressure on these new guys into G2, but finally they're coming through. Some of that individual skill we saw Fnatic have on Mirage, that was the exact other way around. This time around, G2 were the guys in charge.
Yeah, and you could tell just how comfortable they were there. There's a lot of questions as to why, you know, Dust 2 would come out into play here and play into their strengths, and maybe one thing that they find themselves for here. Sean, why is it that this caters to them so well?
They just had a lot of cool looks across the map. So they threw a wall of smoke at long A and did cat hits. They had a nice mid B. They had a lot of just opening aggressions too on CT side, especially towards the B tunnels. So they honestly switched up a lot on both halves.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You saw a well-driven G2 for the first time. I feel like they had a map where they had a foundation to fall back on.
Which is quite contrasting to what we talked about in our last post-match. But we do have some kind of cool toys they're going to let us play with here. Let's see what we got for them, Jacob.
Yeah, we got Sponge to make us a little clip here on Telestrator. I just quickly want to highlight some of the Fnatic, or some of the stuff that Fnatic did well, but also did poorly. So we have around here where they take long control. They have full long control, as you can see on your map right now. They have no idea what's going on towards B, but that doesn't really matter in this case. Now, if we play out the clip, we can see two smokes gone down here. So we have the crush smokes, which means that Fnatic can move up towards long and try to take A control. For some reason, though, the bomb is being dropped right here, and Brolan is staying here because he want to throw a smoke towards cat area, which in itself is a good idea, but it takes so long for Fnatic to get up. So if we just look at the screen right now, you can see the first smoke is starting to fade away, and as you can also follow on the minimap right here, the bomb is coming up long, and what happens when Brolan tries to crush is that the bomb is going to be left in middle. At this point, Fnatic had a very good chance of winning this round, but as soon as the bomb went down, with all the smokes used already, it's just going to be a brawl. It's going to be a lot of one-on-one fights, and that's where Fnatic seemed a little bit disjointed.
It looked like that smoke was actually meant to be the CT spawn smoke, so as those cross smokes faded, there'd be a deeper CT spawn smoke down, but he missed the smoke. So
that
is
is
only
how it all
himself to
fell
blame.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing missed smokes even over there on Mirage. So, I mean, I suppose why not have it on Dust 2 as well? Hell, why not even have it on the Overpass at this point? Because that's where we're going. That's where the decider is here between who's going home and who's going to live to fight another day. G2 and Fnatic trying to stay alive in the Intel Extreme Masters, and Overpass being that map. There's some rough, I guess, storylines or narratives that we could follow along here. Not either of these teams having tremendous showings on Overpass in this tournament thus far. And I mean, for what it's worth, we're looking at a CT side from G2 that was very, very much a strugglesome one. In fact, only 4 rounds.
Yeah, G2 on Overpass throughout this event has been horrible. Their match against ENCE, where they kept stacking the B site with 4 players, and they just kept getting burned time and time again. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I've never seen a worse performance, actually, on a CT half of Overpass. So they'll probably come with a different approach here, and I don't even know what to expect because it has to be different.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing they got going for them. Right now, Fnatic doesn't really know where G2 is going to be at, because what Sean just said, they need to change something, because what we saw against ENCE, that was absolutely horrible, to be completely honest. That said, though, Fnatic is not a strong Overpass team either, so this one could go both ways, and it could be a brawl, it could be a very messy match that is going to be between the individuals once again to be determined.
And just to clarify, you can take a look at some of the numbers on your screen right now in terms of how this one might start to pan out, 50-50, and you can see why this one was left in the veto process, but For G2, it's been a rough one. They've played Ints and Avangar on this map, and after 11 rounds from Avangar on Overpass, Buster having come very much online, then at least on Ints, this is the sort of terrible showing that you guys are talking about, where it was really only 2 rounds there in their pocket.
Yeah, but with all of that being said, all that needs to happen for G2 is Kenny to just dominate the bathrooms, right? Yeah. They have so many key players on their team. Shox is having an outstanding series so far. I came into this series thinking there's no way G2 can win, and I would almost, put this on 50-50 as a third map.
Yeah, and as a third map for Fnatic, I mean, we've kind of talked about G2 a little bit into where they land on this one, but Fnatic themselves, do they fare a little bit better here? Has it been a rougher road for them?
I mean, you have Crims, right? And he's currently the best player on the server, without a doubt. So he needs to step it up once again. We didn't get to see him that much in Dust 2, and that's just, again, Fnatic didn't seem to have the right rhythm going for them on Dust 2. So, again, you have you have Kenny S, you have Shox on the side of G2, and you have Crims, and you have a guy like Brolan for Fnatic. So once again, I feel we're putting ourselves in a situation where all it comes down to is the individual performance from these teams, because neither of them are playing some of the best the best team Counter-Strike right now.
Right, and at least for Fnatic, they did, obviously lose to Vici. They have caught a few L's up to this moment. In fact, when they played them on Overpass, it was a slow T side that proved to be that thorn, and it really doesn't give them that room to run with, or at least get started. Even cranking the engine was just never on the cards that day.
Yeah, against Vici, they really couldn't get anything going on their T side. And this should prove to be something they're more familiar with when they play G2, so hopefully they can kind of move around the map at a better pace. But ultimately, I think the question lies in whether Brolan can show up. He's so young. He's 16 years old, and this match is probably going to be the most pressure he's had on him in his entire career.
And you could say the same for Lucky and Jax, right? You have 2 guys coming in from the French scene, 2 guys who have never played a major before, as far as I'm concerned, and 2 guys that was praised a lot for their individual skill. Thinking of them coming into G2, you thought to yourself, all right, you have guys like Shox, you have Kenny S, 2 very veteran players that have a high immense skill, but those 2 guys, they need to step it up when it matters the most now.
Yeah, and that's one way to look at it. I mean, we've got roughly 30 seconds here. Sean, I kind of want to put you in the hot seat here. I want to ask you, as what would have been obviously an in-game leader, and now being able to look at a big picture hindsight, what do you say to these young guns on either side?
Ooh, that's a good question, Trace. I think, honestly, I would go with the breathing exercises pregame. I'm a big fan of it. Slow down that heart rate. Get them into the game. Remember, just go over the game plan, right? Pistol round, first gun, second gun. That's it.
It requires you have a game plan.
Cool. And you guys have who again?
Fnatic.
Okay, well, we've got a house divided, and that house divided has to come down at some point. And it comes down to this pistol round right here on Overpass. We're going to have Moses and Vince bringing it to you. Fnatic and G2 Esports squaring off.
Thank you, boys. We've done our breathing exercises. We're ready to go for this third and final map of the series. Pimp going with G2. Craziness. Here we go. Fast-paced. Crims trying to get into the action. Slow start on Dust 2. It's going to be not a slow start for Fnatic so far. Entry kill, but Kenny S responds. But then all the rest of the frags fall in the way of Fnatic, and Jax is caught in the open.
Flurry of frags will have Shox in a 1-on-3. Trying to make a move around the back. Beautiful one-tap on Twist to kick things off with a bang. May not have a kit under his control just yet, but there's plenty of time. He was so rapid on his ascent back to the site. It seemed like the damage was irreparable to be for G2, and Shox has found a second one. Looking for that kit, and he's picked it up. Now JW is all that stands between Shox and a beautiful clutch, but he's just about playing the time perfectly. Just darting back in and forth and keeping Shox caught in 2 minds, and there is JW. His Glock will sing for him, and Fnatic claim first blood.
That was so close. I, honest to God, felt like Shox was going to build up into that and steal that round away in a 1 versus 3. Now is the time for G2's stars. And the 2 you'd point to, obviously, Shox and Kenny S. They both had good pistol rounds. 2 kills for Kenny, 2 kills for Shox, and unfortunately not able to complete the clutch. But as the Des mentioned, we've seen this overpass from G2. We know it's not by any means their best performing, or we don't see them perform their best on this map. You're going to need the stars to show up on an individual basis. Also, ESL's brand new radar is live in this map. They've added in some grenade effects. Obviously, there's a border around the player that we're spectating on the map. Looks beautiful.
Does, nice and clean, crisp and clean. See the Molotov there, little orange circle. Another one down in connector now. Damn, I'm just going to get sidetracked by that radar. I can already feel like I'm going to be looking at it all the time and miss all the action.
Yeah, no one's looking at the frags, just the new radar. Well, Deagle's P250 on body. 5 smokes as well, and just the first one used now. Fnatic's got to be careful. They obviously don't know this, but if they don't apply some pressure pretty quickly, they're going to be hitting a bomb site with smokes in their face.
Smokes being deployed as the attack commences. Fnatic barreling down on the Frenchman. And here comes Jax, Deagle in hand, nearly stacks up with a triple, but instead it's going to be Crimson Brolan answering back. They're both heavily tagged, both bleeding. Hemorrhaging at this stage, need to apply some pressure to the wound. With only 30 seconds left. And G2 in pretty good shape. Even better now that Shox is struck onto Brolan. Crims, his position compromised, just going to go for the plant, and he will be able to get it. G2 not in a position to stop him. Now they're both going to be coming up on Dumpster, and Body will find the headshot. G2 bounce straight back with a round of their own.
That was so sick. That was a designed play to get Jax into that smoke. And this works from G2. They drop the smokes in front of the bomb site. Fnatic smokes on top of that. It's a great way to be able to find isolated fights for those Deagles. And obviously Jax just wanders into a smoke for a pop flash play right through it. Didn't see that the other day on Overpass.
Definitely didn't. Otherwise, things could have been quite a bit different.
All right. I mean, that gets me excited. I was a little bit worried this could be a blowout, especially since we saw Avantgarde put, what, up 11 rounds, I think, on their T side against G2. Now things get interesting. How does Fnatic respond? I don't know if they're going to want to force up into this. They do buy Deagles, no armor, no utility alongside of the pistols. Can't complain about that start for G2. That's the first pistol round that they've lost in this series, but the damage gets negated by winning that ensuing second round.
Well, some players, when their backs are against the wall, that's where they're the most dangerous. And Twist will find Jax taking down his M4. It has been denied courtesy of Kenny S's AWP. Will back away to the A side. They feel like that early skirmish has been won. Only a flashbang for Fnatic, so getting onto either of these sites is going to be a real task. Plus no Kevlar.
I think that was even picked up off a dead body. And flashbang. Also, new detail on the radar, the X's marking where players have fallen. JW has been spotted by Shox, who's going to get aggressive. Doesn't want JW to have any time to find a frag or a fight that he enjoys. And Kenny's backed all the way to the bomb site.
2 Desert Eagles. The arsenal of weaponry for Fnatic with just over 30 seconds. Kenny spotted one of the two. Stands to reason they'll both be clumped together and try and be effective as a united force. Kenny S uncharacteristically misses 2 shots. Pretty straightforward from his perspective, but haven't really been punished in the process. 15 seconds, grenade absolutely evaporates Exist's health. Down to 32 now.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything if you're G2. Let him come to you. That's a good trade from Crims, but Kenny's there to stop it. So not bad, 2 guns taken away. One of them M4s, 1 UMP.
Pretty important at the end as well that Fnatic did push. There was about 5-10 seconds left. If they died after time, of course,
yeah,
their money would have been ruined for this round.
Yeah, they had to go for it. But the AKs are back now. UMP on JW. Solid utility level for the Fnatic side of things. They have to deal with that AWP from Kenny S, because remember on Dust 2, the AWPs were solid. Saw a nice round from Lucky with the AWP. Kenny had some nice shots, and he's going to get things started here. And this map, talked about it a few times in the past when we see it. Sneakily, the AWPs can just be dominant on this. Look at that boost. A crouch, waiting for the pop flash. Holy hell. Domination from G2. They're going to get a third, and this happened so quick. 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock, and Exist is the only player alive for Fnatic, now fighting in flames, and even though they're bunched up, it's not even going to complete 1 kill.
So G2 have lost Overpass twice in their road to this position against Ensign of Anger. 16-6 and 16-10.
They're just sandbagging, Vince. They've got us all right where they want us.
Playing the old rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
great start compared to what we've seen in prior overpasses. I guess losing twice, you learn a lot about what's been going wrong. Maybe address a few things, but nothing wrong with this start. Kenny S, it's been good to see him get aggressive with the AWP as well. He's got a couple of picks in mid. In terms of this round, you can see grenades landing all over the place, mainly on B. Twist took a bit of chip away from the grenade. Exist takes a shot, courtesy of Kenny.
And Kenny's feeling safe as well. He's got Jax close up to keep some space. Jax now rotating out towards long, so Kenny's playing for himself, can fall back, pop flash to get information, and the bomb on the ground is a pretty solid piece of information. That's a nice shot to follow up. Even getting the third kill. Exist trying to pre-fire the angle. Good round from Jax with this AK. Heat check on this fight. Crim's being exceptionally difficult to hit.
His mission is just to do as much damage as possible at this stage. In terms of clutching the round, it's
actually, Kenny S shouldn't peek this. If he goes down, there was really no one close by for a moment to get the AWP, but he waits as Lucky starts running over. So swaps back over to the AWP. It's a 4-1 lead for G2. And it's Kenny S leading the way with 7.
125 ADR to Kenny. Jax has 123. Shocks with 105.
It's not too shabby, is it? Not too shabby at all. Here we go. Deep Molotov for Kenny. Twist is going to beat it. So is Brolin. But JW gets split. No one from G2 is being too aggressive. They are wrapping around towards the long. It's a little bait and switch setup. Kenny S far back with the AWP. And Jax close up with the AK. Opening kill for Crims through the wall.
Looking to procure a path onto the B side is Crims, but it's going to be a deadly endeavor. Bonnie's going to deal with him. Meanwhile, Fnatic push their way past balloons. Could be setting up for a boost.
G2's push their way through Monster. Yeah, that's going to find Kenny. They do great damage, but it's tough to complete that kill through it. We saw it just the other day. They still don't know Jax is pushed up, and they still have no idea that Body has pushed out of the B bomb site. So much information being gathered by Body. Bomb on Twist is going to start rotating back. That's a pretty nasty fight to take with the AUG, and the smoke is just brutal. That's going to slow so much down. Body using the Molotov as well. Now he just has to get away safely. But look at all this aggression across the map for G2. No matter where Fnatic goes, G2 knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that body stall has really allowed Jax to get in position, but now that his teammate has just been killed and time is pretty low, is it going to be enough? The bomb's been dropped. They've actually dropped a Molotov on this, and Jax could do even more damage. He's spraying across, does land it. Could have just won the round for G2. They're going to have to push straight onto the site. Here is Lucky. Had a fantastic Dust 2 performance, and Exist should be able to get the bomb planted, but he's going to get pushed down instantly afterwards, and Lucky will clutch. The stall into flank, far too strong.
Yeah, that's so sick. I mean, it's actually kind of impressive that Fnatic even had an opportunity to win that round after everything, but G2 coming out swinging here on Overpass. An impressive start, 5-1, and an early timeout for Fnatic as they're stumped. They do get the bomb, they do get the extra plant money, they had a 4-round losing bonus, and now it's Fnatic who's won the pistol, but just doesn't really have anything else to show for it.
Yeah, pistol into 5 rounds. Gonna leave a mark, and Exist is yet to get off the mark. Still killless, 006. 11 ADR. Crimson, meanwhile, is performing well. But again, we've discussed this in the past. If Crims is the only player that's really doing anything, Fnatic will struggle, as good as Crims is.
Well, they're going to need more than just him when you have 3 players deliver. Remember, you just mentioned 3 players on G2 over 100 ADR. You have Kenny S with that AWP. Jax is having a very good game. Shocks is up there as well. So even Lucky's sitting right at 93 ADR. 4 players from G2 really clicking at the moment. So Fnatic is going to need to match that at the very least.
mean, even Body has got 79 ADR, so everybody over 75, which is pretty phenomenal, all things considered. Wrong and Shocks take the early chip. Body is going to have a clear shot onto Exist, and that's just a free kill given away. Nothing preceding that peak, no flashes, nothing at all. Seems a bit useless.
Well, those are fights that wouldn't... Oh, what a double up from Kenny. Gets aggressive, and he finds him lined up. That's a little bit of luck going his way, but fair play. Though, I think part of the reason is Kenny's going to get a third one. He's going to stay aggressive, and this is the problem with him starting to heat up, is if he gets this confident, he's going to be so difficult to handle. What I'm trying to say that that kind of a fight with the AUG through Monster, in that sense, you probably would rarely see that from CTs before the AUG has been a revelation to how you can play on this defensive side. With an M4, you don't just stand in the open like that. With an AUG scoped up, you feel much more comfortable. The only other time you'd see that probably is with an AWP. But G2, I mean, they're really piling it on at the moment. 6-1, 5-round lead over Fnatic. And remember, this is the deciding map. Fnatic absolutely demolished G2 on Mirage. G2 returns the favor on Dust 2. And now it looks like G2 wants to build upon that here on Overpass. And so far, they're getting started the right way.
We have Agent Exist, unfortunately, on the server. Meanwhile, Fnatic gonna maybe try and push through the smoke on short if they're feeling aggressive with these pistols, catch the CTs off guard, deciding against it, gonna bide their time and wait. But it's gonna be a B hit. They have no control over Connector as it stands. For all they know, Jax is rotating around the back of them once again, so they're gonna have to push the button and go aggressively, and Body's there with the Orc, 2 kills already. Not gonna get a third, but the information is gonna be gathered from the rest of the team. And now they can buckle down on this B site defense. Jax is just watching the side in case they go for a rotation. He can also play as the kind of sweeper role in Connector. But yeah, the stragglers of Twist and Crims are living on borrowed time. And they know it. Lucky with a trade. G2 7-1 in the lead.
Nice double peek right at the end there from Shocks and Lucky to ensure they get those kills. Even with one player falling, they've got so much money built up. 3 players over 10,000 before the purchase. All 5 of them over 9,000 before the purchase. That's not bad.
What else isn't bad is since that first map that we played, G2 are currently leading on terms of rounds 23-9.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue if you're Swedish. Here we go, Kenny again. Saw him get aggressive earlier and find a pick towards that terrace stairwell. This time he just tosses a nade and falls back, but he's gonna get the pick anyways. Brolin out in the open trying to grab an aggressive angle very quick, and he's stopped cold, but now Kenny's blind. It's one way to deal with him. Jack's still in bathrooms though, and they have to be cautious about how they clear this. Twist gonna turn the corner. Oh, Jack's reconsidered behind him, and now they know he's blind. Crims steps up to the plate. Shocks finds safety in aggression. If he keeps going, he might be able to turn this into a flank. And once again, G2 loving this B aggression.
Good shot onto Body though, while Airborne trying to peek over the boxes. Now Fnatic piercing the heart of Overpass through Connector. Lucky was thinking about checking on Connector side, thinks twice of it, and in doing so has actually allowed one of the players to cross, now both of them. Now of course Fnatic have no idea that Lucky is here. So if he plays his cards right, he'll have the bomb planter down.
They'll never expect Monster as a point of danger. Actually, excuse me. Hold that thought. Crims knows everything.
He is just too damn good to be bamboozled off a play like that. Meanwhile, Shocks try and get back onto the site. Insta headshot to Crims, who is already low.
He's gonna win this, Vince.
Well, Exist has the positional advantage, and Shocks doesn't have any nades left now. So it's gonna have to come down to the kill. Lands the headshot, and with the kit, he will get the defuse. I bow down to you. You are clairvoyant, Moses. You knew all along.
No, it's not even that. Shocks is on point right now. He is so fast. That kill he had on JW in bathrooms was so impressive when JW takes the peek, and then you saw the near clutch on the pistol round, and Shocks is obviously feeling this game at the moment. which is a worrying sign if you're a Fnatic fan, because not only is Shox performing at a high level, but Kenny is delivering as well. Even with a spectacular shot like that, Fnatic had everything they could have wanted in that round. They took out Kenny with him not getting a single kill. Excuse me, I think he had one, but took him out pretty efficiently, all things considered. Jack's aggressive. This time, Shock's going to push down the stairwell. They have a nice little crossfire set up. I don't know if I don't know if Fnatic is going to expect this. Here comes Twist. Gives up his position, and Jax can get aggressive.
We need Twist to land some of those entries, but Kenny S and Jax, dynamic duo in mid, both going to claim kills. And it just seems so easy for G2 at the moment.
This is a different G2 than we've seen throughout this tournament. Something's clicking all of a sudden. We might all have to tweet at Ocelot and apologize at some point.
Fnatic not going to give up on round 10, making a move over on B at this stage. Molotov stops Crims from pushing, and a smoke in his eyes afterwards. Still plenty of time though. They could even rotate back up to A if they so choose through connector.
It's not the strategic decisions that are hurting Fnatic at the moment, it's the fact that they're just individually, G2 is not only matching them, but in the case of Shox, outplaying them. In the case of Kenny, outplaying them. Exist might have an easy kill onto Kenny, who's low HP. Body has just snuck in just as he moves his crosshair. The timing's not with him, and now Crims, 1-on-4, won't even get the chance through the corner of the boxes. Kenny to finish him off. Fnatic need to get something going immediately. Exist still on 0 kills and 0 assists with 10 deaths.
That's the problem, isn't it? When your IGL, the guy you're trying to rally behind, is just having a stinker of a game. Does it affect his leadership? Does it affect his confidence?
I think Exist is too experienced to let that happen, but certainly needing more production as well from everyone. No one on Fnatic in double digits in kills. The highest is Crims with 8. Twist has 6, but it's a pretty steep drop off from there.
Well, let's see what Fnatic have in store for us as we jump live into round 11. 9-1 the score. The deciding map. One of these two teams will be eliminated at the conclusion of Overpass, and right now it firmly looks as though Fnatic is going home.
Jax in a little bit of trouble, a little bit of craziness. He's somehow going to get knifed. Brolin comes through, gets that extra bank. But Kenny's the one you got to worry about now. He's still aggressive. He's had a couple very nice sequences. Obviously extremely confident. Now he's going to fall away. He's got a teammate here to help out. Shox has arrived.
Second knife kill of this best of 3, I believe. I think Brolin got one on Mirage as well. Onto Kenny, if I remember correctly.
It's a samurai.
Sure is.
Brolin has the AK-47, but he also has no health to play with, but Shox walks right into it. Not expecting that angle. And now out towards long we go. But that's exactly what Kenny wants. Oh, he doesn't clear deep enough. He doesn't clear along the left wall. They're going to get so close. He's going to go down for free. I don't think he has a chance of responding in this situation. There it is. JW swings out wide, and Fnatic have pulled off a bit of a miracle. All the rounds they struggled with rifles. This one just pistols. They find their way in, and they find their second round. But boy, is that a wild bookend of Fnatic rounds. A 9-0 run for G2.
Kenny has won all 4 of his entry duels, averaging 91 kill, assist, survive, or trade. Not too bad.
It's the benefit of the AWP as well, right? And on a map like Overpass, where you can fight such a powerful retreating battle through the bathroom, so many tricky angles that you can get with relative safety with that AWP. And this is the best Kenny has looked in this whole series. Relatively quiet on the first 2 maps. Couple nice individual rounds, but here on Overpass, he's putting together a complete game.
So vitally important that Fnatic keep the winning ways now, though. They've got a chance, some foundations, but they've got to build upon them. Something sturdy that's going to last. You feel like they probably want 4 or 5 rounds off this half now. Can they do it, though? Also, winning on, by and large, pistols does bolster their economy. They'll be able to afford in the next round whatever happens here, especially if they're to get a bomb plant down. And it seems like they may be shifting up the gears a little bit. It was looking like they may go for more of a faster hit on B, but they're going to slow down as Crims eats a grenade.
I think they just don't want to mess. G2 has shown them multiple different looks on defense towards Fountain and Party and bathrooms. I think they just don't want to mess with it. They don't really know what they're going to see when they get there, and obviously Kenny playing well with the AWP. That's always dangerous to head in that direction. There's Body, gets into a battle, traded immediately afterwards.
Not a bad trade for Fnatic, all things considered. It's going to thin G2 out a little bit, but they've got to do something with this. They're all clumped together. Again, this is where Jackson is constant flanks, constant pushes behind. May get into the back of Fnatic's mind. They did this a lot on Dust 2 as well. Can they afford to sit around for much longer? Obviously, we can see that they can, but they're going to go ahead, blot out the sun with all these grenades. The engage is well and truly initiated. Lucky in the meanwhile, though, hasn't really been forced away with any grenades. He can tee off a couple of shots. He's not going to land as he was on Dust 2. So Fnatic have made inroads onto the site. Going to get the bomb planted. And now Shox, who's up close, may be able to deliver some shots. Now Jax has overplayed his hand. Crims read that from a mile off. Shox in the meanwhile, though, is going to put JW down. Pretty passive position is assumed by Fnatic, but the bomb is planted on the right side of Pillar for short. Meanwhile, Shox is going to go in with 2, and G2, even in rounds that look like have gone too far, they drag it back somehow, some way.
When Shox is playing like this, post plants are so dangerous. He is so good in those scenarios. His aim is on point at the moment, and obviously the op's ringing out as well, but more importantly, the perfect teamwork and coordination, having a teammate flash for him so he could take that fight up the ramp, finds a blind first kill, and then able to hold Monster. And part of that, you're exactly right. Such passive positions from Fnatic on the post plant, way deep past Monster. There's no chance of trading any of those kills. And G2 takes that bomb site back very easily.
So Fnatic will be able to rebuy, as I mentioned earlier, but instantly broke back. G2 must be feeling so confident, just oozing through them, coursing through their veins at this stage. Jack's going to be joined by Kenny S on long. This classic stack, as you see so often on Overpass. Kenny having a look through the flower beds, but his teammate's gone down. Kenny will connect onto Brolan. Takes a bit of damage, but gonna go for the repeat. This is the kind of confidence that you want to see from Kenny, but it is gonna cost him. JW will not allow him to get any more kills out of this round.
This is a clever play by Shox, though, because Fnatic has found 2 frags towards long. I don't know if they'll expect a third person here and exist. He's had a rough game. He's gonna find his first kill, and that's a big one to get. Fnatic need everything they possibly can down the stretch. A 4-on-2, they can't let this fall, and Crims isn't gonna let it. Lucky is the last man alive. Starting to run out of money is this defense, so this is actually a pretty important weapon for Lucky to keep in his hands. I don't think Fnatic will do too much chasing. Lucky at the moment has 11,000. If he keeps the AWP alive, he can drop it over to Kenny. He can rebuy one if they want to stick with a double AWP, or a couple M4s.
And impressively, Lucky has only died 2 times, and we're moving into...
That's crazy, actually.
Round 14 after this one. Pretty nuts.
That is craziness. Explains why he's got so much cash. He can actually drop 4 M4s.
Mr. Moneybacks.
He could buy for his whole team. He's rich. Well, Exist is on the board, 1-11, 17 ADR. Quite obviously not his best game. All can be forgiven, though. If they get up to 5 and they find themselves at least with something to play with in the second half, right? That's the important part at this point. No matter how far down you are, just give yourself some breathing room, a chance to make 1 or 2 mistakes on the next half, because they're going to happen. And you need to be able to have, just need enough rounds to be able to survive them and be able to respond.
Sure, plus in the previous 2 games, obviously G2 have played Overpass, as I said before, Ensign Vanguard. It was their T side that was really lackluster. So it's the easier side coming up for Fnatic, a side that they know G2 are pretty weak on. But again, going back to our original point, G2 were not playing this well in those games. So who knows? Kenny S is going to miss his shot. In the meanwhile, of course, as I say that, the curse of the commentator.
No, I'm just laughing. I'm loving the way it was Crims and Twist who went down those stairs, and as soon as they hear the AWP ring out, they're like, hell no. They all back away so quickly. They want nothing to do with that fight. 4 players at long. It's Twist who's alert. He wants to hold them in the staircase. Shox is burning right into the arms of JW. Fnatic, as we've seen them do so many times across their tenure in Counter-Strike, finding a way to claw back into this game. Good shot from Crims.
All of this push off the intel of Kenny being in connector. But the bomb has not been planted, and they're starting to leak kills at this stage. Crims, though, is going to put body in his place. As they look to ascertain the bomb plant, Crims goes in for another one. 3 kills already in this round and won't be required for a 4th. But Fnatic do have 4 rounds. This is starting to get into the realms of possibility now.
What a force of nature this Fnatic team is at the moment. I can't believe they found a way to come back into this game. 4-10. It's not the greatest half, obviously, but it's much better than what it looked like was going to happen. G2 was shaming them this entire half. Crims not letting them go down without a fight. 4-10. Now the money's a little bit hindered. Now the buy is a little bit hurt for G2. They still have the double up, though, so still extremely deadly.
AWP's currently situated. Kenny S, of course, on 8. And Lucky using his AWP over on the B side. So keeping it split up and diverse. Shox with an MP9, though, could be a bit of an issue. UMP for Jax. Not a huge amount of grenades, actually. No Molotovs currently in play. 4 smokes, though, should be enough. Depends really if Fnatic can bait some of these out, but Crims goes looking, and Lucky will take his life for free. The worst of starts of Fnatic going through into the last round of this half. And it's their key man as well, just to add salt in the wound.
Now they've encountered body pushed out of the B bomb site a couple times. Twist was considering the possibility. Did not clear the corner as well as you would like. Bonnie's gonna get a second one. The damage is done. 35 seconds left at 2-on-4. G2 looking for a strong lead after this first half.
3 players over on B. Again, Jax just watching the flank on the off chance they're gonna rotate, and there goes Kenny. Number 16 and 17 with his AWP.
Well, this is a G2 that we haven't seen before in this tournament. That was a phenomenal half from them. 11-4 lead over the reigning IEM Katowice champions. Fnatic in some trouble. We'll see if they can get out of it when we return.
In the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on
No matter what happens, some Counter-Strike legends are going home. It's a 4-11 deficit. G2 has a massive lead over Fnatic. But this is the half that we've seen where they struggled on in the past, and they've shown up and they're a completely different team than what we saw earlier in the event. But one last hurdle for the Frenchmen to make their way, for one last chance tomorrow to make the Legend stage.
They are only 5 rounds short of eliminating the Katowice 2018 champions of Fnatic as well, trying to defend their title here at IEM. And G2, if they win this pistol, this is a huge body blow. This is going to create a chasm of rounds between the two teams. So even more pressure on the shoulders of Fnatic. They exist with a HE and a kit. Typically, I feel like if you're picking up some utility, it's going to be a smoke, but obviously wants to try and land that and dome someone with it, but it's going to be Lucky that claims the first kill. And instantly, Fnatic on the back foot in such an integral, important round.
There's that P250, and that kill is going to pull Fnatic in the wrong direction. Molotov over towards Toxic Barrels, and these players, JW's got to be careful. Doors open, he's looking behind him, he's waiting for that peek, trying to find the timing. But meanwhile, the B bomb site is kind of lost. There's players here. Twist with a kill. JW adds another, but he can't get Kenny.
Exist now from Heaven's going to have to strike multiple times, but he's not able to add to his 1 kill in this map, leaving Crimson a 1-on-3. The man has been an absolute legend for Fnatic over the years, but it's not going to be able to add. And Shox will take him out. G2 12-4, second pistol goes their way.
That one stings. That one really hurts if you're Fnatic. Down 4-12 now. You can save this round, but you're going to start have to taking some risks moving forward in terms of buying when you don't want to, because you just need those rounds at this point. Shox has shown up. Kenny has shown up. G2 has a massive lead. Stacked towards this B bomb site. All 5 players from Fnatic are here with their USPs. The one Deagle on Twist. But G2 is certainly going to take this one slow. Mac-10 on Body and Jax. You'd imagine they're going to be the ones to go scout things out. Body likely over at Sandbags. How much will he see? 3 players on the other side of the map for G2 are just waiting to make their move.
Yeah, Body and Jax really are the expendable players with these Mac-10s. Just go in and cause as much carnage as possible. Farm up the money. Smoke going to be deployed. Head has just been spotted, and Body is going to come out worse for wear on that trade. But in the meanwhile, his teammates are starting to move into position, albeit very slowly.
He's only spotted 2. Oh, there's a nice boost. Now he's got more information. At least one or 2 more. But actually, G2's going to commit here. They're moving in through Monster with the bomb. Low HP, still great advantages, and I don't know what Brolin's doing. He's, I don't know, playing patty cake.
A deadly game, it turns out. And now with 35 seconds, Jack's going to be pushing down as many players as possible. 2 kills alongside him. The 1 HP dream is real, and JW, the only player that has struck this round for Fnatic. It's only a matter of time before he will meet his maker. 12 turns into 13 rounds for G2.
I think when all is said and done, no matter, I mean, you have to imagine G2, great advantages to close this one out. If they make it onto the next round, you have to imagine that no one's going to underestimate them moving forward. Everyone was a little bit scratching their head at some of their performances earlier this week, but they've stepped it up here. 3 more rounds for G2.
Could be one of the last times that we see Fnatic with any kind of a decent buy. This could be the beginning of the end, or the beginning of something truly spectacular in the form of a comeback. Shox his 8 significant damage early on.
That was a good peek from Twist, even reading the follow-up on the other side, so he's done damage to 2, Shox and Body. G2 still pretty far back across the map. You've got JW with the op watching long. He's seen nothing quite yet. You have Brolin close in bathrooms to keep space, and he's seen and heard nothing but utility. And now a contact play. Body's going to take the peek right into the crosshairs of the AUG. That's Twist with the opening kill.
HE a bit too shallow to really bother him, but Jax pushing behind it will be his downfall. Kenny S can out poke out from connector. 2 players strong, going to be counteracting him, and Roland from the other side. Kenny going to be shut down. And with it, Fnatic have a 4-on-2 advantage, just leaving Shox and Jax with an uphill climb, to say the least.
Yeah, especially now the bomb is on the ground. Shox wanted to at least take 1 player away before he got into the site and planted. All damage is good damage at this point. Take money away. You've spotted JW. He does not want to lose that AWP. His teammates are not close by to be able to save that weapon. Doesn't have to worry about it here. Brolin's going to find that final kill. 5-13 now. If they get reset though, Vince, ooh, would that hurt?
That could be it, if they get reset, to be honest.
Timeout for G2, I think that's kind of what they're discussing. If they want to apply that pressure this early, because they don't have a lot of money to do it with. Kenny's the only one who could really get a solid buy with an AK-47, so I think... Excuse me, Jax has already bought his. Which I guess could influence the decision. But Fnatic may get lucky and get away with one.
I suppose it's risk versus reward at this stage. I mean, G2 can sense that Fnatic are weak. They can sense they could finish this match off right here, right now. On the other side, though, if they go for this force and it backfires, Fnatic have a chance to get back into this half.
Yeah, they do have a chance to catch fire if they can win this one, but G2, they want to keep the pressure on. They have some rounds to play with, so... JW going to get aggressive. There's the opportunity, but he just slides out of vision. Brolin's caught out in the open. He's going to have to fight on this retreat. Completely blind. JW's there for the cover. He's got the pick. Kenny walks right into it. Good opening kill. JW wants more, though. Gonna use that smoke to get away. But he's still nearby, still looking for more.
Oh, not too far off, landing in a second shot. Would have given Fnatic a fantastic early lead in round 19. Roland has been eviscerated by Lucky, though. No real chance to counteract, just an insta headshot. Putting more pressure on JW's shoulders.
See the march as well from G2. Up bathrooms, up highway. They look like they're ready to pounce. They do have a okay amount of utility. 3 smokes. Molotov, just the 1 flashbang though. They've got to get past Crims. Fnatic running out of nades. 38 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a hit. They could fake it and run down the stairs, but I don't think they have the utility to necessarily do that. This needs to be a trade. Lucky looking towards the site for one. Crims can't handle the spray. The Deagle puts him down, and JW has it all to do. His teammates have arrived though.
JW's been naded up before he can do anything. Twist on the prowl, but he's going to be turned on very quickly. Fnatic need this 1v3 to go their way, and G2 Esports, their force buy has been a success. And with it, Fnatic are now hanging on by a thread.
Maybe not even that. They're back onto pistols that they can... That's all they can fight with in this round. CZ's, Deagle's purchased up. The Swedes are reeling, and they are just 2 rounds away from knockout.
You can see how much this means to them. So much on the line, such an important match. As I said in the desk, completely agreed. For players like Broland, youngsters, this is the most important moment of their career, if not their entire life.
Yeah, a lot of invested in this, obviously. A lot of time and energy. 9-17 for Brolin, 9-17 for Twist. Great shot from Body to really help out, and A huge lead for G2 that it doesn't even look like they're willing to relinquish. Kenny S back on the AWP, 4 AKs around it, and just pistols. And that utility is going to disappear very fast, whatever nades they have, and Fnatic decides to get aggressive. Push into the short sewers, see what you can find. There is Shocks there, looking for that aggression, and even Jax is just so patient. He's going to walk right in. This is he prepared. Off angle. Here comes the peek, and Brolin just eliminates 2 so quickly. That's an alternate AK. This round has turned on its head.
Excellent turn of events. Fnatic catch G2 tripping over each other. I don't think Kenny could really do anything because Jax was right ahead of him. Probably worried to get a team kill.
It's almost so worried to be caught off guard by some kind of aggression that you allow that aggression to be more effective. But Body, he just rushes into A and secures it. Now, G2 can actually meet up with him long. This is going to be a tough round for Fnatic to get back into. It was once a 5-on-3, and even though they've recovered some weapons, it's going to be difficult to retake this bomb site.
I think his Body was so far ahead of the rest of his team, they're only just getting to the site now. So Fnatic have had a chance to go for these boosts and realizing that you can't buy stilts in Counter-Strike. Body tries to get the second through the wall. There's Lucky onto Twist. Fnatic were looking like maybe they could steer this ship away from the rocks, but it seems to be capsizing all the same. Exist has to pull off this 1v3, otherwise G2 will have 10 match points. He's got the first, but he's been tagged heavily in the process and he's out of there. He's conceding the round.
It's hard to fault him for that decision. I mean, you need this op to fight with in the future. You don't have any money, misses that shot, and now it's going to get taken away from behind. Shocks was there watching the flank the whole time. What a round from Body, even reading the boost. He knew the choke point was smoked off. He knew he'd have an extra second to adjust if someone came through it. Brilliant, brilliant play from Body to take that bomb site. 15-5 now.
Another timeout. Fnatic desperately trying to dig deep and muster something special. Crims continues to be the linchpin. 16 kills, 94 ADR. The only players that are higher than him are Body on 96 and Shocks on 99. This is another scintillating performance from Shocks. 21 kills, 9 deaths. He's been at the center of everything for G2.
I don't think Fnatic expected this coming into these matches today. I think anyone expected this G2. 21-9 for Shocks with 99 ADR. 19-10 with 91 ADR for Kenny S. 10 chances to move on tomorrow. 10 chances to eliminate Fnatic. In another round, Fnatic has to do with just pistols, and you're not going to have the benefit of Brolin getting a double kill. There's Jax to step in, and a 5-on-3, a 5-on-2 as Kenny rings true. And this is it. This is all it for Fnatic. For G2, it's not quite redemption, but it's a good first step.
The first of many to turn some heads, to turn some hearts back to G2. Exist and Crims, a huge mountainous task ahead of them, but need to start the first few steps, and they're going to do just that. The bomb has been planted. Exist going to get the drop onto Shocks, able to take him down, but there goes Jax. And it's on Exist again to pull off another 1v3 clutch.
No kit. And he's not even going to get through the smoke. Jax just sprays through. G2 come out with a whole new level in maps 2 and 3. Not many expected it, but the faith of the French fans has been rewarded. As G2 will survive another day, they still have to fight tomorrow, another best-of-3 series to stave off elimination to move on to the Legends stage. We're going to say goodbye to Fnatic. That's a tough loss. It'll sting for a while. We've got our desk ready to go, though. We're going to send it over to the boys.
Yes, Jason, a very sombering moment for Swedes all around the world, and there were no boosts on this overpass this time to save them and run it back all the way to the end. Unfortunately, this one has come apart at the seams, and it would be Fnatic the lesser. You can see the emotion there. You can see just the drain that this map has put on them. A real rough affair as we do say goodbye to Fnatic, who were the defending champions of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice as of last year. Now, out of the major very, very early.
Way too early. I mean, Fnatic, a team that I believe coming into this one was favorites pretty much against everyone. The teams themselves ranked Fnatic as #1 team to face. They were #1 in the rankings. They were definitely not living up to that.
Yeah, the teams they played throughout this event, they should be beating probably all of them. I mean, they lost to Vici and Windstrike, and now here they lost to G2. Not the best performance, clearly, from Fnatic, and they will be going home for it. But we have to give credit where it's due to G2.
Yep.
On the screen right here, Shox. This man had a phenomenal series. Not only just a great last map, where he was playing super aggressive towards the A site, and we saw him retaking the B site time and time again. Himself and Kenny just destroyed them.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, credit where credit is due, absolutely. G2 coming out with a fury of fire on this map alone, and this is where they really needed to kind of bring it all together. This was the third map of the series. We did see it go to all three, so there was a chance here, I'd say, to I guess, wipe the slate clean if you're Fnatic, but it just wasn't in the cards today.
No, I think the individuals of G2 were simply just performing too well. You said yourself, Shox, Kenny S having one of their old resurgence games, so to speak. You had a very aggressive G2 as well, constantly pushing up middle, constantly taking map control, didn't really leave any room for the Fnatic guys to work with, and I think they were just shattered by that. I think Fnatic never really got into their game plan. They never got to do any of the stuff they wanted, and at that point, you saw it on your screens yourself, the players was just out of it.
Yeah, they're super dejected. You could tell that, you know what, we don't have control of this situation at all. This is not going how we wanted it to, not even remotely close to something that would resemble even a comeback at that point. They looked defeated just watching their emotions.
Yeah, they did, especially when you looked at Exist, who had a really, really tough last game. He had one frag up until one of the last couple of rounds. I think he ended the game with about 30 damage around. Definitely a poor performance from him, and I actually thought he was performing well throughout the rest of the event.
Well, the rest of the event has to continue on here for G2, and we are honored in this moment to congratulate G2 and hear from them directly. We do have Shox down there on the sidelines with Franker Z. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Shox is quite apt, really, because you have shocked the fans of Fnatic by knocking them right out of the majors at this early stage of the competition. However, we have seen you guys struggle a little bit at the majors so far. Really needed to sort out those CT sides on Overpass, and you did. How did you make that change?
First of all, we just looked at both matches and also kind of practice how we were doing, and we were kind of not really doing the same, I would say. We've been a lot, we don't really have a reason to, but the thing is we are under pressure since the beginning of the tournament, and we just, we don't know how to just get the pressure out, and just play CS just how we are supposed to and how we like to. And that's what's happened, for example, on the last two maps here today. So I'm really happy that we managed to finally be comfortable on the server, but it's only the beginning. We are 2-2, so nothing is done, and we have to keep doing like this for tomorrow.
So would you say then the criticism you've faced so far has been justified?
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not saying it's just it's an excuse or whatever. It's just what it is. The thing is, what we showed on the server since the beginning of the tournament was really poorly, and we are the first one who are really ashamed about it, because we know. It doesn't reflect what we are showing in practice, for example. So no, we don't have any excuses. We just have to get up and find the way to feel comfortable, as we did on the two last map today.
Well, there's one more match standing between you and the Legend stage, Shox, and I believe you might be feeling a little bit more confident after today's match. So congratulations. Let's head back to the desk.
Yeah, let's do just that. Shox rocking 93.1 ADR in these three maps and certainly keeping his team in the fight here. Let's get some closing thoughts to you guys before we go on with the show here.
I'm just overall impressed with G2. I thought, they would shell up once they dropped that first map and we would see Fnatic walk away with this quite easily.
Right.
But the fact that they had the heart and gut to come back in this series shows a lot to me. And I think, regardless of who they play tomorrow, I give them a good shot.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think it's fair to mention out Shox as well. A brilliant performance from him individually, not only in terms of ADR, in terms of rating, but the impact he had in the rounds. He made a lot of rounds winnable for G2. He was very impactful in the clutch situations, and it seemed to me like Shox felt comfortable, as he was trying to say as well during the interview.
Well, the interview did go as smooth as that last map there for G2, but the smoothness has to start looking a little jagged here. Again, we need to send another team home. It's going to be either Cloud9 or Furia. So if you're with us, you're going to want to be there when we come back. This best of three is going to be one to end the day with.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Master certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer. Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Ah, yes, a matchup that we were all waiting today to see. Swiss round 4 continues, and both of these teams with a 1-2 record, certainly not where they want to sit as we look at eliminating one of them. It's not been a pretty road thus far, but Cloud9 and Furia will be the next matchup on the docket, as well as our next pair of commentators. In fact, these two have really found a warm place in my heart, sprightly nonetheless. We do have Henry G and Sadakist, and I've got to say, guys, good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, it is getting that time of the day, our final best of 3. It's going to be a lot of fun. We get to see Cloud9. It did say in the lower third, it still does, former major champions. They're not really the same team, though, are they?
Definitely not the same team. It's a weird one. The setup they have right now really isn't compelling me to think they're going to be, if they make it through to the next stage of the tournament, I don't think they'll go much further. We're talking about this game developing young stars, and they're the ones really leading the charge right now. They brought in Zelsis, who I think was a good pickup, a nice idea, but he doesn't seem to be providing the firepower to be a future star. And that's what they need right now. He seems to be quite an average rifler in a team that doesn't really make sense overall already.
And I mean, of things that are making sense over here, Kiyashima in a Cloud9 jersey still kind of doesn't compute in my brain.
How about Flusha? That's even more strange to me.
Or that. And that star does signify that, yes, they did win a major, but for what it's worth, is anything popping for you guys in terms of this Cloud9 lineup?
Not really, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it is a case of the fact that they brought in some European flair. They're trying to recreate themselves. Yeah. But where does the leadership go? I mean, you lost a core group that was so well drilled, and now they're picking up the pieces. Golden was supposed to be that answer. It's pretty unfortunate circumstances he can't be here, but they kind of don't look like a full unit, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I hate to cut you off, Henry. We're going to have to start getting this road back on track, and of course, to do that, I have to bring in a new analytical pair here. At least we've got Pimp returning, and now we have Chad Sponge Birchill. Chad, now with the biggest brain here on the desk, start to talk to me what this matchup means. Obviously, the implications are elimination, but for the matchup that is Furia, the Brazilian side of things, versus Cloud9, which is more of an international scale now. What are we looking at?
First and foremost, neither team has impressed in this event. If you look at Furia's run so far, a 16-6 loss to NIP. They lost 16-14 to Avantgarde on Mirage, and then they only beat Spirit as a 2-0. Now Spirit are already out of the tournament. Furia really surprised us during the minors, right? They had some innovation. They looked fantastic with their approach to the game, the different strategies, the way that they would kind of have the meta, but living outside the box in a different tangent, right, Jacob?
And that's the problem, right? Because when you look at Cloud9 as well, they were impressing us as well coming into the tournament. We did see them in E-League playing pretty well. I think to myself, when you look at the lineup right now, we talked about having Flush in there, having Golden not being able to play. It looks like a mess to me, but still they were able to play some decent Counter-Strike. That said, though, at this tournament, it's been horrible.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have the vetoes in front of us. We do know where we're going. Mirage Inferno is going to be a decider on cash, and we have seen some very special tactics come out, something very interesting, at least over on the side of Furia. Now, this is something we knew that they were bringing to the table. We got to see a glimpse of it in the minors. Chad, what are we looking at?
Let's do this quick. This is on Inferno during the minors. This is the innovation we're talking about. If we can get this bad boy up on screen, this is a pistol round. And the pistol rounds is where they add a few extra quirks. Now, they go for banana control. I can fast forward this. Basically, it's an execute onto the site. And what I want to talk about is actually the waves of this execute. So you're going to see 2 grenades land right here. This is a cool little addition for players wanting to play in front of this deep smoke. But it's the second wave onto the bomb site that's pretty cool. So those 2 HEs drop. Now, they get into position. One guy's near barbecue. One guy's going to jump up over the orange boxes. And the cool thing here is they're actually going to flash over and then push through the smoke to take the fight. This is a very innovative strategy. It's something I like to see. And this is something that Furia has brought on all of their maps. Flash comes over, push into the site. They're not successful in this round, but it's a cool little quirk.
It is cool to see, right? Because they come in with a lot of new strategies, a lot of new stuff, which is hard for established teams to prepare for.
Yeah.
Bear in mind that teams like Cloud9, the players on Cloud9, they used to play against the top European opposition, against the top NA opposition, but going up against a team like Furia, bringing in new stuff like this, that's going to rattle them out a little bit, and that's what's going to be one of the pivotal points Cloud9 have to look out for.
Well, Cloud9 being on the other side and Furia being, I guess, on the other side of that, guys, I need to get some predictions from you because we're about ready to jump into the match.
Right now, Zelsis, Automatic, and Rush are the 3 lowest rated players in the entire tournament. They need to step up their game or they're done and dusted, and Cloud9 are going home, and we're getting their prac room.
That's a problem because Automatic is the best player on the server. He needs to step up, but I do believe Cloud9 have what it takes.
Yeah, I think certainly you're onto something. Both of you, respectively, of course, different things going on there. Let's actually do it. Let's go ahead and get into Mirage. That matchup is now. We've already introduced the sprightly young gentleman that will be giving it to you. For Cloud9 versus Furia, it's going to be Henry G and Sadicus. Prac Room, question mark.
Absolutely love to give it to you in the evening. Stunna, we are going to do exactly that. Prac Room, I'm not so sure. The interesting aspect of the 3 lowest rated players in the tournament is 2 of them are the former major champions on this team, Rush and Automatic.
That is quite distressing.
Those are the 2 that absolutely should not be.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is with Rush, I mean, I know he has an incredible ceiling, but sometimes we see him have dreadful lows as well. He cannot afford to perform like that today. We need to see the best out of Cloud9. So far, they've lost to Vici, Tyler, who went against Tyler on Overpass, 16-3 defeat. The only game they've won so far against Greyhound on this particular map. And Furia also played Mirage twice against Avangard and NIP, got blown out the water. And actually, it was 16-14 against Avangard, NIP was 16-6. So we'll see how this one goes. Then they start on the CT side here. We'll start to dissect the purchasing as we get into the first round. Cloud9 with 2 smokes and Molotov suggests they could go to either A or B, of course, but I'm going to assume it's going to be an A side attack, maybe the standard 2 smokes. Molotov towards CT spawn perhaps and try and get that bomb down. We'll see which way they're inclined, starting to head towards middle, and the CTs actually got a lot of utility there. They've got 3 flashbangs at HE, a smoke, and a diffuse kit. And you can see Vinny setting up the flashbang for his teammate if required, as Cloud9 push towards middle. Molotov actually used towards that window.
You're going to stand toward the top of connector. They go directly by him. How does no one at least check the bottom of that stairwell? That's an obvious position, you'd think.
When you're making that much noise, too.
Maybe Jay gets Flusha. Automatic does at least get Vinny back, but it's still the advantage to Furia, and they're going to make perfect use of that. All on to Tim. Tim the Tat Man? Not quite. Certainly not that time either. Art's got the shot. Fantastic start for the Brazilians.
That's a little bit worrying for Cloud9 fans out there. Yeah? So Molotov towards window, smoke at shore. Nice idea. You can see them actually safely get towards the connector. As you pointed out, they're not checking the most obvious spot, or most common, I should say, towards the bottom of those steps, costing the round. They lose a couple of quick frags, almost a third as well, and it seemed to fall apart at that stage as well. Couldn't actually trade out the frags, couldn't get the bomb down, and it all starts to go a bit wrong. It's a good start.
It was so ugly to look at that they couldn't bear to show the viewers again.
Yeah, didn't want to see that replay. Not safe for work, but either way, it's going to be a timeout with things. I assume technical will be a bit odd to have a timeout in the second round. We would assume that Cloud9 will take an eco here and bring out the AKs in the third. I did see an AUG being purchased there on the CT side at least, as we'll see if they can hold on to this. We're going to have 1 AUG purchased and presumably a few more as well. A couple of SMGs will be thrown into mix to get that utility up. But objective here for Furia, obviously keep 5 players alive, try to deny the plant. Here's the replay. Getting it done with that USP. And that was pretty much the end of the round for them. Cloud9, I wouldn't say hot favorites to make it, but you'd expect them to at least.
Well, some people had them as 3-0 in their pick'ems.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of people did, actually.
So some people certainly would have expected that. You can see the star even on their jersey to signify and commemorate the victory in Boston 1 year ago. That's it, just 1 year ago. And then obviously they had Tarek and Stewie depart. Things kind of fell apart afterward, to be completely honest. Skadoodle, he joined his comrade Shroud in the streaming world.
I'm sure he's got a lot less stress in his life now.
You know what? Yeah, a lot of people don't know this. Tyler's actually a twin. Skadoodle's a twin.
Okay.
I mean,
identical?
Not identical.
Okay.
What is it? It's called maternal then, right? Maternal twins. If you've been that close with someone your whole life, and then obviously they're quite different in their interests based on talking to him. One's a gamer, one's not really, but obviously you're leaving a lot of family behind, and usually twins, maternal or otherwise, paternal, maternal, fraternal, whatever it is, they're still really close friends. So that's pretty tough to be on the road from someone that you literally spent your entire life with.
Oh, I'm sure he's watching. Shout out to Tyler, lovely man. Good luck with the streaming. Either way, it is going to be Cloud9, like we said, full eco here. Nothing really purchased, 1 flashbang. Objective, get that bomb planted. We'll see if that can occur. Flash towards middle, won't do too much here. The FAMAS ready and waiting on the other side. There's going to be a couple of easy frags available here, and you'll see 2 of them come through. It doesn't look like that bomb will be planted just yet, to be honest, or at all. And as the clean sweep comes through, it's exactly what Furia wanted. You can see Art actually with the P250 only man. That means AWP coming into that first gun round for him. So that's a risk, essentially, but a good one. I think it's worth the gamble. Most teams are getting the bomb plant. I'm going to force by that second round. You bring out the AWP and you can balance the fact you've got a couple of SMGs into the mix. So a nice approach here, and Furia might be onto a 3-0. We'll see. Cloud9 purchases the AKs now. They do get most of their utility with smokes from flashbangs. We'll probably see a D4 as they fill things out. Will they detect the AWP as they start to send the majority of their manpower towards A, suggests an execution maybe quite early on. As the Molotov thrown by the CTs to block the smoke, won't be that useful for them. He's able, actually trying to open things up, and he's mowing them down.
Okay, now we're seeing what some of the hype about Furia was all about. Cloud9 just get decimated inside of A main. 2 kills just sprayed down. Automatic's going to work out from middle. He's had a rough tournament. We talked about that. One of the 3 lowest rated players thus far. Kiyoshima's already got 1 kill, but Yuri, well and truly dug into the Palace position, is going to have so much information over top of the A site. They can play very passive around that. And they still hold toward the window, inside of the vents, I should say, more specifically. Automatic's been smart about this, though. He knows with one of the vents, he's part of the backup, he can sneak around behind him. Getting Arts now does, again, give them a chance to go into A, but they still don't know about Palace. They just have to consider that.
He go for the kill here, or does he go a little bit further and see if there's 2 available? Well, that's answered that. Going for the kill, picks up the AWP, is the AWP of the squad. 3 versus 2 now. That gives up his position, and Yuri, like you pointed out, ideal spot to shut this down. Will it detect him?
Yeah, especially because it's bomb in Kio's hands. If he's swinging, well, Vinny's got him instead. From that range with an MP5, spectacular. Yeah, they had no idea. Palace is so powerful for the CTs if you can get in there.
If you get in there like that, comfortably with a man advantage and confirmed is clear, absolutely. Time ticking away. Nice flank by Tim, manages to get the first kill. To be fair, there was nothing available to him had he have waited and looked a little bit deeper towards the side, so that's fine. He gets that frag, but can't do much with it. Could have gone for the knife here and got a bit of extra cash, but just wanted to get the guaranteed kill. Made the AWP fall a little bit further away than he would have liked, but there it is. Furia, you're right. We are starting to see what the hype's all about. That lovely play of the AWP towards a ramp close range. Just mowing them all down. Cloud9 trying to go for the execution. If you're there at the A ramp and you're hitting the shots, they've got no chance of pulling it off. Nothing really purchased here. No armor. Just 1 HE, upgraded pistols, and automatic. Pretty handy with the Deagle, but taken down early. That's Yuri. Finding him early on, and it's now up to Kiyoshima to try and pull things back. A desperate attempt. You can see them all one by one, hoping they can find a little bit of luck here. It's smoked out. Kiyoshima's going to have to pull back.
He'll do exactly that. You called it. They were on for the 3-0. That's where they sit. Art still this time in middle with the AWP. Good finds from Yuri to push out inside middle. Kills everywhere. Everyone's getting on the scoreboard at this round. Just Kiyoshima left to find, and he'll go back toward A with Deagle. Nearly gifted a shot toward Abel, but not quite.
Just to note, in terms of the veto, it was Cloud9 that picked Mirage. Second map will be picked by Fury, of course, and Inferno, and then Cash, if required. 4-0, very strong start. We know there's been a lot of problems with Cloud9, especially in the general fragging department, where the star players aren't showing up at all. Right now, though, we'll have a look at their stats. 0-4 Zelsis and Flusher. Kiyoshima with 1. Same story for Rush. No one really finding anything at all. Automatic top fragging with 2 frags as we enter round number 5. But here comes the AWP. Not known to be an AWP historically, but Automatic has taken to it very well. I have to say that. Impressed with some of the rounds he can pull off. An incredibly skilled individual. As Art looks for a challenge here. Kiyoshima certainly got 1 down to 7 HP at the very start of the round. Feeling like he can maybe get something done through this smoke. It's ambitious at best, as he still holds the window. Needs to be very careful here.
Rush sneaks back out, loses the duel. They've got to start winning these. It's one thing to have a slow start. 4-0's not the end of the world. The problem is that they haven't been finding the frags.
You're right there.
Celsius is going to go down again. Every single duel, they're just getting outgunned.
There's a real lack of coordination right now. It seems like the objectives in the default are clear, but people aren't really working together, and if they lose a frag, they'll just go off on their own track. It's Kiyoshima now with the AWP, 7 points of health. He has got his utility and the bomb, to be fair, and Art will hit the shot. Furia are not going down without a fight, it seems. 5-0. I've been told lots of good things about this team. We cast them a couple of times, and I haven't been that excited with the level of play displayed, but this is more like it.
I genuinely thought we'd see them go out 0-3, if I'm honest. We heard a lot about them. Vitality did the same, but it's not the same thing because of the players on that roster. They've won majors. Some of them have won majors in the past. Fury is the only team to come through the open qualifier as completely new to the majors and make it through the minor as well. So that obviously brings a lot of hype, but that also says they're coming into unknown territory. So the fact that they're doing, first off, winning a match already, getting them into this particular 1-2 situation, but now getting a great start against Cloud9, that's fantastic.
This is so stifling as well. You can see you can't even have a breathing period on your partial buys here, pushing towards the top of middle. The CTs is dominating every single headshot here, every opportunity they're taking, and actually doing a very, very good job. Rush there does some damage, and Zelsis can't finish it up. Remember, one of the young stars of this team, a new player to the scene, and hasn't actually delivered huge numbers as of yet. It's another 5 versus 1. Maybe Flush can seal away a kill. That's probably all he's going to do here on 2 HP as he waits for a mistake to be made. Vinny will come around with the Tech 9 and close out the round. 6-0 here. Still, the top frag ever Cloud9 has 2 kills as we enter round 7. That is really quite worrying.
Zelsis is sitting at 006 as well. He's yet to get on the board. First time you and I have seen him, but yeah,
You got to say, Matt, this team, like when you look at the names on paper, it's not a dream team by any stretch. It's a mishmash of lots of different regions and then philosophies and ideas, and this is what was the best available at the time.
Yeah, exactly. This is, oh shit, we lost 2 of our players, what now?
Yeah.
If I'm completely honest. This is them picking up the pieces a year later. And to be fair, it could have worked out with Golden on board. We saw that he took Fnatic to success here at this event last year. They were the champions under Golden's leadership.
That's a very good point.
The fact of the matter is, if he could stay healthy, if they could get something going, now that they've brought in, Yuri's done excellent. Abel's got Zelsis, another gun round falling apart. The fact that they've brought in a player in Flusha that Golden's extremely familiar with from that win, and you get Kiyoshima, who's got tons of experience from FaZe to winning a major with LDLC and Envy, and he's going to close out on that exact man. Maybe there's something there, but then unfortunately, and this I don't fault Cloud9 for, it's just a very unfortunate circumstance of health, and obviously Golden's condition, but it hasn't favored them at all.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Golden is a massive factor for this. I think he's underrated as an in-game leader, and I hope he's feeling better, but it's going to hurt watching the team struggle the way they are right now. You can see that coordination issue again. It just seems like the comms are off, running through smokes. It's a bit of a nightmare right now, but still quite early days. They'll have to take another partial buy, of course. The maximum loss bonus in full effect, but we've barely seen any plants here. It's still the highest number is 2. PD50's Deagles, they're going to try and make their way towards B potentially here. The bomb's down in the B apartments right now, but Rush makes his way towards middle. These players are all incredibly talented. Very good with the pistols, but I haven't seen them get any positions where they can actually do anything with it. That has been ran over every single round from the aggression from Furia. Even on the rounds they just have pistol, they seem to be right up there, not letting them get comfortable whatsoever.
Kio's going to get out toward the top side of mid as well. Flusha already down below, and Automatics worked out from the underpass back to pistols once more. Zelsis on this map had the ace to start off his entire event. There was a lot of people hyping it up. It's kind of gone awry since then. Abel J, he's underneath Shadow. Ooh, didn't quite spot the backside of Automatics sneaking in toward the jungle position, but he will spot Kiyoshima quite easily with the AUG.
What's the plan now? Bomb down in the open, and they are running out of time and space. Rush, that's the kind of shot we need if this round is going to be even possible for them. A plant would be fantastic here just to boost their chances. Maybe they can get a bit more than that, who knows. 30 seconds though. Here's Zerato looking towards the vent, detects a couple there. Automatic hoping to film the mistake. Zelsis suddenly didn't make one though. He's got an AUG now.
Flash towards CT as well. That'll deter them slightly, but bomb's going to have to be planted safe side triple. Flash has gone all the way through B. He's going to have to hurry up because they're committing to a bomb site plant on A. It's not like he's lurking for information at this point. He just needs to get behind it because they're going to be on the defuse. Flusha can't do much about this at all. Automatic as well. They're both toward mid. Fortunately for them, Furia has no idea, but they'll take down Automatic, and Flusha I think is already out of there. Forget it. Another smoke. He might give it a try.
Low HP diffuser.
If he could find it, he's gone for the wrong player at this point. They were defusing the whole time, so I'm not really sure what Flusha was cracking at that point.
Wow.
Unless he thought he had no chance to get up and get the angle, but still.
I think at that point, if you're not the one who was planting the bomb or anything to do with it either, you don't know exactly where it is, you're just in a smoke, you've got players in front of you as well. It's not like you know exactly where that bomb is, so just had to do what he could, and he didn't know the low HP player was defusing either. But there he is, Yuri, 14-3. Got automatic rush, Kiyoshima Flusha all on 2 frags. Zelsis got his first, the 1 dig there, but if it doesn't translate to anything more, The bomb plant at this stage doesn't help them out too much because there's so much money on the CT side. Look at it on the right-hand side of your screen, and they're still chasing the pace. What a shot that is from Arts. And they're not happy with that advantage. They want to keep pushing here. Vinny looking for the second, nails it as well. They're making Cloud9 look very amateur at this point. No respect gameplay on the CT side. Every push has been successful. Every shot is landing. And once again, we're at 1 minute 30. It's a 5-on-3. How do you even recover this situation? They've been absolutely run over here. And they're out of there safely at the same time. What can you even call at this point? Try go connector, boys. See what happens. They got up CT and Palace as well. This is a nightmare.
Okay, Serato has come back in. Ooh, automatic. That's much better. He's going to get absolutely decimated up close by the AWP, but able to get inside of Palace. Deny the plant. Pretty straightforward. Once again, they weren't aware. Automatic found the angle, however. Puts him back down, means Rush can go forward once more to find the bomb. He's in the open, though, not ready for it, not anticipating, but gets the aim nonetheless. Vinny drops. It's all onto Art. AWP versus 2. And Automatic gonna jump across to try and get that information. Art's made noise. I'm not sure Automatic would have heard that or not, but they're certainly anticipating the rotation from B. Cloud9 will get their first round. Rush even wants the extra money, and that's going to be needed because now they face a potential reset.
Yeah, you get an extra 800 for each team member for getting the bomb down in general, but obviously they won through frags, but you get an extra $300 for being the planter. So yes, definitely worth planting at the end of the round. Automatic with the AWP, that was all down to individual skill. They recovered a 5-on-3 there. That's excellent. It took a lot of skill, and it was certainly not an easy round, but Automatic, we did say he can be quite good at the AWP. Rush with a lovely shot towards jungle there, and the A execution looking likely again, but this might be a bit of a fake because as you can see, 3 there, bomb down towards T-spawn, 2 middle as well, so they might just be feeling out the map a little bit before they commit. Rush is actually getting stuck in right now, checks towards Shadow. That will be leading to his demise, and bomb will be recovered and heading back towards B, so it was a fake. Not that convincing though, I have to say.
Celsius checks off wing toward Catwalk while Flusha waits to watch inside. Keep an eye on Vinny. He's just gonna wait. Sees all of Connector. Pre-aimed in case someone's head pokes out from underpass. And smartly positioned so he can do exactly that. Molotov comes in, he jumps back up. Second one toward the bottom of the ladder as well, but he's still up top, so no problems there. Should find Flusha here. Flusha's gonna, check the angle, still went down. Just barely got the headshot in time. Zelsis, he gets one back. Automatic again on the AWP, finally getting some life, but he's lost the bomb and his life as Vinny gets him on the AUG, and Zelsis on 4 HP. Has to be so careful against the pistol. Art wins out the duel, all onto Kiyoshima, and this is exactly the reset we were talking about. Rush has money left over. No one else really does.
He can still win this round, but it'll be something quite heroic if he does. Art's holding the angle, nails the shots, and before I can even finish the sentence there, it is over. That's the reset. 9-1. This is Cloud9's pick as well. They're getting a couple of good frags now. It's Automatic at the top with 6. He's having impact with that AWP, and Rush is keeping up with a couple of AK kills here or there, but it's not enough to look like they're going to do anything with this map. Furia looked like a very well-oiled machine right now. Great calls in terms of aggression. Nice retakes going on as well, and they're denying that plan every time, it seems, as Arts closes it out against Kiyoshima there. Nothing can be done, and what have we got here?
Well, I was going to say, you got to give credit to Yuri right now. He's already at 5 opening duels and 6 multi-frag rounds for a total of 15.
Wow. That's not bad at all, is it? 15 after 10 rounds.
Yeah, that's 1.5 kills a round according to my
173 ADR. Have you ever seen anything like it? Wow.
That's actually pretty ridiculous. 173 is pretty crazy, because that actually means he's doing more damage than even just the multi-kills ensue. He's above average in ADR compared to even his kill average per the round.
Well, they are going to buy this round, I can confirm. Cloud9 take a timeout here. It's their first one. They've got 3 AKs, a Deagle for Celsius, who currently sits on 2 and 10, and Kiyoshima also 2 and 10 with a PD50. And this is another change of setup here. That's a boost towards the underpass here. Looks like it's a little bit uncomfortable for them, but Art hits the first shot. Kiyoshima towards the underpass now really has to react. That incendiary might block him off, allow the CDs to fall back. Great call here. Another 5 versus 3. Cloud9 were able to recover this before, but that's when they had a full buy with the AWPs, the AK-47s, and a full array of utility. Doesn't look like that'll be happening anytime soon. That's enough aggression, Furia. You've got a 5-on-2 here. Everything's going well. You do not have to keep forcing the issue. Zelsis, oh my goodness, do not sit in those flames, my friend. He'll have to expose himself and get taken down as well. Kiyoshima, last player, 5 versus 1. Might get 1 kill, not even that. full eco coming up next. This map might be done already. They've got nothing.
This is incredible. This is, I mean, Fnatic just lost to Jitsu and had an abysmal group stage. Cloud9 looks to be in a similar state. Now, I do think it's impressive that a lot of people had them at 3-0. I wouldn't have, in a week of Sundays, placed them in that position, simply due to the fact that they're playing under unideal circumstances, having Zelsis in. I don't know that I would have had them going out of the event. Certainly not to Furia, not to, again, discredit these Brazilians. We haven't seen a lot from them, and there's, again, hype, but just, it's not what you expect, right?
It's just after the games we watched them on, and the fact they lost to NIP on this map 16-6, they lost to Avangard, to be fair, 16-14, could have gone either way. The only game they've won so far, to be fair, against Spirit, who have looked pretty decent, they got a 2-0 there. So fighting, and the tournament life on the line here. You can see it's the 1 and 2 game. We just said goodbye to Fnatic, and another household name could be next on the docket with a 10-1 scoreline against him in a full eco here, and not a single dollar brought into round number 12. No one breaking double digits yet in terms of frags as we'll head into round number 13, and this is such a perfect setup. You can see Serato ready to mow them down. They haven't even checked the balcony area yet. They might be able to trade out a couple of kills here. The bomb's gone down. As Vinny will confirm things, I'm afraid. Kirishima with the Glock. No real damage done. 4 players survive. They've got 16K on 2 players here. For anyone's not aware, $16,000 is the maximum amount of money possible to collect in CSGO. If you ever reach it, suggest you're having a pretty good time out there. Especially if you've got AK-47s, AWPs, and AUGs to work with.
Yeah, this is unbelievable circumstances for Furia.
Timeout Furia. I like that. Let them stew over what's happened so far.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting call.
Why not?
I was going to mention as well, one of the things for Cloud9 is these timeouts. The fact that they've had Zelsis come in as the coach, effectively. It's the way they had to do things to get him into Golden's position means they actually don't have one. So in situations when you're down 11-1, you might call a timeout. The coach might be noticing things. He can give you a bit of a pep talk. They can't. They don't have that.
That's a very good point.
And you also don't really have a set in-game leader, so who's going to do that?
And I think it's a similar story for Big coming into this tournament as well, right? With Nex replacing Smooya.
Yep, Smooya. Yep, that guy.
So that's happening.
But you got to think about that, right? It's one thing to not have a coach, but have an in-game leader capable of doing it. Teams have that all the time. They don't have either.
It's rough out there right now. 11-1 down. They are on the T side, but I'm not going to say that's a massive factor here. Right now, they just look a little bit out of their depth, and Furia really, really won this. All their setups have worked perfectly. The shots are landing. This is a team I can get excited about. I can see where a bit of the hype stemmed from now as they go for the execution. It's not a bad call, but the first kill comes in. You can see he's not flashed, and where's the reaction here? Good wallbang automatic. Will at least get one, but this is a missed shot from Vinny, but he makes up for it. Back and forth we go. 3 versus 3. Art with the AWP. Surely going to nail one here. Takes the first kill in this situation. Rush is on the side, but so exposed, 30 HP. He'll be done for. He's going to be flashed, even naded at this point. 15 points of health. Down he goes, and Flusher. He has some unbelievable performances in the past at IEM Katowice, historically, even the last one, and unable to pull that one, I'm afraid. 12-1, and we continue the absolute nightmare for Cloud9 on their map pick.
In one of my first international lands, certainly the one that was of most note, we saw a Cloud9 roster going up against an unknown Brazilian team and get completely destroyed, decimated, shocked, and upset. That team at the time was Kaboom, then Keedstars, MIBR, essentially. Bit of different circumstances here. Cloud9's a much different team than they were at the time then, but this is another unknown Brazilian team suffering
Julies?
The same. Yeah, well, fair enough for Flushy. He's going to do whatever. If one gun doesn't work, buy 2. But this is a similar situation where an unknown Brazilian team's going to show up and rock the world.
Well, they seem to, I'm convinced the skill is there now. I really wasn't convinced the first couple of times we saw him, but this is actually quite promising. Cloud9, anything but, I'm afraid. But if they can get the 12-3, there's a chance they can pull it back. We've seen some incredible comebacks in this tournament so far. 13-2, 14-1s, right down to the wire. But they're going to have to get there first. This round doesn't even look like it's going in their favor right now. They've got UMPs and a CZ. Rush is already low. There is a minute remaining, however. Bomb is recoverable as they hold up for any sort of mistakes here. The CTs currently positioning themselves across the map. One watching the vents in the CT spawn. One towards Satchel's CT steps, and then, of course, the B bomb side. That's the bomb drop now, right in the open, and no one there to recover it. Kirishima is going to have to hope for a godlike flank here, and Rush can deliver a kill to actually buy him some time. Well, there's a chance, an opportunity. Good shot.
Yep. Double dink at the backside. He's at range, so 2-on-2. Picking up the AUG to complement Kiyashima is going to be massively important right now. Art certainly has spotted the fact that they're connected. Double scopes in, all too easy. Kia just walks up. Rush. He might be able to sneak around from this, though. It sounds weird. He's on 28. He's going to be down. Oh, good read by Art. I was going to say, the fact that he baits out that single shot from the op, if he can get the bomb and sneak away, but they knew that the bomb was gone, so Art just said, well, hang on. It's going to go only one way. If you can't see him in connector, I'll find him.
You are absolutely right there. That's a really great read. The fact that he lost track of him, there was actually enough time to plant as well. That's all Rush could do to potentially win the round, but outread and outplayed, I'm afraid, as we get into the final round of the first half. What a quick half this has been. My God, 13-1. And they'll have AKs here. No Julies this time, I'm afraid, but barely any utility. Automatic doesn't even have a helmet. They've got one smoke, one flash. One has already been used towards middle, to be fair, but at the 1 minute 45 mark.
Everyone is having a stellar game on Furia to the point where they're all in double digits. You've got Vinny on 18, Yuri on 19. We're on round 15, so that's already in the first half. They're that close to 20. And still, Kisarado's on 5. Now, the thing is with that, he's on 5 and 3. So he's basically not even been involved. You know where he's playing? The B site. You know what Cloud9's not doing?
Not going
touching the B site at all.
It's a very good point. This is default after default, the odd execution, right? They haven't tried anything towards B, but to be fair, every time they try to do a default where they may go towards B, that's when the CTs are just rushing middle and killing everyone. They just don't look comfortable right now. They're not used to this really aggressive style, and to be fair, what can you do against these sort of headshots? No one can reply right now. They don't see warmed up. This is their map pick, and to recover from this sort of situation, I'm not sure it's even possible. Kiyoshima's going to burn. Oh, I thought he was done for.
I thought so too.
But it might not be a factor anyway. It's a 4-on-2, and he's 2 HP. I'm not sure if they can recover this. Zelsis, one of the young stars, one of the new names. You expect a lot from these new names when they arrive at the major. You think there's a reason they picked him up. He's 3 and 14. I haven't seen him post much more than that this tournament. There's still a chance here, though. Bomb goes down, and they know Kia's low, so he'll make his way towards the stats, making a ton of noise. And now, what's the play?
I don't know why you tried to spam through a wall. I mean, I guess it's the opposite, right? I was thinking you want to try and sneak in to get the headshot with the AK. He's thinking, I want to get a kill without even being spotted because he's on 2 HP, so fair enough. But that gives away exactly where he is. And it's a 14-1 half for Furia over Cloud9. I feel like this series didn't start yet. Hang on, this is warm-up. Press reset because Cloud9 is nowhere to be seen.
Well, they're going to have to pull their socks up. It looks like Mirage is out of their grasp, but can they get warmed up at the second map? Find out after this break.
On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh,
Welcome to our final best of 3 of the evening. We're about to start things off on Mirage. It's 14-1. We started, Cloud9 didn't. They wish that was the true segment intro. Unfortunately for them, they have to face the reality that they are very, very close to going down 1 map in this series and not even really being in it.
It's almost locked in at this point, Matt. You can see the frag totals that I don't even have to describe to you guys at home. You are aware of the caliber of these players, the pedigree on the Cloud9 side, and the fragging just isn't happening for them. Fair enough, they're missing their in-game leader, but you'd expect them to start hitting some shots at least. Furia, pick up this pistol. It's a done deal. If they don't, it's just a matter of time. We'll see, though. 14-1 should be it. We will see if Cloud9, like I said before coming into this half, if they can win the pistol, maybe get 5-6 rounds, start getting warmed up, it's going to be something. Flusher, he's going to be going down. Has he got any backup? He has, but they are being dropped like flies at this point. 4-on-3. And it's up to Vinny now to fall back, which they will. I'm going to focus efforts towards B, it seems. Shima, Flusher dropped. Zelsis, a player I'm yet to be impressed by. Didn't catch him at the iBuy Power tournament, but so far, not that powerful. We'll see what he can do here. An opportunity for frags. Plenty of players coming in his direction. He has got rotations coming through. Goes with nothing, though. Automatic might be the same story. Gets 1, but surely that's it. 3-on-1. Rush to clutch.
Rush to clutch. This puts us at 15-1 if it happens.
They know he's coming.
Yeah, Queserado's already staring it down. Surprisingly, he doesn't just run out and take the duel. I would have thought Queserado was like, guys, I could finally be a part of the game. Instead, he just says, nah, you guys are doing fine. I'll bring him right to you. He does exactly that. Down he goes. 15-1. Money for them. And yeah, I think we get ready to move forward in this series quite quickly.
To the Furia map pick of Inferno.
Yes, absolutely correct. Inferno, I think, was the 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, but I am not convinced by Cloud9's performance.
Inferno's the 2nd, Cash.
It is, okay, so it is, that's right, I was going to say Cash was in there, so Inferno, Cash. What did I say?
I don't know, but either way, you thought Inferno was the 3rd.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm asleep like Cloud9, it's a North American thing, all right?
Well, it's a map Cloud9 play. The E-League Invitational managed to get 11 rounds on Inferno against FaZe. It's about as much information as we have right now. They haven't played it so far this tournament. This could be it, though. 1 more round. 15-1. I can't believe I'm saying that. Smokes towards A. 5 players on the T side, ready to barrel in. CT's ready in the defense. Rush to the 5-7 in shadow. Automatic needs to hit at least a couple of scout shots here, but nothing connecting so far. Rush just didn't seem ready for that interaction whatsoever. Gets himself up on the balcony, and the scout shot's not delivering, but Furia certainly are in more ways than one. Every kill, all the smokes. Utility looks great, and looks like this map is now over.
Yep, Zelsis and Flusha, the only 2 left over in this. Surprisingly, Zelsis gets his 5th kill. Flusha sits at the bottom with just 3 in this game, and that's, well, okay, fair enough, he'll get 4, but that's where it ends for him because it's over. Zelsis wants to smoke himself into the corner.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're hoping for. Queserado gets the final kill. 16-1. Fury is going to be absolutely loving that, partly due to the fact that they had a great CT side. Crossfires were all there, but Cloud9 was nowhere to be seen. It's a bit of both. You can't take away from Furia. They're going to be pleased with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love their CT approach there. All the shots seem so perfect. They had calculated aggression. They were mixing it up every single round. They take timeouts when they're winning as well, like a 7-round win streak. They're taking a timeout to plan their next play. Every single time it just seemed that they had Cloud9's number and there was no response. Not even basic fragging was happening. No one breaks double digits in a completed map on Cloud9. The top fragger was Automatic, the AWPer with 8. At the bottom is Flusher with 4. They need to do a lot of work here, map.
It excites me like crazy that we have more Brazilian talent on the scene. 2 of my favorite events in terms of fanfare were Sao Paulo and Belo Horizonte. They've got an incredible community passionate about CS, and we're seeing it foster into something very special with more and more young players on the scene. Furia, take map 1. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Cloud9 have to pull up their socks or they'll be packing their suitcases.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Cloud9 accomplished what no North American team in history had by winning the E-League Boston Major to start 2018. Hopes that would translate into an era of success could barely breathe through, as that lineup slide saw them failing to even crack top 4 in almost all tournaments following the major. 2018 became a year of disappointment and underwhelming results.
Automatic tapping away and getting 2 big headshots, looking for more. Oh my god! Automatic with 4 frags!
Now fielding Flusha and Kiyashima, 2 down on their luck but former major champions from Europe, Cloud9 hope even being forced to use a stand-in at this major will yield their first top placing in what feels like too long.
Yes, what a difference a year makes there for Cloud9. And God, it almost hurts my soul to tell you that just like the star on the top of their jersey and the star on top of a Christmas tree, there was absolutely nothing underneath this one. In fact, a 16-1 might be one of the biggest stomps we've seen thus far here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major. And I can't think of 2 better candidates. Well, I guess also if we had Sean to kind of...
I've been 16-0'd a few times, so I'm probably the expert on getting owned.
Just getting wrecked.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Cloud9 now have 4 of the 6th worst rated players in the entire tournament thus far. Ever since HRTV.org changed from rating 1.0 to 2.0, this is Flush's worst ever tournament rating. He's sitting at a 0.78. That's so bad. He's a 3-time major champion. He's won 3 majors.
That is probably one of the roughest statistics to even pull from this matchup. I mean, looking at frags, looking across the board, absolutely nothing went in the way of Cloud9 on this one. Jacob, just for what it's worth, we're going to dive pretty much right into what the decimation kind of contained.
Yeah, and I mean, it all span of the happening of a strong CT side from Furia. Just quickly want to set the scene here. We often talk about Mirage being a map where you fight for mid control. As you can see on your screen right now, Cloud9 obviously had an idea in the beginning of the matchup. They wanted to go and contest mid. So did Furia, though. And what's going to happen if we play out this clip right here is that you can see that there are 4 guys ready to fight for that mid control. Cloud9 have already put 3 men towards middle, and what you can see happening right here in a second is that you have 1, 2, 3, 4 guys from Furia contesting middle and fighting middle against Cloud9. So if we play out the clip, you can see the flashes come in. You can see all of them go aggressive, and they're taking the duels and they're winning them. They didn't give Cloud9 any room to work with. And how that looks from this view is that you can see right here. Smokes are disappearing. Guy pops out of window. Guy pushes short. Guys come down middle. Cloud9 had no foot to stand on.
Yeah, at most, you're going to be expecting 3 players in that area of the map, but they've retaken it, right? And this is what we saw during the minor as well. When mid takes were coming in, they were posturing behind smokes. They were playing positions quite weirdly. How do you deal with this? You have to fake them out, right? You have to force them to be in different parts of the map. But they've taken the initiative while Cloud9 are just setting up their default. They haven't even had a chance to get their footing in the round.
Something doesn't even feel right with that. I mean, yes, the 16-1 happens. Hell, even for Chad's sake, 16-0's happened. But for what it's worth, how could the wins just have completely come out from underneath the sails?
It's a lack of confidence right now. I think they're obliterated. They don't feel it anymore. You know, when you're a team like Cloud9, when you know you're supposed to win, especially when you go up against a team like Furia, who by no means are a team that you would consider go through to the next stage of the latent states, when you get baited this much, you lose confidence, you lose all the ability, and you lose your willingness to do new stuff.
Trace, just quickly, check this. Over the last 3 games, a 16-3 loss to Tyloo, a 16-6 loss to Vici, and a 16-1 loss right now, they have only won 10 rounds in 3 games.
And that, my friends,
is some quick maths.
Is a rough one, a tough pill to swallow. Blue or red doesn't matter.
That's insane.
That is not what you want on the side of Cloud9, but what we do want to look at is just how rough these numbers unfold. My goodness. Kiyoshima, Rush, Automatic, Zelsis, Flusha. And, well, I don't know what the quick maths add up to there, Chad, but that is not a lot of fragging power on the board.
Was it a month ago we saw Cloud9 play at the E-League tournament where they were beating FaZe, they were putting up a great fight, they could have won the tournament. You're thinking to yourself, all right, this new Cloud9, despite it being a weird roster, they can actually play Counter-Strike at a high level. Coming into this tournament, it has been absolutely horrible.
You know, it only gets worse from here because you have to look at the map, right, that they have coming up next. It's going to be Inferno.
Yes.
That's where they lost to Vici 16-6. I'm really at a loss to analyze this because they didn't get into the game. Their individuals haven't been performing over 3 maps now. It's difficult to set win conditions for a team like Cloud9 who haven't shown us anything. What? You need to get headshots? That's not analysis. That's just the fact of the matter that their players aren't showing up.
Well, maybe there is a little bit of a silver lining. Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of a stretch. But yes, 1 round on Mirage. And as we do look into Inferno, how did that 1 round even come about, Jacob?
I mean, it's 1 round, Trace. It could have been 0.
Yeah, you're right. It could have been 0.
It doesn't really matter.
Essentially, at that point, there is no bringing it back. You can see just how dejected and defeated Cloud9 did look there. Not quite face-palming themselves yet, but it's not where they want to find themselves. Inferno, the map where notoriously Cloud9 did, in fact, win the major. Let's not forget that did still happen. Now they're just looking to stay alive here.
I mean, for what it's worth, it would be impressive if Cloud9 can turn this one around. That said, though, as Chad was saying before, we need to see some individuals stepping up right now. Flush at the experienced player, you need to take charge, you need to take control, you need to show the ways for the younger players. Rush, a guy that won a major a year ago, a little more than a year ago. These guys are star players within their own right, so they need to step it up now. I know Furia is playing some great Counter-Strike. They're just winning 16-1. They're full of confidence, but they need to take advantage of that right now and get back into the game.
And Chad, I asked Sean a similar question here, but I'm going to ask you as well. Honestly, you're Cloud9, you're Rambo, you're Valens, you're whoever they've got over there that's really saying, all right, wipe the slate clean. How do you approach it?
There's nothing you can say to these.
All right.
No, honestly, there's nothing that you can say to them right now. What can you possibly, how can you get them out of a dejected state? There's nothing you can do.
It has to come from the players themselves.
It has to come from the players, and it will do just that. The lowest clouds in Stratosphere are the Stratocumulus and the Stratocumulus, and Cloud9 seemingly lower than that at this point. We're going into Inferno with Henry G and Sadakist, and, well, they've got to stay alive here.
Stay alive indeed. I could hear Stunna dying every time he talked about the major win last year. It's been a while since he was part of the Cloud9 organization, but he certainly still loves them very dearly. And unfortunately for them, they're going to have to absolutely turn things around. They're going to have to step up tremendously.
What is this?
That's a deep smoke. That's pushed Flush already, and it's limited Zelsis. This isn't a bad approach from Furia.
I love this. You can see the smokes in front of the bomb site there to segregate players, but finally Cloud9 showing some form and headshots. We are seeing Zelsis light it up. It's a 5-on-2, and Vinny will have to try and pull off some heroics here to pull this one back in their favor. Not going to happen. It was an interesting strap for sure. Smokester and CT spawn in front of the bomb site. That was successful. Maybe this could be as well. He almost gives up a knife kill there, but it will be 4 players surviving for Cloud9. They've equaled the total now that they got on Mirage. So there we have it. Cloud9, a good start. This is the Furia map pick, and they don't get off to that flying start they had in the first map. So I assume this will be the full eco now, and Cloud9 a chance to get a couple of rounds on the board at least.
Everything was great about the approach, except for the fact they didn't cover Nubox. And when they got distracted by him, that's exactly when Coffins struck to get the kills. Zelsis almost might have been better off to let Flusha get that knife kill. I think he was even looking at him at the end like, hey, man, I was like right there. Give me that money. Either way, when you lost 16-1 on the opening map, just get the kills. Get it over with. I won't fault him for it. Yuri's got one back. Flusha's been dinked, but only just as he takes down Abel. Spotted out the bomb toward alt middle as well. Kiyashima down toward... Ooh, Flush is on 1, you just pointed out.
Yeah, that's a little bit dicey. Cloud9 needs to be careful here. They should win the round, no problem, but they don't need to be this aggressive. But Kiyashima, he's got a kill. That's $600 in the bag, and as they keep it at just 1 casualty, they should be absolutely fine. Jumping towards the underpass, not advisable, but there will be a trade from Zelsis. He's going to pick that one up. They lose 2 kills there, and that's $300 per each kill, so... I think Furia will be okay with that. Could have been better with the plant, but very difficult with nothing there. They've got more than enough for AK's armor, a smoke, and a couple of flashes, and I'm sure that's what's going to be brought out here. We are off. Can Cloud9 keep this up? They've got an SMG in the hands of Flusha. With 2 players going down there, should better bring out some rifles and be ready for battle. as we head into round number 3. This will be indicative as to whether they can actually really do something with this CT half. If they can get this round, we'll start believing as we continue here on Inferno. And it's going to be Flusher with the MP9, going to be throwing the incendiary down towards the underpass, and that's a great shot from Art and also from Rush. As the chaos continues here, it's going to be Zelsis, who's looking aggressive there towards the banana area. Rush goes down to 12 as Vinny is combative towards our B sites, trying to get the banana control.
Back away through the smoke. Yeah, that was a pretty swift exchange. If Rush was a second sooner, they'd be on a 5-on-4 right now. They are going to push the mid wall, all 4 there, bomb included. They've already cleared off and gotten around the corner, so no rotation from Cloud9, meaning that the Arch open automatic waiting to cover it off, though. And he has got the AUG in position. Needs to be careful not to get caught inside. Moto takes the steps forward before they round the corner, and he can back into the site as a result. He'll support Rush. And already just that single kill, he's pretty much dissuaded them from going toward Arch. Forget that. I like this. He is convinced of that as well, and he gets dynamic, rotates directly back in their face. This is more what we expect to see from Automatic. He should be, in my opinion, the star player. Flusha as well, sure. Keo on entry, great. Both good additions in terms of individual skill. Automatic should be the star of this team.
Yeah, well, he's going to bring that AWP out soon, so get ready for that. It can be quite a high-flying affair on Inferno. Loves to be dynamic and get stuck in as well. He's got the AUG for now. Already got a couple of frags. He might be able to get 3 as he pushes towards those apartments. He's just going to be 2 remaining players on the T side and Automatic using all the sound cues. That's bomb down towards second middle, and it's up to Vinny now to pull this back. Can he cause any sort of financial damage? He doesn't seem to think so. Throwing away the AK preemptively, knowing that he doesn't want the CTs to have that. For good reason as well, as you can't buy that weapon on the CT side, of course. It has one-tap potential, and CTs will be very keen to pick that up and use it on their defense as we get into it now. And will be Cloud9 3-0, presumably with the eco up and coming from Furia. No bomb plants really coming through at all. Automatic doing a great job, very defensive, and an aggressive angle there actually works out for him, and using that sound key to find the bomb. Partial buy.
Much more like it now from Cloud9. We've got the interesting thing going on, the Care Bear countdown. 5 kills Automatic, 4 kills Zelsis, 3 kills Rush, 2 kills Kiyoshima, 1 kill Flusha.
Wow.
0 kills for you and me.
Indeed. The way it should be.
For me, at least. Vinny's already inside of the boiler room. They'll clear out stairs as well. Pistols taking the A site through the close quarters of the apartments. That's not uncommon.
Remember, they get maximum loss bonus into the next round.
Yes.
With the current setup, so they can afford to take a partial buy here and get $3,400 per player going forward. Flashbang's out though, trying to cause some chaos here, but Automatic beats the flashbang. He'll get the first kill. You can see them waiting for that smoke to pop, maybe a little bit too early there on the commitment, but it's 3 kills for Cloud9. They know the last 2 remaining players of Furia reside. That's in the pits, and maybe not for long. Flasher getting stuck in with both kills. This is much more like it. Finally getting some frags on the board, and it is going to be 4-0 against the Pistols there, but here comes the full buy, and presumably we'll see the AWP come out on the T side just to mix things up. Money not amazing for it. You can see they're all hovering around 5k, so maybe not actually, as we'll continue on the CT side. Cloud9 will get a chance to chat as Furia call for their first timeout here and work out their options.
So 4-0. The first time they've used a timeout from behind. They used it last game, as you mentioned, in the lead.
Yes.
To make sure that they reset and kept control after just that one round. I think it was around 10 or 11 they used it. And they haven't got many kills. That's the concerning factor. Round 4 last game, it was very evident that Cloud9 weren't winning duels. There was a lot of peaks toward top mid, one by one. We saw Keo and Flusha both go down without really hitting any shots. It was early on a Mirage, and it was painting a picture for us. Is it going to be similar this time? Because Fury has only got 4 kills so far, and they come from 2 different players. Yuri and Art each splitting the difference. Again, Cloud9's going to as well go toward the 3-man B off default, so they want to try and let the utility do this talking. They do, but it's a little late. That's better from Yuri. Still 2 players with the kills, but he's doubled his total. They've got a 2-man advantage to work toward the B site. Remember when you used to be able to throw the smoke all the way over from CT spawn?
Oh, yes.
You couldn't anymore. Now you need the 3rd man there, and even with that, they couldn't get it done. The utility never got down there fast enough. They had such great speed to get inside Banana. Automatic, therefore, is burrowed inside of the site. They may not expect that. That could change it a little bit, especially if Flusha acts as if he is the first rotation, and that's exactly what happens, but he still has to hit the shots. Can't do it. Flusha's at least got Art to pull it back.
Automatic doing a fantastic job here of buying time. That smoke makes things incredibly uncomfortable here. Furia might give this round up still, as here comes Flusha once again, saving the day. Automatic still alive as well. And all of a sudden, the round falls on its head. A 5 versus 3, somehow converted to a victory for Cloud9 there. It's all down to Automatic. That one frag, the smoke deployed, and them unable to grant any sort of access towards the bomb site. Abel will try and pull this one back, but such a great position from Flusha that guarantees the round.
It's all down to Automatic being in the site. Again, he was the third man. He reacted by saying, right, I'm not rotating off. My smoke didn't work. They're dead. I'm going in the site. But Flusha's presence was a big part of that as well. The second Flusha made contact, boom, Automatic pops out. Hey, by the way, third man in the site. Sorry, guys.
Indeed. Well, there we have it. Cloud9 finally looking competitive here. They've managed to find some huge frags there in a position that looked like they were absolutely done for. It is going to be 5-0 as we go forward. Furia, even with the maximum loss bonus, will have to take a partial buy here. Deagles across the board, a few smokes as well. HE from Flusha should cause some damage here. Quite substantial as well. That will do it. Headshot towards Abel. And Zelsis, they can fall back a B. Definitely now with this advantage they have. Good grenades and presence across the map. Automatic a little bit of damage there towards middle, but they've guaranteed the round pretty much at this point. Just need to hold strong and make sure no mistakes are made. No overextensions. In this case, Serato will be waiting for any CTs pushing that banana area. The bomb is on their back at least. There's a nice little pick from the Deagle. Gonna need a lot more where that came from.
Okay, Serato will wait it out. Finally hits the scoreboard. The third player to do so now on Furia. Yuri sits to wait as well. Kiyoshima's going to back it away. He's got the AUG still to look down just to make sure. Anchoring on Banana, we're starting to see the rotations, the confidence of Cloud9 in their situation. Get 3 back on A, play the crossfires. Entirely doable, and Kyo's going to call for the rotation now. Here it comes. It'll be Flusha that gets back in position naturally. Deagles can certainly do damage, so don't take them lightly. More to the point, they also get the AUG. Kyo didn't, smartly so, didn't have the confidence and had the wisdom not to go down and try and remove that from position, throw it over the fence, because they were still at the bottom of mid at the time. So it's one gun for them to work with, but it's removed immediately. Kisarato goes down, Flusha's got the position, Kiyashima at the crossfire. If they'll get one more off of Art, he dies immediately after.
Cloud9 on their feet. It's official. 6 rounds to 0. No one fragging on the Furious side now. It's going to be Abel down to 0 and 6. Same story for Vinny. Kisarato with 1 kill. Top frag is Yuri on 4. As the AWP comes out for the first time, it's in the hands of Art. And interesting enough, we have a Krieg as well for Vinny. We don't see that weapon too often, to be honest, compared to the AK, or the AUG for that matter. And looking at the money for Cloud9 as well, they've barely made a dent on their CD side. They've got a buy in the bag, rush for $10,000 of residual cash after the reinvestment, so they're good for a couple of losses here, to be fair, as Flusha throws a nice incendiary there, right down to the bottom of the middle, doesn't have to risk committing and showing himself. You can see how much damage that's doing. So the AWPer as well has to extinguish it and waste one of his smokes.
Yeah, how often do you see people go into the underpass position, that little pit, to try and limit the target? Lands there. It's a very good Molotov. Art has crawled through the dark spot. He gets over toward alt mid now instead. They'll take their approach a little bit higher up toward the site. An automatic on the AWPs already got toward the arch side, covered off. Abel J, he's the only one still not to find a frag yet. So the experience of Cloud9 perhaps finally pulling them back into it. Zelsis gets absolutely dunked on. This is aggressive from automatic. Smoke is gone, flash there, they now know where the op is. But he can still fall back and play very defensively at the arch side. He's gonna go further than that. I think he's gonna rotate it all the way back over toward B. He thinks that his presence was enough to discourage them from trying to take top middle. 29 seconds. Problem with this is that Automatic didn't get the information. They're all there. It's all on Zelsis and Kyo. No smokes down in front of Kyo just yet, and he gets a lineup. Inside of the smoke, he might get a third. Yuri standing there as well. They hesitated. They slowed down just a little bit, and that left them perfectly lined up. Zelsis finds another. Kyo will step back in case Serato's lost inside of the smoke. The round lost as well.
This is such a bizarre event, isn't it? We had this similar sort of scenes yesterday with the Ents game. We had a complete blowout in the first map. The second, they didn't turn up at all on. It's really difficult to analyze and dissect this information and work out what's changed. And especially when it's the opponent's map pick as well. You win 16-1, you come into the second map, you assume they're going to look lights out, continue that form where they left off. But now 7-0 down, a taste of their own medicine. And boy, is it bitter. Still can't frag, can't get the bomb down, barely making a dent on any of these rounds as they'll take another timeout here and get into the next round, number 8, but still quite early days. Remember, on the T side of Inferno, 3 or 4 rounds could be enough. But statistically, some of the worst events performances we've seen from some of these players in a long, long time. And it might not be too late at this point. If they can continue this, they can take it to a third, which is cash, remember, a bit of a NA stomping ground. We'll see his Kiyoshima completely through the smoke, almost got 3 as well.
So close to finding a third one. So the second timeout now used by the Brazilians. Nice nade. Art. He cops that one. Goes down to 58 even with armor. Now way down the bottom of middle. We saw this yesterday quite often. You are right, this does have reminiscence or remnants of yesterday's series with Ents, where both maps were taken by the opposing team, the team that didn't pick it, and the third one was bizarre in itself, going from 13-2 to 16-14, I think, as it was.
Yes, the third map that was on train, I believe. But there we go. Just pistols here. Can be deadly on Inferno, but looks like they're going to be shut down quite quickly. It's able to be dropped first. It's banana aggression working out very well as Cloud9 have full control. If they're damaged towards Art as well, 3 smokes still available for the T's, but will they get a chance to even use them here? 1 minute on the clock. Waiting for smokes to dissipate, and we'll head back towards B and see if they can even get a trade. But a player on the half wall and one beneath as well. It's almost certain that Cloud9 has mowed them all down as they get ready for it. Zelsa's being baited in, and here comes the damage, the pain, as the bullets rain down towards the banana here. One more shot from Kiyoshima will close out the round. He's got the Deagle in hand. He wants to finish this off now. He doesn't want to let him near the site, and he will be dropped, but still no bomb planted.
Deagle's almost like the worst gun. He didn't realize he was low HP. He could have just fired one more AUG shot at him, but nonetheless, yes, 8-0. It's the same game as the last one, just the opposite direction. Cloud9 making up for it. And the interesting stat on the desk, I thought, that really painted the picture for Cloud9 that was pretty bleak. 16-3, they lost to Tyloo. 16-6, they lost to Vici. That game, they lost 16-1. That's not like, okay, no coach, no direct in-game leader. Obviously, Flush is in-game leading for them, but it's not golden. And still, though, they've got so much experience. That's not acceptable at any level.
Yeah, 3 maps, getting 10 rounds. It's a nightmare.
And I think just a few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they trade series with FaZe? They were very close, someone tweeted me saying.
It was 2-1, so they took a map off FaZe.
So it's a far cry from where they want to be. Abel J falls back. We saw the same lineup in Portugal, but with refresh. Instead, Vinny and Abel. Good entrance this time. Finally something for Furia to get rolling with, but Flush is still going to find them above the smoke. Looks toward Oranges too. That's a predictable spot to be boosted into, or jump into, rather. But this is a great spot from Vinny. On the Krieg, by the way, we don't often see it as much. Flush is going to check it, though. He wins it out on the AUG. Chance for the retake, but Abel's the next in line. Those chickens
There's a lot of them.
Pretty much giving him away right now. That's a squabble if I've ever seen one. They've all died. God, that is a barbecue.
It absolutely is. And there's so much money available to them, automatic. And even though he can't win the round at this point, he's going to try and take down as many players as he possibly can as he looks to actually go for a defuse here, just as suggesting he will perhaps. Just throwing that smoke on there, making sure they stay around as long as possible. Yuri will get one more. They get around, sure, but only one player survives. Now, that's a huge problem with so much reset potential here, and the fact they're all going to get $3,500 on top of the 0 they had there. So there's going to be some compromises going to the next round. We might need a timeout here just to work out how they're going to coordinate themselves and make up for it. You can see Vinny there, 3,800 as he gets into the next round. He's 1-9 right now, as Abel to do a great job, actually, as you could see him holding the AK-47 towards the end, and all the chickens squawking around him didn't seem to affect his performance. So there we have it. First round on the board. I really can't explain to you how this keeps happening at this event. The disparity in the score lines across the series doesn't make sense to anyone, but here we are. We'll get into it. Fury up.
I want to know a stat. If you could ask me anything I'd change about Counter-Strike right now.
Okay.
Wouldn't be burst relevance to bring back the FAMAS or burst on the Glock. Wouldn't be anything. I want Valve to calculate chicken damage per round.
How does that work?
Just figure out how much damage an average player's done to a chicken and have that as a stat. That's what I want. Make it happen. Valve. Vinny's got Kiyashima. 2 kills for him, though, before going down. Zelsis is also inside CT spawn. They've read this very well. This wrap, and he's looking for Art. Zelsis will get him. His 9th kill. So he's keeping up with everyone. Rush still sitting on 4-1, but again, it's kind of similar to what we saw from Quesarado last game. He just doesn't have to do much over toward the A site. They haven't really been getting past the mid wall. Haven't seen him inside the site much at all. In fact, the only bomb plant was the last round, and that's the only win. This is a reset. So this is pretty much exactly how Mirage went.
You're absolutely right. It is, isn't it? They get that 1 round, then they reset with nothing. They'd have to force buy this one because there honestly is nothing left. Even if they took an eco, there'd be nothing in there for them. So they got to buy it out with CZs. 1 Tech 9 there, a few smokes as Rush drops the incendiary, this time in the more traditional manner instead of flushes. Lovely, innovative one from the top of mid. They'll have to wait for the utility battle as it rages on. The flames towards all the main choke points. And how do they crack open Inferno here? Who's going to find them that kill? They are a flashy team. We saw the aim potential on Mirage. This is their map pick, and it's difficult to understand how we've got here. But for now, Cloud9 will focus on the Orgs. You can see they're nowhere near to being broken. So much cash remaining. Even if they lose a couple more, they'll still be okay. Fury up. Have full mid control. You can see Cloud9 playing a very passive crossfire mentality towards that A side. Got the AWP and library. 2 rifles on the side, 2 towards B. Just making sure they use the range to their advantage, knowing the pistols on the other side.
Oh my, let's see how this goes. Deep smoke, but perfect time for the flames to be dropped.
Yeah, see Flusher pushing through the smoke as well and just
that's
taking control back.
Yeah, smoke outlasts the fire, but they take advantage of the fact that they have that 7 seconds. Automatic also rotate out of the library into the arch. Flush elected to back off because of that. They don't need it to both be forward, but they moved perfectly based on that one bit of utility, that one small detail. Bomb down, Pistol's gonna find nothing in this, and Cloud9 echoing exactly what happened in the first game to them. And so far, based on that, we've only had 2 T-sided rounds won in this entire series. At 26 CT rounds.
So, do we want to say that this could be an org-related matter? The fact that every team is using it every gun round, and that seems to be the current mentality. Whoever starts CT first are the orgs.
Okay, look, there's some truth to that. There's some truth to the CT sides being much better now with the AUG. Maybe too powerful, maybe you're right, maybe this is something to do with it. When you only get 1 round, I think that's
I'm just
not
discussing the speculation that's been put on social media recently. A lot of people have said like this org has boosted CT
There's no
sides.
question it has. There's no question it has. But at the same time, we were sitting in the green room the other day saying we need another CT-sided, heavy CT-sided map for the sake of those brilliant comebacks, for the sake of the pressure that it puts on the game. Nuke's kind of leveled out in a lot of ways. That's quite swift from Automatic. That's not AUG. That's AWP and CZ, and a very good decision to switch over to the pistol just in time. Yeah, I look, maybe it is too powerful now, but it's the same for both sides, essentially, when you swap over at half. If you stomp halves, if we start getting regular 14-1s, 13-2s, 12-3s, okay, then it's too powerful, because the second team, when they swap over, it's too much pressure in the early going to get the economy built up.
Yeah.
But if you're getting to 9-6 from what was formerly 8-7, or if you're getting to 10-5 from what was formerly maybe even a T-sided half, it still gives the potential for the comeback.
Well, that was the full eco. 11-1 down now. No one really fragging at all in the Fury department. Top fraggers are Yuri and Art with 5 apiece. Pretty much everyone's died 12 times, and that's how many rounds have taken place.
I think you'd have to take an average sample size of this entire major and compare it to majors of the past before the AUG and see how many CT-sided rounds go on average in the other. That's really the only way you could determine that.
Definitely an article there, ready to be...
Peter from HLTV. I'll give you the stats this time.
Yeah, you're going to give them to him?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
People don't actually know it. I own and run HLTV.
I knew that.
I write all the articles myself, and I program the website.
You write those forum threads about yourself as well, or?
I don't think I'd bash myself that hard.
11-1.
There's some creative insults in there.
There certainly are. AKs, a Krieg, and a Dream. That's what they're going to have right now. This is not going well for them. As the smoke deployed preemptively for the Molotovs, and nice little angle there as well. We see this Bruce quite a lot. As he looks towards T, steps on the pallet's going to spot one. Nice shot from Automati. It's starting to see now why I'm hyped about his AWP presence. He's actually very, very talented with it. Had to take over once Skadoodle departed. It was interesting when in that transition period, looking for a new fifth, even when Skadoodle was still in the team, he went to Rifle, and Automatic was full-time AWP, getting ready for the role when they found that next rifler. So it's quite interesting how that developed, and it's looking quite good for him. First map, of course, wasn't great, but this is much better on the CT side. It goes back to the 4-on-4, and Vinny, I was about to say, is he going straight through that smoke? It would have been an ambitious play, but besides the full bag, Zelsis is aware of his presence, though.
He is absolutely aware. Was aware, I should say, that smoke certainly could leave him the option of walking away from it all. It takes a bigger man to walk away, Henry.
It certainly does.
Automatic's going to rotate around as well toward New Box. Again, the utility looking excellent from Cloud9. Vinny, he's had enough of K-Serrato. Your 3 kills ain't cutting it for me, man. But my 3 kills, they are. As he gets one off the trade at least. Abel J's going to go down. Automatic finding 2. Now we're seeing why he should be the star as he gets the AWP in a perfect position. 4 kills for Timmy. And it's the 12th round for Cloud9.
21 in total for Automatic, and there was 4 in that particular round. They were all very impactful, denying the plant once again, even with 4th state loss bonus now. No plants have taken place. Only on the round they won, they've got the bomb down. That's it. You can see that demonstrated on the right-hand side of the screen. Every other round has led to a 5-man wipeout, as Automatic has completely ruined them on every facet of the map. It's 12-1. And for good reason, you can see why, as the charts come in here. Automatic knows they won't have an AWP. Looks towards the T, steps there, a grenade. A tactical nuke, if you will, lands right in the middle of them. And it was a B-rush attempt, but held up by the smoke, so they're going to have to wait to this point. They have one smoke themselves. And a flashbang. As Zelsis sits at first oranges with the flash out. It's going to help out Kiyoshima when as soon as he starts firing, that's when the flash will be pulled. Changing their setup a little bit here. Incendiary's thrown and a flashbang as well as Zelsis gets ready for the big spray down. He'll take 2 to the grave with him as Kiyoshima looks to close this one out in style. And my God, have they done that. No plan once again. They lose 1 frag. It's 13-1. What the hell is going on here, Matt?
At least you didn't call me Dan.
I know.
I
was almost
I know you were. I have no idea. Rush is... There's so many similarities. We've got 2 players. Okay, a little bit. 1 over 20 already. 21 for Automatic. 16-15. Flush and Kishima. The same thing for Rush that K-Serrato had last game. 5 kills, 1 death. It's not that he's not getting kills. He's just not seeing anyone, period.
Are they going to 16-1 them back?
That would be phenomenal, wouldn't it?
Has that ever happened before? I guess there's been one-sided comebacks and all that sort of thing before, but 2 back-to-back 16-1s would be ridiculous.
Well, you know what that means.
What does it mean?
Quadruple, quintuplet, 6, whatever overtimes in the 3rd map.
That's probably the case. Cash is coming up next. A little bit faster pace map than Inferno. Automatic is not slowing down, though. The flashbang comes through, but he doesn't repeat it. He has been tagged out, wants to play a more defensive game now, knowing that this round, it's pretty important. It's number 15 here. Don't get carried away. I respect that decision. And Flusher just going to check out Archer. Confirms it's clear. As his teammates now go focus towards middle and Automatic. I don't think he's missed an AWP shot this half. Pretty unbelievable. His 23rd frag, and maybe gets another here as well. An opportunity, but he'll fall back and just wants to make sure his teammates can close this one out. Shocking scenes.
It's unbelievable. Abel and Art. Art sometimes does enable. Or so I was told at art school. Kiyoshima finds 2. It's 14-1 again, Henry. It is a laughing matter. I don't know what the hell's going on. I hope you're entertained. That's all I can say as we're going to take a short break at halftime.
spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah. Your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
We might have gotten rid of red dots on the radar, but it appears we are still living in an augmented reality because this has been an unbelievable series, and I don't even know how to describe it. It's 30-2 in terms of rounds distributed between the CT side and the T side, and it's certainly a topic for discussion. This time, fortunately, Cloud9 started out on the CT side, so they have the 14-1 lead.
Yeah, I wish I was smart enough to really dissect this one for you. But as you mentioned, I think we need to look at the stats with the org changes now and see whether it really is the case that that's the real difference maker, or this is just an anomaly. I'm not sure. As Cloud9 go for an apartments rush, they've already got out. Abel will have to find quick headshots here, but it's Kia Sherma. With the first blow, he'll be able to take him down in the pit. The bomb's down already, Matt. And they've got a retake here. This will be 15-1, as it's a 5-on-4 here. Cloud9 with the bomb planted. There is a kit available, but this retake is going to be exceptionally difficult. Maybe not for K-Starata, though. He'll get the first kill as Automatic looks to fight back here. With 23 frags to his name, he gets one more, and so does Kiyoshima.
15-1. Cloud9 in a position to close it. If you're going to have that 14-1 scoreline, if the Augs are going to be even, not if the pistol rounds occur. It's unbelievable. This series is just one after the other. I mean, who could have predicted that this is how it would go down? Cash is next. I'm just going to say it. We're going there.
Yeah, we are.
That's already concluded at this point in time.
Yeah. This is back-to-back 16-1s on CT starts. Like, it does beg the question, what's going on?
All we really need now is a 15-0 CT side answered by a 15-0 CT side to force overtime.
I'm not sure if that's ever happened on a big staged LAN, even across all versions of CS. I'm not sure that's ever happened. I know 14-1s have been turned around to 16-14s, but I'm not sure if a 15-0 has ever been turned around. I couldn't tell you. Well, we'll see if this will be a 16-1, as it will be Rush trading blows. 4-on-4. Vinny, this is going to have to be one hell of a play, I'm afraid, as he drops a decoy there, and his teammates going down. He does a little bit of damage there, but now he's there alone, even more so now, as it's the 4 versus 2, 16-1 on the cards. Both CTs on this side of the map. The smoke's a little bit too deep, allows Art to push forward. If they've gone back towards A, that pretty much locks it down. CTs had a slight chance at maybe 10% of winning that round if they're both there. Now that will drop to almost 0. Maybe we can raise those chances a little bit, though. Vinny will find an AK-47. They have no kits, of course, and they know exactly where these last 2 CTs are as the bomb is planted in an open position. They have no utility on the T side, but I don't think that will be a massive problem for them. Kiyoshima in the bedroom ready to take anyone down who jumps across. You can see him perfectly positioned and absolutely rattles the head of Vinny there. It looks like it's done, as Arts will try and scrape this one back. It's going to have to be something absolutely godlike at this point. Has to make a ton of noise as he comes out the apartments here. 3, 2, 1, and we're done. Back-to-back 16 ones. I've never seen anything like it. Matt, we'll go into cash. Have you got any last words?
I have none. Fortunately, I suppose it's not the last word. We're going to have another map. It is going to be cash. You're absolutely right. You and I always seem to get the weird series. The 7 or 9 hour best of 5s, the 78 rounds of continuous overtime. Double 16 ones. I don't know what is going on.
Unbelievable scenes here. We are going to cash, but first we'll check in with the analyst desk after this break.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
As snowy and cold as it might look outside, and after 34 rounds of Counter-Strike, I present to you the conundrum that is Furia versus Cloud9. That's right, 161, followed by another, followed by who knows what, as we look towards our third map here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major of 2019. Things have really taken a turn in almost a fashion that you can't even predict, even if you got all your pick'ems right.
What can you say about this one?
Well, it was a real up and down affair, but more up for Cloud9 in this favor. I mean, we definitely thought that looking at their first map, this was going to be a blowout in one direction, but oh, how the table turns, Chad.
I really am at a loss to what to say about these two games. History is being made here, but the fact we've had these games go back-to-back like this. Let's just maybe look at some stat lines over the two games. In the 2-16-1s we've had in the first map, Furia finding 16 opening kills to 1 opening kill of Cloud9's. Yes, Trace?
Well, I mean, you said the magic word. That's what you did.
I said numbers, and they brought the numbers up.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to give you. And Chad, we're going to let you continue as well, but also we need to look at the numbers, how they kind of unfolded. I mean, what was a very one-sided affair is now also a very one-sided affair in the other direction.
Yeah, and it's just hard to break down. It's very difficult to look at. People are going to be attesting a lot of this to the org, and sure, it plays a factor in the CT side being more dominant, but that is not the reason that we have two 16-1 games back-to-back. That's two teams underperforming hugely, especially on their map choices. That really needs to be pointed out, Jacob.
It is history in the making. I don't think I've ever seen this or witnessed it before. Rush dying one time in, 16 rounds, 17 rounds? That's insane. That gotta be a new record of some kind. Top fragger from Furia having 7 frags throughout all the rounds. That's just not good enough. I don't know what to say either. I think it's one of those games you just got to forget about and hoping that the third map is gonna be better.
Well, both teams needing to forget about this. I mean, we usually talk about a team getting wiped off the face of the server and forgetting about the map and then moving forward and looking back at it later as to why it all fell apart at the seams. But in this case, both teams doing it, giving us a fresh-faced best of one here on Cash.
Well, at least everybody's warmed up now. So I think that's one way to look at it, right? They've both had the AIM map, so hopefully we get to a competitive map as we go into Cash. But do we know the matchups, Trace, for tomorrow just yet?
We can begin to take a look at those while we look at what Cash is going to involve. And of course, we do have some of the highlights known as the Cloud9 frag movie of 2019 here. Yeah, I mean, Inferno falling flat here for Fury. Not a whole lot that we can digest from this one, right?
There's nothing really to say. I mean, as much as they were doing good on Mirage establishing dominance and being a force to be reckoned with, it was the complete other way around this time.
I can give a fun fact before we jump into those matchups. Both teams won the 9th round in both games.
Fun.
Simulation confirmed, or?
I guess.
It must be. Because as the simulation continues, this is what the matchups are going to look like should things go either way. And I'm just going to read here from the technological device that is in my hand. If Furia win, and given that G2 have already won, it's G2 versus Furia and Tyloo versus Winstrike. Now, if Cloud9 somehow pull this one together and we don't see a 15-15 all drawn out overtime affair, that'll give us G2 versus Tyloo and Cloud9 versus Winstrike. And no matter the case, it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vici.
So some interesting matchups there for tomorrow, regardless of who wins this one right here. I think the NIP versus Vici game could be a very exciting one, but I guess maybe we should quickly turn our attention back to this absolute mess of a matchup.
Yeah, and let's begin to do that. One of the things that we did tout Furia for was sort of the innovation in the way that they kind of led themselves on in the major, through the minor system into what they have now. This is a team that we saw flashiness of some of the stuff that makes Counter-Strike exciting at the very core.
If anything, it's going to be interesting now because we have seen two very strong CT side, but Cash is a map that is known to be very viable for the T side. I think a lot of teams know how to play that well. I think a lot of teams have a lot of innovative strats on it. You can play a fast-paced Counter-Strike. You can play slow-paced Counter-Strike. You can basically play Cash the way you want to. So I do not expect neither of these teams to dominate the CT side once again.
And as this is on the screen in front of you, we did see Furia run the same pistol round on Inferno that I highlighted earlier earlier in the show, this is the pistol round that they ran on Cache during the minor against NRG. And this was cool as well because it's very basic. It's the normal smokes that you see here, but then they're going to go one step deeper. They're going to have 2 HEs that you're going to see get thrown towards truck. They're going to get a kill from that. And they're also going to drop another smoke on the bomb site there, which actually corrals the CTs and forces them to go through the gauntlet, which is between Forklift and the red crate, meaning they are open to T-main. They also have to take the jewels between Squeaky. They've actually funneled them in here. So this is a fantastic pistol round once again from Furia. It didn't work against Cloud9 though.
Yeah, and I guess when we start to look at Cache, and from what I'm seeing right in front of me, it's looking like Furia will be starting on that T side.
Okay, so maybe we'll see the same pistol round again, right? Because Inferno, they honestly did the carbon copy of what they did back at the minors.
Yes.
I'd be curious to see if they go for a similar approach here because it looked like Cloud9 were prepared, right? They had 3 players over towards that B-bomb site very quickly when that execute came in.
And that's a little bit naive of Furia, I feel, to throw in the same pistol round they did at the minor as well. You must think to themselves they have something other prepared up in their sleeves, and right now it didn't seem like it on Inferno. That said, though, Cache is a map, especially on the CT side, as I just said before. You are allowed a lot of freedom. You're allowed a lot of duels, and that's going to be very interesting now that we have this whole AUG against AK matchup. How's that going to pan out for the teams?
You know, and with just this little bit of extra time, I'm sure this one has, ruffled some feathers across the board here. And one feather, I guess, that has flocked with the rest of them would be you, Chad. And you've said verbatim, the AUG has not caused this situation.
No, the AUG has not caused the 16-1. It has definitely made the game more CT-sided because people are happier to take more aggressive duels. That is one thing for sure. So basically, Trace, if we use Counter-Strike maths, whoever starts on the CT side will win. So Cloud9 have won. We can close it down. Everyone can go home. That's GG.
Now, that's Chad Burchill. You can follow him on whatever device you'd like. But in this regard, do you agree, Pimp?
Not at all.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because T-side Cache is just a new phenomenon. It's a very momentum-based map. As I said before, you can be very aggressive. You can play it very slow-paced. You can come out with 6 strats. You can come out with very default strategies. Cache is a map that pretty much anyone can play. It's sort of like the old Dust 2 in some ways, where everyone can play that Cache to a decent level without even preparing for it. That said, obviously both of these teams have prepared for Cache, so I expect this to be a much closer and a much more intense affair.
Do we expect a team to get more than one round, perhaps, on one side?
One team will get more than one round. I can guarantee you that.
Now, that is a Chad Burchill guarantee, almost absorbed as a sponge itself, and that's exactly who he is and exactly who we are, because it is time to get into that matchup. Cache is coming your way. Go ahead and tweet at us using hashtag IEM, because this one is going to be one to remember. One of these teams is going home. It's either Cloud9 or it's Furia, and that time has come for them. Let's go ahead and determine the judgment, and to be reading out that judgment will be that of Henry G and Sadakis. Take it away, fellas.
Well, I am pleased to tell you that of all the maps so far in this major, Cache is the only one that has T-sides in the winning column. They have had 50, I just looked, I think it's 53 to 54% T-side wins, the only one.
And that's been historic throughout its kind of history of Cache. It's the only map really that's ever been considered T-sided to an extent, but even more so now, I guess. We'll see if this one is a bit closer. I don't want to say another 16-1. Not the most exciting games to spectate or even cast as we get into round 1. We'll see a boost from Furia here. They're going to get 3 players ready and waiting. This normally suggests a burst towards Highway. We'll see if that rings true as the CTs investigate towards the A main position. Flashbang goes in, Rush confirms no one's there, and indeed they start making their way towards that Highway position. Will they check the sandbags though? They don't. They're in a lot of trouble. They seem to be aware of it. Automatic taken down, and the A split continues.
Does indeed. Arts. Not sure which way to go at this point. Kiyashima and Zelsis have found kills. It's a 3-on-3. A T-side pistol is also something we've been lacking. Aside, well, I should say in the opening halves. The second half, they've both won them to close it out, obviously, after going 14-1, but it's not the momentum that we've seen start out. If that's going to happen, Quesarado is going to have to go furious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's going to have to walk out and find 3 kills with the P250 in hand.
Not an ideal situation for him. He has got the bomb. He's deciding to fall back here, and, well, automatic. Or Kiyashima, I should say, being polite, closing that door. Just toying with him slightly there as Quesarado tries to do anything he can, and they're not letting him get a kill. That would teach you. Kiyashima taken down in the end, and he's having a bit of fun.
Who
there.
said chivalry's dead? Hold the door!
Indeed. Well, there it is. It's quite the round from Cloud9 as we built it up. Furia attempting the 8 split through Highway there. A nice opening frag towards Automatic, but at that point, it all fell apart. They did not get a plant, and the CT rampage continues here. As it will be 1-0 Cloud9. We'll surely see an eco here from Furia. No bomb planted. If you get the bomb down and 4 kills, you might be tempted to force buy in the second round, but today's game normally just means Glocks, not much else. A flash, perhaps. That's exactly what Vinny's got, and the objective is to get that bomb down. If they can, they'll have a really strong buy and a potential of the orb next round. But getting the bomb down in this sort of situation is a very, very difficult task. We'll see what they can do here as they wait for the smoke in middle to go down. They'll probe towards that area, but it looks at things with the flash and see if they can at least get a rifle to work with here.
But they'd love to have that AUG rush, has.
Bet they would. Only 2 rifles on the CT side. That's Kio's FAMAS. Rush's AUG, and with the UMPs up, not the worst situation. The MP9 can be viable on the gun rounds as well. He's got to be a little bit more creative. As they go for a run boost with the Glock here.
To the barrel.
Doesn't work. Can do that again. I don't know what they're hoping is going to happen when the run boost comes through.
Glock. You're not going to hit a crazy headshot.
Maybe practicing for the future. We do need to practice run boost, boys. Let's get it going. There we are.
That didn't really do anything. You didn't land on the barrels. All you've said now is, hey, we know how to do this run boost. Watch out for it later in the game when we actually have the op. Don't play an angle that's going to let us get a kill. Just give that one away, why don't you? It's 2-0 for Cloud9 on the CT side, but we are just getting started. It was a pistol momentum that led to that. There was no guns up. Let's not get worried yet.
AKs now. Remember, this is the only map in the pool out of 7 maps that's considered in any way T-sided, even in today's game with the AUG changes. Cash is the second least picked map. It has been chosen 3 out of the 43 matches. So there you go. That's quite interesting. So
yeah,
haven't seen much of this or Dust 2, and those are the more open fragging considered maps.
Exactly what I was going to say. I think we've seen Dust twice, not 3 times now, just twice.
I think, yeah, it's up there, around that sort of number. Very, very low, and it goes to show that higher-end teams and their favorites, they don't want to be challenging these plucky, mechanically gifted players on those sort of maps, but this is the 3rd and final one of the evening, and it's an opening kill for Furia. Able taking down Automatic there. And we'll see if they can continue this as the AUG actually shut down by the creep this time. This is looking very good for the T side as they're now in a 5 versus 2. Surely Kiyoshima can't save this one. He's going to throw an incendiary to deny the plant and allow himself to get a little bit closer to the bomb site. If he goes further than the truck itself, and he'll actually go down 4 versus 1. That guarantees it now as Zelsis only has the MP9 in hand. He can get the FAMAS, but he might be saving that for the next round at this point.
Finally, we'll get an early T-sided round as a result. Zelsis is going to hold on to the FAMAS. Not a ton of money to buy up for Cloud9 either, so finally the trend looks to be broken, and it is the T side. Dust 2 has been picked twice. Cash has been picked 3 times, so that's confirmed. The next closest is actually Train with 5 picks. And what did you say it was, 63 maps?
43.
43 maps. So those 3 accumulate for 10 totals. So
Dust 2 is
read that. I just read that.
Okay, there we
Henry.
go. Perfect.
And you've given away now that I read it instead of bringing it off the top of my mind, which means you've taken away from how smart I seem, which is entirely the goal.
You are incredibly smart.
Don't lie to me.
You're like at least like the 3rd smartest dude I know. And I know a lot of guys.
You do know a lot of dudes.
So we'll see what can be done. Zelsis will save the AK-47, so that's beneficial. Automatic AWP. We saw what kind of damage he can cause. We witnessed it all on Inferno. That was lovely from Vinny. Krieg hasn't had as much impact as the AUG, of course, but doing great stuff that round. We're going into an A execution off the bat, by the looks of things. Maybe just a straight-up rush as they make their way towards the A storage area. CT's not challenging just yet. Good smoke. Should slow them down. We'll see if they want to push through it.
Flusha just waiting it out. Trying to get the information. If Rush can peek on it, maybe they get something from that. Rush trying to get a lot closer. Abel, he's already taken down Automatic. Rush knows they're there. Molotov's being thrown over. He knows they're to the left, but he's not sure how far in. I think he wants to swing. I think he wants to go wide on this. He's still looking inside of the site, but he doesn't know they've gone to quad. Now he does. Now he's pretty much got to swing. Now he's got to fight forward, but Yuri got the confirmation that he was there. He just sidesteps into a position, easily able to dispose of him, and this should be a save call already from Cloud9. 2 down on the site, smokes up, good post-plant positions. Back away, and I think our observer got a Steam message there.
I think he might have done.
DJ, who you talking to? Anyone you want to tell me about?
3 players remain for Cloud9 here as Furia with the very basic approach toward the A side of the map there. Nice and fast, hitting the shots that already count. Nothing too technical or flashy there, just getting through that smoke and negating the threats on the other side. It was Rush. You could see how much pressure he was under there. Flashes, smokes, flames everywhere all over the bomb site. Nice open plan there, as now it will be 2-2. No 16-1s here today, I'm afraid. And we'll have 3 players surviving the CT side.
That was actually, by the way, that was Discord, not Steam. I should know better.
I did know that. I just didn't want to ruin your joke.
What a great way to bait 100,000 people.
It's not bad.
I wonder how many people went, Alt-tab. Who messed? I have friends. Where? Oh, still no one loves me. Back to the
no one there.
No one there at all. There never was, Henry. Not for me.
More puns there in the bottom left of the screen. I respect the effort, but I'm not going to read it out. I really do like it, though. Either way, it is going to be Molotovs and a fast mid approach here. You can see the smoke towards connector, and Art's got through. Not sure of his safety, though. Just trying to make sure he can survive here. He's got the AUG on the T side. No, you don't see that every day. We'll see if he can make it work, as now, round 5. There are compromises to be made for Cloud9. You can see the MP9 for Rush, the UMP for Zelsis. Players that went down previously. Vinny's still on the Krieg as they hold up in a firm default here. That Molotov for the bomb site itself. Lands on the feet of Kiyoshima. It doesn't take a ticket damage though. Manages to get out before it spreads.
Just to note, Zelsis is 4-0 right now. So even though they've lost 2 rounds, he's been able to save both times. That is significant. And much as we saw earlier from him in this tournament, he was saving, but he's also willing to give away his gun every time that he did. He had an AK carried over. That's now at the hands of Flusha. So he's being selfless, knowing he is a temporary, and that AK carried over and given to Flusha. It's done a remarkable job. Kiyoshima down in the small pit. There is a one-way smoke you can play on that. If you drop it in and play the ledge, you see directly inside checker room. It's not quite a one-way, but it's a hard texture to spot. Kiyoshima elects to just try and cover himself in the corner. It's not going to work, but look at the flank. Flusha did such a terrific job. K Serato might take it all apart. It's down to automatic on an 8WP. Op in hands to try and go back toward the site. The AK's inside of the smoke as well. He pretty much has to commit to this angle and try and hope that K Serato goes hunting, and he is aggressive. It's going to work.
Big round there. Furia take the lead. It's K Serato to deliver in a tight situation as well. Perfectly played. He knew he had time to plant as well. The automatic position towards the heaven spot with the AWP. He's not going to rush you down once you go for that plant. He jumps on the bomb site, gets a nice advantageous angle, and manages to break the back of Cloud9 there. They'll take the lead and presumably put them on an eco here as well, because force buying here, not really an option, because you get a nice full buy next round. The money's not desperate at this point. They're all hovering around 2.5K, so they can buy up next round. They're going to buy a little bit with some HEs here and presumably throw those towards the boost. We'll see if that rings true as one of the players goes down. That's going to be automatic. Full mid control granted, even more so now for Furia, and Art is making his way towards CT spawn through the connector.
Absolutely he is. Kiyoshima's the one that he finds. The reset this time. Bitter. Flusha will at least get one more. Good to see him getting some kills. That's encouraging in a game like this. Finally, we're going to have a bit of a contest, it seems.
Remember, this is a 1-2 game. We've already just said goodbye to Fnatic.
Yeah, well, how about that?
Indeed, and Cloud9, obviously another household name. Now 3-2 down in the third and final map, but very early days as Flusha somehow gets another kill through the smoke. He got 2 of the AK previously with a full-on spray. This plant can be a little bit dicey. With 3 kills so far, but that plant should make things comfortable now.
Saw a tweet from JW as well, wishing luck to both Flusha and Olaf going forward to represent some Fnatic blood in this event. So obviously he'll be cheering for Flusha and Cloud9 trying to take down Furia in this round.
Well, Flusha unable to perform in the first map, and they suffered that 16-1 result. They managed to recover in the second. You missed that. Very odd scenes. Flusha will be dropped though. Zelsis, AK in hand, presumably will carry that forward, but that's if he gets the chance to. He's going to have a duel here. Not the best spray control, and he will be dropped. It's going to be a clean sweep there for Furia. Brazilian team. Of course, up 4-2 now as the money starts to stabilize. Automatic can buy the AWP, but he won't have much else to go with it, as they might take a pause here. I'd say that could be an option for them. Remember, Cloud9 with no coach behind them, as you pointed out a couple of times, and not their standard in-game leader as well. We do have to be aware of that fact. It is going to be a massive contributing factor. Absolutely so. The coach is actually a very valuable role in CS now. I think one that's underrated, perhaps.
Yeah, even for the mental aspect of it, more so than the tactical, if you want to get into the two. They're both valuable. We lack sound, but I'll provide it for you. We're heading toward B. Smoke's down, and the flames in front of Art finally are audible. And work around from the checker room. Kiyashima's inside of the site with Zelsis. He's going to extinguish the flames in front of him, play the headshot. Alexis stays on top of the generator so he can swiftly go back to his right, avoid any damage, still go back to holding off the angle. Art's alone. Can't be boosted back up when he's alone, so he's just actually trying to hold the angle and cause some, I guess, annoyance toward B at this point in time. He needs to do it now, though. They're already ready to take A. Bomb's still at mid, but there's 4 on B, and pretty soon that doubt is going to linger in the minds of Cloud9 based on timing. They're going to go back. Yeah, definitely going to go back now. Zelsa's pushing through. Art gets exactly the kill he needs to. This is all down to Rush.
So they've peeled away a lot of presence towards that A-bomb site. Just Rush, you are right. And Art is happy to continue his push towards B. He's confirmed there's still players there on that side of the map, and Furia need to act now. Nice preemptive incendiary there from Rush to buy himself some time. At least 7 seconds, and the CTs are aware now it's going to be an A-side attack. So it has bought enough. As the flashbangs come through, Rush is going to need them. He's going to be blind himself, and now needs to challenge and get a couple of kills here. They're lined up for him. There's the first, but can't get a second. 3 versus 2. Bomb not going to be planted just yet.
And it's not going to be planted now either, because Automatic take it out of the hands. As Vinny, Flusha, he's down this.
God.
He's down this. Oh, he turned around. He wanted to get the bomb, and he's gone down. All he had to do was get bomb. He could have easily taken that kill. Sometimes you're too smart for your own damn good. And Flusha, he gives Fury a number 5-2.
Oh, God. It was looking so wonderful for him. A classic Flusha play there. Lets them survive. He wanted to guarantee a victory, not just a frag. And unfortunately for him, Vinny, with the 180, detects him, takes him down. And it will be 5-2 on the T side. Finally, the terrorist force is putting up a fight here.
I do want to make an observation. Zelsis pushed through, and I don't know that this even falls on Zelsis for communication. I think they should have read that fake much sooner. The fact that he got that far out to B main, saw absolutely no one. Okay, sure, he dies to one guy at checkers, but all you saw was one guy. I would have called it then. Get back over to A.
Well, the thing is, the incendiary from Rush, they actually had enough time to rotate over. It wasn't so much they weren't aware of it. They were just a little bit too late to get in strong positions that they couldn't do enough to help him. The flashbangs were very good. The Molotovs were flying in, and Rush was only good for one frag. They did line up for him, but they were incredibly difficult kills. And as we go 5-2, Cloud9 win the pistol, go 2-0, but it's been 5 rounds in a row for Furia, meaning maximum loss bonus now for Cloud9. But that's only $3,400 per player, which means there's not really a buy available for them, and we might have a small technical issue.
This is technical. The HUD is indicative of that. Zelsa showing at $800. That means he's actually disconnected temporarily, so we'll wait for him to get back in. That's why you're not seeing any communication on either side right now. Coach would still be muted. I'd say coaches, but there's no plural in this game. Not in this matchup, at least. So it's Vinny that leads the way. At 8-4, he is going to run in the Krieg. So too is Queserado. So there is an argument to be made. I think someone on Reddit and I were just discussing it. I don't think there's enough benefit yet to the Krieg to justify bringing it out over the AK, if only for the one-tap potential. And typically when you're spraying with the AK, you're close enough anyway. There is the DPI, and you could argue the scope to some extent as an advantage. I'm not saying the gun's not better. I'm just saying I don't know that I would be encouraged enough to go out of my way to learn that over the AK, as opposed to the M4, which lacks the headshot potential. Pick up the AUG.
Yeah.
So, sure, if teams want to invest into that, that could be something that potentially stabilizes the AUG. We're just a long way off.
Do you ever see a world where terrorists start picking up the AUG over the AK?
The Krieg, you mean?
No, I do mean the AUG. If you see an AUG on the floor,
oh, okay, sure.
Start
Okay.
picking it up and going like, "Whoa, let's get the AUG on the T side."
I think it's already happened a few times.
Yeah.
Yuri's got one now, carried over. I seem to recall that happening in London last week a few times. I think absolutely that's going to start happening.
Yeah, an interesting one, because the Krieg, sure, it seems like a similar weapon, but the spray pattern is just very difficult to control. It's not like it's
only
harder,
taken
it's very
20
different.
years for the T's to have a gun worth picking up from the CTs.
That's true. Well, there we have it. Flusha is the most decorated player on the server. So many major titles under his belts, and to be fair, he's been in a compromised position, having to be the in-game leader, a role he's not necessarily used to, in a team he hasn't been in very long, and without the full roster or a coach to support them, I understand the woes he must be going through and the pressure that's mounting at this point. They're 5-2 down. They've lost 5 rounds in a row. It's the third and final map. If they lose this series, they're out of the tournament, Matt, and that is... it will be gutting just to think that Cloud9, such a staple of the CSGO community in terms of the organization, won't be represented at the round of 16. That's a big if, of course. They can still bring this one back, but right now this is guaranteed to be an eco, and they'll be down 6-2. But remember, this is the only T-sided map we have, and that even rings true to this day as we look back on it over the last few weeks. But we've only seen it, 3 times at this event. So it's difficult to really work out how that pans out. And I think you're right. We can't really start dissecting all these stats until the big teams start arriving next week, the more tactical, execution-based teams who maybe know how to handle the org a little bit better. Against them, that is.
Yeah, and it's not even that against them, but it's also just that next week we're going to get our very drilled teams, starting with Astralis, Na'Vi, although we did see some very questionable performances from them in London just a week ago at the GG.bet showcase. And there's a bunch of issues with some of these teams and their discipline in terms of the execution and in-game leading. So is it tactics? Is that still going to be it? Are the correct smokes and correct flashes still what will take down the AUG?
Time will tell. Certainly a massive talking point. Flusha just straight up cheating at this point. Not even sure what that means.
Let's not get down that rabbit hole again, shall we? I lost enough brain cells the last time that topic was brought up by trolls on the internet.
Well, hopefully we'll have Zelsis back on the server. His money is back to the correct amount, so I'd assume we'll be underway momentarily. But yes, 5 rounds in a row on the T side. It has happened. If you are just joining us, 16-1 in the first map, Mirage in favor of Furia. They were playing absolutely insane Counter-Strike. We thought it was done. We thought Cloud9 were out of it. All of a sudden, a resurrection of sorts. 16-1 in return as they started on the CT side of Inferno. But here we are, Furia proving the T side still can be powerful in the third and final map here. They're 5-2 up as we resume action. HEs to be purchased, and as we mentioned before, they're usually used towards that boost position, and that's actually been quite prevalent for the T side. They've been getting a lot of mid control quite quickly. If they can get 3 nades there at the very start, maybe 4, by the looks of things, maybe that will be enough, but they're not sending most of the manpower towards that position. So what have they got in mind here? As we go into round number 8, they are going to boost players up, but no damage taken, and it's Art to Molotov towards the sandbags here. And the round continues. A huge advantage for Furia. Rush purchases some armor, but P250s are now a flash towards A main. Will the 1Ds come through? Certainly will. It's Kiyashima to find 2 frags and the bomb.
Art's going to try to babysit that bomb, to give K Serrato a chance to walk out from the doorway position. He does exactly that. Smoke off, Keo crossed over. Art wasn't ready for it. He will spray in Able J. He takes down Rush. It falls to Zelsis to try and keep this bomb on the deck, and Art's not going to allow that, so it's all on to Flusha once again. P250 in hand, knows ones toward quad, dodges the flash quite accurately and effectively.
This is clever. They're going towards B with the bomb, though, so even if he gets this, which he won't, they were about to plant towards B. So nice idea, good positioning from Flusha. Didn't have the armor, though. As soon as a bullet touches him, if you're not having Kevlar equipped, we have this feature in the game called Aim Punch. It's why you buy the Kevlar. Your crosshair will go up by 2 inches if you get shot at all, if you're completely bare. So timeout for Furia. They've done this again, Matt. So 6 rounds in a row. You don't commonly see many teams in the lead taking timeouts, but I think it's actually a very good idea to stay focused on the objective of making sure no one's getting too carried away and you're having a firm understanding of what's going to happen next. Remember, this is a team that are trying some new variations of different approaches. They're meditating before the game starts, for example. We've never seen anyone attempt that before. And I've read about that in the past, like being able to sit there, relax, and focus on winning the game can actually psych you up and allow you to be in your best possible state before a game. Never seen a Counter-Strike team do it, but certainly won't hurt, I don't think. So we'll see if any other teams adopt that sort of approach, and Cloud9 will change theirs as they bring out the double orb setup for the first time, normally designed to get you out of a hole. Automatic and Zelsis, not seen that young man with the orb yet, and we'll see if he can cause some damage here in round number 9.
Revolution number 9. Automatic. I thought he had that all day. Art apparently could see him. Saw an artifact. As Able J will swing back out from Toxic. Art's going to continue to hold off on middle as well. He's dropped off boost, didn't commit to it, so they put the op up there rather than a rifle. He didn't want to obviously drop down into cubby with the op. So he goes back around toward the big garage. They'll take mid with a more normalized approach, if you will. Vinny tasked with doing so. Watch for him to just wait late for rotations. Krieg in hand. The others toward A main. Rush already pushed up into the corner as well. Queserato behind the blue door. Rush wants the information on this, and then it'll be an immediate peek afterwards by Flusha. But the execution coming down, smoke's going to dissipate. That actually favors Rush, but he wants flashed in. He's got flashed in, brilliantly so, but only gets 2. Yuri pulls him back. Still, all the information that Cloud9 needs, and they get 2 inside of A main. Vinny has to go aggressive rather than waiting for those to walk in front of him, and that might give young Zelsis a chance to show off his AWP in this major. He'll take down Vinny.
He took some damage for it, though. They still have a lot of work to do here. As it looks like the peak is coming in, the commitment from Flusha works out. 3 versus 1. Queserato once again stuck at that door position, and with the time running low, they don't have to peek him. Zelsis, stop facing him! Make him plant, surely! He has 10 seconds remaining. They're giving an opportunity to win. If they give this round up, there's going to be an absolute disaster here. And Queserato running out of time. He might actually win this. Cloud9 get through by the skin of their teeth. A hollow victory at best. What are they playing at?
Why? No need to peek him at all. But if you're going to, why do you have the op step out first? Let the rifle take the bait. Op hits the shot. You're absolutely right. There's no need to peek that at all, especially the red crate.
That's insane. Did they recover the AWP? At least I think they did. But still, that's going to cost them. They get reset now. They're going to have nothing left. This peek at 2, I do not understand. He's got the bomb. No one even has to challenge. Make him pick him up. He won't even have time to plan. And he might get 1 kill at most. You've given him 2 there and left yourself with 1 player surviving. You've got 2 MP9s going into this next round, which has so much reset potential. My God, that could have been disaster. Imagine if he wins that round. That could have been it. Either way, let's see if they can recover. Orgs, MP9s, and an automatic AWP. I'm interested to see where he's positioned right now. He currently holds towards white boxes in the middle. All for Art as well. And you can see Flusha being baited in. He has one of the aforementioned MP9s here, but smoke's coming in. Molotov will have to be deployed towards a boost to buy them a little bit more time and space here.
Otto gonna go back out. Flush is still up close with the MP9. Let's see if he can get through the smoke. That's the question. If he gets in there and gets the flank, could be a significant play for him to always thinking about it. Problem is they're still in mid. Not like they were committed to be or otherwise. Does significant damage. You have to give him credit on that. And Zelsis, he's going to take his MP9 and go straight up the other way. 1 up the gut, 1 up the wing. A kill and 2 players sub 30, well, give or take. Sub 30 HP. Abel's got 32. Zelsis still inside of checkers, has to try and hold position. He can't really fall back as of yet. There's no smoke down on the second entrance. Instead, it's just the Molotov. And he will be found actually through the wall by Yuri. That's a decent shot on the op. Speaking of, we saw how impressive he was CT side on Inferno. Automatic with the AWP, but it's Kiyashima that gets it instead. Watch Rush pincering him in. Kyo didn't need to peek that. He just needed to stay on the site.
We have this flank though. Remember, Rush, he can save the day. 8 seconds remaining now. He can deny the plant, and it looks like he's done enough. Cloud9 managed to bring it back. That was required as well. If they get reset there, it all goes horribly wrong for them. There is no money. On 3 players on the Furious side. They have 6k on Vinny and 4,500 on Queserato. Here's Yuri, though, getting it done with the wallbang. You don't see that every day. To get that sort of pick and not win the round, it's disappointing, but there we have it. MP9s once again. I don't think we'll be buying into this one. Furia will just take a partial buy here, drop some pistols. Maybe Vinny will get some PD-50s out for the boys. So he'll get some Kevlar as well. 1 smoke, a flash. The smoke's already been deployed. Zelsa's got his work cut out for him. He's going to meet a couple of CZ players towards a B storage and actually give away an MP9. Not a huge deal, but certainly not ideal.
Absolutely not. Abel. See if he is with the Deagle. Boosted up already, staring down towards Z connector. Kiyashima trying to find one out toward Toxic. He's certainly done a little bit of damage. Nade bounced awkwardly off the top of the door frame, but back the other way. Automatic's got an op versus that Deagle, and he'll win it out. Rush, meanwhile, back over toward A. Flashed off, couldn't help Flusha, and apparently there was no help for him at all. He went straight down, bomb planted as a result. Nade should absolutely... take out Vinny. I say that. He smartly ducks around behind the box.
Yeah, just moonwalks away.
Yeah, and stays alive.
Oh, this is such a difficult round now for Cloud9. The AWP and the retake as well. They still have the advantage in my book with the rifles. Good incendiary will push them out of position, but there it is. It's actually perfect, but still a 2-on-2.
Certainly is. Kisarado down by Rush. Automatic's going to aid in the retake. So Cloud9 pull back. They get their 5th round. 3 now in a row. It came off the back of 6 from Furia, but it starts to show us that Cloud9 are capable of getting the gun rounds on the CT side.
Yes.
Which was a bit of a question to start things off with the execution. See now if they... Oh, well, they're a little light, aren't they? Zelsa's still only with 3,800. Kiyoshima has, got an AUG thrown over to him, and he's picked up armor to go along with it. I was going to say, see if they go AUG heavy again. They already are.
I'm sure that's the way they want to be. Either way, Cloud9 with the incendiary from Rush there. That was everything. You can see his teammate ready at the barrels for them to swing wide after the incendiary is deployed. It saves the round. That was actually looking touch and go for them. 6-5 though. Very close game. More like it. What you expect of this sort of matchup, as we'll see now. Mid control coming in and some main control from the CTs. So it is a game of chess on Cash sometimes. You lose a part of the map like middle, you do need to go and reclaim some territory. So getting a main control is absolutely perfect, what we call reactive CS. And Flusha might go all the way. Automatic at least finds an opening kill. And as Flusha got towards the mouth of T-Steps right now, we'll find out as he still holds towards that position. And will be Kisarato and Co actually heading towards Squeaky Door. He's with Yuri. And they've got 2 smokes remaining in this 5-on-4. Vinny, though, if he finds Flusha, they'll be right back in the round, but he is going to be entering this situation just by his lonesome.
Flusha up close, very close, backing off, gets the angle, gets a kill. Thought he might find a second one on that, just anticipating where he spotted the bomb that there would be a second player. So Rush up above. Flash out, door open. Flash forced him to look away, but he's shot. Has to drop down on this. Using the flames to mask his noise. He gets inside to find one, but Kiyoshima next in line. He's got to rotate back inside, and Kiyoshima has the AUG to work with up close. Doesn't need the scope. He's got the bomb down once again in the opening of the site. Kisarado versus 3. We pulled this off last time, exactly that again, but Zelsis is on the flank.
Well, here we go. Cloud9 actually stabilizing this point. Like you pointed out, 6 rounds in a row against it, but now 4 in their favor. Loss bonus racking up, though, for Furia. They will have enough to purchase if they really want to in this round. You can see there'll be a few compromises, but there's enough to get at least a few rifles out there and maybe some SMGs or Deagles. We'll see. And they might want to take a time out here and just think about their options. Automatic keeps delivering. And like we said, really nice play. They lost middle, so they claim A main there and make sure the Ts don't have easy access towards a bomb site. So yes, 3 rifles, 2 pistols, and bare bones utility here. 4 smokes, a couple of Molotovs as they send most of their manpower once again towards a bomb site. Remember, we saw this in the first map, but it didn't really touch the B site of Mirage at all. Focusing really on A every single round when they were running away with it.
Step for Abel again with the Deagle. He was put there last time that he had this weapon as well. Double door this time. 2 players to work out from A in that position. Make it a 3rd. And they have the bomb there. So the entire intent is almost like your pistol strat that I actually told James Bardoff you guys were going to do in that show match.
Oh,
but
yeah.
in typical James fashion, he didn't care and didn't listen, so it worked. I hate to admit your strat actually worked, Henry.
I'm still running it to this day.
Yeah, 4 outdoor on pistol.
Oh,
if you're
yeah.
ever playing Henry G on ESCA
Honestly, it's
or
happened.
anything else,
People have said that.
4 outdoor.
Yeah, they said they're ready for it, but still, it always works. Anyway, here's the retake, and the Krieg's still out there, strong for Vinny as he found one towards Connector. It's going to be a very quick retake here from Cloud9, and back and forth they go. 3 versus 3. Yuri, strong spot as a bomb ticks away, well past the halfway point. A wide swing from Art, damage being done. The fake defuse trying to bait them out here, and it's Kisarato once again in this door. Can he find both the kills? You better believe he can, as he finds the AWP. I don't think he saves into the next round, Matt. Down he goes, and it will be another round for Furia, but it cost them all 5 players there, right down to the wire. He manages to win out the 2 versus 1. He's had so many clutches from that door position. Well, clutch opportunities, I should say.
He has. He comes out late on it, which is interesting because usually that player opens the door and covers off the highway as the take's happening, but he never really leaves that position. He gets his teammates in there, and then he holds from it. It's the second time he's clutched from that position in particular, third time he's had the chance to do so. He sits at 11 and 8, and the stat that was on screen earlier, he led all fraggers at the Americas Minor in KDA all the way through the entire event, so definitely one to watch. Again, these guys came from the open qualifier and are trying to knock out Cloud9 this map.
Make it a convincing case to do just that. I think we have the force buy here from Cloud9 as well, right at the end of the first half. Round 14, Deagles, 5-7, CZs, and 1 AUG. That's in the hands of Automatic. Lose this round, they're gifting over 2 essentially, and it could be 9-6. There's a chance they can win this, but I feel like they can't just run a default. They'll have to go for a push somewhere, but right now it looks very standard. We've got 2 players towards B and A, 1 in middle, as the Smokes and Indeed players make their way through. It will be Art holding that position, and this is such a massive advantage here for Furia. Rush and Automatic do get some main control. I needed to see something that's going to suggest they're going to find an opening frag. So a nice little boost in towards A main, 2 targets there, and baiting in Rush as well. This is looking really nice. So they've got control of that side of the map, but can they hold on to it?
Just to make note, that open qualifier, for those of you who aren't familiar, get 4 friends, team of 5, you could sign up.
Anyone can make it to the major. That's why it's called the open qualifier.
Exactly what these guys have done. I mean, to put that in perspective.
Do you want to make a team next year or next major?
Prefer to have
give it a go.
Better than you on it, but if I need a 5th, I'll give you a call.
Thank you very much. Just make sure I'm on the shortlist at least.
You can be the coach.
I'll take it. To be involved in this project in any way would be an honor.
Bring me some water whenever I ask. That's all I need. Art's going to take down Zelf, Sis, and Kishim is trying to get back out. He's in the corner, 17 HP. All he wants at this point, the reason he hugs the corner with the Deagle, all he wants is them to fully commit. The deeper they are in the site, the better chance his teammates have of finding the kills. He wanted Rush to get to heaven a little bit sooner, but the pistols from that range just can't do anything with it. So Furia is going to put the bomb down. Abel's low, Serato's low, Art and Vinny both within range of a Deagle, certainly within range of the AUG. But without much money left over for Cloud9, they may have to call the save, and I think that kill on Rush will confirm it.
At least the AUG. That has to be saved. They're going to have nothing going into the next round. They're going to have $1,900.
Oh, come back. Come back, Automatic. Hang on.
Wait.
No, I'm too late at this point. They've already committed to it, sadly, but they definitely wanted to hunt down that gun, didn't they? Oh, flush shot. He smoked Abel. That's more money gone from Furia.
He's going to die to the bomb, but fair play. 3 kills. Unfortunately, go to the last round. Actually does have some impact, you know, because they only have 3,900 on a couple of players, so they might be missing a few grenades or the AWP going to try. I'm not sure anyone can actually purchase the orb, so that actually has a knock-on effect. It's grimmer scene for Cloud9, though, I have to say. They only have $2,000 per player. Like I said, $1,900 coming into this one. So yes, they certainly remove some resources from the T side, but they don't really have that much themselves. 1 AUG and 4 pistols again. Not sure why they would focus on the Kevlar, to be honest, in terms of helmets, because you know you're up against rifles here. Might as well get a bit of extra utility and save the 350 in that department. Once again, Russian Automatic sneaking through the smoke. An old classic play here. Used to be called the Pronax boost. And it will be Yuri to go down first, and Automatic to follow things up. They have the bomb in A main. This is actually pretty remarkable. Incendiary to follow it up, and Serato from that door once again needs some ice and magic here. He will get 1 in return, as now he has control of A. He knows they're locked in towards that entrance, and he'll wait for that smoke to go down.
Chance to make it a 9-6 half. That gives them a breath on CT. Again, this is the only map so far this major that is T-sided in terms of the percentages. And it's showing again now. Serato's in a fantastic spot, burrowed in behind Quad. They've got to the corner, though, and I'm not sure he spotted that, so he's got to be somewhat careful because he won't have an angle. Vinny, he spots Zelsis wrapping all the way around. And here we go. Serato, only for 1. Dropped by Automatic. He's going to go immediately back, but Bomb's still down inside of A main. He's actually got a chance at just holding this on his own. Kiyoshima's going to rotate back over. He suddenly turns the round. Abel J with it all to do. AK-47 in hands. He's got to go directly to the site. He'll fall off. Oh, I thought actually Automatic was fully off the angle and was going to give up the bomb and just play the 2 versus 1, but holds it and holds it well. 7-8. Cloud9 very close at this point.
I really enjoyed that performance in the final round from Automatic. He goes with the boost, he baits in his teammate, he gets 4 kills in total. We split it down the middle, the final game of the evening to work out who will be knocked out next. 8-7 at halftime. We'll be back after this break.
Well, we get back into it. It was 16-1. 16-1. Basically what that means is these guys actually just wanted to play a best of one. They had like an agreement. They just said, all right, throw out the first 2 maps. And not only are they going to play basically a best of one, we've got a dead even half.
They're going to go for 15-15, just to make sure it's extra spicy.
I did say we were going to get overtimes this one.
Flashback towards the middle. It's Kirishima to lead the charge, though. As that goes over, there's no CT presence whatsoever. B-split looking like they just bust through the vents right now. Keo, like I said, going in first, but that smoke means their only point of access is going to be checkers now, and Yuri's aware of that. He's going to bait in Art to perfection here. So they want to make sure that Yuri challenges first, but they are aware of Art's position. So Yuri goes down, the B bomb side is open, and that's going to mean a plant is on the table for Zelsis. 4 versus 3, the retake begins, and Keserato has got a defuse kit, and Able J's got a frag.
It does indeed. Kiyoshima's going to stand in the back of the site. Zelsis just to his left. Back out toward Useless? That's a far distance for Flusha to be playing. He's got to get back now. He is going to go for the flank. That puts a lot of pressure on Zelsis. This young man has to stay alive and survive for Flusha to get back through the vents. Okay, he's gone vents. I thought if he was going to go the whole way around. That's still quite a distance. Zelsis and Flusha with the crossfire. He was certainly ready. He cleared out mid at the very least by going to the vents. Therefore, they could firmly focus directly onto Tree, and they do exactly that. Cloud9 gets both pistols now, by the way.
That's true. They absolutely do. And it will be now 8-8. We tie things up. I don't think the CTZ will force buying here. If they were, it's going to be a very scary prospect for them. Nice shot from Abel, but unfortunately wasn't quite enough there. Flusher goes to the flank, didn't really have any sort of impact there. Good at held checkers the entire time, but gets there in time and backs his teammate, and they managed to defuse the bomb. So there you have it. Well, they managed to avoid the bombing, defuse, I should say. Cloud9 with 3 rifles here, a couple of MAC-10s as well. Perfect setup for this sort of round against the Eco players, and you can throw those MAC-10s in first to detect any stacks, and there actually is one towards that B side of the map. 4 players reside there. A is completely open right now. Kiyoshima just prodding towards the B side of the map so you can get any sort of intel here, while his teammates actually holding towards the A side of the map. They actually got a couple of players towards middle, so not as B focused as I once thought. The X-ray a little bit misleading, as now Cloud9 will make their way towards A. But looks things else is to open things up. Seems to be warming up into the major now. Remember, whoever loses this series will be going home. It's the 3rd and final map. Who would have thought Cloud9 would be in that conversation? One of the favourites going into this stage of the tournament. A lot of people had them as their 3-0 in the pick'ems. But this one looks locked in, and they will take the lead at this point.
And the other interesting, great shot. The other interesting aspect of that is a lot of people had Furia as an 0-3, being the most unknown team in this round. The other 2 that were common in those positions, Fnatic, a lot of people had 3-0. They played Vici Gaming in the first game of the tournament. They were a lot of people's 0-3. They won that. Vici upset Fnatic, and as we now know, just hours ago, Fnatic are out of this major. Unbelievable that they've gone out already. #1 seed in the round of 24. I think Chad put out an excellent tweet putting that into perspective. They lost to Vici. The only team they beat was Graham. They lost to Vici.
Yeah.
And obviously just got knocked out a moment ago against G2, who was struggling quite severely.
Yeah, real struggles there. I'm not really sure what the future holds for them. But there it is. So far, so good for Cloud9 in the second half, but they are up against the bye. The Orgs will be brought out in the 3rd round. Where to say that now, you'll barely see an M4, but a couple being purchased now at least. 2 Orgs, 2 M4s, and MP9 for K-Sera to opt for a bit more utility, just to make sure they have control of the key choke points here. But Cloud9, with the advantage and the fact they have 2 MAC-10s, is suggests to do something quite quickly off the bat. Maybe the B split will be coming in very quickly here. 3 players towards B storage. Rush just showing presence there with the MAC-10. He's with Flusher as well. They're actually sending both MAC-10s in towards the A side. Really isn't working out for them as they lose the bomb towards B. That actually suggests this fake is going to do nothing for them. But Flusher at least gets out alive at the skin of his teeth, 24 HP. And it's up to the CTs now to try and hold on to this lead. They've got for themselves here. 4 versus 3. Molotovs towards Heaven, and the bomb on this player here, Kiyoshima, makes his way towards the site.
And he does so with success, not being spotted, not being, importantly, taken down and leaving that bomb in the middle of the site. Kisarato, late to throw it to deny the plant. We'll put the Molotov on the site now. That at least confirms that there's going to be one stuck in the corner, but Celsius snuck under the wall. By the smoke, under Heaven finds 2 to counter off the entry on the retake, and that might be enough for the round because Flusha and he were so low that without those kills, retake was a massive possibility.
Well, that's Cloud9 trying to fake out that it's going to be an A attack. It didn't necessarily work out too well for them. Sending those MAC-10s in there, they lose a couple of kills, one towards B and A. The bomb was dropped as well. So Furia had all the information they required, but then Zelsis managing to get 3 in total. Like I said, seems to be warming up. Haven't been that impressed with him so far in his tenure within Cloud9, but this will be a massive performance for him if he continue this fragging potential. Currently sits on 12 frags. Not a massive amount considering we've had 18 rounds, but still, those were very impactful frags there. A key round for Cloud9 to pick up. The first gun round of the half, and it's now 3-0 and 10-8 overall.
That's incredible. Just barely got there, too. He was almost right in the middle of the door when they were walking through. A split second sooner. Great game for Zelsis as well. A lot of people, again, asking about his, I guess, position on this roster. Presumably temporary, yes, given the golden situation.
He would have to play out of his mind, I think, to keep his spot within Cloud9. But you have to be fair as well. He hasn't been there a massive amount of time, never played a major before, and trying to find his footing. You know?
Well, and he got an ace to start it off. That's a fantastic debut, but then there was a lot of questions on otherwise. This game is certainly there. 12 frags. Sure, it's the bottom still, but it's tied with Rush, and it's only 1 behind Flusha. They're all between 12 and 16. His job is being done. He's having an impact, no question about it.
I agree.
Everyone on the server, by the way, is between 10 and 16 frags.
Well, you would hope so. This final map, we wanted to give someone something to watch, you know, instead of a 16-1 blowout. This one's one's going to go right down to the wire. As Furia, though, will just be on the save them for an MP9 and some pistols here. It's possible to win these rounds, but maybe not if Rush is just taking you down through the smoke. Double team combo there as they go into the 5-on-4. We'll see Zelsis will have a chance of a couple of frags here. Nails both of them, really warming up now. As that should be things guaranteed and locked down. It is going to be 5 players against 1. Able J towards the car position. And presumably not long for this world as he holds up, misses out on the 1D, and Automatic will punish him for that. 5 players survive. So much cash for the T-side now, Matt. This is going to be difficult to break down their economy and actually sink your teeth in. As you get to the next gun round here, this is maximum loss bonus at 4-0, and the AWP will come out for Art, at least. Do they have a double AWP set up? It would be a difficult way to enter the round because they would have one player at least with glass cannon, so they're not going to go for it. 4 rifles, and here's the replay of Zelsis. His aim actually starting to look pretty decent now.
Yeah, looking very solid, very solid. But the decision-making as well for me. Again, the last round just being very sneaky inside of the site. So another 2 kills for him, 2 kills for Rush. 11 rounds for Cloud9. Rush will get up above, but Art's got the AWP this time. On the Furious side. And if this is to be their last map, you got to commend the effort that they're putting into this game, certainly, and the whole way through. Starting in the open, again, we mentioned it, through the minor. Impressive in the minor. And here now, there's no question, Neymar is probably watching at this point in time, too, cheering them on because he seems to have quite an interest and investment, perhaps, in the team. As Kiyashima takes back Queserado. It's back to a 3-on-3. This round does hinge quite a bit on Furia's chances, just based on the money alone. You give Cloud9 this 12th round, and a chance against an Eco in the next round, you're looking potentially at 13-8. That starts to be a bit of a deficit that's very hard to come back from. Considering the flank, Kiyoshima's still looking back, so they've lost information on regards to where the CTs are. But they've got enough map control still to bust out from door. And without the knowledge from Furia over toward B, without investigating aggressively, they better hope they're in the right positions. Thankfully, Yuri is. He's gone back around to the site with the AUG. He won't spot anyone A main. He won't be directly in position to cover Art, who's at quad with an off. That's going to be a tough position. Couldn't hit the first shot. It becomes tougher as he tries to re-peek it. Yuri gets back out, but couldn't catch them in transition. Bomb goes down. If he was actually toward highway staring at the door, very different scenario.
Well, here we go. The retake begins. Yuri's so low and surely has no chance here. Only his head showing, but Flusher removes it. Really, really well done from Cloud9 to finish things off in that round. They continue their absolutely perfect performance in this second half with 5-0 and 12-8 overall, just a few rounds away now.
So it is the full bonus, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
But they're on 3,400 on the CT side. The timeout has been called because this is, again, I talked about this. If you go to 13-8 against Cloud9, you're giving Cloud9 a great chance to wrap up the game. Just 3 rounds for them. They'll take that one step at a time, no problem. But can you force buy here and really justify it? Because that completely cracks it wide open if it goes wrong.
You are absolutely right there. So that's why they take the timeout here. I would assume a force buy will not be happening. I feel like the partial is more viable from this point. Deagles, CZ, something like that, and give it a go. There's always a chance you can win those rounds. If they do, it'll be fantastic. And you can see what the coach provides for Furious, trying to keep everyone's heads up. High fives and rubbing the shoulders, and Cloud9 lack that, of course. So we've talked about that a few times, but we'll see whether they can close this one out. Round 21 up against an MP9 and some pistols here. Massive advantage for Cloud9, but you never know with these Deagles. And horrible, unspeakable things can happen.
Yeah, not having the full buy, being just under that, this is the better call, because otherwise you risk 14 rounds being on the board for Cloud9 if you don't win it. So get the full buy back out. You can still play against it. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult. Wayne Gregsky on Twitter, great name, by the way.
Yeah.
Did mention something kind of interesting, is that Zelsis would have played against these guys in Furia more than anyone else in his time in Swole Patrol, given that they were kind of in similar, leagues and levels.
Makes sense.
Maybe that's something about it. Maybe he knows. Maybe that's why he's stepping up in this game.
He seems to be a lot more comfortable on this map, that's for sure. Like we said, Cash, a bit of a North American special as well, so I'm sure he's had plenty of experience on it. Kishima seems to as well, as he manages to open things up towards that B side of the map, taking damage through the smoke, but responds with some bullets of his own. None of them landing. Minute on the clock, no rush yet. There's a little bit of damage towards Spawn as Zelsis continues to find headshot after headshot in the second half. This has been so good from Cloud9. They haven't given up anything in the second half so far. And that's Zelsis just alone towards A. It's not a huge deal. He's confirmed there's a couple of players on that side of the map, and presumably they fall back towards B. And looking for their 13th round shouldn't be a problem. No CT players towards the B side whatsoever. Kiyoshima will clean out the back of checkers. Sometimes can be a horrible position. As Rush will now jump on the side. Unless he gets 1D clear, should be fine. He does take a shot, but unfortunately for the CT there, it wasn't in the head. So Kiyoshima gets the wall bang in return. Lovely stuff. Always very satisfying to pick that frag up. And it's now the AK of K Serato, which I assume he saves, as that's very valuable, and they're not going to be able to win this round.
Vinny wants desperately to work back in through the vents. MP9 to work with. He might be able to catch them off here, just flanking out, because they won't expect him to come from the B side. So if he gets that off, it would have been a huge contribution to the CT side. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. They do get one AK-47 at the very least.
At least they get that. The AK taken forward, but not many lives left here. Fury up, just a few rounds away from an early exit from the tournament. And Cloud9 look very comfortable right now as they get their 6th round in a row. 13-8 overall. The double up setup, will that be brought out? Indeed it is. Art and Yuri to drop him. Like we said earlier on, when Cloud9 were on the back foot, double ops usually brought out on the CT side when everything else goes wrong. Wait until you can bring this out and set up 2 turrets. Very viable on a map like Cash, but Cloud9 are messing around, as we'll see Flusher just push through the smoke towards middle. He spotted K-Serat in that connector. He's given that information to his teammates. Can he capitalize upon it and actually make his way towards Highway? He's not even bothered about the player in towards that connector, because as far as the CTs are aware, no one's towards Highway right now.
Pretty impressive. You can hear the footsteps and everything. Gets to it. He can watch it now because he's so close, and gets one. Goes around. Ooh, good response from Vinny. Both those kills going to Flusher. Called around, done. Not yet. Yuri's got automatic. That's at B. Bomb's still on A. They aren't sure which this is going to be, which way this is going to be. They're going to have to really rely on K-Serato getting this right on rotation, or either of the players in the site itself. That's right. Find Kiyoshima getting kills. They've done exactly that. Great hold from Vinny, and it's 13-9.
Double orb setup seems to be the solution here, Matt. That's their first round posted in the second half. And we're 7 deep. So there we go. Finally waking up, and it's not too late. 13-9. One more round will give them double digits, but they've got a long way to go before they can even think about breaking the economy of Cloud9. At least 2 rounds will have to be going in their favor. But that's much better. 3 survive on the CT side. That's a convincing victory here. They're not done here just yet, it seems. There's K-Serato managing to take down Kyo. And that amazing push from Flusher. It seemed like it was everything. It was uncharacteristic of him, I have to say. Normally we see Flusher in those sort of spots. He'll take his time. He'll go behind those players and toy with them a little bit. Maybe after that experience towards A-main, didn't want to risk it again. And almost with the second frag, picks up a first there. Shuts down the boost towards the white van. You don't see that shot land too often. And he's got a second as well. That is beautiful sniping from Art there. Remember, Furia going through the open qualifier to get here. None of these players have ever played at a major before. And right now they have Cloud9 on the ropes in round number 23 on the 3rd map. I don't have the lead just yet, but this is a very impressive round so far from Art.
Quick check inside mid from Rush. Mid worked. I say worked, nearly worked for them last round with Flusher getting so far up. Fantastic round by Vinny last time by Rush. Always been caught off by Art. These guys are coming alive. This is a whole different team. Double up setup is making a world of difference for them. Flush is left in a 1-on-5. Still money enough to buy. He's got 11K, so they're going to buy again. Furia, though, is building up a bank. This has all the ingredients to go right down to the 30th round.
I want overtime now. Just for the storyline. 16-1, 61 overtime.
How sick would that be?
Yeah. Let's hope it gets there. We'll see. Furia, like you said, waking up. That double orb setup seems to be paying dividends at this point. Timeout for Cloud9. They're second. They've looked incredibly comfortable so far, but now they got to dig deep. Remember, they are the more favored side here. Cash, the only map in the pool considered a terrorist affair, and proving to be the case so far as they went up 6-0 in this second half. But this double orb setup, especially with Art's amazing shots and to take down the boosted player on the van, that shot to be aware of it, it's so sick. And the second was even better. A jumping player who thought he was safe, and Art just absolutely dismantles the offense there. And we get into round 24. This game is the one everyone wanted. This is what it's all about. Right down to the wire, teams waking up and looking like they're dangerous.
And this is just to survive at this point. As it's a 1-2 game. One team goes home. And the other team's got to do this again tomorrow in a best of 3. We're going to find out our draw soon, but Art's in the corner. Smoke down. AWP up this close. You would have thought, without that smoke, he wanted the vision to go deep, but they put that there. So he's got to cross back over. How do they play this insecurity? How does he possibly make this work?
It's not a position you want to be in with the AWP. Surely he goes down here. If he gets one kill, that'll be impressive. Not going to happen. Automatic and rush. Pincer, the A bomb site here. It's up to Abel to try and pull this one back. Good job so far, at least to find a frag, but it's a 4 versus 2. Their money is stable. They might go for this one, but it's looking incredibly unlikely to have any say in this round whatsoever. Rush going for the default planting to make sure they're covered. Nothing is given away. And at this point, with the smoke down especially, they've got another smoke available. There should be absolutely zero chance that Furia can win this round. Unless someone jumps up and gives Yuri that headshot.
I question what they were trying to achieve with the AWP. I mean, I know the spotting toward A main is fantastic.
Yeah.
But he was so limited once that smoke was there. And he thought about leaving and went back.
Yeah. So I think he's just kind of riding the coattails of the previous round. He did something so
if
unbelievable. He's thinking like he's a god. And you're going for those flashy plays. You want to continue that pressure.
And he did miss very narrowly.
Yeah.
So if he hits that, he looks like incredibly good, but even still the trade potential would have been too high.
I like that from Orpers though. I like it when they get that killer instinct. They want to go for big plays, and sure, it was overcommitted, but you don't want to see him sitting right back there. You want to see him taking the game to Cloud9, but they will win the round overall. 14-10, just 2 away now. There is a buy, especially with Abel saving the AUG as well. They can purchase AWPs. They can even get in that double AWP setup if they want to. Time will tell if that's where they want to be. Surely the timeout, yes indeed, is called the final one. As we get to the real crunch time at this point. What a story would it be to make it to the next stage of the major, knocking out Cloud9 from the tournament. Every single one of these players, minus Zelsis, with major championships under their belt. The young gun there, looking to prove himself. He's had a great half in the second. It's Kiyashima removing that AWP. And here we go. Did they go for the double AWP setup? They did. Art and Yuri once more. Art has been nimble, moving himself around. Cloud9 opting for a full rifle setup here as their money starts to look a little bit more modest now, man. They're making sure that they don't overspend and go for those AWPs every single time. And this looks like a solid A hit. Flusher trading blows with the CTs there. And look at this boost. That's a really cool way to get up there. Vinny's in a great position.
It's a fantastic position if they can get there in time. They nearly did. An automatic coming in late. Or early, I should say, excuse me. Gets taken down, and the smoke's going to push them off, hold them at bay. They should know he's up there. Surely. He still finds the angle on Rush. He's going to drop off. Door's not open. Look at Vinny go. Kiyashima and Zelsis, though, do find one each. It's down to just Zelsis. Time to shine. Put Cloud9 on map point. Take the money away from Furia. He could be the man that keeps them alive in this tournament right here and now.
This would be astonishing if he pulls this one off. He's got all the time in the world. He's got a bit of utility. Bomb on his back as well. Couldn't ask for much more in a 2 versus 1. Right now, the CTs not playing together. They're actually separated. One in the B site, one towards middle. Abel holding the connector as Zelsis opens the door, unaware of us who will be on this side of the map, and now giving his position up. Smoke down to block vision from highway. Is he waiting for the reaction now? Or does he go for a straight-up plant?
I think that, yeah, you got to go soon. He's given his position away, like you say, and they're already setting up for the flank. They've locked him in. They'll likely concede the bomb plant at this point because it doesn't really matter. He's checking everything. You give him credit for anticipation, but sometimes you can overcomplicate things, and he's got to get this bomb positioned soon. 18 seconds. Bold to go for a plant that open. But again, they'll concede it. So he might have been aware of the fact that they would allow the plant and play the 2-on-1. One nade, one flash. Kits for both players on Fury up. Still at quad as well. He can hear them one to the left. but he's trying to time this perfect. Gets it out, spots one already. Down from Abel, turns it back, he's got Yuri. And he might just do this for Cloud9 to put them on map point as he has to try and hold it off. A jump across, but Zealous Celsius slides out, and he knew exactly how to play it. Down goes Furia, 15 Cloud9.
A quiet tournament for him so far, but that was absolutely everything. He takes himself to 18 kills, puts Cloud9 on map points. Furia need a perfect game at this point. They just don't have the resources to justify that. We'll see what they can do around 2K per player for masses, UMPs, pistols, but it's a 2 versus 1 play to perfection there. The flashbang was everything. It gave him time to reposition and actually challenge in that 1 versus 1. And it looks like Cloud9 have done enough here as they go up against absolutely nothing. SMGs, 1 rifle, a couple of pistols, and surely this is where it all ends.
We'll see. Time to dig deep. Time to go hard at this point in time for Furia. They've got everything to lose. We'll see if they can pull it in and create a win. I say everything to lose in terms of the equipment. They've got nothing to lose in terms of what they've proven so far as a team, so you might as well end it the way this began and go aggressive. Vinny, door opening behind him. He was hoping that wouldn't happen. He was hoping desperately that they would walk in from A main first. So Zealous starts it off the way he finished the last round by getting the opening kill.
It's getting more difficult by the second for them. Kiyoshima holding towards B storage. Abel on the other side of that smoke. You can see it's a slight fake though. Kiyoshima shouldn't be committing off that one to see if there's any sort of reaction towards the B side of the map as he rotates towards his teammates here. They got the advantage, and the money's low. Don't need to do anything too technical here. This operates a 5-man unit to close this one out. 45 seconds remain. They still have 3 smokes, flashbangs, molotovs as well. Looks like an A execution to close things out. Nothing too crazy required. Smoke that highway, that's done. Molotov towards quad, flash out, allows Zelsis to see what he can do with the AK, and it's up to Art to defend. There's the Molotov, and there should be the commitment right now.
He was excellent with the off. Gets one on the swing. Deagle's going to take the bomb down for a moment, but only a moment. Low HP on Zelsis. And Automatic holds the wall. He knows they've got to rotate from outside of the site. They've got to cross that position. And Yuri's gone. They'll close it on kills. Kiyoshima's going to take down Abel J. Cloud9 survive. But credit to Furia.
Yeah.
Hell of a third map. The 16-1s are an anomaly in themselves, but that is an effort from a team that came out of nowhere. A team that came through the open qualifier and have now put themselves on the map. Watch for these guys in the future.
I absolutely agree. They've shown a great amount of skill and passion, and hopefully we see a lot more from them in the future. They've never attended a major before, and the Cloud9 boys certainly have. They had them on the ropes. They 16-1 them to open things up. It was a very, very difficult game, but Cloud9 with a tenacity and mental fortitude to get through it, and it was a convincing victory in the second half on Cash. But what a game. It actually was a roller coaster of a ride, and Cash certainly delivered. That had everything for her.
Unbelievable. And consider that Cloud9 has the second highest amount of major winners on their roster. Sure, 2 of them on Cloud9 when they did it. Kiyoshima obviously did it through LDLC and Envy, and then you've got Flusha, who's won 3. They have a wealth of experience, and that's how hard they had to push to beat Furia. Young team, one of the youngest on average, if not the youngest on average in this event. They've got their careers laid out in front of them. This is excellent to see. I love that we're getting more and more Brazilian teams. With that, Henry, Cloud9 survived to tomorrow, but man, oh man, they've got to get it together and get ready. It's over to the desk.
Yeah, that's right, Matt, and ready we are. You might be using hashtag IEM, but certainly you're going to have to put a hashtag C9 win in there for what it's worth at this moment. The boys in baby blue have gotten it done here in Katowice. Not out of the running just yet. They do need to play some more, but this was a testament there on that last map to just erasing the first 2 overall.
Finally, we got a good game of Counter-Strike, I feel.
Yes.
Both teams showing up, both teams showing us some high-quality Counter-Strike. I think we got to give it to Cloud9, coming back from a 16-1 deficit on the first map, bringing it back 16-1 on the other team's map pick, and now coming into this one, actually looking like a decent team.
Yeah, I think from an objective point of view, the fact of the matter is they were one of the teams who most of us were considering in the top 8 for this stage of the major. They've come out here, they started flat and bounced back. Now, you can look at it and go, fantastic work for them to get back into things, and props there, because to lose 16-1 and still get back into the game 16-1 of your own and then have to fight for it, that's a really good sign. And Zelsis, Trace, with the 1v2, he's proven his worth now.
Yeah, Zelsis not only opening the major with an ace. Now, now, mind you, his first appearance here on the big stage, has also sealed the deal over Furia, and this is not going to be an easy feat at all. This got very scrappy on Cash, didn't resemble either of the two maps that we had already seen, and the numbers are going to resemble what we did see. I mean, Jacob, for what it's worth, let's maybe touch on Furia.
I think they can be very proud of their performance throughout this tournament. The fact they come from the open qualifier, coming into this one, nobody's really expecting them to do well, but they're coming in here, they're playing with a fire in their eyes. I feel you said it as well out there in the green room chat. They have a coach who really wants this. They have a team who really wants this. They have a team owner who's not being bullied by MIBR. He wanted this team to stay together, and they did just fine throughout this major.
Yeah, look, they're going to be disappointed in the way this one went down. I think they thought, losing your own map pick 16-1 can be sad for both teams, but Furia put themselves in the best position to take this series and move on to tomorrow. They're going to be heartbroken.
I mean, for Furia, we're kind of seeing a world where there's not just MIBR at the very tip top of the crop here. I mean, we're seeing it's not the LGs. We're now seeing that Furia is also one of those that can be considered in contention for one of the best Brazilian teams.
I really hope what happens with this team is they stick together. I don't want to see these players getting poached and picked apart and sent to other rosters, because they've shown fantastic growth, they've shown some innovation in strategy, and they've shown that the individuals of this team and the fact that they work as a unit is a promising sign for Brazilian Counter-Strike in the future. Yet another Brazilian team who can do some damage. So let's hope they stick together. But Cloud9, Trace, when you think about this, in the context of this tournament, they really still haven't beat any world beaters, right? You have to think about this. Furia, no offense to them, they were a lot of people's maybe dark horse. They weren't a team who people were considering to go through in the top 8 position. So Cloud9 still need to pick up their britches and hope that they can carry that through to tomorrow.
Yeah, make sure you got your britches picked all the way up, because they are not out of the fight just yet. And in fact, you talk about these guys having done it before, having won majors, really running it the full distance back. That is in fact what we have in front of us. A prime example in Rush, a player that we're going to be able to hear more from right now down on the sidelines with Frankie, and I have to hear what he has to say.
Rush, we've compared notes on the hair. We've got that one out of the way. Maybe we'll reveal all in a future interview. But for now, we've got to talk about what happened with you guys on that first map, because Furia just steamrolled you.
Yeah, I mean, they played with a lot of confidence, and we weren't ready for it. We thought that we were going to steamroll them instead, but they just kind of showed up and they played their hearts out. They were playing with confidence, and they were yelling at us and stuff like that, which is, it's granted, they're playing versus a top team, and they're doing well. So in the second map, obviously, we came back and did it to them back, so.
I did notice, actually, a few hugs, though, when the player handshakes were going on. Zelsis was going in for those bear hugs with those players, so you're obviously getting on behind the scenes, too.
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot to win these games for him, especially because it's his first major. Even if he doesn't have a sticker, it is his first major.
Yeah, absolutely, and he played a blinder tonight. So how did you get your brains back in the game for that final map on Cash?
Well, our brains is already in it because we won that second map. We already 16-1. We're like, let's just do what we did in the second map. Just don't do what we did the first map, essentially.
But you still were challenged by Furia.
Yep, they played well. Like I said, first map especially, we didn't expect that out of them. And on Cash, there were a few rounds that could have, if they went their way, it could have went into their favor, plenty of times. But we ended up showing up, for example, the second pistol. If they would have won that, it could have been a different game for them. But it might have been a much closer game, but we ended up just closing it out with the T-pistol, I think was very important.
Was it quite tough mindset-wise going into this because you haven't had the best run at the major so far?
Not really, because our practice has been going really well, surprisingly. We're beating a lot of teams we play. I mean, obviously we lose some here and there, but in general, what we're showing here is not a show of what we are in practice. So I guess we got to just bring over what we're doing in practice to the match, because we're not showing up on match days right now. Obviously, we showed up today, not the first match, but I think that if we just replicate what we're doing in practice, we're going to be great.
Well, this is the thing, though. I have to say, Rush, a few players have said that to me today. We're playing great in practice, but that's not really what counts when it comes down to this. You've got one more match standing between you and the Legends stage. So do you think you're going to perform like you're doing in practice tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Let's head back to the desk and we'll see you tomorrow, Rush.
Yep.
And rushing back to their practice computers, they will be. Cloud9 staying alive in Katowice just one more day, and they do have another matchup ahead of them before they can sort of consider themselves having all of this be worth it.
It is positive to see Automatic showing up in this matchup. I gotta say it.
Yeah.
He was playing one of his worst tournaments till this date coming into this one, and I do believe that he is the best player of this team. So the fact that he got to play well in this one means a lot to Cloud9 moving on to tomorrow.
Maybe they just needed the pressure. Maybe they just needed to actually have their backs against the wall, right? Because the fact of the matter is, we highlighted they lost to Vici, they lost to Tyloo, and the only team before this day that they had beaten was Greyhound. So now they have Greyhound, Scalp, and they have the same for Furia. Going into tomorrow, I believe it'll be Windstrike. So don't quote me just yet.
Yeah, you know, I could quote you on that, and we could even make an entire piece about it. In fact, we can take a look at what tomorrow's matchups are. We got them right here in front of you, and this is where things get a little spicy. We do have the Ninjas of Pajamas versus Vici, G2 taking on Tyloo, and then Cloud9 back at it again here versus Windstrike. Now, all in all things considered, yes, there are teams that came here, went 0-3. There are teams like Furia that came here and put up a hell of a fight and showed that they're, worthy of competing amongst the best. So no heads hanging low. But in this regard, tomorrow is going to be the one that defines a lot of teams.
I think what's interesting in all these matchups is that we can't point at a team and say they're going to win this.
Sure, right.
This is a very open bracket right now, and I especially look forward to the G2 against Tyloo. I think Tyloo have really surprised me throughout this tournament. They've been playing well, but they've also been showing some weaknesses, whereas for G2, what we saw today with Shock showing up, Kenny S showing up as well, that could be a ball of a match.
Just to state the name value, right? That clearly there, you can say who the favorites are by name value, but this tournament has shown us that name value in 2019 doesn't mean a lot. So I'm 100% on board with Jacob there. But all those games go either way. I was a little bit on the fence about the Cloud9 Windstrike one. I thought Cloud9 are probably just going to walk away with it. Then I reminded myself about that Ent series. So Windstrike, they've definitely got some fight in them. And tomorrow, I think we're going to go all 9 maps again.
Yeah, we certainly could, couldn't we? That's right. 3 best of 3s coming at you tomorrow, but that does it for all of us here today in the studio and around here. This part of the major does kind of come to a cultivation, and, well, we're going to be sending some players and teams on into that legend stage. So you want to make sure you're here with us tomorrow when we come back bright and early for 3 best of 3s. You don't want to miss it, I promise.
On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me
the champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.